It all started when I was alone in my room yelling at my laptop screen. Why was I angry again? Ah, yes, that time when all the famous web novel authors were making fun of me. While studying in high school, I was also a self-proclaimed web novel author. It started with my habit of reading novels, and it grew so much that I started writing one. Self-proclaimed because my novel wasn't that popular. Even after publishing more than 200 chapters, I didn't have many readers HMPH. What could I even expect? My novel wasn't even contracted. I had only 4 or 5 legit readers who read my chapters as soon as I released them. Come to think of it, there was a time when I was only writing because of those 4 or 5 readers. For me, this wasn't pathetic at all, but for some reason, popular and well-known authors made fun of me for this. Probably they were only messing with me, but that time I took that seriously. Now I regret that I shouldn't have done that. Well, what would you expect from a teenage boy who's going through his rebellious phase? God damn it, who do they think they are? I curse it out loud, smacking the table at the same time. After having that not-so-good conversation, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I was not even motivated enough to write chapters, thus I decided to play some games to make my mood better. I decided to play some RPG. Maybe I'll get some ideas for my novel also, which was why I selected those games. It was meant to be a casual gaming section, but I didn't even realize when it turned from 1 or 2 hours to 1 or 2 days. I lived alone in an apartment, so I can concentrate on my studicer. That was what I told my parents. Since there was no one to disturb me, I played games nonstop, without even sleeping. That gaming session ended after 35 hours when I was somewhat satisfied with my in-game progress. Dark circles had formed under my eyes due to this intense gaming, and I was pretty much tired. Without even closing my laptop, I lay on the floor as if resting after doing a hell lot of work. I closed my eyes and was about to fall asleep, but then, sigh, I need to pee. I didn't even have the energy left to move a muscle, but still, I had some important business to take care of, so I had no choice. I looked through my room to find a plastic bottle, but there wasn't any. Left with no other option, I forced myself and stood up somehow. I was almost half asleep and didn't have much sense of my surroundings, but after spending a year in this very room, I had formed a kind of map in my mind. Taking one step at a time, I slowly walked to the door of my room and pushed it open. My room was on the 4th floor of the building, and the washrooms were on the 2nd and ground floor. I had to take the stairs, so I walked in that direction. It took me a while, but I eventually arrived there. Phew, it's cold outside, I whispered as I rubbed my hands together. This is the month of December, and it was night right now. Avoiding slipping on the stairs, I slowly came down to the 3rd floor. After that was a turn, and then the stairs continued to the 2nd floor. I walked to the 2nd part of the stairs and was about to go down, but then, "Ah, darling, stop it," said a lady, and the door on my side suddenly opened. Shit, those words came out of my mouth on their own. It was like someone slammed it open because I lost my balance and slipped when the door hit me. It really carried a great amount of force behind it. And my theory turned out to be correct, as while I was in mid-air, even if that was for a moment, I caught a glimpse of who opened that door. A couple walked out being all lovey-dovey and kissing. It was night, so maybe it was a goodbye kiss, and a passionate one, that is. Damn, these normies. Am I going to die because of them? I thought. Normally, I would only end up with a few injuries when falling from this height, but considering my current position, I'll fall and hit my head first. I'll probably perish without anyone noticing. The world will keep moving even without me. I don't even know if my parents will be sad about my death. After all, I was the most average child among my siblings in both studies and sports. Ah, such a pathetic way to die. I wish I could have completed my novel at least. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the upcoming impact. It happened just as I predicted. I crash-landed on my head, which split open my skull. I thought it would hurt, but I only felt pain for even less than a second. It happened when I expected the least. I died. A.N. The thing about popular authors making fun of unpopular authors was a joke. Don't take it seriously, or I'll get killed. I'm scared, I don't want to die. A child's voice cried out directly into my head, filled with pain and suffering. Well, what do you want me to do about that? I'm also dead. I had no idea what to do, and over time the voice grew increasingly quiet. The moment I realized I couldn't hear the child's voice anymore, the bubble-esque thing that had been encapsulating me disappeared with a burst, and I slowly felt my consciousness rising. At the same time, I felt a hot fever, and pain spread throughout my body as if I had been affected by influenza. But it only lasted for a few minutes. After a while, my body came back to its normal temperature. This is a miracle. I heard a man shouting near me. His voice contained a sense of happiness and surprise. Oh, please, just shut up. Though the feeling of fever was gone, I was still feeling dizzy and had something like a headache. Furthermore, by shouting, this man was just making it worse. I slowly lifted my heavy eyelids to see what was going on. My fever must have been enormous, as my eyes were wet and my vision twisted. Ah, darling, he opened his eyes. I know, right? Once my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I found a young blonde woman gazing at me. A beautiful girl. No, a beautiful woman would be more appropriate. Beside her was a man with black hair of a similarly young age. A strong and arrogant-looking man, his muscles were amazing. Black hair, arrogant type, looking at his appearance, I should have been repulsed. Strangely enough, though, I did not feel he was unpleasant. I don't know why, but they both were staring at me so hard. Their eyes were filled with pure happiness, looking as if they were shining. Wait, there's one more person. He was looking like a somewhat middle-aged man with brown hair and a white beard. He was kinda on the chubby side. "You should be happy, miss. It looks like we have been blessed by the gods," said the middle-aged man. Judging from his voice, he was the person who was shouting before. The woman looked at him and replied with a nod. "Hey, Zero, you're quite a lucky boy, huh? Even luckier than your dad," said the man with black hair. "Who's Zero and what do you mean by dad?" I tried to say that, but my throat was dry, thus I was only able to give a confused look. "Come on now, we should let him rest for now," the blonde woman said to him. "Yeah, I think you're right," said the man, and then he with the woman stood up and left the room. The middle-aged man also accompanied them and left. Now I was alone, still trying to process what the hell just happened. Aren't I supposed to be dead? The last thing I remember is that I slipped on the stairs and hit my head. After that, there's literally nothing in my memory. It's blank. First, I thought that I somehow survived that fall and now I'm in a hospital, but this room doesn't look like a hospital room even a bit. I was still feeling a bit stiff, so I tried moving my body a little. Wah, for some reason I could see the small-looking hand of a child stretched out in front of me. Weird, my hand should be a lot bigger than this. I had hands of an adult, okay, a teenager, but not of a small child. I could move the child's hand like my own, clenching and opening it, but this body that I could move at will was not my own. The sheer shock of the revelation made my mouth dry up. What the hell? I bent forward and sat on the same bed I was laying on a moment ago. It didn't take me long to realize that this room was not my room, nor did this was like any room I've seen before. This room had the vibes of a classy European type of room that nobles use. Hey, this can't be real, can it? I mean, there's just no way I can be that lucky, right? It's also true that I'm in a strange environment, and this body is not my own. The situation at hand wasn't that hard to understand, at least not for a fantasy author like me. I quickly removed the blanket which was over me, got out of the bed, and stood on the floor. The excitement had made all the pain disappear. The height from which I see things have certainly decreased, I thought, and nodded in agreement with my own statement. I looked around in this room and found a mirror that was hung on the wall. I walked to the mirror and stood in front of it. Now I was 100% sure that this was not my body, and also the fact that this body is of a child, probably of age 10. The reflection I saw in the mirror was of a boy with jet black hair and golden eyes. His skin was on a fairer side and his face was clean without any blemish or dark spots. One could say this boy had a body that will grow from cute to handsome, as the boy will age up and get matured. This reflection was of the body I was in the current me, and I was quite happy with this look. At least I didn't get the overused classic trope of black hair with blue or red eyes. I walked back to my bed and sat. While the excitement and curiosity drove me, it certainly made me tired. As of now, I was out of breath. But now I was sure of one thing: I died. And now I'd been reincarnated in a fantasy setting. Even though this came as a surprise, it didn't take me long to adjust myself to this world. In my old world, I was not that attached to anyone, as I always had a social wall around me. Thus, I didn't have any hard feelings about leaving that world behind. It's been 6 months since I reincarnated in this world, and since then I spent some days collecting info to grasp the situation I was in. My name in this world was Zero Blanks, with blanks being my surname. Now I have doubts about the naming skills of the people in this world. My father was a noble, and I was a part of a noble family, but we were not those big nobles. The ranking of our family in the hierarchy was relatively low. If I compare it to my own world, then you could say we were slightly above a middle-class family. The name of my father and mother was Ron Blanks and Ange Blanks. I asked them about what happened to me when I had that fever, and shockingly, they told me that my health condition was worse, and at that time my heartbeat and breathing stopped for a while. If I take this the way things happen in novels, then it was probably when the original owner of this body died and I took his place. As for what I'm up to right now, well, about that. Yesterday happened to be my birthday, and the day I turned 10 years old. Yes, I thought I was 10 before, but I was wrong. Today Ron had called me to meet him in his study. Why? I don't know, he didn't tell me. So for now I was headed over to that room. On my way, I saw a girl with blonde hair walking in my direction. At first I thought she was my mother, but I was proved wrong when I saw her green eyes. It was Anya, my older sister. I waved when I saw her, and she replied with a nod. "Where are you roaming around all alone?" she asked. "Oh, well, I don't know exactly. Father has called me, so I was just headed over there," I replied. "Oh, yesterday was your birthday, right? It makes sense, okay," said Anya. "What, do you know anything about it?" "I know, but it would be better for you to find it out yourself. I don't want to ruin your experience. Now this is suspicious. Don't tell me he smuggles children or has some weird fetish." For a moment I felt like my chastity was in danger. Anya picked up on that by looking at my troubled expression as she gave me a head pat. She was just a year older than me, so it felt kinda weird. Don't worry, you'll be fine, she said, letting out a small laugh. You do know that by saying, I'll be fine, you mean there's something which can make me not fine. After that, she walked away, leaving me behind. I stood there for a few seconds and then went toward the room he called me to. Soon I reached there. I took a deep breath and calmed down myself as I stood before a door made of oak wood. I will be fine, I will be fine, I will be fine, I thought as I put my hand on my chest. Okay, I'm ready now, probably. I pushed open the door and went inside the room. Had a brown color carpet spread on the floor. There were a lot of bookshelves in the room, giving it the perfect study room vibes. I looked over and saw Ron sitting on a sofa waiting for me to arrive. Noticing my presence, he looked in my direction as his eyes met mine. Oh, Zero, I was waiting for you. Come, I have something to discuss with you, he said as he pointed at the chair in front of him. I nodded and went to the chair and sat. Seriously, what is this formal atmosphere? Zero, you are the age of 10 now, he stated before he cleared his throat and spoke again. At the age of 10, we are granted a special privilege in this world, though no one can guess what it'll be. When you say the word status, you will be able to see your attributes, like your rank, strength, and mana capacity. Some lucky ones are born with high attributes, and I think you are one of them. Since you came back from the dead, I think you're quite lucky. And out of all, you are my son, he explained. There was a hint of pride in his voice. Come on, show me what you've got, he said. So all this was just about status, huh? I guess I really was overthinking. Still though, status. I thought I was lucky enough to get reincarnated in a fantasy-type world, but we also have status here. And he also mentioned mana capacity. Does that mean there's magic also? Seriously, are you kidding me? Well, there's only one way to find out. I just have to try it myself. I nodded to Ron's explanation and then said status. Equal status equal. Name 0 blanks. Rank C. Mana capacity D. Strength D. Agility D. Stamina D. Skills Foresight Level 1. User can see 0.1 seconds in the future by using this skill. Equals equal. A white translucent screen appeared before my eyes when I said status aloud. This was a pretty easy to understand status screen. I'm glad that I didn't get one with a complex user interface. So how's it looking? Ron asked. His curiosity was on the ninth sky right now. What should I tell him? My rank is C and my other attributes are D. That doesn't count as high stats, does it? It would have been a thing if I had an A or S rank. The only thing that looks a bit broken is this skill I have. I mean, I can see in the future, seriously. Even though it's only 0.1 second, but it shows that the skill is level 1, which means the time period will increase as I level up. Sorry to disappoint you, father, but I have pretty average attributes, I replied. For the moment, I decided not to tell him about my skill. I don't know if these types of skills are common or not, and I don't want to get in any unnecessary trouble. I saw a clear look of disappointment on his face when I told him that I have an average status. But he shook his head and regained himself, probably so I won't feel bad. Don't worry about that, son. Having high attributes is a very rare thing. Your sister was one of those lucky people, so I thought you'd also be the same, said Ron. Ah, what type of father am I? Comparing kids is the worst of the worst things I could have done, he cried out aloud as he scratched his head in frustration. The one thing he said had caught my attention. What are sister's attributes? I asked. I'm sorry, son, there's no need for you to feel inferior, he said, almost on the verge of crying. No, it's really not like that. I'm just asking out of curiosity, that's all, I said as I patted him on the shoulder. Your sister is very lucky in this. I don't know for sure, but she has the highest rank in this whole city. Really? That's amazing, isn't it? What's her rank, by the way? If my sister had high status, then I can learn to use magic from her. She's a year older than me, so she must have learned some spells by now. She's an E rank, he said. Wait, what? Dad, what's the average rank of people here? Huh, it's F or G. Why are you asking that now? Shit, I'm fucked. Dad, I misunderstood what the average ranks of people here are. To tell you the truth, my rank is C. I tried to explain myself. No, son, you don't need to worry about anything. It's not like I won't love you if your rank is average, said Ron as he wiped off his tears with a handkerchief. No, it's not that. Before I could say anything else, he leaned toward me and embraced me in his arms. I can't clear up this mess now, can I? I thought while a weird smirk appeared on my face. I wasn't that connected to my parents before I died, so these types of parental love things made me feel kind of awkward. But when I think about this from the bottom of my heart, I don't dislike this feeling. For the moment, I decided to keep the thing about my rank a secret since nobody would believe me even if I tell them. Ron patted me on the back and released me from his hands while he continued wiping off his tears. He was a little too emotional when it came to these kinds of things. Anyway, that was all he wanted to talk to me about. After that, I went out of the room and headed over to a certain place. Mana capacity was mentioned in my status screen, so there was a high possibility that magic also exists in this world. I was excited to try it out, but there were many things I was confused about things as the power system of this world. If I consider the possibility that things in this world happen the same way I've read in novels, then there was a good possibility there should be a power system also. Also, my status was pretty messed up. Like my rank was C and other stats were D. It was a thing that I find weird. Like if the leveling system worked in alphabetical order, then my rank should be D, not C since the other stats were D. I won't get that side quest old man who will explain all things to me, will I? I asked myself, letting out a sigh. Reality is often very different from fiction. This was a very obvious thing that I understood now. For now, to check how the leveling system works, I'll have to level up and uncover the secrets by myself. There's no other option. In this world, I didn't have much to do, so I was bored, but now I think I won't be that bored. I arrived at that certain location. This was nothing special but the backyard of my house. This was the perfect place for me to experiment with no one to disturb me here. If someone saw me now, they will find a creepy grin on my face. I can't help it. I was so excited that my feelings were overflowing. How can I not be excited? I was going to try using magic. I don't know how magic works in this world, so I'm just going to try all the ways to use magic I have read so far in novels. Hopefully out of 14,605 possibilities, one of them will work. Hee, this is going to be fun, I mumbled as I rubbed the palm of my hands together. Let's start attempt 1. I closed my eyes and stood straight, focusing on my body and surroundings. I took in a deep breath and exhaled. I took a step forward and prepared myself for the thing. Crimson Black Blaze, king of myriad worlds, though I promulgate the laws of nature, I am the alias of destruction incarnate in accordance with the principles of all creation. Let the hammer of eternity descend unto me. Explosion, I chanted the incantation I saw in a popular novel. A cold breeze hit me and I heard the sound of rustling leaves, but nothing happened. Okay, this was a complete failure. Attempt 2, active magic system. I said aloud, but again nothing happened. After that, I tried many more times, but nothing happened. I even tried drawing random magic circles on the ground with a stick, but that also did not work. It was a complete failure overall. Okay, one last try, I whispered to myself. This time I was going to try the classic of classics method of using magic. That was to imagine the whole spell you are going to use. For example, if I want to summon a fireball, then first I have to decide where I have to summon it, what will be its size, its temperature, shape, and some other details. Then I'll have to imagine the process of how a fire burns. It will be better the more I can imagine the process in detail. For example, if imagine the process on the atomic level, then the resulting fireball will be more powerful. This was the process I was going to use for my last try. This is a slightly complicated process, so I kept it for last. As I was about to begin my experiment of summoning a fireball, my gaze fell on the house behind me. My house was mostly made up of wood, and there were also many trees and bushes in the backyard. Seeing all this, I smirked a little. Maybe I should try with a water ball first, I said to myself. Okay, so water ball it is then. I prepared myself to try this last method. My chemistry books were going to help for the first time in my life. I stood straight and stretched out my right hand and started to imagine the process. The water molecule is composed of 2 hydrogen atoms, each linked by a single chemical bond to an oxygen atom. Concentrate. I imagined hydrogen and oxygen atoms combining and forming water molecules in front of my palm. Suddenly, I felt the sensation of blood gathering in my right hand. My blood feels as if it was being squeezed out, and a water ball the size of a fist appeared in front of my right hand. Whoa! In an instant, I felt a rush of energy in my body. The moment I showed amazement, the water ball fell onto the ground, dampening it. It didn't turn out as planned, but a water ball did appear. The existence of magic in this world is real. A big grin covered my face as I considered all the things I can do now, but first, I needed to retry this process. I planned to shoot out the water ball, but it failed. Perhaps my concentration had been broken when I saw the water ball appear out of thin air, so I was going to try this once again. The sensation of blood gathering in my right hand, that rush of energy I felt at that time. I once again raised my right hand, recall that feeling from before, and imagine it in my mind. Breathe, I took a deep breath. I send the blood flowing from my toes and the top of my head into my right hand, using that feeling to gather power. And then have the feeling of firing it out from my palm. Concentrate, squeezing out waterer. I unconsciously shouted like a monk. The water ball came out and it flew toward one of the trees at high speed. Crash, the branches snapped easily and the tree fell onto the ground. Fortunately, it was not a big tree, so it did not shake the ground when it fell. I quickly looked around, here and there, to confirm no one saw me. This experiment was a success, and now there was no reason for me to stay any longer. Okay, I don't know what happened here, I said to myself inwardly and ran inside my house. I hurriedly looked left and right while hiding myself behind a pillar. Okay, no one's here. I slowly walked forward toward my room after making sure that no one is around. With a click sound, I pushed open the door and entered the room, closing the door afterward. I exhaled a breath of relief. I would get scolded if someone saw what I did with that tree. It was one of Mom's favorite trees after all. Well, what's done is done, I thought, and made my way to the bed in front of me. I started thinking about magic as I sat on the bed. Beds here are sure soft and fluffy. Magic was a real deal in this world, and I just used it. The process to use magic is a little classy, but at the same time, it's easy also. Why do I say this? Well, when the first time I created the water ball, I had to imagine it from scratch, but when I did it a second time, the water ball appeared as soon as I recalled that feeling I got during the first time. I wonder if it will take even less time if I did the same thing a third time, I thought. I had to try if I had to find out, but this time I was going to try with a little twist. I got out of my bed and stood on the floor while I stretched out my right hand just like before. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated and recalled what I felt before when the water wall appeared. Concentrate, 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 concentrate. I felt blood rushing through my veins and vessels, and then a water ball the size of a fist appeared in front of my palm. Okay, now to add a twist. Slowly but steadily, I imagined the temperature of the water ball decreasing. This time I planned to turn this into a snowball. Nothing happened at first, but I kept going as this was going to take some time on the first try. For around 5 minutes, I was standing there like an idiot while a water ball floated before my hand. But then it changed. I saw ice flakes forming inside, and the translucency of the water started decreasing as it started freezing. Once the process was at its prime, the water turned into ice in a matter of seconds. Now in front of my right hand was floating a solid ice ball. I was doing my best to not get excited and lose my focus. Knock, knock, wah. I panicked when I heard someone knocking on the door of my room. Losing the focus, I dropped the ice ball onto the floor with a thunk sound. Ah, damn it, what should I do? I ran around in my room trying to figure out what should I do now. The problem at hand was not that big, but the sudden change of events had made me lose my cool. Well, I have to open the door quickly or it will raise suspicion. With that thought in mind, I reached to the ice ball, which was now on the floor, and kicked it with my right leg, causing it to go rolling under my bed. Okay, the crime scene is clear now, I said to myself, and hurriedly ran over to the door and opened it. The person behind it came into sight. She was Anya, my older sister. She smiled when she saw me while I was just as confused as before. Yes, I asked while I held the door with my hands, blocking the way in. Today you got to know your status, right? I was a bit curious, so I came to see, said Anya. Oh yes, my status. Yeah, I saw it when Dad called me. Can you tell me what it is? You can also ask me about anything you are confused with, she offered while trying to peek inside my room. The way I am acting must have caused her to think something's going on. Well, I also wanted to talk to her about something, but the timing couldn't be worse. Would it be alright if we talk outside? I wanted to see my abilities also, so it would be better there, right? I said as a grin covered my face. She thought something for a while and then said, if that's what you want, then I'm fine. I quickly closed the doors and stepped outside. Considering how big that ice ball was, I think it will probably take at least 1 hour for it to melt. Then I and Anya continued walking in the hallway. This way lead to the garden, so we were headed there, I think. So what was your rank? Anya asked as she looked at me with curiosity. I had an overall average status. I replied and tried to show that I was sorry for having such low status. I don't know for sure, but maybe your status is what decides your social position in the world outside. Come on, you don't have to be sorry for that. It's a thing you can't decide on your own, she said, trying to console me. She was a good sister, apparently. When I first heard that she had high stats, her image in my mind was of an arrogant big sister who liked to bully everyone. But this was entirely different from that. What is your rank, sis? I asked while I took a few fast steps and stopped in front of her. My rank, it's E, she replied. And your other stats? What? Didn't I say it's E, said Anya while looking at me with a hint of confusion on her face. So this was the case with ranks, I see. I somewhat understood now why my rank is C while the other stats are D, and also the fact that I was the only one with this type of status. Though I can't say for sure, I might have got a C rank as a reincarnation perk, but still, the question remains why the other stats are D. I can't wait to see what will happen after I level up and make all other stats C. Will my rank go up to B or it will level up like normal? Sis, can I ask you for something? What? She said and urged me to speak. Can you teach me magic? I asked, trying to figure out everything by myself was probably not the best idea. She is older than me and must have some skills, so having her teach me magic will be efficient. What? No, I can't, she replied in an instant. This was rather an unexpected response. But why? I asked as I looked at her with my innocent, 10-year-old eyes. I mean, I don't even know myself how to use magic. How can I teach you? What? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? But Dad said you are the person who has the highest status in this city. I tried to reason, but it seems it was of no use. Listen, having high status is a completely different thing. I also want to learn magic, but it's not a thing everyone can learn. Only those who have the money to enroll in the Zaforth's Magic Academy can learn magic, and only the higher-class nobles can afford that, she explained. What to say? I thought magic will be an everyday thing in this world, but the situation at hand is different. But I can use magic just fine, right? And it's not even that difficult, then why do you have to go to the academy to learn it? This is something I need to figure out, I made a mental note. Then what do you do in your practice lessons? I asked once again. She had regular practice with Ron. If she was not learning magic, then what? That, Dad is teaching me sword arts. Sword arts, huh? I just need online and then it will be perfect. Just kidding. I can also learn that, right? I mean, it won't hurt to do so, and I think I can increase my agility and stamina stats with it. Can you teach me just that? I said, with a hint of determination in my voice. Well, I don't have any problem with that. You just have to get Father's permission for it, she replied. That won't be a problem. Getting my father's permission was not that hard, in fact. When I said that I want to practice sword arts, he was filled with happiness. Oh, my dear son, I'm such a blessed father to have a son as hardworking as you, was what he said before he broke into tears. Anya was learning it from my father for the past 1.5 years, so I thought it would be better to have her teach me. I decided not to learn it from my father because I do not want to see him burst into tears every time I do a movement correctly. Long short story, I got permission to learn sword arts. Right now I was headed over to the training facility my sister had called me to. This place was a bit far away from my house, and it took around 5 to 10 minutes to reach there by foot. I had left for the place 7 to 8 minutes ago, so I was probably about to reach there. While walking, I also gazed upon my surroundings. This atmosphere was giving off the kind of warm and comfy vibes. I had not gone outside my house much. This is my second or third time, I think. When I went out for the first time, I had the thought in mind that I will see a world set in a medieval time period, but that was not exactly right. This world seems a bit more advanced than the medieval period. The houses are built with a combination of wood and stone. The clothes people wear here are somewhat similar to what I've seen in anime and movies. As I wondered about all this, I reached the training facility. This building was like a large coliseum, but it had a dome-shaped roof, probably because this was used as a training facility and not as a place to hold tournaments. I walked to the entrance and saw Anya standing there, waiting for me. I waved to her as I made my way near her. She also waved back when she saw me and turned toward me. After that, we both went inside the building. A person stopped us at the entrance, but then maybe he recognized Anya as she came here with our father regularly and let us go inside. There were a lot of people with weapons and armor inside the building. Some of them can be adventurers, mercenaries, or they might have come here to fight for fun. To be short, the place was filled with people. We made our way through the hallways and stopped in front of a counter, what looked like reception. There stood a woman behind the counter, dressed in formal clothing. "Excuse me, we have booked a training room here," said Anya as she took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "Can you please show me the ticket?" the lady asked and turned toward us. Anya handed that piece of paper to the lady. She looked through it for a while and then put a seal on the paper and gave it back to Anya. Maybe Ron had booked this for us. I thought while I quietly watched them from a distance. That was all. Then we went to the room we had booked. There was a number written on that paper, 67. We looked for the room with no 67 on its door. It took a while, but we found it. On entering the room, I saw that it was a room with stone flooring and walls, while the ceiling was made of wood with several holes in it, which made it possible for the sunlight to enter. "First, watch me and get an idea of what you will be learning," Anya said and walked to the center of the room. On her way, she took one of the many swords that were hung on the wall. She unsheathed the sword and held it tightly while she stood with her back straight in the center of the room. She looked at me as if saying, "Watch closely," to which I replied with a nod. Then she started swinging her sword. At first, she stood in one place, but after a few swings, she started moving back and forth while swinging the sword. I can't judge how good she was, as I have never seen someone use a sword before, but still each of her strikes looked super smooth and accurate. She swung her sword from upper left to lower right, and then she moved around and connected it by doing a lower right to middle left cut. The way she was freely and easily moving her sword, it never looked like she was holding a real sword made of metal. It looked like she was using a light-weighted wooden stick or something. Not a single movement was wasted. All of her swings connected with the other smoothly. After a while, she stopped and put the sword back in its sheath. "Did you get anything? This is a glimpse of what you will be learning," she said as she looked at me. Wow, that was amazing. Those words came out on their own. I was totally enchanted by her skills. So this is how things are in this world, huh? If I go by her age, then Anya would be a second or third year middle school student, but she can use a sword this perfectly. "Come on, now you try it," she said and handed me the sword. The weight of the sword caused me to lose my balance for a bit, but surprisingly, the sword was not heavy as I thought it would be. Perhaps it was because of my D-rank strength status. I adjusted myself according to the weight of the sword and then moved to the center of the room. I unsheathed the sword and held it with both my hands. I don't have the least bit of idea on how should I do this. Thus, instead of randomly swinging here and there, I decided to mimic the movements of an anime character. I recalled that footage in my mind and then started swinging the sword accordingly. "Ah, well, thighs easier said than done. Even though I had a D-rank strength status, I did not have any experience in real. When I swung the sword in a direction, it also pulled my body with it, and I lost balance every time. This is hard," I said to Anya and dropped the sword. Only after swinging the sword for 10 to 15 minutes, I was completely drenched in sweat and panting. Your situation is not that bad, to be honest. I'm quite surprised, said Anya. What do you mean? How can you say my situation is not that bad? I mean, I was able to do only a few complete swings. Wait for a second, she doesn't mean that my situation is not bad but worse, now does she? Huh. Well, you were fragile before, but after that incident when you almost died, since then you are not the same. You would have run out of stamina only by walking to this building from home if things were the same, she explained. So this was it, huh? It's a major discovery. This boy, the original Zero Blanks, was weak and fragile. Come to think of it, I don't have any memories of the time before I reincarnated into this body. This was something I had completely ignored until now. Hey, don't get lost on your own, said Anya, snapping me out of my thoughts. I was lost in thought a little too much, I guess. Listen, the reason I think you are not able to swing properly is that you are using too much strength in it. From looking at you, it's like you are using a heavy hammer instead of a sword. Try not to apply too much force also. Use your whole body, not only your arms, Anya explained. After that, she assisted me while I practiced. It was not easy, but after around 2 hours of training, my sword was not pulling me with itself, and I was able to do a perfect swing every time. We practiced for 5 hours that day. One would think that this was a long period, but Anya practiced for 7 to 8 hours with Ron when she started learning sword arts. But that was precisely because she was with Ron. No matter what world you are in, you can't stay out for long as a child, and I was an innocent 10-year-old child after all. Zero status equal status equal. Name 0 blanks P. Rank C. Mana capacity D. Strength D. Agility D. Stamina D. Skills Foresight Level 1. User can see 0.1 seconds in the future by using this skill. Equals equal. Years flew by quickly. It's been 5 years since I reincarnated in this body, and now I was back to the age I died in my previous life at the age of 15 years. All this time I practiced magic by myself and sword arts with Anya. I wanted to go to the magic academy for learning magic, but our family was not rich enough to afford the enrollment fee. Apparently, practicing sword arts was more difficult than practicing magic, the reason being that while practicing sword arts, I had to physically use my body, instead of imagining a simulation in my mind. I also did a bit of research about sword arts, as I wanted to know exactly what I was learning, and what use will it be for me. And here's what I found: sword arts are the most common yet difficult way of combat in this world. If you're born into a noble's family, then it was almost compulsory for you to learn them, almost because the final decision was on the individual in question. My father knew sword arts and Anya had finished her training a year ago. I was learning from Anya, so I was a year late in completing my training, but it was going to end today, as today was the day I was going to give a type of graduation exam. I was also practicing magic, and the result of that was I was able to use elemental magic pretty easily now. I also passed out several times due to running out of mana, but it was worth it since it increased my mana capacity. And not only mana capacity, but from these 5 years of training magic and sword arts, my status has increased and I leveled up. But it still didn't solve the mystery of my rank being one step ahead of other attributes. When all of my stats reached C, I got a level up notification and my rank changed to be in short. Even after leveling up, the situation at hand was the same. But even after all this, I was enjoying my life in this new world. At first I was hesitating a bit because I had my doubts. What if I never really died after falling from the stairs that day? What if I just hit my head hard and now I was in a coma? What if this was all just a dream? I was a little scared, to be honest, scared of losing everything again. But then I realized that if there is even 1% chance of losing all this, then I should enjoy it as much as I can. From that day onward, I decided to live this life to its fullest. Even if this was all a dream, I decided to make this my best dream ever. Hey Zero, are you all right? Said Ange, my mom, bringing me back to reality. Yeah, I'm fine, I replied with a smile. I was lost in thought again. I guess right now I was having dinner with my family, and it's better to focus on that. How's your training going? She asked. Unlike Ron, my father, she was not the type to overreact to little things, and that was why I felt more normal while talking to her. It's going well, along with sword art. Sis is also very good at teaching me. Stop exaggerating, I'm not that good. It's just that you are a fast learner, said Anya. She was sitting on the other side of the table in front of me. I'm so happy to see you all grow. Really, exclaimed Ron, the person I wanted to avoid at all cost. He really shows his emotions get the best of him. But well, there is a reason for that also. One day I was irritated by him because of this behavior. I didn't say anything to him, but I went and talked to Anya. It was then she told me the reason behind his behavior. I and Anya were their 4th and 5th child. Before us all, the children Ange gave birth to died within a month, and Ron was heavily depressed by this. Then when Anya was born and didn't die after a month, he was relieved. Then when I was born again, tension took over him again. I was zero blanks was a very weak child ever since he was born. He was always sick and didn't go outside that much. This worried Ron as he was scared of losing another child, but well, when the original Zero died after struggling for 10 years, the thing with my reincarnation happened, and in his eyes, Zero's condition got better. This lifted the weight from Ron and became the reason for the special treatment I get. Complicated stuff, I know. Asking Anya about my own past was even harder than this. I barely got away by giving the excuse that after that incident, my memories of the past are fuzzy and unclear. Not having the memories of your predecessor in this reincarnation thing is a huge pain. Oh, Zero, I forgot to tell you before, but I will be taking your graduation exam tomorrow, Anya mentioned, dropping a bombshell out of nowhere. Wait, what? You said it will be at the end of this month, I reasoned as I stopped eating. Yes, I know, but well, it's a thing that's not in my control, she confessed, lowering her eyebrows. What do you mean by not in my control? Can you explain, please? Well, it's none of your business. Whatever, be prepared tomorrow morning. Saying that she got up and left, she didn't even finish her food. Wait for a second, what the hell just happened? I shifted my gaze at Ron in the hope to get an answer. Will you tell me? You know what's going on, right? It's not a thing kids should get involved in, Ange interjected. She spoke in a hard tone that was completely unlike her. First, I'm not a kid anymore, and second, she's my sister, and if something's happening then I have full rights to get myself involved. I replied instantly if this was going to be a family argument then they should back down now. After all, I never lost an argument in my previous life and, leave it, I don't want to remember all that now. More importantly, Anya is my family. If something is troubling her then I'll help her. That's like super obvious. I again glared at Ron as I narrowed my eyes. Fortunately, this man was easy to deal with. I'm never ever going to talk to you if you don't tell me what's going on, I insisted. This will be enough to make him talk. Surprisingly, I was wrong. He averted his gaze as he stood up and left. Ange followed him afterward. Okay, this came as quite a shock, but I found another proof that reality is often different from novels. If this was a novel then he would have spilled the beans right then. This is a drag, I sighed as I finished my dinner. Obviously, I was not going to waste food like them. But about this situation, I have to somehow ask Anya about this. She said that she'll take my graduation exam tomorrow. It will be her way of testing what I have learned in these past few years. Will she tell me if I beat her tomorrow? I suppose so, and I also wanted a chance to test this. Foresight, skill of mine, so it will be a good opportunity, I guess. Cyan, here I thought I would be living a peaceful, slow life, I said to myself as I sighed. Zero's current status status equal. Name 0 blanks. Rank B. Mana capacity C. Strength C. Agility C. Stamina C. Skills Foresight Level 1. User can see 0.1 seconds in future by using this skill. Equals equal. Hey guys, it's me, Moon Senpai. I just wanted to ask something you all. Are you guys okay with the way this story is moving, or you think the pacing should be a bit more fast? Tell me your answer in the comments. Are you ready? Asked Anya as we both held onto our swords and stood in position. The atmosphere was filled with tension as a cold breeze embraced us gently. Anya looked right into my eyes as if asking, "You're prepared, right?" To which I looked back in her eyes with confidence and nodded. Today, Anya was taking my graduation exam, meaning after this there won't be anything left for her to teach me. Well, that was not the important part, though. For me, what comes afterward was important. Thus, I need to win this no matter what. Let's get this done, said Anya and leaped toward me like a burst of wind. Of course, I was not going for the defensive. We both leaped forward at the exact same time. I held my sword tightly and swung it down left. But she was fast. She deduced that I will go for an attack like this. The one who taught me this was her after all, and you can say it was the only disadvantage I had in this battle. A loud sound of metal clashing was heard as a burst of sparks was launched into the air when our swords clashed, blocking each other's movement. I took a side step and spun rightwards as I moved my sword only by my right hand and threw a slash aimed at Anya's shoulder. Noticing the attack coming, she first tried to block it, but then dodged it by bending backward the instant she realized that that was not a single attack. My sword cut through the air after Anya dodged it. Completing a full swing, I turned around and took a step forward as I threw 2 slashes toward her while moving my sword in an X motion. She dodged the first attack first slash by jumping forward and I said out of surprise, my blade swishing through nothingness. Anya was not there. Shit, I turned back quickly when I realized the situation I was into. While I held my sword right in front of my neck, I prepared my hands for the upcoming impact. Just as my eyes caught the glimpse of the scenery behind me, a sword clashed with mine on its side. Both swords scraped and chipped each other, releasing a great number of sparks in the process. I forcefully exhaled and took another breath after barely blocking Anya's attack. Before her sword could begin its motion again, I darted backward to maintain the distance between us. But I can't be on the defensive for too long or she'll corner me, and that will work against me. I clenched onto the handle of my sword and dashed toward Anya, releasing several strikes, down right, upper left, and midair. A clank sound was heard every time she blocked my sword with her own. Both of our blades were chipped and had gained dents due to this. Finishing my series of attacks, I leaped backward to prepare for another combo. Anya excelled in speed. The more time she'll have, the more my chances of winning will decrease. I remembered my C-rank strength status as I focused my energy on my arms. I felt blood rushing through my veins as I launched myself in her direction. I held my sword high and delivered a straight upper to lower slash. Anya placed her sword in front, trying to block my attack. The sound this time was the loudest when the two blades clashed, as well as the number of sparks released in the air. The attack carried such force behind it that it caused Anya to take a few steps back to maintain her position. Cling! She pushed back my blade with hers and leaped back, maintaining distance between us. She bent forward as she stood in her place and positioned her sword at a specific angle, all while looking at me as she narrowed her eyes. So she's going to use it, huh? I thought this is a test, thus she'll go easy on me. I couldn't help but smirk when I thought about that. If she was going to use that series of attacks, then it's fair for me to use Foresight as well. I practiced a while ago with that skill, and I know how to use it. I just need to concentrate and think of using the skill in my mind, and that'll activate it. Ah well, so be it, I sighed, preparing myself for the upcoming things. I held my sword straight toward Anya, signaling that I was accepting her challenge. This must be her way of warning me, as if I was careless then the upcoming attack can cause me a serious injury. My eyes were locked on Anya, but just for that moment when I blinked, she vanished from her spot. I looked everywhere in my field of view to find her as quickly as possible, then I noticed her dashing toward me at utmost speed. Her speed was so high that she would look invisible from a normal person's perspective. I felt a blow of air on my face as she stopped a few steps before me and started moving her sword rapidly in almost impossible to track motions. It was at that exact moment when I used my skill, Foresight, and activated my ability to look 0.1 seconds into the future. The view before me changed, and now I saw multiple Anyas launching multiple attacks at me. One would say that this made things more difficult, but it was not true. The other Anyas I was seeing were all the possible attacks she could do, and their movement speed was slow, which made it easier for me to block them. I realized one more thing by this: Foresight didn't really show me the future, rather it shows me all the possible futures that can come true in the next 0.1 seconds. The time difference was very small, but it was enough to change the flow of a fight in my favor. Anya kept attacking me from multiple angles at high speed while I kept blocking them with my swords. The sounds of metal clashing were all my ears could catch, and my hands were starting to go numb slowly. I was able to predict her next attack with my skill, but keeping up with her speed turned out to be more painful than I imagined. I would have lost this battle long ago if I was not a B ranker with C rank attributes. The attack Anya was using right now was her specialty, a series of 50 non-stop sword strikes all dealt at an almost impossible speed. This was an attack Anya was practicing for the past 4 years, 1 year after she started teaching me. But I never thought she'll use it in this fight. I mean, from her point of view, using an attack like this against me, who's supposed to have average stats and does not excel in anything, would mean her complete win, won't it? And this fight was my graduation, in which I have to win, or that'll mean I learn nothing, and she will have to keep on teaching me. Keep on teaching me. When that thought surfaced, I felt like this connected with the situation that happened during dinner last night. Could it be that she wants me to lose? If this was somehow connected with the thing troubling her, then I had no real reason to win. No, in the first place, the reason I wanted to win this fight was so I can know what was troubling her. I should give it a try, and it's not like I'll lose anything if all this turned out to be my imagination. I decided to gamble on this imagination of mine. Clank, her sword clashed with mine. The force behind it caused my sword to fly from my grip and fall to the ground behind. The moment I was unarmed, Anya stopped her sword just before my neck. "You lost," she whispered, loud enough for me to hear. "Yeah, I guess," I said as I showed a little troubled expression on my face. Now that I think about it, an average-ranked person like me winning against the girl with the highest rank in this city wasn't logical to begin with. "Shit, I slacked off because I thought you will go easy on me," I said as I walked to my sword and pick it up. There was no meaning to this exam if I was going easy on you. "If you lost, then it just means you haven't trained hard enough," said Anya while putting her sword back in its sheath. "Yeah, figures. By the way, will you now tell me?" I asked, carefully bringing up the topic I wanted to know about. "Tell you about what?" she asked, giving me a somewhat confused expression, though she was trying to keep a poker face. "I can tell because I myself have done that many times and I'm quite good at it. About what's troubling you, about why you're not acting like yourself for a few weeks," I appealed as I looked straight into her eyes. She didn't reply and averted her gaze from me, but after a moment she spoke, sight. "Okay, I'll tell you, or you're going to keep asking me forever." "Well, you got that right," I replied with an innocent smile. So it wasn't my imagination. Finally, I'll know what was troubling her. I've been in this world for only 5 years, but I have accepted Ron, Ainge, and Anya as my family. If something was going on behind the scenes that is causing them trouble, then I'll make sure to get rid of it. After all, I have a great advantage in this world as an author who's reincarnated in a fantasy setting. Anya decided to tell me the reason behind her irrational behavior, but since we were in the Coliseum for my graduation exam, she said we will talk on our way home. I didn't have any reason to refuse, so I said, I'm fine with it, and we left the Coliseum. It was noon and the sun was right above our head. The streets were crowded with both adventurers and citizens. I glanced at Anya as we walked through the market. She wasn't in her usual cheerful and bright mood right now. She was giving a kind of dark aura while she carried a troubled look on her face. I wasn't feeling good to pressure her into telling me the reason behind her worries, but well, I can't let her be like this. Maybe being in this body had rewired my brain because I was thinking like a brother right now. So, I said, trying to start the conversation. She gazed at me before she let out a long breath and sighed. I'm getting married, she declared, dropping a big bombshell. My face turned a little pale as I wasn't able to process what she said. To be honest, it caught me off guard. Wait a second, you are getting married. I mean, when, where, why? I asked hurriedly. It's shocking, I know, but it's a thing that's out of my hands. What do you mean it's not in your hands? It's your choice, right? I argued, trying to calm down myself. Yes, it is. No, it's supposed to be. Honestly, I don't want to get married right now, but there's this person who wants to make me his wife, Anya agonized, lowering her gaze. As a person from a world where the agreement of both parties is required for a marriage, this situation looked very illogical to me no matter how I look at it. I mean, can't she just say no if she doesn't want to do this? All this was too much for me, thus I decided to listen to things with a cool mind. I took a deep breath and then exhaled. Look, I don't have any problem with you getting married, but if it's a thing you don't want, then I do have a problem in that, I declared. And what is that Ron doing, huh? Usually he's this doting father, but he's sitting quietly in a situation like this. I fumed, a hint of anger in my voice. Noticing this, Anya quickly stood in front of me and said, don't blame him, it's not his fault. Our family is not in a position to oppose them. Who the fuck is them? Ah, this is so confusing. Tell me everything from the start. I have to know everything from the start if I wanted to understand this situation clearly. I looked around to find a place to sit and talk. Soon my eyes caught the sight of a restaurant. Let's go there, I said, pointing at the restaurant building. Anya nodded and we went inside the restaurant. It was a wooden building with round wooden tables and chairs inside. Many people were eating and talking among themselves. Fortunately, there were some vacant seats also. I pointed toward one of the tables no one was using. It was placed in the corner of the building, and there were not many people around it. It was a perfect place since we were going to talk about a sensitive topic. Anya went and sat there while I ordered 2 cups of coffee and then went there. Pulling a chair backward, I sat in front of Anya. Now tell me from the beginning, I said as I rested my hands on the table and interlocked my fingers. What is this slight feeling of curiosity inside me? I should be sad and angry right now, which I was, but there was something off about it. Maybe I was a little happy that something unusual was happening, or it was just that I was getting protagonist vibes from myself. Well, whatever, I discarded that thought as I sighed inwardly. It happened one day when I was training alone in the Coliseum. There were not many people, so I used a public training room to save some money. After that, then she told me everything that happened from the start. When she was returning home that day, a man approached her. According to what she told me, he was a blonde with a good body. Right then and there, he proposed to her for marriage. Of course, she turned him down as my sister wanted to learn more about sword arts and magic, but he didn't stop. From that day onward, he kept on proposing to her when she returned home after training. According to Anya, he said that he was impressed by Anya's skills when he watched her train in that public training room. Anya kept turning him down, but he didn't stop. Here people would say it was his way of declaring love, but I'd say he is nothing more than a typical stalker. But it didn't end there. After a week he came to our home. I wonder what I was doing at that time. He didn't come alone but with his father. It turned out that he was the son of a big noble. I somehow expected this. Anya had told Ron and Ainge about him before, and they knew she don't want to marry him, so they denied their request. But then they started putting pressure on our family, threatening Ron that they will destroy him in business and we won't be nobles anymore. Stuff like that, right? I considered stopping Anya midway. Yes, that's what happened, she nodded, agreeing with my statement. I also expected this. What can I do? This situation was not new to me. I have seen the same damn thing in many novels. To be honest, this scenario was overused so much that it became a cliché. She nodded. So this was the thing troubling her, huh? Even though it's cliché, I can't leave the situation like this. She's my sister after all. I can't let her marry some degenerate, trash, arrogant young master-type person. Well, this indeed is a problem. Just in case, let me confirm one thing. You really don't want to marry this guy, right? I asked as I took a sip of my coffee that was almost finished. Nope, not even in the next life. That guy is just good looking. His nature is worse than shit," said Anya, clearly badmouthing that guy. "Okay then, I'll make sure you don't have to marry him. How are you gonna do that?" she asked while she also stood up. "Oh, I don't know for now, but I'll definitely think of something. We have around 4 days before your marriage, right? That will be enough." "Just kidding, I already had something in my mind. There are some pieces I need to confirm and it'll be done after that. Actually, I will also help myself with this so it's a win-win." We paid for our coffee and left the restaurant. Anya turned toward our way home, but I was going in another direction. Noticing this, she called out to me. I stopped and looked behind. "Where are you going?" "To make preparations. Tell Ange that I'll be a little late today," I replied. "Oh, and one more thing," I said, calling out to Anya. "Are you okay with going into the Magic Academy?" I asked. This was an important thing for my plan to work. "Well, I don't have any problem with that, but why did you ask this out of the blue? You already know that our parents can't afford the entrance fee." "No, it's nothing. I just asked on a whim," I said and walked in another direction. I want to deny this, but I can't that I'm feeling excited right now. I'm really a scum. Also, I don't know why, but I feel like I have seen this exact same situation before. It's pretty cliché, so I remember, but not clearly. Maybe it's just my imagination, a side effect of reading too many web novels. Ah well, but this is something I'll have fun with. How much time has passed since I last played with people? I carried a grin on my face while I thought about all this. Anyone would creep out if they saw me like this. But it didn't matter much right now. I was headed to a place I saw an advertisement of. The battle tournament that will be taking place 2 days from now. I saw an advertisement poster of it a few days ago. At that time, I never thought it will be of much use, but now it will come in handy. I just hope Anya is prepared for it. She'll definitely scold me when I tell her about his. If possible, I also wanted to meet with this guy, the main reason for this problem. I got so much work to do all of a sudden. I have not visited this area of the city much, and it's quite different. The main infrastructure is the same, but the way houses and shops are built alongside the road is not like before. The houses were built in the blocks of 6 houses, and then there was a road, and then again a block of 6 houses. Completely different from the area near the south gate where the houses were built in a straight row. Right now I was in the center part of this city, headed toward a certain place. I quickly noticed the change in my and the clothing of people here. It was not that surprising because the system in this world says that the rich people live in the center of cities, and the poorer you are, the more outer side of the city you will live in. It was made this way so in case a city was attacked, then the rich and important nobles will be the last ones to come in contact with the enemy, giving them enough time to escape. My family was neither rich nor poor, so we live in between the central and outer parts. Well, leaving that aside, it looks like I have reached my destination. It sure took a long time to come here on foot, almost an hour. In front of me was a huge coliseum. The one we used for training was nothing compared to its size. This was the Bulls Stage Coliseum, the biggest coliseum in this city. It was located in the exact center of the city and was mainly used for hosting tournaments or other big events. The huge size of this coliseum was the main reason behind it. I'm not sure, but according to the people, an audience of 10,000 people could fit in here. And the reason I came here was also vaguely related to this, and it was the battle tournament that was going to happen here. Excuse me, is this the place where the champion of the decade battle tournament will be hosted? I asked a man who looked like have just come out of the Coliseum. Yes, this is the place. Are you going to participate in it, kid? Said the man. He was a bald man with a muscular body and a long beard. No, with a weak body like this, I can't even imagine going against strong people like you, I said while I shook my hands in a motion to say no. Ha, that is true. I am strong, right? He bragged laughingly as he wrapped his arms around my neck. Damn, this guy smells so bad and sweaty. I thought, but I can't say it if I want some information, so I replied to him with a smile. Oh, by the way, I remembered. The princess from the royal capital is also coming to watch this tournament, right? I asked while I gently released myself from his grip. Ho. Yes, that beauty is also coming here. After all, this tournament will decide the champion of this decade. Many people from outside the city are also coming to participate and test their strength, he said as he touched his beard. You know, I have also heard something interesting. Do you want to know? The man asked, narrowing his eyes. I replied with a nod, showing that I was interested in that thing he has heard. He brings his face close to my ear, making sure that no one else can hear our conversation. See, I got this information from inside. You look like a good guy, so I'm telling you, but don't tell anyone else about this, he whispered and stopped for a second. Idiot, you're telling me this because I am not participating in the tournament and won't pose a threat to you. At least try to conceal your intentions. I have heard that the winner of this competition will get a chance to meet the princess. If you are lucky, then the royalty may hire you, he mouthed in my ear. Damn, are you serious? I exclaimed. Ha, it's amazing, right? Wish me luck that I win and get the chance to meet that chick. He laughed while he patted me on my back. Well, I'll be rooting for you, I said with a smile as I carefully distanced myself from him. You are a nice guy, I see. Take care, I have to go now. Have to train, you know, he said and slowly walked away while laughing in arrogance. Sigh, an exhausted sigh escaped my mouth as soon as I found myself alone. I got the information I wanted, but I won't say this was clearly worth it. The Champion of the Decade Battle Tournament will be hosted in the Colosseum 2 days from now. And the princess who's coming here from the royal capital. These are the things that will play a big role in my plan to stop Anya from getting married. Now that I'm here, I should check the Colosseum before leaving. I will also confirm the information he gave me from some other people. I went inside the Colosseum after that, confirmed things from many other participants, and did some adjustments in the arena to make things go according to my plan. Then I left for home. It was evening when I reached home. On my way, I also visited a public library to confirm some more things. After all, I won't act till I'm 100% sure that everything will work the way I want. Opening the entrance gate of my house, I went inside. I intentionally avoided meeting with Ange or Ron because, well, I am not in a mood to hear a lecture on getting home late. Right now, I want to meet with Anya, obviously. She is needed for my plan. I'm working this much for her sake, so it's not like I'll leave her to rest while I do all the hard things. Yes, she is under mental pressure, and I'm sounding evil right now for wanting to make her work, but that's just how I am. I tried searching for her in the backyard and other parts of the house, but she wasn't to be found anywhere. As the last resort, I went to her room. I stood in front of the door and knocked 3 times. I usually don't come here, so I was getting a little awkward feeling. I waited for a while, but no one answered. Maybe she's thinking of me as Ange or Ron. Hey Anya, it's me, Zero. I knocked again, this time revealing my name. No matter what you say, Zero does sound like a weird name and I'm not used to it. After waiting for a few more seconds, the door opened and Anya came in sight, wearing her usual nightdress. There are some things I want to tell you, I stated. She nodded and stepped aside. I entered the room. Inside the room was a sweet girlish type smell you'll find in the room of any person from the female species. I won't say the interior and decor of her room were completely girlish, but it did give off those vibes. I tried looking for a chair to sit on, but there wasn't any. No, there was one, but it was at the end corner of the room. Sit on the bed, said Anya, stopping me who was about to go there, and dragged that chair here to sit on it. Following her advice, I sat on the bed and she sat beside me at a distance. So, what's this about? She asked while raising her brow. I did say that I'll find a way, right? I said I was referring to the time I said to her I will find a way to save her from this forceful marriage. Yes, you said that. Did you already find a way? Well, yes, but I need your help to make that possible. That's what I'm here to talk about, I explained. She nodded and waited for me to complete my talk. Following her lead, I continued. You know about the battle tournament that is going to happen, right? I asked. She replied with a nod. I need you to participate in that and win. What? She exclaimed and jumped out of her bed. Have you gone crazy? Why would I participate in that? She asked in a loud voice. It's important for my plan, and you are the so-called person with the strongest status in the city, right? Winning that tournament won't pose a problem for you. You know exactly why I don't want to do this, don't you? She solicited, pointing her index finger at me. You don't like to show off your strength, right? I know that, but you winning that tournament is the key point for my plan to work. You do trust me, right? I said as I stood up. She went silent for a while, but said afterward, I trust you, Beautisant, there any other way. I would have preferred that, but we only have 4 days before your marriage. Say, will you participate in that? I asked, a sense of determination in my eyes. Sigh, okay, I will do that. This is my problem to begin with, and now complaining about it makes me feel like the bad guy here, Anya sighed. Originally, I had planned to participate in this tournament myself, but after thinking in the long term, making her do that will be more beneficial. And while she will be busy fighting, I will have to do some things behind the scenes, so it's better this way. I thought while I began to leave her room. Wait a minute, Zero. Anya called out to me from behind, stopping me midway. What? Mom has called you to her room. You came home pretty late, I'm sure you'll get scolded. Ah shit, here we go again, I thought as a troubled look formed on my face. Ange is a good and caring mom, but when she was angry, damn, just thinking about it sent shivers down my spine. I then left her room. Accepting my fate, I headed toward where Ange had called me. A sense of fear developed inside me as I took steps toward Ange and Ron's room. Normally, she was the type you can call a kind and caring mom, but when she's angry about something, then she's scarier than a demon. I walked alone in the hallway as the sounds of my footsteps echoed through the area. A while later, I reached my destination. I prepared myself for an hour-long lecture as I stood in front of the room's door. But then when I was about to knock on the door and call for her, I heard something. I heard some yelping and moaning voices. Where are they coming from? Of course, it was from Ange and Ron's room, which was right in front of me. They were, well, busy working. I turned around and saw the sun has set. It was almost night time, so it makes sense, I guess. I heard something I shouldn't have, I said to myself inwardly, and walked away from there. I wonder if I would be getting a little brother or sister soon. The next day at breakfast, we all were sitting at the dining table eating our meal. Maybe Ange forgot about yesterday since she was not saying anything to me. But this, not saying, just made it worse by keeping me in suspense. There was an awkward silence, so I decided to start the conversation myself. I wanted to meet this guy who is causing this whole marriage problem, and I don't think I would be able to do that by myself. Zero, where were you yesterday? You came home late, said Ange. Okay, she said it herself. Oh, that I was a little busy with something. Though I also have something to ask you. Why didn't you tell me about Anya's marriage situation? I appealed, looking at Ange and Ron. Noticing the way I said that Ange must have understood I already know everything, she glanced at Anya for a second before looking back at me again. This was not a thing you should be involved with, she denied. I don't want to create an argument here, so I won't be questioning this statement. My motive right now is something else. Yes, I know, but I do have the right to know who's going to be my sister's husband, right? Or I can't even have that much. I asked this time. I specifically looked at Ron while saying so. Anya must have been confused over what I said just now because she stared at me so hard that it was like she wanted to kill me. That's understandable because right now I must be sounding like I have no problem with this marriage. But well, that's how I want to sound here. If you already know everything, then there's no meaning to hide it now. Yes, Anya is getting married, Ange announced. And can I meet that person? I asked, raising my brow. She didn't say anything for a moment and kept eating her breakfast. After a while, she took a sip of tea before saying, "It seems like you are in luck. That person is coming to meet us today, along with his parents." Hey, but that's not right. Zero, if you know everything, then you should also know that your sister doesn't want to do this marriage right. Why aren't you saying anything? Ron shouted while he stood up and smacked the table. I know, but there's nothing we can do right. I mean, if there was something, then we won't be having this conversation right now, I said, quietly while I ate my meal. Ron tried to argue, but he couldn't find the words to deny my statement. Calm down, honey. What he's saying is right. You also know that, said Ange as she put her hand on Ron's back. I know that's he's, but I can't let him marry my daughter like this. You know very well what will happen to her if that happens, Ron blustered. I can console Ron right now, but that'll decrease my chances of winning. It would be better if the tension and mental pressure he has is real instead of acting that way. I don't want any fluctuations, after all. Though the thing I wanted was sure now. If that man is coming here by himself, then it just saves me the trouble. I want to see his prideful and arrogant nature, so I would feel even better after seeing his confused, broken, and defeated face. Just thinking about it makes me grin internally. It's okay, father, there's nothing you could have done. The ones in the wrong are those people. It's not your fault, I said, giving some kind words to Ron. After that, we finished breakfast and went to our rooms. Ron had some work to do, so he went outside. Those people were coming to visit us formally, so he must have gone to make some preparations or something. About Anya, she had somewhat calmed down and gone back to her normal self after I told her that I will be helping behind the scenes. But for that moment, I told her to keep acting depressed and troubled so no one can notice these changes and raise suspicion. I had some free time in hand, so I came into the backyard to practice magic. I was practicing daily to level up and increase my stats, but after reaching B rank it became harder. I jumped from C to B in a year and maxed out my other attributes to C in 2 years. But after that it just became hard. I was stuck with a B rank and C attributes for almost 2.5 years. This was one of the reasons I wanted to join the Magic Academy if possible. Training alone was not enough if I wanted to increase my rank to S or something elite. But for this moment, I was here to do a little experiment. I sat on my knees and prepared myself to use magic. I was only able to use elemental magic by learning alone, and with elemental magic, I can control the elements of fire, water, and earth. I concentrated my thoughts and started to control the earth element. By doing so, I gathered the dust particles present in the air into one place and created a brick with it. After that, I placed the brick on the ground and touched it with my right hand. Then I used the fire element and started heating the brick slowly. Its temperature started increasing. I heated it to around 2000 degrees Celsius, and then when the brick was starting to glow in a red-hot color, I instantly switched from fire to water element. At the same time, I converted water to sub-element ice and cooled down the brick, lowering its temperature in an instant. A big cloud of steam covered the brick as I did that, and when it disappeared, the brick crumbled into powder form. This experiment was successful. It was the time when those people will come to meet us. Anya, Ange, and Ron were dressed in formal clothing and waiting for them in the guest room. No one wanted to do that, and it was clearly showing on our faces. Still, we didn't have any other choice. Though it seems like I was the only one who was a little curious about this meeting. I mean, I can't help it. This was the first time I was meeting him. Yes, I do have imagined an arrogant young master who uses a ridiculous speech pattern, but seeing the real thing has its own fun. Wait for a second, why does it feel like I'm going to a zoo to see an animal or something? Well, whatever. We were in the guest room. Anya and Ange were sitting on a large red-colored sofa while I was standing behind them. Ron was waiting outside for them, so he wasn't there. I was dressed in a gray-colored suit and a white shirt. This type of clothing was not of my liking. I preferred more loose clothes like a hoodie, but this was a formal meeting, so I have to adjust. Anya was wearing a long black-colored gown and long gloves. Her dress was similar to the one I saw in light novel illustrations. Maybe Ange chose this dress for her because it was perfect. Her blonde hair and green eyes were matching with the black color. If she had asked me then, I would have suggested wearing something that will make her look worse. You know why. All of a sudden, the tension in the atmosphere increased as Ron entered the room with three more people, a male, a female, and an old fart. It didn't take me long to recognize my sister's supposed to be husband. Among the three, he was the one in the middle. His age was probably the same as mine. Just like Anya had told me, he had blonde hair and brown eyes. He wore a dark green-colored suit, which looked a lot more formal than mine. Along with the clothes, he also wore a disgusting grin on his face. That thing appeared on his face when he saw Anya, who had her gaze down. This specific thing made my blood boil, and I wanted to burn him off with fire magic, but I soon calmed myself. That isn't the best way to make him suffer. He sure will feel pain, but it will be over after his death. I want to defeat him in a way that will make him regret his choice to cause trouble for my sister. So with a fake smile on my face, I welcomed him. An. Review this novel if you are enjoying it. It will help this novel reach new readers. So with a fake smile on my face, I welcomed him. At least that's what I wanted to do, but I soon stopped myself after reading the atmosphere that was not pleasant at all, not even for acting happy. Though I'm sure he didn't need that to walk, and it's just for show-off. On the left side was a woman, her mother probably. She had long black hair and wore a purple-colored dress and long black gloves. A typical cliched noble family, if you ask me. Mr. Dillion, I'm happy you came. Ainge greeted the old man while she stood up. No, Mrs. Ainge, the pleasure is all mine. The man greeted her back. After this came a conversation of greeting each other with fake smiles on everyone's faces. The name of that guy's father was Dillion and her mother's name was Fiona, and they were his mother and father after all. Who is this young man? Dillion asked. He was referring to me, who was quietly standing behind the sofa. He's as Ainge was about to say something, she was stopped in middle. It was that blonde man who stopped her as he said, I'm sure he's old enough to introduce himself, while he grinned at me. Arrogant young master type, huh? I sighed inwardly while I walked to the front and stood before him. I'm 00 blanks. Anya's brother, I said as I stretched out my hand toward him, offering him a handshake. 0 I am Walrick Fistrun. I am your sister's future husband, he replied as he took my hand and shook it. Walrick Fistrun, wait a second, could he be? No, it must be my imagination. I discarded that thought because I soon noticed something else. The smile on his face disappeared for a second before he showed a weird expression on his face. He tried to stay calm and regained his composure, but even if it was for a moment, the expression on his face told that he was in pain. Of course, him being like this makes sense. After all, when he shook my hand, I used fire element magic to give him a little burn. A classic face-slapping trick, if you ask me. Though I usually don't do meaningless things, and so was this, not meaningless. After the handshake, I stood beside my sister, and he sat on the other sofa with his parents. You are looking as beautiful as ever, Anya, Walrick complimented as he directed his gaze at Anya. She was uncomfortable around this guy, and I understood that. No, maybe everyone understood that, but they were pretending like nothing was wrong. They talked about things related to the upcoming marriage. Ron tried to bring up the topic of not doing this marriage, but they ignored him. If he tried to make a valid point, then Dillion gave him a sharp stare, and that made him shut up. They could rip us off our noble's status anytime they wanted, or so they had told Ron. While they were busy talking about things that were completely not nonsensical, Walrick was continuously staring at my sister, and that made her lose her composure. At that moment, I didn't say anything and observed the guy's behavior, but it didn't mean I was not angry. The conversation continued for an hour before they stood up to leave. They seemed happy, but my parents didn't. Father, before leaving, I want to talk alone with my wife for a bit, said Walrick to his father, Dillion. Huh, Anya said subconsciously. This private talk thing was something unexpected and caught her off guard. Even I knew what kind of things he will try if he was alone with her. Of course, son, it's not a problem. She's your wife after all, said Dillion, agreeing to his request. A grin appeared on Walrick's face after he got his father's permission as he rushed toward Anya, only to be stopped by me who stood between them. Hey, what the hell's your problem, dude? Step aside, he said while trying to move me out of the way. I'm sorry, but I can't allow my sister to be alone with you, I replied, looking directly into his eyes. Until now, Anya was behaving as I told her to, but this was a situation I had not planned for, so keeping her safe was my responsibility. What do you mean? She's my wife and I can do whatever I want, he countered screamingly. I gently raised my hands toward him as if asking him to give me something. He seemed confused before he asked, What, you don't know? I want the marriage certificate. You just said that she's your wife, right? Then you must have one. TCH, he clicked his tongue. I'll remember you, you won't get away with this, he whispered in my ear and then backed off. Yeah, sure, you must remember me. I'm quite handsome, no, I baited, trying to provoke him. But it seemed like he was a bit human as he didn't get provoked by this and walked back. They were about to leave, so I and Ron escorted them to the gate. I did have another motive in mind, though. Hey, Walrick, I called out to him when I saw that there was a certain distance between him and his parents. What? I want to talk to you about something. He seemed interested as he raised his brow to listen to what I was about to say. "Will you make a bet with me?" I said. After that, I explained to him the details of this bet. After my talk with Walrick was done, I walked him to the entrance of our house where his parents were waiting for him. They asked him where he was, to which he replied by saying, "I was having a little chat with Zero," with a prideful smile on his face. "What happened, Zero? You look pale," Ron asked me in a low voice. I indeed have a troubled look on my face. Walrick and his parents left while I and Ron went back inside our house. That's how my meeting with Walrick went. Though I still have some things left to do before the main course, only one day is remaining before the battle tournament. Only one day was remaining before the battle tournament. My meeting with Walrick was now done, and I had planted the important seeds. This leaves only one thing, and that is participating in the battle tournament itself. Oh wait, that's wrong. Anya is the one participating in the tournament since I have other things to do. I'm sure she's doing what I told her and talking with Ange about that. "You are looking all normal now?" asked Ron, who was walking beside me. I and Ron had come to drop Walrick and his parents at the exit and were now returning back home. Ron was specifically asking me about the troubled look I had on my face when I reached there with Walrick. Well, that was a part of my plan, so I can't explain things to him. "What do you mean? I'm just like how I was. You must be imagining things," I replied with a smile. "Huh, really? I think I'm too stressed out," Ron muttered to himself. After that, we didn't talk much since Ron was still busy thinking about Anya and her future. He really was a father who cared for his children, if you ask me. Thinking back on it now, in my previous life I always distanced myself from my parents, and because of that, I don't fully know what parental love is. All I have are fuzzy memories from my childhood. How to say I was different from normal teenagers. I'm really glad that I got this second life. Maybe I can do things in a normal way now. I was lost in thought, and before I knew it we reached back home. Ron pushed open the door, and the first thing which came into sight was Anya, who was arguing with Ange over something. "So she started without me, huh?" I thought to myself as I walked toward them, Ron with me. "What happened?" Ron asked the same thing I was about to say. "Darling, see, she's making an illogical request," Ange complained. "What is it, Anya?" said Ron, asking her the details. "I want to participate in the battle tournament that is taking place the day after tomorrow," said Anya. "What? But why are you asking a thing like that out of the blue? I thought you didn't like showing off your strength." "I know that, but if I am really getting married, then this is the last thing I want to do before that," Anya said while she looked at Ron. Her eyes were wet like she was about to cry. "You don't need to go that far," I said inwardly. I had told her to emotionally attack Ron like this, but I never thought she could act in a way that even I was confused for a while over whether she was actually about to cry or not. Ron was not able to refuse her. He can defend himself from my emotional blackmailing, but Anya was her weakness. No father wants to make their daughter cry after all. She got permission to participate in the tournament, and that was all for today. Nothing major happened after that. I went back to my room and Anya to hers. I threw myself on the soft and fluffy bed of mine. It was nighttime and the atmosphere was cool. I was able to feel the cold breeze embracing me. It was coming inside the room from the window I had left open. I closed my eyes and started to analyze the current situation. Today was a rough day. I met with that arrogant bastard and moved some pieces so everything will work according to my plan. The battle tournament indeed was a key part of my plan, but that was not all there was. In fact, I started moving my pieces the moment I decided I have to stop this marriage. The stage was set, the pawns were ready to move, and the outcome was pretty much decided. All that was left was for Anya to fight in the battle tournament. She didn't need to win the tournament, but just to make it to the final fight. I wanted to fight myself first, but I stopped when I calculated the benefits of moving in the shadows. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. By the outcome of this battle, I will save Anya from getting married and crush Walrick and his family. There was also a part that I kept for myself, or I would say it was just my selfishness, but it didn't affect my chances of winning, so it was fine. I was mentally tired after using my brain so much, and the cold and comfortable atmosphere just made it even better, and I fell asleep quickly. It was morning when I woke up. Last night I left the window open, and now the sunlight was falling right onto my face. It did wake me up, but not in a good way. I felt a little headache after opening my eyes, though it was nothing but a little fuzzy feeling that went away after a while. I changed my clothes and wore a black-colored hoodie. This was the only clothing that was similar to something I wore in my previous life. Wearing it gave a feeling of comfort. After that, I ate breakfast along with everyone else. Today was the last day before the Champion of the Decade battle tournament that will be held in the Bulls Stage Coliseum. Anya had our parents' permission now to join the tournament, and all that was left was for today to pass. Done with the breakfast, both I and Anya went to the backyard of our house. I was a little late, and when I reached there, I found that she was training there. Her sword movements were as smooth as ever. When she was using her sword, it looked more like a beautiful dance instead of a deadly fighting style. The sword arts we learned were only the basics, and after giving the graduation exam and getting a green flag from your teacher, You were free to change the fighting style according to your taste. In Anya's case, her style was speed and accuracy. Most of her moves were one-shot kills. If you talk about me, then I had not changed the style much. I was also practicing magic, so I did not have the time to find the style that was best for me and then change the sword art. I did tell you that winning was not necessary, I said while I walked close to Anya. Yes, I know, but I wanted to give it my all. What will you do if I slacked off and didn't make it to the last and final round? Said Anya as she stopped her training and turned toward me. Well, that's true, so what is it? You must have something to tell me, right? She asked, raising her brow. Sigh, she's my sister after all. Guessing this wasn't that difficult, I guess. Yes, exactly. You didn't think that winning in the tournament is the thing we're aiming for, did you? I said as I sat on one of the logs lying on the ground. What do you mean? There's something else that I have to do there. We have to do, you will be doing things on the stage while I'll do my work behind the scene, I mentioned, interlocking my fingers. So what is it? Listen, when you reach the final round then. I explained the plan to her. Or to be more exact, I explained what she has to do there, not the entire plan. What, are you crazy? That's insane. You can even get executed for that, she shouted as she stood up quickly. Don't worry, nothing like that will happen. You just do your part and everything will be fine. Or you now don't have any problem in getting married with that bastard Walrick, I said, teasing her a bit. That's, fine. She sighed. With that, the things for today were almost done. Anya kept practicing for the tournament while I went out to prepare some things. The day passed out and the next morning came. The day of the battle tournament was today. The day of the battle tournament was today. I and Anya left for the Bulls Stage Coliseum early in the morning after all. It took a fair amount of time to reach there. And it did take a fair amount of time. When we reached the Coliseum, I saw that the view now was nothing like what I saw when I came here before. The roads were filled with people, both participants of this tournament and civilians who came as the audience were scattered all over the place. At a glance, I could tell that the people who were participating were strong. Some have a great body build, some were carrying deadly weapons, while some were looking so normal that it raised suspicion. I held Anya's hand so that we won't get separated in the crowd. If something like that caused my plan to fail, then I'll probably die from embarrassment. Making our way through the crowd, we went inside and entered the Coliseum. We went through a hallway that led us to a counter where people were registering themselves as participants. There was a long line of people before the counter. Probably 30 or 40 people were waiting for their chance to register. Wait, I said, stopping Anya when she was about to go and stand in the line. Don't we have to register ourselves? Come with me. I've taken care of that already, I said, pulling her with me toward a different counter. There was a second counter beside the first one, and it didn't have a long line before it. Only 2 or 3 people were there. I went there with Anya and stood among them. I had already registered Anya for this tournament. It was yesterday when I went out while Anya was practicing at home. You would be very big of an idiot if you thought that there won't be a rush today. I simply stood there while I waited for my chance to time. It didn't take long, as after 3 to 4 minutes I was shifted to the front of the line. I registered yesterday with the name Anya Blanks. I mentioned to the lady who was behind the counter. She glanced at me while she seemed to be troubled by something. I knew what it was. She's the one participating, not me. I pointed at Anya with my index finger. The lady seemed somewhat relieved, and then she handed me a ticket before she said, "Take this and go that side. Oh, and only the contestants can go there. You have to go to the audience's side if you're not participating. That means we have to part ways here." I took the ticket from her and walked to the side while Anya followed me. "It looks like you have to go alone from here on." I handed over the ticket to Anya. "It seems so, but will everything be okay?" She appealed. From her voice, I was able to tell that she was still worrying about what I have told her to do. "Don't worry, just believe in me. If you do just as I said, then it will be fine." I patted her on the shoulder to comfort her a bit. She still seemed a bit worried, but she nodded and took the ticket. "Well then, see you soon," she said with a smile and went the other way. I stood there was a while as I watched her walk away. Afterward, I put my hands in the pocket of my hoodie and went toward the entrance where the audience was supposed to enter from. I better not be late since I have to choose a specific spot. After parting ways with Zero, Anya Blanks, walked toward the room where all the other participants were. This hallway that led there was mostly empty. Maybe I was late since the number of people participating was huge, but I wasn't seeing anyone here. I thought about what Zero had told me as I walked through the dark and cold hallway. It wasn't like him at all. The thing he was going to do was perilous, and it was at the level that could get him executed if his cover was blown. It worried me, but the way he smiled it off gave me a bit of courage. After all, he was doing all this for me, so I can't afford to complain. If he was going to go that far for me, then I must also give it my all. From what Dad had told me, I am the one with the highest status in this whole city. Making it to the last round shouldn't be a big problem. Or so I thought, till I entered the area where all the other participants were gathered. It was a big room with walls made of brick and concrete. There was an intimidating atmosphere filled with the heavy presence of fighters. I almost felt out of the place after entering the room. They were mostly men with a good build body. They were much bigger compared to me. One could even mistake them for orcs. That was how much of a dominating body structure they had. I looked around the room and saw that there were several women also, though they were a lot different than me. Instead of a delicate and slender body, they had a muscular and rough body shape. They carried many heavy armors and weapons, while I only had leather armor and my sword that was tied to my waist. But it was not like everyone was like that. There were a few people I could call normal, both men and women. They were not covered with full metal armors and looked like normal human beings. The atmosphere inside was tense. No one was talking to each other, and were desperately waiting for the tournament to start. I didn't have a reason to be the one starting a conversation, so I quietly sat on one of the benches that were placed there and waited like everyone else. A while later, I was able to slightly hear the announcement of the starting of the tournament. This room was not connected to the arena directly, so the voice wasn't clear, but that person was probably using a device to increase the volume of his voice. Then the door of the room opened, and a man who was dressed in a butler uniform stepped inside. He looked at the clipboard he held in his right hand before glancing at us. "No one to 8, come with me," he announced, and waited for those people. I quickly checked my ticket, which had a number printed on it. My number was 7, thus I stood up and followed that man outside with the other 7 people. This was probably going to be a 4 versus 4 battle, but I can't say anything for sure. It's better to not let my guard down. Soon I was able to see the light from the other side as I walked through the hallway. It was the light coming from the arena. The smell of soil entered my nostrils as I stepped into the arena. The crowd erupted into cheers when we came into sight. It was the time for battle. After parting ways with Anya, I went toward the entrance gate meant for the people who were going to watch this tournament, the audience. There was a huge crowd of people, all of them filled with excitement and pushing each other in order to get inside first. Few guards were there, trying to control the people and making them enter in a line, but mere 4 or 5 guards weren't enough to stop a crowd this big. I was not an exception, so I was also supposed to wait here, which was what I had done if I was not in a hurry. So since I was in a hurry right now, I pushed my way among the people by using a bit of force. I could have used magic, but I don't want to take the risk of being caught. Making my way through them was not difficult. The muscles I gained by swinging a sword for all these years came in handy. After passing through the crowds, I went through a narrow hallway that led to seats. The Colosseum itself was built in the same classic way, with staircase-style seats that went all the way down to the arena. People were taking their seats, but their numbers were a lot low compared to the crowd outside. But I came here early precisely because I want to take a specific seat. I looked around and gazed at the vast number of seats. My eyes stopped when they caught the sight of a certain platform. It was a block-shaped platform built on the eastern side of the Colosseum. Its height was making it out of reach from the people sitting in the audience. On top of it was placed a red carpet along with a throne. A girl was sitting on it with knights keeping guard around her. This was what I was looking for, hence I walked toward that platform while I kept looking at the girl sitting on the throne. She had long black-colored hair that covered her back like a cape. Her skin was white as snow, and she had deep brown eyes. Dressed in delicate formal clothing, it was a mixture of a gown and a skirt. Overall, she was looking like a princess. In which she was a princess. She was the princess of this kingdom who had come to watch this battle tournament. But along with being a princess, she was also going to play an important role as one of my pawns. I took a seat just beside the platform and waited for the tournament to start. Normally, I would have caught the attention of guards for being this close, but today was an exception, as there were many other people also who were sitting in the same row as me. Also, the height of this platform was quite a bit, so even if someone tried to jump and reach the princess, it would be impossible for them to reach there in one go. A while later, the number of people present in the audience increased, and it kept increasing as time flowed forward. Soon enough, the Colosseum was stacked with people. Not a single seat was empty. Then a man came out standing on one of the other platforms present there, and he held something in his hand that looked like a mic. But it is best to assume that it was not the mic I was used to, as its size was a lot bigger compared to a normal mic. He announced the start of the tournament while welcoming the audience and saying some flashy things. "So without any further ado, let's start our first match," he said, and the crowd erupted into cheers. The gate that led to the arena opened, and 8 participants came out of it. Narrowing my eyes, I looked at them closely and saw Anya was one of them. Judging from the number of participants, it looked like this was going to be a 4 versus 4 team battle. If they had to narrow down the number of contestants, then probably the 4 who will win this battle will fight a 2 versus 2 battle among themselves. After that, the survivors of that battle will go in a 1-on-1, leaving us with one winner. They will probably hold several matches like this, and then the winners of each of these matches will fight against each other, and so on. All those 8 people stood in the middle of the arena, ready to fight any moment now. Anya was the single female among them, all of the rest were men. "Now that the contestants are here, let us announce how the matchmaking will go," said the announcer. "We have 8 contestants here. They are going to fight 4-2 on 2 battles among themselves, and that will leave us with 4 winners. After that, those 4 winners will fight among themselves, and only one of them will be the winner of this quarter. Let us start the match now. This was almost like I expected. The crowd again started cheering and shouting. After that, 2 people were paired with each other randomly, and the pair stood at a distance from the other. The one Anya was paired with was a big bald guy with a beard. He wore a heavy metal chest plate and leggings. The sword he had was not long and slim, but a thick and big one. From the looks, he looked like the one who believed in the bigger the better, but that wasn't going to work against Anya. With her fighting style focused mainly on speed, people like him were an easy kill, as due to the heavy equipment their movements were slow. But then again, it could be possible that he was an exception, and from the looks of his giant-sized body, there was a possibility that he could move pretty easily. Well, no point whining about it. I could make all the predictions I wanted, but nobody knew how this would turn out. And while I pondered that, the first match was already about to begin. All the 2 versus 2 matches were taking place at a distance from each other. The same went for Anya's match. The one she was about to fight was a man named Bovix, and he was ready to take her on any time now. They both stood in their places staring at each other. "Be careful, this isn't a place for girls like you," said Bovix, pulling out his sword. The length and breadth of its blade were a lot compared to a normal sword, and that gave it a scary vibe. "You better care about yourself, since I'm not going to hold back," said Anya as she swiped out her sword from its sheath. "Ho ho, you have guts it looks like. It will be a fun battle," Bovix said. He wore a big grin that time. Without warning, their battle began. Anya dashed toward Bovix with great speed. It looked as though she was floating in the air. Reaching close to Bovix, she jumped and threw a slash aimed at his right shoulder. She rolled and landed on the ground behind him, but quickly turned around to attack again. The attack she did just now had no effect. Bovix blocked it by using his sword as a shield. Seeing this, she advanced toward him again. This time, moving in a zigzag pattern, she jumped and delivered multiple attacks at him. He blocked some of them, but not completely. For the moment Anya stopped, Bovix planted his feet down and swung his sword quickly, applying a lot of raw force behind it. Anya noticed this, and just before the sword could reach her, she took a backstep and ducked the attack, leaving the tip of Bovix's sword whistling through thin air. Using a sword this heavy had made Bovix unable to move, even if that was for a matter of seconds. Anya didn't miss this chance and unleashed a dancing slash, striking Bovix multiple times. Some hits were absorbed by his chest plate, but not all of them. Regaining control over his body, Bovix started swinging his sword again. After each swing he paused for a second before doing the same thing all over again. His attacks carried force, but they were not accurate, making it easy for Anya to dodge them. Bovix was frustrated over the fact that he was not able to hit Anya. He screamed and started moving his sword irrationally and randomly. That made it easier for Anya to dodge them, as those attacks were a result of his rage and not a practiced technique. Between these attacks, Anya saw an opening that she didn't miss and quickly charged toward him. She held her sword straight and launched herself at a speed that made her invisible to the normal human eye. The next thing everyone saw was that Anya was standing on the opposite side while Bovix, who had stopped moving now, had a cut on his abdomen. Soon after, he dropped his sword and fell unconscious, leaving Anya as the winner of this match. The duel with Bovix ended with Anya's victory. She flicked her sword in the air, removing Bovix's blood that painted her sword in a shade of red. Afterward, she put it back in its sheath. Before moving, she looked upward where the audience was sitting. Instead of looking here and there, she directed her gaze at a certain place. She knew exactly where she had to look to find that person. Soon her eyes caught the sight of him. It was Zero she was looking for. Apparently, he was also watching her, and this caused their gaze to interlock. Zero smiled and showed her thumbs up. This was his way of saying that she performed well in this battle. Understanding this, Anya nodded and replied with a smile before she moved in the other direction. The other 3 2 versus 2 battles have also ended, and the 4 people who won, including Eniano, moved to the center of the arena and stood there. "Looks like we have our first 4 winners," the announcer said, hyping up the audience. "Well then, now we will be entering the semi-finals of this quarter. Let's pair them up and get the battle started," said the announcer, and right after that, he was followed by the shouting and cheering of the audience. The pairs were again formed randomly. This time the one paired with Anya was a man who had long ladylike hair. He wore a loose white-colored dress and had a thin, long sword in his hands. Both the pairs were moved away from each other, with Anya's pair being on the left side of the arena. She stood straight with a sense of confidence in herself. The opponent this time looked weaker than Bovix, but she wasn't the type to underestimate her foe. After all, even if this guy looked weaker body-wise, he still had won the previous match. If Anya was not wrong, then his match was finished even before hers, meaning that the person who stood before him did have skills. She held the handle of her sword tightly, ready to start any moment now. But unlike Anya, the guy in front of her, Zhang Liang was rather relaxed as his eyes were closed. The sword he had didn't have tsuba. It was a long and thin sword that looked like a katana, with the only difference being that it was as straight as a line. You aren't going to make fun of me because I'm a girl. Like those other guys, said Anya. She was trying to provoke him a little before the fight. Why should I? In my eyes, anyone is worthy of fighting, as long as they have the skill. Whether it be a man or woman, it doesn't matter, said Liang, his voice calm and giving a peaceful vibe. With this, Anya understood that provoking him won't do any good, hence she adjusted her posture and concentrated on her sword art. The announcer started the match. As soon as the battle started, Anya pulled out her sword at once while dashing toward Liang. When he was in her attack range, she swung her sword, performing a lower to uppercut. A burst of sparks lit up in front of her face as her sword scraped through Liang's sword. At that exact moment, Liang had defended himself, but his eyes were still closed. Anya leaped back in defense and held her sword in front of her. It pains me to do this, but I guess I have no choice if I have to end this battle, Liang sighed. He opened his eyes, revealing his blue ocean-like eyeballs. He held onto his sword and moved in a blink. He vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Anya. He started launching multiple attacks. Anya's eyes widened. She was expecting an attack, but not this fast. Even so, she also used a fighting style focused on speed. Blocking his attacks wasn't difficult for her. Both of them were canceling each other out. She had not seen such sword technique. If Anya's sword style represented wind, then Liang's style represented water. His sword movements were smooth and swift. Anya knew one thing: Liang was not someone from the city, and that was clear just by looking at his face. The sword fight continued for 30 minutes. They both kept blocking the other's attack and delivering their own. But in the end, Anya was the one who won this battle. She was not called the strongest in the city for no reason. And here, strongest in the city means that she has the highest status. The semi-finals ended, leaving Anya and one other person for the finals of this quarter. The announcer declared the start of the match, and it began only to be ended in a flash. The one who faced Anya this time was not a sword user, making it easy for Anya to win. Just when the match began, Anya vanished from her place and appeared at a distance before the man. He turned around to see what happened, but soon he fell to the ground as multiple cut marks and slashes appeared on his body. Even the audience went silent for a moment as they didn't understand what happened. It looks like the final battle has ended. The winner of this quarter is Anya Blanks, the announcer said. With that, the crowd busted into cheers. Some even started throwing flowers in Anya's direction. No one had seen such a battle that ended right after it had begun. So she won? Well, that I expected, I muttered, clapping along with the other people in the audience. Anya has won this quarter, and in a flashy way, that is. Not that it matters much, since the thing I want to do will happen in the final match of this tournament. Things went in a rather normal way after that as the other quarter matches took place. Whenever Anya's turn came, she won. It took some time if the opponent was a sword user, but except that, all the other battles ended in a flash. After that, around noon, a break occurred. All the people in the audience went out to buy snacks or something while I went outside so I can meet Anya. I mean, why won't I? I had to re-explain the plan to her and made sure that all the things go my way. After all, after this was the long-awaited final match. I went down the stairs that led to an open hallway. Along with me, many other people were also gathered there. Some were buying snacks and drinks from the nearby stalls. Some had come here just for a change of mood or for a walk. As for me, well, I had come here to meet with Anya before the final match. I want to make sure that she won't have a doubt about anything and understood my plan well. I can't leave any blind spots after all. Making my way through the crowd, I walked forward, and soon I saw her waiting for me. She stood near a pillar, away from everyone else. I had told her to meet here beforehand, but I didn't really think that she would be right on the clock. Could it be that she also had something to discuss, or was it something else? I don't really want her to be nervous at this point. I know the thing I'm going to do can be a bit too much for her, but it's unavoidable. No, if I gave it a bit more thought, then maybe I could have come up with another plan. Then why didn't I? Maybe because it is more fun this way. Yo, I said, patting Anya on her back when I reached near her. I wanted to scare her a bit, but it looks like it didn't work as she turned toward me, totally unfazed. You said you want to talk about something important, but you yourself are coming late. How should I take this now? She accused in a slightly angry tone. I was stuck in the crowd. Sigh. You're aware that you aren't good at telling a lie, she said. Her words carried sarcasm with them probably. Her role was as important as the princess, no, maybe even more than her, because Anya was the main character in this whole situation. I was doing all this to save her from marrying that Walrick bastard. Yes, I know, I have to. Right, she said, asking for a confirmation. Exactly, if you do things that way, then it'll be over by tomorrow. Now, there's one more thing I wanted to say. I don't know if you've seen him or not, but the opponent you're going to fight against in the finals is a pretty rough guy. I had watched him in the finals, and he looked like someone who can fight on even grounds with Anya. Moreover, he used a katana. This was my first time seeing one in real life, and it's as dangerous as I saw in anime or novels. Also, I don't know who will have the advantage in a katana versus sword fight. The match was unpredictable, if I'd say. No, our rooms were different, so I haven't seen him yet, but if you say he's someone to worry about, then I'll keep that in mind, she affirmed. I see, that's good. So she said, but I'm with her for 5 years. I was more or less able to tell that something was still worrying her. Anya wasn't talking about it herself, and it didn't seem like a good idea to keep that hanging. Something's in your mind, I asked. No, it looks like it. See, if there's something, then it's better to come out and say it. I'm your brother, after all. I won't mind taking off the load for you, I said, leaning back on a pillar near us. She had an unpleasant expression on her face. Seems like she was struggling inside over if to tell me about that something or not, but after a while she decided, as she said, there is something actually. I didn't want to ask, since you're doing all this for me, Beauty, are you really going to be okay? I mean, what if you're found out? You will be executed on the spot. And if you're going to do something this dangerous just for me, then it's better to not do it. I won't be able to take on the load if something like that happened. So this was it, huh? Sigh, what a caring big sister I have. I was going through all the possibilities over what could be troubling her, but who would have thought that this was the reason? I sighed internally. Don't worry, I've said this before also, but as long as you do your part properly, nothing will go wrong, I replied with a smile. Come on now, it looks like the break will be over soon. You should go back. People were going back inside, probably indicating that the final was about to start. Yeah, maybe you're right. Well then, I said as I began to walk back. The thing you said about the final guy, that isn't really a thing to worry about, right? She asked, stopping me in my tracks. I didn't reply to her directly. Instead, I waved my hands without turning back and kept walking. After that, maybe Anya also left, as I didn't hear anything from her. I went through the same hallway and sat back in my seat. It was the same seat as before, the one beside the princess's platform. I took a glance at her and saw that she was still sitting there on her throne. She didn't go to buy snacks, I guess. Now, my dear audience, the last and final match of this tournament is about to begin, said the announcer. Soon after, both the contestants entered the arena and made their way through the center. For the final contestants, on one side we have Anya Blanks. Till now she has ended her every match almost just after it began. Let's see how will she perform this time. The announcer paused after Anya's introduction before he continued. And on the other side we have Ren Fuse. He had overwhelmed their opponents in the previous matches with his katana. It looks like Ren's fighting style is also based on speed, just like Anya. I am looking forward to seeing where this battle goes. Before the match started, Anya was staring at the man in front of her, Ren Fuse. He was a man of fair skin tone, had jet black hair, and held a katana in his hand. So this is who Zero warned me about, she thought as looked at Ren while narrowing her eyes. What, I'm not a bad guy or something. Don't stare like that, you're scaring me, said Ren as he chuckled. Despite his appearance, he was a pretty chill guy. No, it's nothing like that. I was just seeing you as my opponent. Oh ho. Well, to be honest, I was also looking forward to fighting with you. Your sword art is pretty interesting. Is that so? Then I hope that I won't disappoint you. A smirk appeared on her face. Now then, let the final battle begin, said the announcer, declaring the start of the match. The moment when the match started, both Anya and Ren disappeared from their places as they dashed toward each other at an insane speed. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the whole arena. The audience was only able to see two trails of lights clash with each other. In the small period of time when Ren and Anya were in front of each other, their blades clashed with each other almost an infinite number of times. Their sword movements were impossible to track, yet they were able to defend themselves from each other. After a few minutes of exchanging continuous blows, they both stopped and backed off away from each other. You're not bad, said Ren, gasping. I could say the same for you, Anya replied. She was also out of breath. They both were equal in terms of speed, and both Anya and Ren knew this. Anya didn't know what Ren's status was, but at this point, she was sure that if nothing, he had the same E rank as her. But at that very moment, Anya wasn't looking at Ren. Instead, she was looking at the princess who was sitting on her throne. She was straight in Anya's line of sight, so Anya was able to see her easily. Then she shifted her gaze at a person who was sitting beside the platform. The princess's throne was on that person was Zero, her little brother. Both Anya and Ren had stabilized their breathing by now and were ready to go again. The same happened. Small craters appeared beneath their feet as they both dashed toward each other. For a matter of seconds, Anya's eyes met Zero's. It looked as though she wanted to ask something, and Zero understood what it was as he nodded in response while he placed his hand on the wall beside him. It was the wall of the platform princess was on. Ren reached close to Anya and swung his katana. He held onto his katana's handle tightly as he knew it was going to clash with Anya's sword. But his eyes widened in shock when that didn't happen. Instead of trading blows with him, Anya passed beside him. She was headed somewhere else. Ren quickly stopped in his tracks and looked behind. He saw that Anya was dashing at full speed. She was headed toward where the princess was sitting. Suddenly he heard a rumbling sound. The platform the princess's throne was on, where she was sitting. The whole platform started shaking before it broke and crumbled into pieces. The concrete below the princess's throne started emitting steam, and soon a cloud formed around it. The platform first cracked and then crumbled into pieces as the throne along with the princess drowned in debris. The knights that were keeping guard tried to save the princess, but since they were also standing on that same platform, They misbalanced and fell when the floor beneath their feet shattered. The people who were sitting near the platform started screaming and ran away to save their lives. This situation threw the whole audience into panic. Everyone started running trying to get outside. A stampede ensued and several people were trampled. "Everyone, please calm down and don't panic. Trying to go outside at once won't help. Many people will get injured," said the announcer, but his warning fell on deaf ears. There was no one anyone could not panic right now. The princess, one of the most important people in this kingdom, was attacked, and it was no joke. It was normal to assume that this was something like a terrorist attack, and if it was the case, then a normal person's instincts will tell them to run as far as possible. Soon, several new knights and guards entered the Colosseum and ran straight toward the princess to rescue her. But at this moment, only a pile of debris and a steam cloud could be seen there. There was no sign of the princess there. Still, the guards reached there and started removing the debris and turning the stone. Ren Fusuho watched the whole scene happen right before his eyes also reached there and started helping the guards. Cough, cough, they heard a voice and everyone's attention turned in the direction that voice came from. Two figures slowly walked out from the dust cloud. One of them was the princess, who was slightly injured. There was blood on her forehead and a few cut marks on her arms and upper body. The other person with her was Anya. She supported the princess on her shoulder as they both slowly walked out of the debris. She had her left leg injured, and that was clear by the way she was walking. There was no blood anywhere, but it was sure that it was an internal injury. "Princess Rishia," one of the knights said as he quickly walked over to the princess and supported her. "Hey, are you all right?" said Ren. "Yeah, I'm fine, more or less." "First heal the princess. She's injured," Anya gasped, handing over Rishia to the knights. "We don't have any healer here. Hurry up. We have to take her to a hospital," a knight proposed. "It's okay, I'm not that hurt. Is anyone else hurt?" "The safety of the citizens comes first," Rishia advised. "There was a state of panic, but I think everyone has left the Colosseum by now," informed Ren. "I see, that's good then." Rishia took a breath of relief. "Hey, Anya, are you all right?" a boy screamed. When Anya looked in that direction, she saw that Zero was coming toward her at a fast pace. He jumped over the debris and stopped just before Anya. "Are you hurt?" he asked hurriedly. "No, I'm fine." "Oh, I see, man, you scared me so bad," said Zero, gasping. He was out of breath after he came here running. "Who the hell are you now?" asked Ren. "Me, I'm her little brother. By the way, did you see anything?" "I mean, how did this whole thing collapse?" said Zero. "No, nothing like that. It just happened out of the blue." "What about you, Anya?" "I saw cracks appearing on the wall of the platform. That's why I thought it might break and ran to save the princess," said Anya. "Princess Rishia," a knight screamed. Everyone present there quickly turned in his direction. "What happened?" Zero asked. "Princess Rishiash lost consciousness," the knight replied. "What? She must have been severely injured." "Hurry up and take her to the hospital," said Zero. "You don't need to thank me. Anyone would have done the same thing," said Anya. The middle-aged knight bowed and expressed his gratitude before he left to join the other knights. "Man, that sure was something. Looks like this tournament is done for," said Ren. Except for the local security guards, there was no one left in the Colosseum. Even the announcer has left. It was sure that the winner of this tournament won't be announced, at least not today. "We should also go home. You say that you're fine, but you are injured," Zero suggested. Anya heard him and then nodded in response. "It looks like we also have to go," Anya said. Her statement was directed toward Ren. "Fine by me, though I do have that we'll have a rematch if possible," said Ren. After that, Anya and Zero also left the Colosseum. "Anya, daughter, what happened to you?" Ron cried as soon as he saw Anya with the injuries she had. "Ah well, I had a sort of accident," she replied while a weird smile covered her face. "Come on, father, don't overreact. It's not even that big," said Zero, interrupting Ron. "What do you mean? Can't you see that your sister's injured? And you were with her, right? Then you should have taken care of her," said Ren on the verge of tears. Sigh. Yeah, I know. Now will you give her some first aid, or do you plan on crying a bit more?" said Zero. Sigh. Yeah, I know. Now will you give her some first aid, or do you plan on crying a bit more?" I said to Ron in a somewhat sarcastic tone. I know that he was worried, but, well, it's useless to argue on that. Angel also came running after she heard that Anya had an accident. She quickly sat on her knees and started looking through Anya's injuries. The only thing was that she didn't take any external damage, so Ain only ended up removing the dust that was on her feet and clothes. It felt kinda odd since both Ange and Ron completely ignored my presence right now, but I was used to it, and that wasn't what I should be focusing on right now. A guest would be arriving soon. We were still at the entrance when Ron made all this ruckus, so after he calmed down, we went inside the house. Once the situation was calm, we told them everything that happened in the tournament. Of course, we left out some things like how Anya wasn't really injured and was faking it. Still, someone attacked the princess. "With all the security and considering the fact that she is a princess, this seems unrealistic," said Ron. What he was saying was right. An attack like this did seem out of the palace. Leaving aside the number of guards that the princess had, the security in the Colosseum itself was pretty high. There were security guards outside the Colosseum, and as well as in the arena where the battles were taking place. And the way that platform crumbled, It was good to assume that someone used explosives or some kind of explosion magic, but with all that security, it was almost impossible for someone to bring in explosives or cast a spell without being noticed. However, that wasn't the case if someone were to use magic like elemental magic and break the platform itself. Using elemental magic didn't require the user to use flashy magic circles that attract attention. You can only magic if you have graduated from the Magic Academy because it's the only place where you can learn itonly rich nobles and their heirs were able to use magic. And someone like that can't possibly have any reason to attack the princess since they knew very well what would happen if they're found out. Though it was not completely out of question, it still had very slim chances of some noble doing this kind of thing. This was what made the knights and the security let their guard down, and they ended up ignoring the possibility that a magic user can attack the princess and didn't take measures against it. While I was lost in thought, Ron and Ainge were going back and forth in an argument over who would have attacked the princess. Then suddenly a maid came rushing and stood before Ron. She seemed out of breath as she was heavily gasping for air. Mr. Ron, someone has come to meet you," said the maid. Her voice was trembling and was kind of panicking. "Looks like they arrived," I thought to myself. "Who could it be at this time?" said Ron, as he pondered over who would come at this time while he took a glance at the wall clock that was hung at a distance. It was past 11 p.m., and it's not every day you have a visitor this late at night. And the way that maid was panicking and had cold sweat all over her face, it looks like I wasn't the only one who noticed that. It was natural for Ron to be cautious of this, someone who is waiting for him outside. Still, he came over to a decision that he should at least check who it is. He stood up from the sofa he's been sitting on and headed toward the main door. I was also interested in finding out who this person was, though I was mostly sure who it was, so I also followed him. We reached the entrance of our house. I stopped at a distance, while Ron went and opened the door. I closed my eyes for a second and then opened them again. It was a reflexive action performed by my body when the cold breeze from outside embraced me when Ron opened the door. It was night and the temperature outside was low, so it made sense. But it seems like that wasn't the reason behind Ron freezing right in his place rather than the cold temperature. It was more like he was frozen out of fear. He moved his mouth in order to speak, but he didn't utter a single word. No, it was more like he wanted to say sometime, but was not able to find the right words. More or less, I understood the reason behind his current behavior. It was normal for him to be shaken like this. After all, the person who stood on the other side of the door in front of Ron was none other than the princess of this kingdom, Princess Rishia. Along with Rishia, there were 4 knights in full metal armor who stood around her in a circle. "Hello, Mr. Ron Blanks, I am Rishia Lockhart," said Rishia in a soft tone. Her words smashed Ron back into reality as he regained his senses. "Miss Princess, I don't know how to respond. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said. Even though he tried to stay calm, it was clear as cum that he was still panicking. His words made sense, though. You can't just expect a normal person to behave normally if a princess came to their house out of nowhere without any prior notice. "There's no need for you to trouble yourself. After all, it is my fault to show up this late at night," she said, apologizing as he bent forward just a bit and bowed. Seeing this made Ron go even crazier. I knew him pretty well, so I was sure that he was filled with the guilt of having a princess bow to him. Even so, he finally regained his composure. He overreacted to things and all, but it was not like he was an idiot. He understood very well that if he kept acting that way, not only things will get difficult, but it will also be like insulting the princess. "Please, you don't have to apologize. I am more than pleased that you came to visit us," said Ron. He opened the door fully and welcomed Princess Rishia with open hands. 2 of the 4 knights tried to accompany her and come inside, but "Don't worry, it is fine. I will be all right in here," said Rishia and stopped the knights. Looking at things objectively, it seems like she trusted us quite a bit too much. After all, if she didn't, then she would have let the guards come with her, considering the fact that she had just been attacked today. I knew the reason behind that too. It was because Anya has saved her life. I don't think it would have been too much of a trouble for her to find out which family she was from and where we lived. It kind of felt like stalking to me, but that's just how things work in this world. Also, she probably came here to thank Anya, so I ignored that fact. Pretty much because I already know what's it going to be about, so there's no point in wasting time. Both Princess Rishia and Ron walked through the hallway and went to the main hall where we were sitting before. Ron didn't even care about where I disappeared. Well, I expected this. But at that moment when they passed right in front of my eyes, I got a closer look at Princess Rishia. It's not like I was expecting her to be covered in blood, but all her injuries from before have been healed. I guess that's healing magic for you. After I made sure that they have left, I came out from my hiding spot and headed toward the main door. It has been a while since Ron and Zero had gone to check who this unknown visitor was. Anya and Ainge were starting to worry since they haven't come back. But just when Ainge was about to go and check what happened, Ron entered the main hall, but he wasn't alone. For a moment, Ainge lost sense of herself when she saw who it was. The person who was with Ron was Princess Rishia. Unlike Ainge, Anya had a different kind of reaction. It would be wrong to say that she was surprised like the other two. Rather, her reaction was that she expected this to happen. Unlike Ainge, Anya had a different kind of reaction. It would be wrong to say that she was surprised like the other two. Rather, her reaction was that she expected this to happen. But there was something that bothered her, and that was the absence of Zero. Back then he went after Ron, but right now Ron had returned, but he was nowhere to be seen. This developed a feeling of discomfort inside Anya, even though she knew what she had to do now. Zero not being here was not part of the plan. Still, it wasn't like she can do something about that, so she decided to just play her part. Ainge had also regained her composure by now as she welcomed Princess Rishia with a smile on her face. Ron introduced her to Princess Rishia, which was a formality as Ainge already knew who she was, and both of them greeted each other. Rishia's behavior was quite rare, as it isn't every day you see a princess greeting a normal citizen. But Rishia was generous enough to do this. It proved that she was not the kind of princess to judge people by their social standing. This caused a feeling of surprise to dwell inside Ainge, but she didn't let it show on her face. After that, Ron offered Rishia to take a seat, and taking on his suggestion, she sat on a single-seated sofa while Ron and Ainge sat on the one made for 2 or more people. Anya was also sitting on a single-seated sofa in front of Rishia. If I may ask, Princess, what caused you to come here at this time? Is there something wrong? Asked Ron with a perplexed expression on his face. No, it's not like that. I have come here just to meet with Anya. Back in the tournament, she saved my life, but I wasn't even able to thank her properly, Rishia replied. Please don't worry about that, Princess Rishia. It was not your fault. You fell unconscious that time, said Anya, barging into the conversation. It was true that what Anya did back then is not a thing everyone is capable of. After all, humans are creatures who place their own lives over others. This is a thing that's in their nature. Anya didn't reply to that while she lowered her gaze and didn't look straight at Rishia. All that Rishia said just now, even if she was genuinely saying all that, it flustered Anya and she was at a loss of words. Wait, what reward? What do you mean by that exactly? Asked Anya, directing her gaze at Rishia. Unfortunately, I don't know what will make you happy, so you can ask me for anything, said Rishia, explaining what she meant by reward to Anya. Anything, Anya muttered in a low voice as she pondered over that. Is there anything you want, Anya? Miss Princess is rewarding you, so I think you should accept it, said Ron, suggesting to not refuse from taking the reward. While he wasn't exactly pleased to take a reward like this, but since it was something the princess herself wanted to give, nonetheless she said it in person. Refusing such a thing won't leave a good impression, and it might possibly hurt the princess's feelings. Something I want, Anya mumbled as she seemed to be lost in thought over what to ask as a reward while Ainge and Ron, as well as Rishia, fixated their gaze on Anya. This was her chance to ask for anything, just as the princess said. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. Since the princess said anything, right now Anya was in a position to literally ask for anything. She could ask for a lot of money, or to increase the rank of her family in the hierarchy of noble families. She can ask for being declared the champion of the battle tournament, or to live in a luxurious mansion. And when the term anything was used, it opened the door to an infinite number of choices for Anya. But then it looked like she decided on something. Her gaze was directed at the floor, and only for a moment, she had a gloomy expression on her face. She had remembered something a certain someone has told her to do. No, she always remembered it from the start, but it was like she was taking her time deciding whether to follow that person's command or move at her own will. I'm going to trust you, so you better not mess this up, Anya said inwardly. Now she had made that choice. She had decided to trust this person and put her fate in their hands. Anya looked at Rishia in her eyes before a smile covered her face and she said, I don't need anything, Miss Princess. I don't intend to hurt your feeling by saying this, but the fact that I was successful in saving you is enough of a reward for me. Moreover, you also came to meet and thank me in person, which just made it more than enough. Rishia was a little surprised to hear this. She expected her to ask for at least something. Her parents, Ainge and Ron, also had the same reaction. They expected her to talk about her marriage, but she didn't. Do you really not want anything? Asked Rishia, confirming it from her again. But there was another reason behind this, even though it was for a moment she had noticed the troubled expression on Anya's face. As I said, I don't need anything. The fact that you came to meet me is more than enough of a reward for me, said Anya, with a smile on her face. That expression she made concerned Rishia, but if Anya didn't want to talk about it, then pressing on that matter forcefully was the right choice. Ainge and Ron also made themselves swallow the reality. If Anya didn't want to talk about her marriage, then there was nothing they could do. They thought that since this was a major choice in Anya's life, it is better to let her make the final decision herself. Rishia then prepared to leave. Ron went with her to drop her outside. They went through the hallway and then arrived at the entrance. On opening the door, the view of the night came into sight. It's fine, I can go by myself from here on, said Rishia. After the door was a garden, and then there was a wall with an iron gate that connected the household to the road. The knights that came with Rishia were waiting at the iron gate. The distance between the door and the iron gate was a little more than short, so Ron decided to go with her, but Rishia declined. Are you sure? I mean, you were attacked, right? Asked Ron, showing her concern. It's all right, after all, it was me who came here this late at night. And this distance is just a little, so I will be fine, Rishia replied. Ron still didn't seem satisfied by the answer. That was normal, because if the princess was by any chance attacked when she came to visit your house, then there's no doubt you will be taking the top spot on the list of suspects. But since Rishia was pushing this matter and already decided twice, he decided to not ask again. Rishia then said goodbye to Ron and started to walk outside while Ron watched her go for a while and then closed the door. He was walking back to where Ange and Anya were when he suddenly remembered something. Now that I think about it, where did Zero go? He muttered to himself. It was night, hence the view outside was pitch black. The cold breeze that was blowing at regular intervals just made it worse. Phew, it's cold, Rishia muttered while she hugged herself to warm her body. It's really cold outside, right? When she was going toward the iron gate, someone suddenly said that. It was so unexpected that for a moment it sent shivers down her spine. She saw a lone figure standing at a distance, leaning back on a tree. For a moment she felt cautious because she thought that person can be one of those people who attacked her, but soon her misunderstanding was cleared when that person slowly walked toward her and stood 2-3 steps before her. Rishia recognized that person as soon as she saw him. Yao, you are Anya's brother, right? She said. The person in question was none other than Zero. Well, in this situation I would go along with your misunderstanding if I were someone who meant to harm you, so there's no point in asking like that, but yeah, you are certainly right about that. I am Zero, her brother, said Zero. Rishia took a breath of relief after that, though the way he said that left a feeling of discomfort in her. Zero didn't reply. Instead, he just stood there for a while, but after a moment he spoke. It would have been better if she died there, said Zero. At the same time he looked at Rishia right into her eyes. A cold breeze passed near them, tossing a few leaves that were lying on the ground in the air. Rishia didn't catch on to what he said. She thought she misheard something, but that was not the case. The look Zero had was clearly saying that what he said was true. He had a stiff and darkened expression on his face. The eyes that were staring at Rishia felt like those of a dead person. His voice was cold and didn't contain the least bit of expression behind it. It made Rishia think, was he really the same person she saw in the arena this day? The aura he was giving was completely different, but at the same time, she didn't feel scared because he was not giving off killing intent or anything that proved he was here to harm her. How can you say that? She is your sister, right? She questioned, her voice proving she was genuinely worried about this. HMPH, why so say? I mean, she will be as good as dead after tomorrow, he replied with a chuckle. Rishia didn't understand what he meant. She thought how a person who was lively and cheerful today can be dead the next day. Lively and cheerful, she thought, and then she remembered something. The troubled expression she saw on Anya's face, could this be somehow related to that? She couldn't help but think, what do you mean? Is Anya in some sort of bad situation? She asked. This was a thing she wanted to know. No, she must know about this. Anya is the one who saved her life. If there is something she can do to help her, then she would do it. After all, the main reason she came here was so she could thank Anya in any way possible. She fixated her gaze on Zero. He looked like he was thinking about whether to tell Rishia about this or not, but soon it seemed like he made a decision as he opened his mouth. If Princess Rishia, you were held captive by a man and used as his plaything to satisfy his sexual needs day over day repeatedly. If you were to be treated like an object and not as a human, if you were to be forced to live your life and make decisions over another person's will and not your own, if the only reason left for you to stay alive is to serve that person, then, he paused before continuing. Then will it be any different from dying, said Zero, finishing what he was saying. The things he said made Rishia unable to speak for a moment. She was at a loss for words. The sheer fear that if by any chance what he said can happen to Anya made her mind go blank. No, I don't think it will be any different from dying. Is something like this really going to happen to Anya? She said, her voice trembling a bit. She will be getting married tomorrow, against her will, to a man she doesn't even love. I have met him in person, and from what I can tell, he's a total bastard. Those eyes he looks at my sister with only contain lust in them, said Zero. Rishia was shaken down to her very bones. If these horrible things were really going to happen to Anya, then she wanted to help her somehow. Isn't there a way to save her? She asked hurriedly. Zero took a good pause as he closed the distance between them. Looking right into her eyes, he said, there is one. Maybe there is one, said Zero as he took a few steps toward Rishia, closing the distance. Anya is getting married tomorrow and against her will. There's this guy called Walrick and he's forcing my sister to marry him. When my parents tried to stop him, he started threatening us with his family position, he continued. How horrible, Rishia muttered, a sad expression appearing on her face. Zero stopped for a second and observed Rishia's condition before he spoke up once again. But like I said, maybe there's a way to help her get out of this situation. And what can that be? She asked, hurriedly. Zero looked directly into her eyes and locked his gaze. I know I can't ask you of something ridiculous like politically stopping this marriage. As the princess, it would cause trouble for you by involving yourself in public matters. But at the same time, if you really want to help Anya, then there is a way, and it is the Magic Academy, said Zero. The Magic Academy, how can that solve this problem? Asked Rishia, clearly confused by what Zero said. If I am not wrong, then the Magic Academy is located in a different city, right? And also, once you get yourself enrolled in the academy, all the students have to live in the dormitories inside the campus. If you can get Anya enrolled in the academy, then there'll be a solid reason for us to refuse the marriage, he explained. What Zero said was true. The Zaphorth's Magic Academy was located in the capital city of this kingdom, and the students who enrolled there were prohibited from living outside the campus. It was a system implemented in the academy, so the students can solely focus on their studies and not get distracted by any situation that happens outside the campus. Furthermore, the academy also prohibited the students from making contact with anyone outside the campus. There were only special cases when the students were free to go outside on occasional cases like a vacation. Rishia had an understanding of this, so she more or less grasped the contents of what Zero was getting at, though there was still something she was unsure of. But how will you exactly stop the marriage? And how can I randomly let someone inside the Zaphorth's academy when even higher nobles struggle to get their children enrolled? She questioned, trying to clear her doubts. A faint smile appeared on Zero's face upon hearing this. It was as though he expected her to ask this and already had an answer. This won't be normal by any chance. In fact, all of this will make full sense. It was not only you who noticed how well Anya performed in the battle tournament, right? He stated. If she hadn't run to save your life, then it was clearly possible for her to win that tournament, but she didn't. Why? Because she threw away that chance to save your life. If you look at that way, then won't it make perfect sense that you are giving her a ticket to the academy as a reward because she did not win in the tournament because of you? I think it will, said Zero, explaining what he has planned to do. Rishia was at a loss of words upon hearing this, all that he said, how he planned all this. No matter how many times she thinks this over, the way Zero was seeing things was way too objective. But at the same time, his plan was something that could work. Even Rishia couldn't deny that. After hearing through Zero's explanation, she nodded a few times as if convincing herself to go along with this plan. Then she spoke up. Let's say I follow your plan and offer Anya a direct ticket to the Magic Academy, but can't he, Walrick, marry her before she went to the academy or after she graduates from there? Her concerns were obvious. Even if Anya get enrolled in the academy, her marriage with Walrick was tomorrow, and it wasn't like she would instantly leave for the academy. Even if somehow they prevented this, it will only be a temporary peace. If Walrick was fixated on marrying Anya, then he can always do that after her graduation. You don't need to concern yourself with that. You just have to somehow before tomorrow get Anya enrolled in the academy and send a letter to Walrick's family declaring he can't do this marriage tomorrow as Anya will be going to the academy. I can promise you, if you do this, then I'll save her from everything else that came afterward, he replied. There was a hint of self-confidence in his voice. It was like he was sure if Rishia followed his instructions, then he'll be able to pull off the remaining matters. Rishia touched her cheek with her index finger as she thought this over. This was a somewhat hard decision to make, so she was taking her time. It was not like she didn't want to save Anya. She did. After all, she can't sit and watch while the life of the person who saved hers gets destroyed. It was just that her taking action can give off some bad impression. That was the sole reason she was hesitating for. Why do you think I will help you with this? Given that you don't have any sort of relationship with me, she asked, or rather asked to be precise. It didn't take a second thought for Zero to reply. With a stiff look on his face, he spoke up. Because I know that you will not sit by and let the life of someone you know get destroyed, even when you know it can be prevented if you took action. After all, if you were that kind of princess, then you wouldn't have come all the way here to watch the tournament when it was not a compulsory thing, nor would you have come here to thank Anya in person. But you did, because you are the kind of princess who cares for the citizens of your kingdom, and it is because of your this behavior that caused me to think you'll help Anya, said Zero. Rishia's eyes widened as she listened to him explaining her nature. It was just as Zero said, she was the type of princess who cared for her people. A fear developed in her heart for the person standing before him. She felt like her every move was being observed. You are an interesting person, Zero, I acknowledge that. And it's just as you said, I can't just watch and let Anya fall into darkness. I will help you, said Rishia. I was exploding with excitement right now, but I can't show it on my face. Even I was surprised by how everything went just as I had planned. I knew it will work out, but not even the slightest distortion. It was something to get amazed at. Well, I calmed myself to not let myself get distracted. I had to put this expressionless face up till I am in front of the princess. And after I explained to her, her own nature down to detail, she had accepted to go along with my plan. I thanked her for that, and then she walked away. It was already pretty late since we started talking. I had told her Walrick's family name, and she said she'll get things moving this night without waiting for tomorrow. Sigh. I let out a sigh when I found out I was alone now. At the same time, I moved my right hand in front of my face. Until now this hand was behind my back, but now that I was alone, looks like I didn't need to use this after all, I said to myself as I stared at the thing I hold in my hand. It was a sharp spike made out of pure ice. Surely enough it was made with elemental magic. I stared at the spike in my hand for a while before I stopped using the elemental magic, and it slowly disintegrated into nothing. Then I looked upwards and shifted my gaze at the vast sky above me. It was filled with bright stars, nothing like the plain view I was used to in my own world. It's truly beautiful, isn't it? Then I put my hands inside my pocket and walked down the path that led to the door of my home. It was cold, so staying outside too much will be bad for my health. It will only cause trouble if I were to catch a cold at this point. Hence, I entered my house and then shut the door closed. I felt kinda relaxed. The temperature here was much warmer than outside, and it gave me a cozy feeling. I took the corridor and walked to the main hall. There were stairs that led to my room, and I was just planning on going there when my eyes caught the sight of someone standing there. Expected this much, I thought upon seeing that someone. It was none other than Anya. Probably she's been waiting for me ever since the princess left. Well, it was reasonable since I never told her what I was gonna do. Removing the stiff and emotionless expression from my face, I returned to the usual me. "What are you waiting for?" I asked while I continued to walk toward Anya. She looked at me, pointing her sharp gaze right toward me. With her eyes narrowed, she looked at me, as if saying, "You know exactly what I'm waiting for," or so it seemed to me. When I reached beside her and stopped, she turned in my direction and spoke up. "How did it go? The thing with the princess?" she asked, a sense of nervousness in her voice. I wonder how I should reply to that." "Sorry I failed," I said, piercing her heart with my words. And it seems like I succeeded because after hearing those words she just stood there, stiff, like a lifeless doll. Not a single word came out of her mouth, nor did she make any movement. All I could hear was the sound of her breathing, which slowly turned into panting. I patted her on the shoulder as I took my leave and went upstairs to where my room was. When I reached the second floor, I stopped for a while and looked at Anya. She was crying, her body was still stiff as before. The only change was the tears rolling down her cheeks. "Guess I went too far teasing her," I said inwardly. "But the sadder she is tonight, the happier she will be tomorrow morning, so I will be leaving things as it is for now." I cast my gaze away from her and made my way to my room. Soon I reached there. Pushing open the door, I entered inside. All that I saw, no, all I wanted to see was my soft and fluffy bed, and it was right in front of me as of now. I closed the door and changed into my night clothes, removing the black hoodie I was wearing and putting it back into the closet. Then I went straight toward the bed and threw myself over it. Soon I felt the fluffiness of the bed gently embracing me. Damn, this is so comforting. Beds in this world are the best. I closed my eyes and took a breath of relief. A lot happened today. But well, that was to be expected, and there will be more happening tomorrow. Soon I felt my consciousness fading away as I slowly started to fall asleep. I was pretty tired, so it didn't take much time. The next day, my sleep was broken by some loud noise. Can't I even have a good sleep? I'm not even going to school here, so it should be fine, right? Was the first thing that came to mind. I moved a little, but honestly, I don't want to wake up now. Just 5 minutes more, I muttered, but my voice was not loud enough for anyone to hear. The sound didn't stop. It was like someone was knocking on my door. Last night I locked it from inside, so it must be the case. And whoever they were, I sensed they had no intention to stop. I really don't have any choice, I guess. Somehow I forced myself to wake up. First I stretched out my body on the bed and then got up and stood beside the bed. I rubbed my eyes to get the sleepiness out of them. Then I made my way toward the door. I yawned a few times in the process. I reached the door, stood before it, and then opened it. The person who came into view was Anya. How should I even react to this? After everything that happened last night, I thought she would be having trust issues with me, but soon that proved to be just my misunderstanding. The Anya who stood in front of me was clearly a different person. She was different from how she was last night. Her face was bright, had a smile on her face. More than a smile out of happiness, it looked like a smile caused by a sudden shock or surprise. Sorry, what happened?" I asked, though I was interrupted by a yawn in middle. "Don't you ask what happened. You know exactly what happened, don't you?" she said in a furious tone. It showed she was a little angry after all. I had an expression that showed I knew nothing of what is going on while I continued to scratch my head. "I'm still sleepy, she said. "Can you please explain?" I kindly asked again. "No, it's the other way around. I'm the one who wants an explanation. Will you care to explain? How did my marriage with Walrick got cancelled? How did I get a letter saying I am invited to the Magic Academy? And not only that, how did the money in our family's bank increase all of a sudden? And most importantly, how did Walrick's family is ripped off of the noble's status?" "No, it's the other way around. I'm the one who wants an explanation. Will you care to explain? How did my marriage with Walrick break? And not only that, how did the money in our family's bank increase all of a sudden? And most importantly, how did Walrick's family is ripped off of the noble's status? Asked Anya in a furious tone. Ah, so this is what it's all about, the thought surfaced in my mind. Well, it's no wonder she doesn't know anything. After all, I only told her about the part she has to do. Anyway, this must mean that everything is in place now. I wonder if he's here or not. Hey, from where did you learn about this? Someone must have told you, right? I asked, directing my gaze at Anya. Right then after she heard my question, the look she had on her face was telling me that I'm the most obvious person in this whole world asking the most obvious of an obvious thing. Of course, I heard this from someone. No, wait. I heard this directly from Walrick and his father, who are arguing with our father downstairs, said Anya. So he's here already, I thought so. Sorry, but I have something I must do first, I said and went back to my closet. From there, I took out a new dark red colored hoodie and wore it. Then I was about to leave my room, but then I was stopped by Anya, who was standing in front of the door, blocking my way. First, explain it to me, just what card you played. She said. From the looks I figured she wasn't going to give up anytime soon. What a pain. I really have other things I need to do first, but then again, she won't cut loose till I tell her everything. That's the type of sister she is, or at least that's what I have observed in these past 5 years. Say okay, I'll tell you everything. But first let me do what I have to do. I promise I'll you after that, I said, suggesting my idea. This was the only way to get myself free of her for now. Okay, I admit. I'm sleepy and don't want to do a useless argument now. After that, she touched her cheek with her index finger. Probably she was thinking things over. But you must tell me after you're done, she said, seemingly reaching a decision. Yeah, I spoke as I waved my hand and left the room. I walked to the stairs, and after reaching there, I took the stairs to go where Ron and probably everyone else also was. I glanced toward the main hall while I kept walking downstairs. And it looks like I was right all along. Walrick and his father were here, and just like Anya had told me, they were engaged in an argument with Ron. Ange was also standing beside them and carried a worried expression on her face. Oh, guess I'm not the only one who's aware of my surroundings, I thought when I noticed that Walrick had seen me. Leaving the argument aside, he rushed toward me. His face was covered in an angry expression. He was almost burning with anger. If this was an anime, then by this smoke you would be able to see smoke coming out of his ears. I had just finished the stairs when he reached near me, and without saying anything he held my neck and tried to choke me. You bastard, what the hell you did? He shouted right into my ears. For a second my eyes turned toward Ron and Ange, who was also looking in my direction. Then I turned my gaze back at Walrick. I held his wrist with my hand, and then I said, let's go somewhere else. You don't want to create a scene now, do you? His eyes widened as if surprised by how I was still ordering him around even after the position I was in. Why would I? He tried to say something, but since I don't want to waste much time here, I did something that caused him to stop, or rather a painful expression appeared on his face. What I did. Nothing major, just gave him a skin burn on his wrist using fire elemental magic. Scream and your whole hand will be burned. I whispered right next to his eyes, just like he was screaming in mine a few moments ago. Then I looked straight into his eyes. You're coming with me, right? I said. The stiff expression from last night was now back on my face. At this point, he did nothing and just nodded like an obedient dog. Sorry, but it seems like Walrick wants to talk with me in private, I said loudly. This was basically directed at Ron, Ange, and Walrick's father. After that, I walked outside with Walrick. I took a glance at him while we were walking. His anger didn't seem to have calmed down, but he was quiet for now, just like a volcano that's about to explode. Coming out of the house, I made sure that no one else was around and then took Walrick to a spot that was normally not visible till someone deliberately searched for there. What the hell was that? You think you can boss me around like that? He shouted and just then launched a punch aiming at my back. He hit me on my back and I moved forward a little as I lost my balance, but it was not enough to make me fall. For a moment I just stood there, then after a while I spoke up. Do you really think that you're in a position to ask questions here? I turned toward him and the first thing I did was punched him in the face. He was taken so much by surprise that he was stunned after that, but well, that doesn't really matter now. I took steps forward and stood right in front of him, then with both of my hands I grabbed his collar and pulled him. W, what the hell you think you're doing? I can make your family suffer, you know, and I will fucking do that. I don't know how you did it, but you are the one who broke my marriage, he wailed. Good grief, does this guy still thinks he can bitch like this? And how do you plan to do that? I mean, you're not even a noble anymore. Your dad, your mom, all of you are just a bunch of commoners now. You know, why's that right? After all, you're the one who's responsible for this. I threw him to the ground, I looked down and raised my right leg, then drove it right on Walrick's leg, kicking it with full force. Ah-ha. I indented to break a bone, but I didn't hear the sound of anything breaking. Guess I failed. I wonder what will become of you if your father came to know that you're the reason who caused their fall, how their idiot and naive son destroyed the whole family, I said. At this point his face was pale, maybe the mental fear for more painful for him than the physical pain. No, maybe it was something entirely different. What is it? You look like you've seen a ghost, I asked. His eyes widened even more as he somehow tried to stand up but failed, then he spoke. You, what the hell are you? How can you enjoy this moment? He said, his voice trembling. Oh, so he's talking about that. I used elemental magic and created a mirror out of ice and then I looked in it. I definitely don't want anyone to see me like this, I muttered. In the reflection that the mirror showed, I had a big grin on my face. Well, that was to be expected. I was enjoying this after all. No one can do anything about it. Even I don't fully like this side of mine. That's I always try to hide and lock it up in a box. But sometimes, bastards like you force me to bring out this side of mine. I bent my knees and sat down on Walrick's level. Then I said, you see, if you don't meddle with my sister after this, then you will be fine. If not, then maybe I will end up telling your father why they were ripped off their noble status. You know what I mean, right? He gulped once after hearing that. Oh, okay, I understand, he said in a trembling voice. Good boy, I said, while I stood up and patted him on his head. Good boy, I praised him while I stood up and patted Walrick on his head. At this point, Walrick was sitting on his knees. His face was covered with sweat, and his eyes were widened to their limit, like they will come out any moment now. He was terrified down to his core. Was this because he never expected me to act this way, or because he is scared of his father finding out what he did? I'm pretty sure he will be kicked out of his family if his father finds out about that, but then again, it can be both reasons. Here, come on, we have to go back, I said, offering him my hand so he can stand up. At the same time, the grin I had on my face turned into a kind and wholesome smile. But seriously, what was he expecting? Like I will twist and rip off his hand or something. There's no way I can do something that cruel. Why I will leave your sister alone. Then you will not talk to my father about that, right? I mean, you really won't, right? He asked, his voice trembling. Geez, how silly someone can be. Of course not, I may have been a little rude to you, but that was all to protect my sister, and I'm not the type to break a promise, I replied, patting him on his back. I am sure he was a little relieved after hearing that as his expression changed to normal and he calmed down. I was able to tell that because his breathing has gone back to normal now. Then we both went back to where my and Walrick's parents were. He joined his father, who seemed to have finished the argument with Ron. Before leaving, I stood near Ange and asked her for the details. Then she told me about why Walrick and his father were here, of course. She was whispering so others can't hear. The situation was like this. Last night, a letter was delivered to Walrick informing him that Anya has gotten a seat in the Magic Academy, and thus their marriage won't be possible now. After that, this morning Walrick's father was informed by the officers that their family's nobility has been taken away, and all the money they had in their bank account had been transferred to our bank account. He tried to ask for details, but the officers refused, saying they have been ordered to not leak any information to anyone. But they did tell him where the money has been transferred to. He came running to our house in order to talk with Ron about it, but it turns out that even Ron doesn't know anything about it. That was all. In the end, he left our house but gave Ron a warning that he won't stop till he finds out what caused their fall. Obviously, he was thinking that Ron was lying about not knowing anything. Seems like a lot of trouble, huh? I muttered. Then I left and headed upstairs to my room. After all, I have someone waiting for an explanation. Entering my room, I caught sight of that person, Anya, I mean. She was still waiting for me. Still here, didn't I say before? I won't be letting you go till you explain everything you did and how. Ah well, talk about being desperate. Her acting this way is not usual, hence this behavior looked cute to me. I even laughed a little over this fact. Then I walked a few steps and stood on a wooden chair that was placed in front of a desk. Okay, but you better take a seat since this will be a long talk, I said while I held a pen in my hand and placed a paper on the desk. Following my advice, Anya sat on my bed and waited for me to start talking. Sigh, from where should I start? It's better to tell her everything or it can cause trust issues in the future. If that happens, then it will be a problem. I took a deep breath as I prepared myself to talk for a long period. Then I spoke up. I started moving after you told me about this whole marriage thing. I started moving that day after you told me about this whole marriage thing. I spoke up. At the same time, I started writing something on the paper that I had placed on the desk. When you told me about this, a plan started forming in my mind, but my plan was not only to stop this marriage. There were 3 things I wanted to do. First was to stop this marriage, of course. The second was to get you enrolled in the Magic Academy. And the third was to destroy Walrick's family completely. I paused and took a glance at Anya. I understand the other 2 reasons, but why did you decide to enroll me in the academy? She asked. That's because I wanted to go to the academy. I'll get into details later, I replied, and then I continued my explanation. That day when you left after telling me about your situation, instead of going home, I went to the Bulls Stage Coliseum, where the battle tournament was going to be held, and I knew about the tournament beforehand because I saw promotional posters of it. My main reason for going there was to check the structure of the arena and the place where the princess was going to sit. At that point, I had the basic plan in hand, and the first important thing was for you to participate in the tournament. I knew you won't have any trouble in getting to the finals, but getting to the finals was a must. because that's where the main game will start. You know what, that is right. I looked in Anya's direction. Yeah, I know, but she didn't know the entire thing that happened. When the final round of the tournament started and Anya engaged in a fight, Ihu was sitting just beside the platform. The princess was honest elemental magic and destroyed the platform. It was a piece of cake to do that. First, I have to increase the temperature of the platform by using the fire element, and then, in an instant, I had to cool it down using the ice sub-element. I had instructed Anya to leave the match and run to save the princess when the platform gets destroyed. Of course, I gave her a signal before I destroyed the platform. I had also made sure to create a dust cloud with the earth element so that I can protect Anya from getting injured and without anyone noticing, and by the grace of me, it worked out pretty well. The main purpose of this act was to indebt the princess so that I can manipulate her into helping us later. She was the type of princess who usually plays the role of good and kind princess in the novels. I caught on to this after stalking No, after observing the princess for 2 days before the tournament began. Many points indicated toward her this type of behavior, and the first was that she was in the city even before the tournament began. I got this information after asking a few people here and there, mostly the participants of the tournament. Even that is a far cry. The fact that she came to watch the tournament made it clear that she was the type who cared for her people. A normal person wouldn't have noticed this slight detail. I did because I was familiar with these kinds of tropes, one of the benefits of being an author, you can say. Then there was a bit of luck involved. The princess visiting Anya was completely a choice she made, or I would like to say that. I tried for the best possible outcome after calculating the maximum number of probabilities I could. That time when the princess lost consciousness, it was not a thing that happened naturally. I controlled the dust using elemental magic and blocked her windpipe with it for a while to make her unconscious. It was the best to do, as if the princess won't be able to thank Anya for saving her life, then the chances of her coming here to do that were in majority. Then I told Anya to not ask for anything if she said, "I want to give you a reward," or something like that. Instead, I said to make a troubled expression when you reject her offer. All this was the framework for the main event. When she left our house, I took the opportunity and went to talk with her. She was already dissatisfied with not being able to reward Anya properly, and then I increased the mental pressure on her by telling her about the hellish future Anya will have if she gets married to Walrick. She was already in dark, and I pushed her even deeper, at the point of no return. For a person like her, knowing all this and not doing anything will be an impossible thing. And that was the right time to attack, when she was mentally weak, when she was lost in figuring out how she can help Anya, figuring out a way to get out of this darkness. At that moment, I showed her a ray of light, a way to help Anya with no bad side effects. I told her about my plan of helping Anya by getting her enrolled in the Magic Academy. On top of that, I told her the way to do this that won't cause any political problems. When humans are in a problem and unable to find any way out, then they cling to anything that shows them hope, disregarding what their decision may cause in future, because at that time getting out of that problem is their first priority. The same thing happened with the princess. First I pushed her into darkness, and then showed her a way to come out into light. She accepted my plan. And then last night I talked with the princess and told her about my plan. She wanted to help you, so she accepted it. That's how you get enrolled in the academy. I finished. I understand this much. But how did Walrick's family lose their nobility? This is the thing I'm concerned about the most, she asked. I understand this much. But how did Walrick's family lose their nobility? This is the thing I'm concerned about the most, she asked. So you also want to know about that? Well, okay, I guess. Do you remember the day when Walrick came to meet us with his parents, the day when I was also present there? Walrick and his parents have come to meet us more than one time, but the day before the battle tournament was the day when I first meet them. Yes, I remember, she nodded. That day after they were done talking, I accompanied Walrick to the exit, and in the middle of all that I made a bet with him. After Walrick's parents were done talking with Ron and Ainge, they decided to leave. For formality, I and Ron decided to walk them to the exit, but I do have another motive in mind. When we left the house and were in the garden, I slowed my pace and let Ron and Walrick's parents go ahead. Then when there was a good distance between us, "Hey, Walrick," I called out to him. "What?" he said as he turned around and came near me. "I want to talk with you about something." He seemed interested as he raised his brow and waited for me to speak my mind. "Will you make a bet with me?" I said. What's this all about?" he asked, a displeased look appearing on his face. A smile appeared on my face as I spoke up. "You see, I had my doubts, but this meeting made it clear as water that you are a fucking bastard. A lowly, degenerate, lustful bastard. That's what you are, and there's no way I'm going to let my sister get married to someone like you." This was more than enough to make him lose his temper. "You fucker, how dare you say that?" he shouted and charged at me. He walked close and held me with my collar. "So in the end all you can do is resort to violence, and you call yourself a noble. How funny." I let out a laugh. "TCH, he clicked his tongue and let go of my collar. Why did you stop?" You can do whatever you want, but I have already found a way to stop this marriage, understand? You won't be getting married to my sister no matter what you do. Maybe what I said sounded like a joke to him, because an arrogant smile appeared on his face and he bust out in laughter. Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? Are you a fool or something? This marriage is confirmed once and for all, you can't stop it. I grinned internally. This is what I was hoping to hear. We have different opinions, huh? But it's okay since that's what this bet is about, I said and pulled out a paper from my pocket. Now what the hell is this about? He asked. A bet, as I said. This is a bet to decide who is right, you or me. Say, how about it? If I'm right and stop this marriage, then you and your family won't be nobles anymore and all the money you have will be ours. And if you are right and you get married to my sister, then I will become your slave for the rest of my life. You will be free to do whatever you want. Kill me, torture me, anything you want. I explained to him the terms of this bet. After hearing something this intense, the smile he had on his face disappeared in an instant. What is this? There's no way you will become my slave even if I win, he wailed. Please be at ease if that's what you're worried about. See, I have a blood contract here and all the terms of this bet are written on it, I said, showing him the paper I pulled out from my pocket a while ago. Blood contract is something that was used to make business deals in this world, but that's not the only thing it can be used for. It basically is a magic contract made with a special paper and a magic circle drawn on it, and it can be used to make any kind of bet or deal, no matter what scale it is on. First, you have to write the terms of the deal on the contract paper, and then both the parties have to apply their blood in place of signature, and with that, the contract is formed. After that, you can't destroy the contract in any manner, and if any party didn't complete their part of deal and broke the contract, then they will die. This was the thing that made this contract special, as there were no chances of betrayal in this. Of course, after seeing the contract, Walrick was stunned at his place. This was something he never expected. Now, what happened? Could it be that you are scared? I thought that you said this marriage is confirmed once and for all. Was that a lie maybe? I asked sarcastically as took steps toward him. I then bit the thumb of my right hand and applied my blood on the contract paper. See, unlike you, I'm sure I can win. Then I stepped back and looked directly into his eyes. Well, looks like you're all talk. In the end, you can't do anything. After saying that, I held the contract paper with both of my hands and was about to tear it into two pieces when Walrick snatched it. Ha ha ha, you're so naive if you thought that I won't notice. You intended to tear this contract from the start, right? This blood contract was just to scare me, so can take benefit of it and harass me. But now looks like the tables have turned. He laughed as he stood in front of me like he was a king who just won a war. A scared and terrified look appeared on my face, and my legs started shaking as I slowly walked toward him. Hey, it's not like that. Anyway, give that contract back please. It's not mine and I have to return it. I tried to grab the paper from him, but he quickly raised his hand high and I failed. There's no way I'm going to give this back. After all, this is my chance to make you my slave, he said. Then he bit his thumb and applied his blood on the contract. The magic circle that was drawn in the middle of the paper glowed in purple color and the text that was written on it turned golden. I stopped moving, just stood there. Sweat appeared on my forehead and my face turned pale. He was fine doing so because now the contract has been made and I can't destroy it. After that, he left with a proud smile on his face. I waited for him to leave, and when I made sure that I was alone, he, ha 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 ha, Baka. You are the one the tables turned against. I burst out laughing. He behaved like a proper arrogant young master, just like I expected him to. Even so, it was a little hard to believe that someone can be this dense. And that was how I made him sign the contract. I finished. And that was how I made him sign the contract. So that explains how they lost their nobility. But why Walrick's father doesn't know anything about this. When I asked Mom, she said that the people from the city hall refused to tell him anything. So she also wants to know about this, huh? There isn't any problem in telling her, but why is she asking for so much info? Doesn't know the main parts enough and how things played out enough. I don't have a reason to refrain from telling her, so I spoke up once again. The night before the battle tournament, when you were busy practicing your sword arts, I went to the city hall to submit the contract I made with Walrick. This was an important thing to do because that contract was not a bet made between kids. It was a document that decided the fate of two noble families, and there was also the huge amount of money transfer that will happen if I won. Let's just exclude the fact that I will be becoming Walrick's slave for lifetime if I lost, even without that the contract contained many serious things. I have seen Ron using blood contracts while making business deals, and every time he did, he went to the city hall to get the contract approved by the government officials. So following that, I also did the same. I would like to say that, but there was one other reason. While the blood contract involved magic, it wasn't like it was an item out of a fairy tale. Even if I won, the contract won't magically transfer the money in our bank account and take the noble's title. That's not even a physical thing from Walrick's family. That's why I went to the city hall and made the contract official. After that, my work was done, because when one side wins the contract, their name on the contract starts glowing, and from that anyone can tell who won. fair and square. So when I went there and made the contract official, at the same time I also formed a contract with the officers who were handling my case. I paused when I looked at Anya, who looked like she wanted to ask something. Nah, maybe, you formed a contract with the government officials. Do you even know how much of a ruckus it will cause if word got out? Yes, she was angry with this. I somehow understood why. A normal boy making a blood contract with government officials was by no means a day-to-day thing, but I had taken measures for that. So ignoring Anya, I continued my explanation. The terms of that contract were that they won't tell a soul about the contract I made with Walrick and the money transaction that will happen if I won. In return, I will give them 20 of the money I will get from Walrick's family. Obviously, I will be giving them the same amount of money even if I lost to Walrick. And how were you going to get that kind of money if you lost? She asked. This was a good question. The money we got from Walrick's family is in millions, even 20 of it will be too much for my family to pay. Then how was I going to pay that if I lost? That's out of question because I was clearly going to win, I said. Nothing but me stating facts here. Isn't that what they call being overconfident? One wrong move and you would have ended in hell. Did you ever thought what will happen if you lost the contract with Walrick? Said Anya, scolding me for my carelessness. This was also a good question and a thing to worry about. The contract said that if I lost to Walrick, then I will be his slave for lifetime, meaning that I will lose my freedom and human rights. So was I really being careless and overconfident? No, that is the most amateur thing you can ever do. If you only think about a future where you win, then you will be destroyed if by any chance you lost. I was not like that. That's why I did think about what will happen if I lost. The blood contract is formed when both parties apply their blood to the contract paper, thus completing the magic circle. But there's no way a contract can know who is participating in the contract and what type of blood they have. This was a loophole in the blood contract system, and I took full advantage of it. That time when I bit my thumb and applied my blood on the paper, that was not my blood. My thumb was already dripped in the blood of Walrick's father. I collected it by creating a needle with ice magic and sucking his blood when he was busy talking with Ron. To him, it must have felt like a mosquito bite because the needle was sharp and did it work in a few seconds. After that, I just acted like I bit my thumb and applied that blood on the contract paper. So even if lost, Walrick would have gotten his father as a slave, but there's no need to tell Anya about this, is there? A simple apology will do just fine. Sorry, now that I think back on it, I was being careless. But in the end, it all worked out, so it's fine, I guess, I said. What are you talking about? I just did what any brother would have done, I replied. At the same time, I put the pen down, finishing what I was writing. What's that? Asked Anya as she stood next to me. It's just a letter to someone. Nothing to concern yourself with. Then I took out another piece of paper from the drawer and placed both that paper and the letter in an envelope. Let's go, we still have to tell Ron and Ainge about your admission in the Magic Academy, I said to Anya, and reminded her that there are still some certain someones who are confused about this situation. I put the letter in my pocket and left the room with Anya. Later that day, Dillian Fistron, Walrick's father, received a letter. Since now that there were no servants for him, he himself went to pick it up from the letter box. Then he returned to the study room while carrying the letter with him. He took a seat and then opened the envelope. The name of the sender was not mentioned anywhere. Instead, some random author was written in its place. He looked through the contents of the letter, and when he started reading it, he was shaken down to his core. The letter said that the one responsible for his family's downfall was none other than his own son, Walrick Fistron. It was written in detail about how the actions he took resulted in the current situation. Sweat appeared on Dillian's forehead when he finished reading it. There's no way that idiot can do this, he thought. No one knew this better than him, how much of an arrogant fool his son was, but still, this was something hard to believe on. He was about to take this letter as a grain of salt, but just when he was about to throw it in the trash can, another piece of paper came out of the envelope. When he took that paper and read its content, the trust he had in his son vanished, along with the distrust he had in this letter. That paper was the same blood contract that was mentioned in the letter. All the terms and conditions were written on it, and it was signed by the blood of his son. Though the name of the other person in the contract was hidden, someone had deliberately hid it by using a black pen. But none of that mattered to Dillian. He was filled with anger and quickly left to see his son. It was a peaceful evening. I sat in the backyard, or you can also say a garden off my house, while I enjoyed the cream milk tea. A gust of wind passed by, fluttering my hair and messing up my hairstyle. Finally, I got some alone time, I muttered as I took a sip of tea. The whole thing about Anya's marriage was over, or successfully over to be precise. Walrick's family was, to say, completely destroyed. They lost their nobility as well as most of their money. Come to think of it, his father must have received the letter I sent to him by now, right? I wonder how he'll react, or rather, how Walrick's will react after that. I'm not quite sure if he will be kicked out of his family for this beauty. Won't be something as silly as no pocket money this month, either. Ainge and Ron, who were the most confused among all, calmed down after I and Anya explained things to them. Of course, we didn't tell them what we really did instead. It was a fabricated story from my side. I won't call it a lie because what I did was just took the main parts of my plan, edited them, removed some parts that were not for them to know, and then presented it in a wholesome way. It went on something like this: Anya cast away her chance of winning the battle tournament for saving the princess, and thus, the princess rewarded her with a seat in the Magic Academy. And since she will be living inside the Academy campus from now on, her marriage with Walrick was suspended, though they were still asking about things like how Walrick's family went bankrupt and the sudden increase of money in our bank account. But let's just pretend I didn't hear all that. Also, I was planning on going to the Academy myself along with Anya. Actually, wasn't this my goal from the start? If I just wanted to save Anya, then I could have done it in a much simpler way. The only reason I transferred this money was so that I can afford my own enrollment fee. Bringing Walrick's family on their knees was also a reason, but for the most part, this was it. I was not offered a gift or anything sort of from the princess, so if I am going to join the academy, then I must do it the straight way. Yes, can't take any shortcuts for that. I was going to such lengths because I wanted to learn more about magic. Until now I was learning it alone, figuring things out by trial and error, but there's a limit on how much I can do by myself. My rank has not also gone up since the last time, so it must be that I hit some kind of barrier, and to break through that, I must hone my magic skills even more. This was more than enough of a reason for me to join the Zaforth's Magic Academy, and won't I get heavily bored if I don't have some kind of goal setting in mind? Increasing my rank seems good to take on that role, hence it was decided. For the moment only Anya knows about this and my parents have no clue, but I'll talk things out later. As for now, I just want to enjoy my tea and relax, I said to myself inwardly and took another sip of tea. But I don't think I will be allowed to do that. Soon I sense someone's presence lurking behind me. Unfortunately, I know who that demon is because the fragrance of their perfume is familiar. Hey Zero, can I have a bit of your time? The demon asked. Apparently it was Anya, my older sister. How kind of you to ask, like you will go away even if I denied, hence not left with any option. I looked in her direction and kindly replied with a nod. She seemed satisfied with it, I guess, or not, because she had this gloomy expression all over her face. Come one man, we just got over this hurdle and you can't stay happy for a day. I know she is the serious type, but her reacting this way even made my mood sour. Then she came and sat beside me. I was sitting on a wooden log because who will go through the trouble of bringing a chair here? But Anya also sat on it, not worrying about how it can ruin her clothes or anything. Well, girls in this world have an elegant behavior pattern mixed in their personalities, so I just thought, oh whatever, fuck it. She must have something important to talk about that made her forget about those things. Thinking about all that, I turned my gaze at Anya. You see, there's something I wanted to ask you for a while now. It looked like she was having trouble conveying her thoughts in words as a result. There was this feeling of uneasiness in her voice. If it's something I can answer, then feel free to ask, I said, pretty much the usual thing I say in these types of situations. She stopped for a second, then cleared her throat, and then with a deep breath, she gathered up all the courage to say whatever she wanted to say. This thing's been on my mind lately, you see. Actually, I started noticing it after that incident happened with you, but I was not well. I mean, there's no way. It sounded impossible and complete nonsense. That's what I thought at first, but after all the things you did in these few days, I was sure of it that. Then she took a pause, sweat appearing on her forehead. After a moment she continued, and what she said next made me temporarily lose my senses. Zero, you are not Zero, right? I considered the possibility that it might be something serious, but never in my lifetime had I thought that I would hit the nail right on the mark. Zero, you are not Zero, right? I considered the possibility that it might be something serious, but never in my lifetime had I thought that I would hit the nail right on the mark. I was at a literal loss of words. What she said gave me goosebumps, like I have been jump scared by a horror movie. She didn't say anything after that, nor did I. This was simply too much for me to process. I mean, what am I even supposed to say here? Should I deny or accept it? Where was it? Where did I make a miss? Till now, and from the point I reincarnated, I made sure to leave no trace of anything that will raise suspicion against me. I did all the magic training when no one was looking, and I even hide my powers, keeping the profile of an average teenager. I never missed out on any study lessons I had with Ron, even though the mathematics they have here is way behind what we had on Earth. Even so, I never let it show that I already know everything. The persona of a normal teenage boy, I did everything while keeping that in mind, that I never ever should cross that limit. Then where did it go wrong? Come on, I have to think about this more objectively or I'll be busted. What will happen if my cover is blown? Execution. There's a possibility because since reincarnation is a very, very rare thing, people will likely believe that I possessed this body or something. I can't let that happen in any case. After all, I will be separated from Ron, Ainge, and my sister. While I can't completely call them my family, I did have built a kind of relationship with them, which I must protect at any cost. Think. I began going through all the things I did, revising and checking them in my mind. Then I struck me, what I overdid, what I missed. It was my plan about saving Anya. It was way too complicated for an average teenage boy to handle, that's sure, and to make it even worse I told Anya everything in detail. Why I did do that was a question I was not able to answer. Maybe because she was family, maybe because I felt a sense of security when being with her. It must be something like that, but before I could think any further, Anya spoke up again. The silence is the answer, I guess, but still, I want to hear it. Are you really the Zero I know? Ah shit, I messed up big this time. An average teenage boy, or rather the real Zero, would have laughed off at this type of question, declaring it utter nonsense and saying, "Have you lost your mind?" or something like that to Anya. There was no need to think things through. I could have denied her suspicions simply. But now it was too late. There's no going back now. I should tell her probably. After all, denying it at this point after this long period of silence will only raise her suspicion even more. So I prepared myself and sipped on my tea before dropping the ball. After that I said, "Yes, you are right. I am not that Zero you know, that person was lost 5 years ago." And with that, Anya fell completely silent. Maybe I was just imagining it, but tears were flowing down her cheeks, though she instantly wiped them off so I wasn't able to confirm what it was. What, did I mess up again? Maybe deep inside, she doesn't want to believe it, the truth that the real Zero is lost. To her, it must have felt the same as his brother dying. Because right now, the person in here was not Zero Blanks, but, or me. This body was just a shell now, a piece of decoration to say. But what's done is done. If she asked me this then, she must have also strengthened herself that her speculations can be the real truth. Sigh, I am not directly at fault here, then why am I feeling this vast amount of guilt? It was strange because guilt was not a thing I usually felt, so it was also feeling a little nostalgic now. Perhaps I should clear everything up since I am busted already. Or rather, this was the only way. I mean, after learning that the person you thought is your brother turned out to be someone else, someone you didn't know, that will really make you feel insecure, won't it? That's why I thought I should tell her about me, not Zero Blanks. A relationship won't be of normal brother and sister after this, that I know, but it's better than her thinking of me as a complete stranger. I don't know why I want to tell her about my reincarnation. I can easily lie my way out here, then why am I not doing that? Why do I feel something will go wrong if I did that? No, wait, I do know. In this world, Anya is family to me, at least from my side. I see her as family. And I don't want to manipulate my family members ever again. I don't want to control their strings. If do, then I know there will be no going back. That's why I have set up some rules for myself to stop myself from going out of control. Not manipulating my family members is one of those rules, hence I began. After that, I told her everything, about how I was reincarnated and started living as her brother. As for why I didn't tell anyone about it, well, I can't help it, I had my own worries to care about. And like anyone's gonna believe if I just go around spouting nonsense like, "Hey, I've been reincarnated." Hell, even I won't believe if some other person told me this. No, maybe I will, since the author side of mine takes over in times like these, but that's not the point here. Putting that aside, I was surprised at how Anya was listening to it all in without asking me nonsensical questions. And here we are, that's how this whole thing kinda happened. I know this might sound ridiculous, but I had no control over this reincarnation. I had no intentions of taking over your brother's body. With that, I finished. So that's how it is, meaning my brother died 5 years ago when his heart stopped. Since then it was just you, said Anya, who was quietly listening to me till now. That's how it is, huh, she repeated, tears forming in her eyes. Yeah, that's how it is. I said that, but I was not feeling quite right. Like I was doing something wrong here. Maybe I was forcing myself on her. I had to confirm it, so I stretched out my left hand and then I triggered elemental magic. A long rod like ice spike materialized, starting from the top of my palm and extending both sides. What that? She said out of instinct, clearly surprised by my actions. I put the cup of tea on the log and stood up. At the same time, Anya took a few steps back, in case I was planning on attacking her with this. But I had nothing of sort in my mind. Instead, I held out my hand toward her. Offering her the ice spike, I said, "Take this and kill me if you don't want me here, or if you think I did something that shouldn't be done. Since this body is of your brother, I won't live if you don't want me to." There was no behind-the-scenes scheming or utter motives involved in this. I was doing what I think is right. Anya was hesitating, so I moved forward. "I won't resist if you do me in now, and I will go back if you want me to." She looked at me, then at the spike. Thinking over it for a while, her hands slowly moved toward the spike. Her hands were trembling, clearly. She was under too much pressure here, but that's why I simply stood at my place, not moving an inch. Those trembling hands reached the spike and grabbed it. When she held the spike, she jumped a little out of shock, probably because she was touching pure ice now. Holding onto the spike, she looked at me. "Take this and kill me if you don't want me here, or if you think I did something that shouldn't be done. Since this body is of your brother, I won't live if you don't want me to." Those words left Zero's mouth. Unable to understand what he meant, I just stood there. What does he mean by I should kill him? I mean, is he for real? How can I kill my... No, that's not the case here. He is not my brother. The person standing in front of me right now is not Zero. He is someone entirely else, someone I don't know. Zero's body is just a shell. The person controlling it is him. He is using Zero's body, using it to live a life here. That's not right, is it? If I think about it, then he was just pretending to be Zero this whole time, and that's not a thing you usually do. That's wrong. I know he said that this reincarnation happened against his will, but he should have told us about it, that he is not Zero. All this time I was thinking of him as my little brother. I treated him like my little brother, and now that I know he is not the Zero I knew, then I feel scared, betrayed, and angry. Then maybe is it okay to? I won't resist if you do me in now, and I will go back if you want me to. See, even he is saying that it is okay. Then I should go for it, right? I mean, I'm not killing my brother here, is already dead. I'm just killing this stranger. Stranger. I was lost in thought, but my hands moved on their own toward the weapon he was holding in his hands. My hands were trembling rapidly, not because of the cold weather, but because of the fear. Yes, fear, the fear of being unsure. For a second I thought that this was one of his plans, and he will move away or do something when I will try to take the weapon from him, but nothing happened. My hands reached that spike-like thing and I grabbed it, but he didn't move, not even an inch. Why is he not resisting? I know he said he won't, but this is just clear stupidity, throwing away your life like this. Then a thought struck me. Was he really a stranger? A question I was thinking from the time he revealed himself. These past 5 years I spent with him, even if I treated him as Zero, it was still him at the place. And he didn't try to take any advantage of this misunderstanding we had. The time I spent with him, the time I helped him train in the sword arts, all that was real, not an illusion. I had more or less got that answer to that question. Maybe he was not Zero, someone who I didn't know, but he was not a stranger, not at all. He is just a victim in all this, and it's not his fault that he ended up in Zero's body. If this was something God, the life he gave him, then it is not my place to take it. Those trembling hands reached the spike and grabbed it. When she held the spike, she jumped a little out of shock, probably because she was touching pure ice now. Holding onto the spike, she looked at me. The face spoke for itself. Maybe she reached some kind of conclusion. If I think logically, then there is no real reason for her to not kill me. Since the odds were against me, I closed my eyes and readied myself for whatever she has decided for me. I did it again, I said to myself. Once again I will regret causing trouble in my family. But the thing that happened was not something that I expected. I felt warmth, the warmth of another person, and at the same time a pleasant smell closed in. My eyes suddenly opened as this was a thing I was not familiar with. Then I saw Anya, genteelly embracing me within her arms. The spike was thrown on the ground and was currently lying there. There's no way I can kill you. This was something I didn't start, so I don't have any right to end it either. Besides, even if you are not Zero, you are not a stranger to me. The time I spent with you is real, and I got to know you as a person also, that you're not a bad person, she whispered in my ear. This sudden change of events stunned me into silence. What is this? Why is she not killing me? I am not her brother, the real Zero. I'm a traitor who used her brother's body as a cover. There's no meaning behind her act of not killing me. Logically, it would have been fine for her to kill me. I would have done it if I were in her shoes. Realizing that she was embracing me for quite a bit of time now, she released me from her grip and stepped back at a distance. She looked at me, her cheeks red with embracement. Maybe this was an after effect of what she just did now, after the thought hit him that I was not really his brother. Wait for a second, why does this feel a bit cliché now? Like a scene out of some crappy novel. I thought about it, then quickly discarded the thought. So this is it. I am not going to kill you, and you better not try anything funny either. You know, we have to leave for the academy tomorrow. You're also coming, right? She said. Yeah, it will be going too, I replied. She thought over something for a while and then left. Maybe this was a bit too much for her and she needed some alone time. After she left, I sat back on the wooden log and finished my tea. I racked my brain pretty intensely, so I needed some calories now. Maybe, just maybe, there was a reason behind her actions. Maybe she was now emotionally attached to me, even if a little. Or maybe she just couldn't bring herself to kill someone. It can be justified, I guess. But Anya, you were completely wrong about something. I am not a good person, not even the slightest. If there was a ranking of human nature, then I will place first from bottom. That much of a selfish scum I am. So when did you notice it? The question was asked by me, and it was directed at Anya, who was sitting on the bed in front of me. Well, I was on a sofa. Some awkward things happened when I finally revealed to Anya that I'm not the real Zero but have been reincarnated in his body. The situation became so tense that I was not able to clear out many things, and a ton of questions remained unanswered in my mind. So here was I. It was nighttime, around 10 p.m. and after finishing dinner, I called Anya into my room to have a little talk, or you can say I also want to clear out any possible misunderstandings. And here we are. I started the question by dropping a question, and the first thing I asked was when and how she started to notice that I am not Zero. She pondered over it for a while and then spoke up. If I remember correctly, then it was a few weeks after that incident 5 years ago. According to you, my brother died that moment, and you took control over his body, so I guess I started noticing right after that. In short, she immediately noticed the change when I took control of this body. But it seems like she was not done yet, because after a pause she continued. As for how well, I felt like after that incident you were a completely different person. The Zero I knew was a weak and fragile boy who spent most of his bed. Leaving the house was almost impossible for him. But after that incident, it completely changed. He started going out, playing in the backyard moreover. You also started training sword arts with me. And then there was this thing when you started calling father and mother by their name. This was a thing that raised my suspicion the most. Also, it was not only me, but our parents also noticed this, but due to the happiness of you being alive even after your heart stopped for a while, they ended up ignoring this change. I didn't care much, but I was calling them by their names. It was not because of something like I don't see them as my parents. No, in these past years I have developed some feelings for them. Maybe it is a result of my emotions getting overlapped by the real Zero, and it caused those feelings to develop, but it was sure that I did see them as parents, even if a little bit. Me calling them by their names was simply the result of, well, how can you call someone else father or mother when you remember that they are not the one who gave birth to you? Yes, I can put up an act, but that will be just me forcing myself. Those words won't have even the slightest hint of emotion backing them up. But that was not the case when I called them by their names, so I thought I'll just stick to that. After convincing myself that the actions I took had a reason, I returned my attention back to Anya. Even after that, the thing which confirmed my suspicions was the way you stopped my marriage. That plan was not something the Zero I knew could even make, leaving the matter of actually playing it out aside, though this situation was something I never imagined honestly. I thought that some kind of evil spirit or sorcerer have possessed my brother. With that, she finished. There are some unexpected parts. The reason she raised suspicion was mostly like I predicted. Carrying out that plan and moreover revealing it to Anya was a mistake on my side. But well, what's done is done, can't do anything about that. Still though, evil spirits, I mean seriously, aren't those kinds of things a fantasy? No wait, this is also a world based on a fantasy setting, so it's not impossible for them to exist in reality. If that's so, then I would like to meet one in person, for research purposes of course. I wonder what they will look like. So what are you planning to do now? Asked Anya, dropping a question out of nowhere. What do you mean by what I'm planning to do now? I replied back with a question. A sudden exchange of words happened. What? Am I messing up something again? Perplexed expression appeared on her face. Then after a while, she asked again in a more detailed manner. I mean, now that I know about your reincarnation, what are you going to do now? Oh, so that's what it's about, such an unnecessary question. I'm planning on doing just what I was doing until now, live a normal and peaceful life. For starters, I'm going to the Magic Academy with you. After that, I'll see what to do, I replied honestly. She seemed surprised for a second. What? Was I saying something weird now? I don't think so. I see, she said, nodding several times. Our conversation more or less reached an end after that, since there was nothing else to talk about and there was misunderstanding left either. We decided that we are not going to tell Ange or Ron anything about this, as this is likely to sadden them. As for how our relationship will be, well, we are in a kind of peace treaty. At least, I would like to think that. After that, Anya left, and now I was alone in my own room obviously. Since it was night time and considering that I have to leave for that Magic Academy tomorrow, I threw myself on the bed to get to sleep. Magic Academy, huh? Lying on my bed, I closed my eyes and began to think. I talked about getting myself enrolled in the academy with Ron the time we were having dinner. My reasoning was, I can't help but worry if Anya is going there alone, or something emotional like that. Since we were in a peace treaty, Anya just went along with it. We had the money from Walrick's family in our bank account, so there was no concern for the enrollment fee now. A little bit of emotional blackmailing to Ron and I got the permission. I mean, why won't he allow me? I was crying about learning magic ever since I found out my status, so maybe he was also tired of hearing about it all the time. Still though, a magic academy, I can't help wonder what kind of life awaits me there. As I thought about it, my consciousness slowly sank in, causing me to fall asleep. The next day I woke up in the morning and did the usual things like brushing my teeth and eating breakfast. When I was done doing that, I and Anya as well packed our bags. From that day onward, we were going to live in the dormitories of the Magic Academy, and the academy is not in this city but in the capital city of this kingdom, so packing at least some stuff was a must. I don't know what Anya has decided to take with her, but as for me, my bag was mostly filled with several of my hoodies, some daily use stuff, and a few other personal things. Done with that, I changed into formal clothing. Since this will be our first time making an appearance in the academy, we had to look good. After all, that academy is attended by the sons and daughters of higher-class nobles. And so, I wore a gray-colored suit-type dress and a pair of black-colored hand gloves. Ange is the one who suggested me these gloves, by the way. I left the house after I was done and waited for Anya outside. 2 carriages were waiting in front of our house, and beside one of them stood someone whom I have not expected to see. It was the princess. I confirmed with her why she was here and turned out that she will be leaving for the capital with us. Also, she wanted to confirm things with Ron that she is really the one who gave Anya a seat in the academy. A few moments later, Anya also arrived, dressed in a formal dress like me. Then we sat in our carriage and the princess in hers. Apparently, Ron is going to escort us to the academy, and after that, he will return. Considering how overprotective he is, I am not surprised at all. The carriage moved, and at the same time, I and Anya waved goodbye to Ange from the window, to which she also waved back. And thus, we left for the capital city and the Zaphworth's Magic Academy. Hello, dear readers, it's me, Anya Zero's big sister, and I would like to inform you all that with this chapter, the beginning arc of Author's Reincarnation in a Fantasy Setting is concluded. After this will be the start of Don't You Think You Should Wait for Me? As Anya was speaking, someone interrupted her. She turned her gaze toward the person, and doing so she looked up into the sky. Their beauty floated in the air. She had silky ocean blue-colored hair and pale skin as white as snow. On top of that, her crimson-red eyes looked as if they were made out of red ruby. Slowly, the beauty landed on the ground and in front of Anya. "What are you doing here?" asked Anya. "Huh, what do you mean? I can come and go whenever I want," the girl replied. She was telling the truth. This person can do whatever and whenever, and no one will be there to stop her. Even I, as the narrator of this story, can't stop her. "Excuse me, why the hell are you addressing me as her, she, or girl? You know that here I don't have a gender now, don't you?" "Oh, sorry about that. As you can see, even I don't have any control over this person. After all, the person in question is none other than the author of this story, the god of this world, Moon Senpai." So where was I?" "Yes, Anya. Why did you start without me?" Moon Senpai asked angrily. This was directed at Anya. So you see, I was kind of got excited since this is my first time doing this type of thing," said Anya. Blushing with embarrassment, she averted her gaze. Moon Senpai narrowed her eyes, looking at Anya. She was not going to take on any excuses, though a thought crossed her mind. Don't say first time and this type of thing. It will give people a misunderstanding. Also, Senpai told me that he is genderless here, but even so, I'm going to address her as a female. Why? Because she will get angry if I use it, and using her his or he she looks unprofessional. Sigh, I'm letting it slide this time, but remember, it's this time and this time only. Phew, now let's get to work, said Moon Senpai. Cough, cough, clearing his throat, Moon Senpai spoke up. So yes, this is me, your beloved Moon Senpai. And as Anya said, with this chapter, the beginning arc is finished. This was a small arc, I know, but it's because this arc was mainly an introduction of the MC and some other characters. And so the next chapter will start the Magic Academy arc. I know the name sounds generic, but it's just the result of my laziness in naming. Also, I'm not at all good when it comes to naming this, so yeah, bear with it. This, however, does not mean that the arc itself will also be generic. Nope, you are dead wrong if you think that. Even it will introduce you to the world of this story and many other characters. You are also dead wrong if you think that Zero's plan reveal was the peak of this novel. No, a big no. You are not even introduced to the main essence of this novel. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I mean the question that was mentioned in the synopsis. Yes, you will get to know its answer in this arc. That's all, Anya, it's your turn. Moon Senpai finished and passed the ball to Anya. She was flustered because all the attention shifted to her out of the blue. Also, you can also review this novel. It will help us get a rating and the new readers will get an idea of what they're going to read. So, she paused. It seems like there was still something she wanted to say but was holding herself back for some reason. But then, she finally said it. Please review this novel, Naya. Why the Naya part? Moon Senpai immediately fired a question at her. Huh, isn't this cute, Naya? No, not at all. This is full of cringe and moreover, it's not a thing I added to your personality so it feels super forced, said Moon Senpai. But I think it's cute. Naya sigh. Moon Senpai let out a long sigh. This Naya thing clearly frustrated her beyond his limit. I don't know if this is your way of teasing me, but, Moon Senpai said inwardly. And then with a snap of his fingers, a duct tape appeared in front of Anya's mouth and quickly stuck over her mouth, restraining her from speaking. Moobbthuus. She wanted to scream, but that cosmic duct tape was blocking her. Ignoring Anya like she was not even there, Moon Senpai regained her composure. After that, she disappeared along with Anya. Our carriage stopped along with the princess's carriage, and then the large iron gate in front of us was opened with the manpower of many guards. The gate was huge and heavy. It took a good amount of time to open it completely. Also, when the gears that opened and closed the gate moved, they made an annoying, rubbing and grumbling sound. After the gate was opened, our carriages moved again. Some guards have already checked our IDs, so we went through the gate without a hitch. This city, the capital of the Zenith Kingdom, was surrounded by a wall made out of white stones. Its height is apparently not much, around 15 feet, I guess. When we crossed the wall and entered the city, a whole new world unfolded before my eyes. This city was nothing like the city I used to live in. How to say it, this place looks more modern. The majority of the houses are built with concrete, stones, and marbles instead of wood. The carriage rolled down on a white paved road that seemed to stretch on endlessly. I silently observed the surroundings through the window, and what I saw was the atmosphere of a capital city. The design in which the buildings were built, the material by which the road was built, the quality of items in the shops, and even the clothes that people here wore were high-end. This really is a city worthy of being a kingdom's capital. Our carriages moved without stopping, but after a set amount of distance, the princess's carriage turned on a different road that led to the castle. We had to first find a hotel and then register ourselves in the academy, so we took a different path. Ron dropped me and Anya to a hotel and then went toward the academy to pay my enrollment fee and get our student ID cards. It sure was a long journey. I yawned and stretched my hands up in the air and did a sort of warm-up. We left early in the morning at 9 a.m. but still it took us half a day to reach here. Oh, I forgot to mention, but Anya also went with Ron. It was a sudden turn of events. Most of the reason was that she is the first and maybe the last student who is getting enrolled without paying the fee. So they wanted proof that Anya is really the person they were told about, and thus she went with Ron, who also took her birth papers and a few other formal documents with him. As for me, well, I thought about exploring the city, but I immediately discarded the idea when my laziness kicked in. No wait, not laziness. It was tiredness. Yes. I was tired after sitting for this long, and my whole lower body was stiff, along with my back. So this is the reason, and I am definitely not trying to convince myself with an excuse. Okay, that was that. I turned around and entered the hotel. Ron had already booked a room before he left, so I just had to check in. After doing that, I was given the keys to my room, and an assistant escorted me to the room. It was on the third floor, room number 69. This is a cultured hotel, I see. I inwardly nodded while I stared at the number plate that was hung over the door. Then I looked around and saw that the assistant has already left. She was a quiet one. I didn't even notice her presence or absence. Unlocking the door with the keys I just got, I pushed it open, and it didn't work, because the door was supposed to be opened by pulling. I couldn't help but sigh over my foolishness. Then I pulled open the door and stepped inside. I closed the door again, and when I was done with that, my attention finally shifted toward the room. The walls were built with concrete, and there were many abstract patterns painted on them. The floor also had flooring spread through it, of course. The furniture was also of good quality. And then there was my favorite thing, the bed. Its frame was made out of dark oak wood, and a pure white mattress was placed over it. Can't control myself now. As that thought crossed my mind, I was already on the way to throwing myself on the soft bed sheets. As soon as my body got in contact with the bedding, it swallowed me like a monster. The mattress was so soft that it felt like I was lying on clouds. Maybe it also had springs that fit inside, because the bed has a bouncy effect. Ah, so comfortable, I mumbled and then closed my eyes. Now I just wanted to sleep, but the reality is harsh and it won't let me do as I please. Everything went as I predicted, which in this case I didn't wish for that to happen. An hour later, Ron came back with Anya. Even though unwillingly, I had to get up from the bed and leave my heavenly sleep. I was about to go out to pick them up, but before I could do so, they entered the room first. Was I too slow, or were they coming at God's speed? I think the latter is the case here. So how'd it go? I asked. The question was directed at both Anya and Ron. However, Ron was the one who answered. The registrations are done, but it seems like the classes for new students will start after a week, he said. Since there are no cell phones or internet in this world, we had no way of knowing this beforehand. If so, then this leaves us with a question. Will the both of you stay here in the hotel for a week, or will you prefer to go back home? Asked Ron. The classes for freshmen are going to start after a week, and it means we had no choice but to wait. Now we have two choices, either wait here in the hotel or go back to our city and then come again after a week. If I think a bit logically, no, even without that, the right answer will obviously be going back, and then coming all the way here again would be a waste of both time and energy, so I will prefer to stay here. Of course, that will be if Anya is okay with it, I said. Decision was now passed down to Anya. Taking note of her personality, I think she will also choose to stay here, but well, can't say if she had a change of mind. Hence, I shifted my gaze to Anya as I waited for her to reply. I'm okay with staying here, and honestly, I don't want to make that long ride again. So yes, I think it's okay to wait here for a week, said Anya. I thought I was the only one who had problems riding a carriage for a long period of time since I'm not used to it. Guess I was wrong, so it's decided then. Ron was going to say something else, and somehow I already knew what it was going to be. But will you two be able to live alone? And for a week, that is. I think you should come home. You two are not used to living alone after all. How will you manage your meals and chores? Said Ron with an uneasy expression on his face. Yeah, we will be fine. And you are the one who should return now. You've said to Ainge that you'll come back this day, right? You should get going then, I replied, completely ignoring his overprotective behavior. Anya was the same. We both were now used to his nature and knew how to deal with it, that is. Just ignore the useless things he says. Even after that, Ron didn't want to leave us alone, but we somehow managed to kick him out. He gave both of us some money before he left because we have to live on our own for a week. The hotel's booking was extended for a week, yes, but there are other things you have to buy. And like that, Ron left, and we had to live on our for a week. And like that, Ron left, and we had to live on our own for a week. Ron's carriage was gone, and now I turned back and then walked inside the hotel. I don't think I will face any problem since I am used to living alone. After all, in my previous life, I lived in an apartment for 3 years all by myself. The problem here is Anya. According to what I know, she is not used to living alone, and maybe that will cause some issues here. Well, I'll just have to somehow deal with it if a situation like that knocks on my door. I returned to my room. My moves were moving faster than normal because I had something to do. Now that Ron is gone and I don't have anything else to do, I can finally sleep on that heavenly bed. I opened the door and entered inside. One can easily tell that I was in a hurry just by looking at me. Entering my room, I saw that Anya was doing something. She now wore a different dress, and from the looks of it, maybe she was planning on going somewhere. That I can understand, but why in my room, huh? Can't I even have the least bit of privacy here? I pondered over it for a while and then remembered something that directed my rage toward Ron. He forgot to book another room. I screamed inwardly. According to the plan, we were only going to stay in this hotel for a few hours before I and Anya shift to the dormitories of the academy, but that was when we didn't know that we'll have to wait a week here. Now the situation was different. Don't tell me you forgot this. Why a cliché novel situation is happening to me right now. Whenever I read these kinds of things, I thought it was pure fiction. I never ever thought that something like this can happen in real life. No, wait for a second, calm down. I am a calm and rational person, so there's no need to panic over this. I have to think things objectively here. First of all, this is not a rom-com anime or novel, nor are I and Anya unrelated by blood. We are real siblings, so the possibility of a you-know-what situation happening is ruled out. There's no need to worry about that. The problem I am worried about is, how will I sleep now? There's only one bed in this room, and it's barely the size for 2 people to sleep on it comfortably. The money Ron left us with was for buying some daily use things, so we can't book another room with it. Oh, you are back, asked Anya when she noticed my presence. Huh, oh yes, Ron has left, so I am back, I replied. No point in overthinking it now. I'll deal with the problem when the time to sleep comes. And it seems like Anya hasn't realized this situation yet, so I think it's better to just play along here. Are you going somewhere? I asked. I noticed this right after I entered the room, but from her dress code, it was not out of the syllabus to think that she is going somewhere. That's the case, then I'll probably get some alone time to sleep, so I just asked her directly. Yes, since there is nothing much to do, so I thought I'll go see this city and do a bit of shopping, said Anya. Shopping, huh? Well, despite the usual serious behavior, she is a girl after all. This is normal, I guess. I see, enjoy then, I said, and carefully made my way toward the bed. What do you mean by that? Are you not coming as well? She asked. In her eyes, it seemed like the most obvious question of all time. Why would I? After a brief pause, I replied back with a question of my own. I mean, come on now. I am sleep deprived right now, and all these things that are stopping me from having a good sleep are just piling up one after another. Well, since you're not from this world, I thought you will be willing to explore this city because it's a new place. Is that not the case? She furrowed her brows and asked. Yes, I admit I want to explore this city, but not right now, okay. No, you are right, it's just that. She looked right into my eyes, her gaze contained a shine of innocence as she waited for me to give her an answer. This was something that happens every day then. Am I being emotionally blackmailed right now? I thought. It was like she wanted me to go with her, but why though? The way she is looking at me, I can't ignore her now. This is bad. Hence, I decided to give her an answer. Actually, I would have loved to go with you, but right now I am tired. Sorry, but I just want to sleep for now. Oh, I see. What? Did she think it'll work on me? It would have been a possibility if I had any other thing to do, but I can't compromise my sleep now, since I don't know whether I'll be able to sleep on this bed next time or not. After that, Anya left, and I quickly went to sleep. Waking me up from my eternal sleep was Anya, though she didn't directly wake me up. When I heard the sounds of her footsteps, the sound of the door opening, and detected her presence, I woke up on my own. So by the time she entered the room, I was already up, sitting on the bed and rubbing my sleepy eyes. You came back early, I said, and tried to start a conversation since I can't stand that awkward silence. I was out for 3 hours, she replied. Oh, I see. I was asleep for 3 hours, huh? But wait for a second, if she was out for 3 hours, and if I assume that she was doing shopping, then why did she come back with only one purse she went out with? There should be some shopping bags and stuff with her, right? Did you not buy anything? I didn't get the answer to this immediately. First, she put her purse on a nearby desk, and she replied, I didn't go out to particularly buy something. I did say before that I'm going to explore this city, now didn't I? The only things I buy are some daily use stuff. To put it simply, she just wandered around. Kinda unexpected for me, since the Anya I know is the one who's always training, trying to improve her sword arts, and has an air of seriousness around her. But now she was acting like, how to say it. Right now she seems more carefree. She's showing all sorts of emotions I haven't seen on her before. Basically, she was acting more like how a normal girl of her age should. This was something different from that, maybe a different side of her. Did this side surface because of the newly acquired freedom she has now since our parents aren't here? Or was she always like this, and I was the one who didn't notice? I should wait and observe a bit more, I think. Nothing much happened after that. Anya changed into her indoor wear clothes. I was worried a little since we had only this room, but she changed in the bathroom that was attached to our room. Since we didn't have anything to do, we played cards to pass time. Anya was the one who suggested it because a deck of cards was one of the things she bought. We were playing Rummy. By the way, surprisingly, these games existed in this world also. Roughly an hour later, a member of the hotel's staff came to inform us about dinner. Actually, it wasn't an invitation, but what he said was that they are going to serve dinner now, and we can come to the first floor, which worked as a restaurant, and eat if we want. It was not an exclusive offer, but a buffet meal serving system for everyone who was staying in this hotel. We didn't have to pay for the dinner because it was included in the booking Ron made. Now I wonder just how much did she spend here? This hotel was definitely of high class, plus all our meals were included. Was he overspending because of the huge sum of money I arranged? Weirdly, I can already imagine him saying, if it's for my children then I don't care about silly things like money. Sigh, well, whatever. We finished the round we were playing and then went and ate dinner. It was time to sleep, and now comes the hard part. Actually no, I already slept comfortably as I wanted, so for now I decided to sleep on the sofa. This wasn't my original plan though. At first I thought of creating a bed with elemental magic using the earth element to create a rock-solid bed. Then I will borrow some extra bedding from the staff and I'll have a magic-made custom bed. But sadly that wasn't the case. When I tried creating the bed frame, it didn't work. After many attempts, I concluded that right now I am not able to make complex things with elemental magic. For example, I can create a shard of rock or ice easily, but if you tell me to make a cup, vase, or something that required more detailing, I won't be able to make that. This reminded me to continue the magic training that I was not doing for a while now. Hence, I decided to do some experiments tomorrow. And for the moment, I will be sleeping on the sofa. Are you sure? Asked Anya when she noticed that I was planning to sleep on the sofa. Yes, I already sleep well before, so it's fine. And I don't think it will be fine for me to sleep on the same bed since you know I'm not your brother now, I said as I picked up a pillow from the bed and threw it on the sofa. Pie. Then I saw an expression of uneasiness on Anya's face. Maybe she was thinking that I'll have to sleep on the sofa because of her. That is a part of it, but the main reason I'm sleeping on the sofa is that this bed is not comfortable for two people. I can assure either me or you would be rolling on the floor in the middle of the night. Oh, then I think it's okay. I also don't want to hurt my head because of something like that, said Anya. After that, I turned the lights off and sneaked into the sofa and my blanket. A few minutes later, when I was almost about to fall asleep, I was asked a question. The spike you made that time, it was magic, isn't it? Asked Anya. I thought she already knows since I revealed it pretty openly. Yes, that was magic. What about it? So it was. That means you can use magic. How am I supposed to reply to this now? Yeah, I guess I can, I said. Everything was quiet, so even though we were talking in a low voice, our exchange of words could be heard clearly. There was a brief silence from both sides for a while, then again, Anya was the one who broke it. It's amazing how you can use magic all by yourself. I mean, most of the people learn magic for the first time in the Magic Academy, she said. But this is a limit on how much I can do alone. That's the reason I'm joining the academy after all, is so that I can learn more advanced magic. Actually, I wanted to ask you something for a while now, I said. There was no response from her side, so guess I can take that as a yes. Are you fine with joining the Magic Academy? I mean, I kind of forced you to do this, and you also had an interest in sword arts instead of magic, so it's not like that. I am perfectly fine. And don't you know that they also teach sword arts in the academy? I actually wanted to go there because of this reason, so you don't need to feel burdened by any of it, said Anya. I see, that's a weight off my chest. Nothing. Soon after, I fell asleep. The morning of a new day arrived. I woke up, and so did Anya. We did the usual things like brushing our teeth, breakfast, and stuff. The toothpaste here was the worst one out of all I have ever tasted. It was made by using some herbs and potions, and to create the semi-solid paste-like texture, a special species of slimes is used. This was interesting, so I did a bit of research on that, and found out that this special species is a rare one that's found in labyrinths. This special species of slimes are called Hamigakiko slimes. The bodies of Hamigakiko slimes are not poisonous, and even carry a bit of magical energy in them, so they are used to create that texture for toothpaste. Though it still doesn't change the fact the taste is similar to expired cough syrup. After breakfast, currently, I was in the bathroom, taking a shower. Showers are a new thing I discovered. By the way, it was a mechanical shower made with metal pipes and use of water pressure. Back in my home, we only had tap water and used that to bathe, so this was new for me. This was a fantasy world, but it's seeing things the way they are. I can say that this world is slowly but surely on its way to modernization. Anyway, I was not just in the bathroom to take a bath that was a part of it, but not the whole reason. I came here because I wanted to do some experiments with my elemental magic, since this is the only place I can use it without getting noticed by anyone. I turned the valve of the shower and stopped the water, then I said that one word, status, and then a holographic white screen appeared before my eyes. Status, equal. Name 0 blanks. Rank B. Mana capacity C. Strength C. Agility C. Stamina C. Skills Foresight Level 1. User can see 0.1 seconds into the future. Ha, just like I thought, I mumbled. My rank or even none of my attributes gone up since the last breakthrough. This reminds me, I still haven't found out why my rank is one level up than the rest of the attributes. I'll need to keep that in mind. I better focus on what I came here to do. Hence, I closed my eyes and started concentrating. I focused on the experiment I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was to check if I can create other things just like ice and other basic elements. This time I was going to try with gold. Why? Because I remember its chemical properties that I was taught in school. Also, if I successfully created it, then money will not be the least of my problems. Now, I can't get too excited here. I have to collect my thoughts and concentrate, just like did when the first time I used magic. Breathe now. Let's start by imagining the atomic structure of gold. It has 79 protons in its shell, hence its atomic number is 79. Its atomic weight is approximately 196. Its melting point is 1063 degrees Celsius, and its boiling point is 2966 degrees Celsius. Its electronic configuration is Z4F145D106 The arrangement of atoms in gold follows what's called a face-centered cubic FCC structure. Put simply, the atoms in gold form cubes with an atom at each of the corners and another atom in the center of each of the faces. This much will be enough, I think. Now, I have to visualize all this and bring my imagination into reality. I stretched out my right hand, and since I was used to this process by using elemental magic over and over again, I was able to control my mana more or less. So I just did that and imagined my mana flowing through my right hand, starting from the shoulder and going all the way to the tip of my fingers. Then I opened my eyes. If everything worked as it does usually, then right now, a brick of gold should be floating in front of my palm. But sadly, there was nothing like that. The magic didn't work. Well, I figured that much, I muttered. I knew from the start that the chances of this experiment turning into a failure were high, but then why I did this, there were 2 reasons. First was because, of course, the chances of failure were high but not 100%, and so there was still a possibility that it might actually work. The second reason was that I wanted to confirm something, and that something was now confirmed. It was that the magic I am using is really elemental magic. Yes, this was a thing I was not sure of. After all, I started calling it elemental magic on a whim because it gave me elemental powers, as simple as that. But now it was confirmed that it truly is elemental magic, not some sort of creation magic. Because if it was, then I should have been able to create anything with it, and that includes gold also. I also understood the nature of this elemental magic to some extent, and it was like this. This magic gives me the ability to use the elements that are connected with nature. I have tried all the combinations and concluded that there are 3 main elements: fire, water, and earth. And one sub-element is ice. This was an offspring of water, and I can access it by controlling the water element. Water element allows me to fully manipulate water, and that also means I can freeze it and create ice. When I was new to this, it took a lot of time because I had to first summon water and then freeze it, but as I did it over and over again, it gradually turned into sub-element ice, and since then, I am able to summon ice just like the other 3 elements. I also tried to create lava by mixing earth and fire elements, but sadly it was a failure. So there are only 4 elements I can control by using elemental magic. There are only 4 I can control them freely. Right, wrong. As of now, I don't know if it's because of my inexperience, but there are some limits on what I can do. I can create things to use as a weapon with the elements, that much is true. But I can't go into detail creation like what happened when I tried to create a bed last night. Right now I can only create basic things like spears, spikes, shards, maybe a bow and arrow with fire elements, and that's all. Whenever I tried creating stuff that was a bit complicated like a sword, chest plate armor, and stuff like utensils, it didn't work. Creating an ice castle is completely out of the question. I thought it can be because I don't have enough mana to create detailed stuff, but now that doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, come on, I have the mana capacity of C that's in the higher ranks according to this world. Hence, I marked it off as a thing I should work on and try to improve. Maybe I was missing something, and that's why I am ending up with a failure every time. But that's why. I am going to the Magic Academy to learn the things I can't on my own. That was decided, and now I was done with my experiment. I better not stay in the bathroom for too long otherwise, who knows, maybe Anya will get the wrong idea. So I picked up that towel and started wiping my body with it. Yes, I was standing naked all this time. The days passed by quickly. I would be lying if I say that. This week, when I was to live alone, was honestly a drag, mainly because I had nothing much to do. It was the same for Anya also. She went outside on regular basis to do the shopping and the thing she called exploring the city, but I preferred to stay in the room and do nothing. But it's not like I really did nothing. No, I did. Before Ron left, he told us that there will be an entrance exam for us, which will determine whether we are capable of joining the academy or not. An entrance exam was to be expected, so I was not that surprised, but the Zaphworth's Magic Academy is the top academy in this kingdom, so I figured that underestimating the exam might not be a good idea. Hence, I practiced magic when I was alone. Actually, I wanted to rank up before I take the exam, but sadly that didn't happen. I was stuck at rank B and C attributes, and when I think about it, it was after this that I stopped leveling up. Maybe the more I reach the higher ranks, the more difficult it gets to rank up further. I mean, you had to do at least that much when creating a ranking system like this, otherwise almost everyone who knows how to level up will reach a higher rank in less than a year. Hell, it took me only 2 years to reach rank B from C. And so I didn't rank up, but I was able to hone my magic skills to some extent, like lessening the amount of time it takes me to summon an element and things like that. In a nutshell, this past week was boring, but I somehow made use of that time to improve myself. After all, ranking up is the only goal I have since I can't do anything else right now, and without some goal, life will be so plain. If it came to that, I fear that side will surface again. Which I don't want, at least not now. I would prefer to live normally. Hey, why are you spacing out like that? Anya said as she patted me on my shoulder, bringing me back to reality. Nothing, I was just thinking about how quickly these 7 days passed, I said with a smile. I wouldn't say that after saying that she started walking in front of me. She was dressed in a black top and skirt with stockings on her legs. Her long blonde hair was tied with a ribbon that she usually didn't wear. I wore a dark gray suit and black pants and wore tight black gloves. I also combed my hair with more precision than usual to avoid having a messy hairstyle. If I had deodorant on me, I would have used it too. No, this world does have deodorants, but it's just that I didn't get the trouble to buy one. Anya has one, but I sure don't want to have a girl's scent on me, especially the one my sister has on her. Now, why were we this dressed up? Because today was the day we were going to the academy, and yes, the entrance exam is also today. And currently, we are on our way there. Actually, I think we almost reached there because now I was able to see the building. We kept walking at our current pace, and after a while, we were on a new road and the academy was right in front of us. Unsurprisingly, we are not alone. Many other students are also headed for the same destination as ours, the only difference being that their clothing is more fashionable than ours, and most of them are coming here in fancy carriages. Well, that's a given, since the students who get to enter this academy are the sons and daughters of higher-class nobles. It might not be impossible for us to be the only ones from a middle-class noble family. There is one more difference that I noticed just now. The hair and eye color of these students, you can see a fucking rainbow if these guys stand in a now. I know this is a world based on a fantasy setting. Even I have been creative with the hair color of characters in my novel, but I never would have thought that it will look like this in real life. In the city I live in, the people there have different hair colors, but it is mostly brown, white, blonde, and red in some rare cases. But we have the whole color palette here. Okay, calm down, calm down. Can't lose my cool here, so I shifted my attention to the Magic Academy, or the Academy's campus to be precise. Damn, I can say without a doubt that this is the most modern building I've ever seen in this world. The King's Castle was one thing, but it gave more of a royal vibe instead of modern. The campus was surrounded by a 6-foot wall, and behind it was the ground. After that came the main building, which was built with white marble and a couple of other stones that have different types of abstract patterns on them. The roof was flat, which was a rare thing in this world. There were many open windows in the main building that were showing something like a hallway, and the hallway windows were built almost to the roof, which means there were multiple floors. The main building was built in a U-shape, but instead of the curve it was flat, like on side of a square have been removed. If I talk about its size then, well, it can only be described as enormous. It became even more amazing when you get to know that this was the main building, but not the only building on this campus. How do I know this? The map was placed before the entrance gate. It was probably a show-off thing, but that map clearly showed the drone view of the entire campus. Honestly, I was mind blown by this. Now I understand why this is the top magic academy in this entire kingdom. Let's go. I was busy staring at the map when Anya reminded me that we have to go for the entrance exam. Yes, I first thought that Anya won't be giving the entrance exam because she has already been gifted a seat in the academy by the princess, but apparently that was not the case. I wonder what the reason behind it is. I had all sorts of things going on in my mind, but for the moment I decided to put everything on hold and focus on what we came to do here. Maybe I'll know why she's giving the exam when I go there myself. I'll also get the time to sit and admire the architecture of this school once I get admission. It's not that I doubted my chances, but I just didn't want to underestimate the exam like I did in the last year of middle school and almost ended up failing. But for all that, I first need to take on this exam. Then what's I'm waiting for? Let's fucking go. I stepped inside the academy campus with Anya and headed toward where the new students were gathered. We crossed the gate and entered the grounds of the academy. The area was covered with leveled grass, and a path was made that connected the gate with the main building. Following the path, we entered the main building along with many other students. At this point, I don't know if calling them students would be right because they will officially be a part of this academy. Once they pass the entrance exam, but let's just ignore it for now. It must be okay to call them students since I've never seen anyone fail a school entrance exam before. I decided on that. As we reached the main building, I saw that the front gate was a big one, built with a combination of multiple types of wood. It had a glossy finish on it, and many patterns were carved on it for decoration. But the door was open, and so we simply went inside. It was connected to a hallway, maybe the main hallway of this building. The floor was made of brown tiles, and a red carpet was spread on it. I and Anya stopped in our tracks and looked at each other. The reason was, well, we didn't know where to go now. Hey, it's not my mistake, okay? No one told us about this. I think we should follow the rest of the students. If they are new students like us, then we will eventually reach the right place. Surprisingly, Anya was the one who suggested it. I simply nodded and went along since I also had a similar idea. And see, she is also calling them students. Like that, we followed the rest of the students, and eventually, maybe, we reached the place where we had to reach. It was a large hall-type room, the ceiling was high, and the floor here was made up of wooden planks. We entered the room, and since there was no place to sit, so we simply stood there just like the other students. Then a thought crossed my mind. How badass it would be if now I created a throne made out of ice with my elemental magic, and then sit on it in a king's pose. But I knew it was not possible, so I discarded that thought. The reason being that with my current skill level, I can't create something like a throne and the other was. I don't know, when I think about it a second time, the whole scene gave a cliché vibe to me. Also, doing that will attract a lot of unnecessary attention to me, which I don't want. Nope, not at all. After all, that will completely destroy the peaceful life I want to live. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard a loud beep sound, similar to the one you hear when someone taps on a mic to test if it's working or not. And when I looked in the direction where the voice came from, it turned out I was a little too right in describing that voice. A man was now there on what looked like a stage. It was a platform that was leveled up a bit from the floor, giving it a stage type of look. In front of that man was something like a mic stand, with the only difference being that instead of a mic, there was a small magic circle. This is the Magic Academy for you. I had seen something similar in the battle tournament, but this thing looked more advanced, and the quality of voice it produced was also clearer. And then, the man who looked like to be in his middle 20s came close to the mic and spoke. I hope everyone is here, and judging from the number of students here and comparing it with the numbers we accepted for the entrance exam, I think everyone is here. Then everyone, allow me to introduce myself. I am Robert Halls, the one responsible for the management of new students. He took a pause after that and gazed upon the students, and that of course included me. Though he wouldn't notice me, I was sure of that. After that, he spoke again, and this time we were given the valuable information we'd been waiting for. I'm sure you all must know that we will have you all given an entrance exam before accepting you into the academy and officially making you its students. As for what this exam will be and why you are giving this, all of it is written in the paper you will be receiving now. A person from the school staff came forward, several of them came, and handed a paper to the students who were standing in the front row. Please hand it back to the other students, he added. The number of those papers was high because each student received one. Soon I also received that paper that was handed to me by the student who was standing in front of me. Then I took my time and read through the contents of the paper. I must say I was interested in one thing that Hall said. Why are you giving this exam? It must be clear that we are giving it to get admission to the academy, but it seems like there was some other reason also. I understood that after reading the paper now, I also understood why Anya also has to give this exam. Everything was clear after reading through the paper, all of the questions I had, like why Anya has to give this exam and what Mr. Halls meant by, why are you giving this exam? This is what was written in the paper. This school has 4 classes for each grade. They're divided into Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D, and this is where the entrance exam comes in. According to how the student performs in this exam, they will be assigned to these classes. If you perform well, then you will be given Class A. If you perform mediocrely, then you will get Class B or C. And if you mess up in this exam and perform worse, then it's a given that you'll end up in Class D at the moment. I don't know what's the difference between being in Class A or Class D, but I think it's something related to your social standing inside the academy. But I can't fully believe it because the chances of the academy conducting an exam for the social standing of the students were pretty low, I think. There will be 4 exams we'll have to give. The first one will be a written exam where our academic abilities will be tested. I think this won't pose a problem for me because the level of education they have in this world is a bit low. From what I've concluded, if you're a high school graduate, then you can be the smartest person in this world. That's how it is. The second exam will be the one that'll test our magic skills. When I first read this then, I thought it was weird because people are coming to this academy to learn magic, and that means they don't know how to use magic yet. So I asked a few students around me, and it will be wrong to say that I wasn't surprised. Apparently, things were not like that. The heirs of nobles already learned magic from their parents, and they were coming to this academy to improve their skills just like me. And how do their parents know how to use magic? Well, the same cycles repeat for this. They also learned a little from their parents, and then from the academy. Learning magic was a must if you are a higher class noble, so this cycle repeats in every generation. This magic exam was to determine how much magic the student knows and their current skill level. This left me in confusion. Since I was not a son of a higher class noble, there was no way my father knew magic, so, at this point, I don't know how I will take this exam. So for now, I focused on the next exam. I know that I just knew the basics, but I think I will get past at least. Now, the thing I was worried about the most was the fourth exam. Nothing was mentioned regarding that. The text, special exam, was written in the place where the details were supposed to be. This left me wondering what type of exam it will be. Better to stay on my guard for this. I think all you have read the paper we just handed you over and have understood what type of exams there will be. But just in case, let me ask this. Do you have any questions? Waking me up was Mr. Hall's voice. It looks like he was confirming if any of us has a doubt regarding the exam. There was dead silence for a while, but then someone raised his hands. It was a boy who stood on the left side of the third row. Yes, Halls asked. The question I have is rather simple. What is this fourth exam about? We are given the details about the rest of the 3 exams, but why not this one? What does this special exam means? The boy asked. From his looks, it was clear that he was from a good, or I should say rich family. His clothing and his manner of speaking indicated that. Also, he has asked the same question I was wondering about. I didn't raise my hand and I asked it myself because I already knew what answer I'll get. Mr. Halls then turned toward the boy and pinned his gaze on him. It means just that the fourth exam is a special exam. We can't tell you the details at this moment, but it will be revealed to you before you take on the special exam, said Mr. Halls, just like I expected. If they are not telling you about it in the official paper, then it would be pretty idiotic to think that they'll you if you ask directly. And so it is. Any more questions? No one raised their hands this time. Maybe everyone had the same question I had, and now that it was cleared that they won't be getting anywhere with this, there was no point in asking again. Mr. Halls looked over the whole area and confirmed that no one has any doubts. After that he spoke. I see. Now form a line and follow the staff members. They will take to where the first exam will be held. A few people came forward. They were the same who handed us the papers. Then we just did what we were told, following a line and following them. Leaving the big hall, we walked through the hallway and were led to a specific classroom. The line was very long, so I had to wait a bit before I entered the room. It was the same for Anya, as she was just in front of me. Entering the room, I saw an entirely different type of classroom, nothing like the one I was used to in my previous life. Before the large blackboard was a podium, and after that was the place for students to sit. The chairs and tables were built in a staircase-type style, like the ones you see in universities. The rows of long, round, wooden tables were all aligned in a semicircular fashion and directly faced the podium and the large blackboard behind it. Near the podium was a small wooden table. There were a bunch of paper sheets on it. Behind the table stood a woman, most likely in her end-20s. She was handing that sheet of paper to every student who entered the classroom, and that sheet was probably the question paper. Since Anya was in front of me, she already has taken the paper and was going to sit by the time it was my turn. The woman gave me the paper, and I quickly glanced through it, just as I suspected. It is the question paper. Then I walked toward the seats with the paper in my hand. The front rows were all full, so I went and sat on the left side of the 5th row. Maybe the exam was already on because the ones who got here before were already writing. And so I also started reading the question paper. Just like I thought, I sighed internally. The question paper can't be considered difficult from any angle. In fact, it was easy. It was divided into 2 parts, maths and literature. The maths questions were mainly based on intermediate-level fractions and basic-level algebra with some quadratic equation questions mixed in. All were easy for me and can be easily solved. But it was not the easiness of the questions that surprised me. It was that the concepts of algebra and quadratic equations existed in this world, though it was in early stages. The literature part, well, you can say a middle school student can solve it easily, and so was true for me as a high school student. The paper consisted of 100 questions in total, and I can confidently say that I knew them all. There are a few questions on which I will need to think a bit before writing, but in the end, I can solve them. If this was the level of this entrance exam, then I was worried over nothing. Even so, I didn't start bombing the question paper with answers. It was because I was a bit confused now. The reason was the class system that was introduced. Our results in this exam will clearly determine in which class we will be assigned. So I was confused about how should I perform in this exam. Let's just say that the students in Class A are treated as some respected people and are the center of attention. Many students may admire them also. Just to be clear, this is not a random guess I am making. Let's take this written exam, for example. It is easy for me, but I doubt that's the case for other students as well. I gazed upon the students who were sitting near me and saw that they were having trouble solving the questions. Even Anya has stopped writing now. There will be only a handful of students who can solve this easily, just like the girl who's sitting beside me right now. I have not seen her stop writing even once ever since I sat here. Students like her will be selected for Class A and play the role of those chosen elites. Of course, just by thinking about it, I can say that's not a role fit for someone like me who wants a peaceful life. I came to this academy to learn magic after all, not to be a big shot or something. After a long period of thinking over it, I decided what I had to do. Then I took out a pen from my pocket and started writing. Yeah, they haven't provided us with pens. It was thoughtful of me to bring a pen from home. Annie was resisting saying that I'm acting like Ange, but even then I forcefully gave her a pen. Now she must be thanking me in her mind. It's not like I want that though. I removed the pen's cap and started writing, answering the questions one by one. It was after 10 or 15 minutes that I was done writing. In the end, I decided to answer 60 questions and leave the remaining 40 of them blank. This way I will be a part of the average students. I stood up from my seat and walked toward the podium, and then I submitted my paper to the woman there. She glanced at the paper and then looked at me. She must be thinking that I'm an idiot because the questions I left blank were the starting ones. Now what? I asked. Go straight in the hallway, and after 5 classrooms you will find a hall-like room. That's where the second exam is being taken, she replied. Following her advice, I left the room. Before that, I took a peek at Anya. She was still writing. I hope she doesn't mess this up. I followed the way that teacher or whatever she was had told me, and then not long after, I reached that room. Upon entering the room, I saw a big gymnasium-type place with a cemented floor. It was pretty similar to the hall-type room we were in where Mr. Halls explained things to us, but the only difference was that the floor was made of concrete instead of planks. Also, the size of this room was a bit small. Not many students were there probably, because they are still busy giving the written exam. Hence, only I and 3 other students were there with an old man who looked like an examiner. I walked over to him and said, I'm here to take the second exam," in a soft but awkward voice. Instead of replying to me, he held his hand up and signaled me to wait, and so I just did that and stood in a corner. It was not that hard to tell. He has told me to wait because the other students are taking the exam right now, and maybe it was a type of exam that only one person can take at a time. I wanted to see, so I directed my gaze toward a certain student out of those 3. I was sure that he was the one who would give the exam because that old man was explaining something to him. Then that student who was a boy moved forward, and after a few steps, he stopped and stood straight in his place. I narrowed my eyes and tried to take a good look. It was then that I saw a large magic circle drawn on the floor, and that student was standing right in the center of it. It looked like that magic circle was drawn with something like chalk because its outlines were white in color. This is my first time seeing a magic circle, which is totally different from what I imagined. When you say a magic circle, then a flashy, shining magic circle that is summoned in the middle of the air comes to mind. But then again, things may not always go how you want them to. Maybe this is how magic circles really are in reality. While I was busy thinking about all this, the boy started saying something that sounded like an incantation. This was what he said: "Spirits of eternal flames, heed my call and summon before me a brink of your power. Fireball." The white magic circle below his feet started glowing and emitting a white, almost blinding light. Several small ball-like particles that were yellow in color appeared around him. Even though it was just a bit, I was able to see the veins and arteries of his legs that stretched to his hands and whole upper body glow in a similar yellow color. Then he stretched out his right hand, and some sort of energy started gathering right in front of his palm. Instantaneously, a bright red magic circle appeared where that energy was gathered, and then a ball of fire erupted in front of it. Before that fireball could fully adapt its shape, it was launched forward at a surprising speed. The fireball then flew away from the boy, leaving a trail of translucent smoke behind, and not long after, it crashed with one of the dummy Bodhis that were placed at the end of the room and blew up its whole upper body. All of this happened in less than a minute, or maybe it was not even a half of a minute. But for me, who admired every second of it, this whole process lasted for an eternity. As an author, watching this fantastical scene unfold before my eyes was nothing less than a dream come true. The things I imagined and wrote in words were now right in front of me. It felt like time itself has stopped. When the fireball crashed with the dummy and disappeared, then the red magic circle vanished, and the circle before his feet lose its shine. All the particles also returned to their own world. The boy then looked at the old man, and the old man then wrote something on a paper that was attached to a clipboard, and he held it in his hands. He told something to him after that, and then the boy in question walked out of the room. The same thing was done by the two other students, a boy and a girl, and similarly, after doing that fireball thing, they left the room. By this point, I understood that this is what the test was. Since it was only me who was left in the room now, I proudly walked over to the old man while I continued thinking, how the fuck I'm going to take on this exam. It was not that I was unable to use that. No, that was never a problem. The problem was, well, my parents are not higher class nobles, so technically, from an outside's point of view, there's no way that I already know how to use magic. This was the problem. If I used my elemental magic here, then there can be some problems, and I may end up causing trouble for my family. And if I didn't use it, then there was a chance that I'll fail this exam. I knew about this beforehand, so I also did a bit of research, asking some other students about it, but I was only left with disappointment. This was not a problem for someone like Anya who excelled in sword arts. They just had to perform more than good in the third exam, and it'll cover up for their failure in this exam. And yeah, I was also worried about Anya. But the problem still remains, what will someone like me, who is not so good at sword arts, will do? It looks like the world was against me right now, because before I could finish thinking of a solution, I had already reached near the old man. Hell, I was walking so slowly even then. So how will I take this exam? Right now I don't know how to use magic, I said with a pleasant smile on my face. For now, I decided to take the passive approach and see what happens. The old man looked at me like I was spouting nonsense, and then he spoke. That is not a problem, kid. You see that magic circle over there? If you stand in the center of it, it will transfer some mana into your body. It's not much, but enough to cast a simple spell. What? Really? Then why the fuck you didn't tell me before? No, wait, I didn't ask him for it before. It's okay, calm down. This thing was sorted out after all, without any problem. The old man then walked toward the magic circle, and so did I. During that, he spoke up once again. It seems like you have misunderstood something. This exam is not to determine whether or not you can use magic, but to check how well you can use that when given the necessary mana for the required task. That magic circle will provide you with mana, but to channel that mana through your body and use it to cast that specific spell, that's the thing you have to do. A weird smile had appeared on my face by now, and maybe he noticed it because the next thing he said was probably related to this. Let me state this clearly, don't get so full of yourself. This may look like an easy task, but if this is the first time you are using magic and controlling the mana and directing it toward the spell is a hard thing to do. So be careful now, you may proceed. He finished and then pointed toward the magic circle with his right hand. I carefully walked over and stood in the center of the circle. No, maybe I should also chant that incantation, otherwise it'll not look natural. I didn't need to chant anything to use elemental magic though, but this can be a different type of spell, so I better not take any unnecessary risks. Now that I think about it, I don't really need the mana provided by this magic circle. I can camouflage myself and make it look like I'm using the provided mana, but instead of that, I'll use my own to cast the spell. This was a good idea, so I decided to go along with it. I stood straight in a balanced posture and then closed my eyes. This was starting to feel weird because I was used to elemental magic, and for that, I had to imagine things, but now it was not like that at all. I just had to say a few words, so I just did it. Spirits of eternal flames, heed my call and summon before me a brink of your power. Fireball, I said and opened my eyes. Though I made a mistake, even though it was not intentional, I imagined the chemical structure of fire. I don't know what will happen now. Not at all. Just like before, the circle below my feet started glowing, and those yellow particles appeared around me. I felt some kind of energy climbing up from my legs and going all the way up to my chest, and then diverging into both my arms. This was the external energy I was receiving. I stretched out my right hand, and then the red magic circle appeared before the palm of my hand, and I felt some hot air on the tip of my fingers. But then it happened. I had pretty much expected something like this, but not fucking this. A fireball, bathed in the color of pure crimson red, lit up in front of the red magic circle. Its size was slightly bigger than the ones those other students summoned, and its color and the heat it was emitting were completely different. I was not sure, but it was likely the result of me using elemental magic and this spell at the same time. Maybe both of them combined and created this fucking fireball. The fireball was then fired in the direction of the human dummy at utmost speed. The fireball was then fired in the direction of the human dummy at utmost speed. Shit, this is wrong. If that old man saw this fireball, then it ought to make me the center of attention. I definitely don't want to take that generic MC path. Hence, without wasting a single second, I quickly used elemental magic, and launched a jet spray of water toward that fireball. I used most of my mana to increase the speed of the spray so that the old man doesn't see it. If that happened, then this will end up backfiring and draw more attention. But alas, I was too late. I launched the jet spray the next second after the fireball, but even then it was too late. The fireball was already out of my range. The spray didn't work. I had intended to reduce the size of the fireball with this, but it failed. The big red fireball made its way toward the human dummies that were lined up at the end of the room. It clashed with a dummy, and the next moment an explosion occurred. It looked like a miniature supernova, and it blew not just one or two, but four of the human dummies. All of them were burned to crisp. Sigh. I wanted to do mediocre in this exam also, but now things are a little out of hand. I messed up, to be honest. Imagining the elements in my mind before casting magic has become a habit of mine. Now I somehow have to deal with it, so I slowly turned toward the old man who was standing behind me at a distance. He was staring at me with his eyes out, and sweat was visible on his wrinkled forehead. Did I pass? I asked with an innocent but awkward smile. It took a while for him to come back to his senses, and as he did, a huh came out of his mouth. Regaining his composure, he spoke. I can't reveal the results to you right now. There was a minute of silence after that. Neither of us said anything and just kept staring at the other. Maybe he wanted to ask me something, but I just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Can I leave now? Breaking the silence, I asked. Oh, yes you can. The second exam is over for you now, said the old man. I turned my back on him and began walking toward the exit. I wanted to run, but that'll make things look even weirder. Then when I was about to leave the room, he called out to me. Considering the distance that was between us now, his voice was rather loud. Was this really the first time you used magic? He asked. Yes. I turned and replied. The same innocent smile appeared on my face, but this time I tried to make it as wholesome as possible. At this point, I was next to the exit door, so after giving him a reply, I picked up my pace and ran off. It'll be better if I don't see this guy again ever in my life. I was not running exactly, but my pace was faster than normal walking, so before I knew it, I came very far away from that room. I stopped and looked around. It was good that I'm still in the hallway. I relaxed my breathing, which was out of control for a moment now. Thought I was not out of breath because I have C-rank stamina and a bit of fast walking is nothing for me. And then I realized something. Fuck, I forgot to ask him where I have to go for the third exam. I cursed myself. There was a way to go back and ask him that, but nope, not doing it. First of all, it'll be way awkward, and the second is that other students may be also there now. That will also attract attention to me, and definitely not in a good way. They will likely think of me as an idiot. A possible threat to the peaceful life I want. Maybe I'll get taunted and bullied after that. Not that I can't protect myself and beat them up, but then again, I'll end up falling deeper in the vortex of attracting attention. I know I'm overthinking this right now, but even so, it's a big no for this option. Other option I have is to wander on my own and try to find the place where the next exam is taking place. This sounds like a good option, so I'll go with this one. Hence, I started walking again slowly as I kept checking my surroundings to not miss that place. The places where the first and second exams are taking place are not that far away from each other after all. If they were, then it will be a hassle for the students. So keeping that in mind, the place for the next exam should be somewhere near. 15 minutes later, damn it, I can't find the place. I muttered as I put my hand on my face. Just where the hell is that place? All the rooms I have checked till now were either locked or empty, probably an arrangement for this day exclusively. The normal classes were off for today because I never saw any of them. They must have done this to avoid confusion for any crowds, but this thing was working against me now. If there were any other students here, then I would have asked them about the third exam, and it would be easy well. While thinking all this, I kept walking, and soon after I saw something. No, it was not what I was looking for, but a person, a girl who looked my age. She was standing outside the hallway in a garden-like place. This hallway was built on the outer side of the building, so the wall on my right had big gaps in it for light to come in and for air ventilation, I guess. And through those gaps, I was able to see her. She had long white hair that went down to her waist. Her deep red eyes had a shine in them, making them seem like a gem. Her face was devoid of any makeup, but had an image of natural beauty on her. She wore a plain white top and a crimson-colored skirt that matched her eyes. Her legs were covered to the thighs by black stockings that were similar to the ones Anya wore. Though her looks are the perfect example of an overused trope with her white hair and red eyes, I have to admit I can't deny that she is also an example of the beautiful girl of your dreams. She was standing there alone and gazing at the flowers that were planted near the outer wall. At that moment, a gust of wind passed by that made her hair flow in the air. I also came back to my senses then. I finally got the second thing I was searching for, someone I can ask for directions. So I parkour over the wall and made my way outside as I walked in her direction. I made my presence very open and easy to catch so that I don't end up surprising her. The same thing happened and she noticed me. She looked at me while I stood at a 3 or 4 steps distance from her. Sorry to disturb you, but can you tell me where the third exam is taking place? It's okay if you don't know, I asked in a soft voice, though it was lacking in emotion because I didn't put much effort into it. I was in a hurry after all. I also added that she doesn't have to tell me if she doesn't know that was because I am not sure if she's taking the entrance exam or not. I mean, if she was, then why she would be wasting her time here. Or the other possibility was that she already finished all the exams and was now killing time here, which was unlikely, so I paid it no mind. The answer was not given to me immediately as she averted her gaze and maybe was thinking over something. After a minute or so had passed, she spoke up. It's taking place in the room next to where the second exam is held, she said. Walking alone in the hallway at a fast pace, there was only one thing going through my mind right now. I feel like an absolute idiot. I was thinking it with such force that it came out in words. After that, in around 5 minutes, I reached the place in question. It really was just next to it, and I simply passed by without even noticing it. I entered the room and saw that no one was there. The examiner was the only person to be seen there. Either I was too early or too late. And keeping in mind what wonderful thing I did, the latter part seems to be true. Ah, fuck. I am so annoyed that I'm throwing sarcasm at myself. That is a thing I don't usually do. Anyway, I walked up to the examiner, who this time was a young man with a sword. Of course he has a sword. This is an exam related to sword arts. So I am here for the third exam, I said to him. Oh, you are rather early. Well, I'll just pretend that I didn't hear that. Well, take a sword from there and get ready. As he finished speaking, he pointed toward a desk where several swords were. I went and picked up one of them. It was a long and thin sword, and it also gave off a katana-type vibe that I liked. Then I came back and stood in front of the examiner. In this exam, I will be testing how good you are at sword arts, so don't hesitate and come at me with everything you've got, he said as he held his sword with both of his hands and raised it toward me. Shouldn't we be using wooden swords, though? But if he says it's fine, then it's fine. Don't hold any hard feelings if I ended up killing you. Also, I'm not kidding here. But if he says it's fine, then it's fine. Don't hold any hard feelings if I ended up killing you. Also, I'm not kidding here. No, I really was just kidding here. There's no way that I was going to take this exam seriously after that mess I made in the previous one. It was clear that what I did there was by no means an ordinary thing you see every day, so I was more or less sure that I will end up with a high grade on the second exam. I performed mediocrely in the first exam, so even if you take that into account and calculate my total score, it was likely that I will be out of those average student criteria I want to be in. So, to balance things up, I was going to perform just enough to get a passing grade, that's all. I was also not that good in sword arts, so the possibility of something like the last time happening was out of the question. The only way I stood on the ground during battles that required fighting with sword art was because of that skill I have, Foresight. That helped me a lot in improving my defense, and because of that in this exam I was going to do just that, play defense. Let's get started, said the young man in front of me. Oh no, actually. Please wait a minute, I replied and signaled him to stop. He stopped in his place, and then I held the sword between the armpits of my right hand and then removed the black gloves I was wearing. They are not made of leather, so if I kept wearing them while wielding a sword, then I may have to compromise some grip. I removed the gloves and put them in my pocket. After that, I held the sword again with both of my hands. This time I was able to feel its cold metal blade and its wooden handle. I'm ready now, I said, and stood in a battle stance, looking directly at the young man who was the examiner. He smiled at me, and with his body language, he hinted to me to get real now and come at him with everything I've got. Of course, I wasn't going to do that, but just to make it look like I was taking things seriously, I charged at him and aimed at him with my sword. It was supposed to be a piercing attack that can be used for stabbing your opponent, but if the other person has even a bit of experience, then it can be dodged pretty easily. The same thing happened, and he titled his waist where my sword was about to stab him to the right, and then using his legs and moving away, he dodged it completely. My speed, though, was by no means slow, and I was not able to stop instantly, or I probably made it look like that. When I stopped and was about to turn around, I felt an enormous presence behind me. The air suddenly became heavy, and a bit of sweat dripped from my temple. Without wasting a single second, I used Foresight, and then multiple examiners appeared before my eyes. Each of them was going to land a different attack on me. I got to know this recently, but instead of showing me the exact future, Foresight shows me all the possible futures, and one of them can become the true one. I don't know which one. The images it shows me, like for example, I am seeing 10 images of the examiner, then it means that in the next 0.1 second, one of them can come true. There was an option to simply dodge all of them, but that was not possible most of the time because to react in 0.1 is not a simple thing to do. Then there was an option to predict the future that can come true by the elimination method. I was able to do it due to a feature of this skill. The images that I see are sorted by their opacity. The skill helped me quite a bit. The opacity of the image with the future has the most possible chance of becoming true, and the image with the least chance is almost transparent. So by that, what I have to do is dodge the attacks launched by the examiner's image with the highest opacity. And when this time I used Foresight on the examiner, I was shocked down to my bones. The number of images I saw was high, too high, around 100 or so images were there. This means that there are 100 possible attacks he had in his mind now, and he was going to perform one of them. The attack that came was one where he swung his sword from up to down with a huge amount of force behind it, and his sword aimed for my right shoulder. I reacted in less than a second and leaped back a few steps and then blocked his sword with mine. A loud sound of two pieces of metal clashing with each was heard throughout the room. Scraping through my sword, moved sparks were released when our swords rubbed against each other. He did a 360-degree spin and then launched another attack that targeted the right side of my waist. It was a slashing attack. I darted forward, and before he could fully perform his attack, I locked swords with him, making him unable to move freely. He both increased the amount of force behind our swords, trying to push the other back and launch an attack. This power struggle continued for a while. Sometimes I pushed him back, and sometimes he got me into a corner. In the end, we both backed off to catch our breath. To be honest, this was the first time I was actually having a bit of trouble. He was way better than any eighth. Only when I have fought using sword arts, and this man was hard to read. He never spoke anything since the fight began, and he also had a poker face up all the time, making me unable to read his expressions. Of course, the same was the case with me. I am not praising myself here, but I am better at making a poker face than him by a landslide, and it showed clearly. When he found that he was not able to read me, I saw him narrowing his eyes from time to time or twitching his brows. Sometimes wrinkles formed on his temple, and all this indicated that he was not good with poker faces. He can't hide his irritation completely, and that is enough to make one aware of his intentions. Now I decided to finish this. Keeping this fight go on any longer will only waste time. Thus, I dashed toward him at full speed, and surprisingly, he did the same thing. I had expected him to defend, but he also dashed toward me. In the blink of an eye, we were beside each other, and at the same time, we moved our swords against each other, clashing them with full force. The sound traveled in each and every inch of this room. Then I loosened my grip on my sword. Due to that, he was able to push me back, and my sword slipped from my hand and was thrown back in the air by him. The next moment, his sword stopped just before slicing my neck. He then pulled his sword back and put it in its sheath. Did I pass or fail? I can't answer that now. You'll have to wait for the results. Figured this much. That old man also said the same thing. I asked as I put on my gloves again after wiping the sweat on my palms with my handkerchief. For now, go back to where Mr. Halls explained the entrance exam to you. You will find out there where the fourth exam is taking place and what it is about, he replied. I tried to ask it in a roundabout way, but he avoided my question entirely. And then I remembered something. The sword that was thrown into the air by him was still lying on the floor, so I went there and picked it up to put it back in its place. I bent my knees and picked the sword, and then, "Why were you not taking this seriously? I said to come at me with everything you've got, didn't I?" said the young man. At this point, I was standing again, but after hearing this, I didn't move and just stood there. Even though I am very young among the other teachers, I do have a good amount of fighting experience. I can predict the strength of my opponent when I cross swords with them for the first time. And the same goes for you also. You were not fighting with your full power. Is he really going to do it now? I kinda expected that he might find out, but I never thought that he will just ask me straight. Sigh, troubles after troubles. Huh, what are you talking about, sir? I really went all out against you, it's true, I said. He was standing behind me at a distance, but I didn't turn around when I replied to him, nor did I look at him. Just answered like any normal student would in this situation. But no, that's not quite true. You can lie to the others, but not to me. After he finished saying that, the young man unsheathed his sword in an instant and threw it at Zero with great force. If that attack landed then, it was likely to drill through Zero's neck. But what happened next surprised that young man as his eyes widened in shock when he witnessed it. As the sword was about to hit Zero, he moved, so fast that it looked like a flash. Then he struck at the sword with his own, and the sword he held was not normal. The blade was red hot, like someone has thrown it into a furnace and heated it, but it was the result of Zero using his elemental magic on the sword. The red-hot blade sliced the other sword in two, and both of its pieces landed near Zero's legs. Then the young man looked at Zero and his face. It was completely different from before. His eyes were devoid of any expression, and so was his face. Those eyes looked straight at him, and when he gazed into them like the void, those eyes stared back at him. It was enough to make him go silent, but then the teenage boy Zero spoke up. "Forget about what happened here, otherwise the world will forget about you. And give me the marks according to how I performed, not based on what you thought I will perform like. Understand?" His voice was cold, plain, and enough to send shivers down one's spine. Zero then walked to that desk and placed the sword on it. After that, he quietly left the room. Now the young man was alone. It took some time, but he regained his composure. "Seems like we have many interesting students this year," he muttered to himself, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. No, that's not quite true. You can lie to the others, but not to me. I heard him saying that from behind, so he is really going to do it, ha. I wanted to avoid this outcome, but if that's what you want, then you will just get that. I just want to live a peaceful life here. Can't I even have that much? Is it too much to ask? Am I not allowed to experience a bit of happiness in a normal way? I don't want to go back to being my old self if not necessary, but the people keep forcing me to do so. Sigh, no use thinking over it now, it is what it is. Immediately after, I sensed the presence of something behind me. He is trying to launch a surprise attack to see how I'll reach so that he can guess my true potential. You're not bad, but this is too generic of an approach. The presence closed the distance in an instant. Was it him? No, the presence I'm sensing is too small to be of a human. He must have thrown his sword at me. If that's the case, then I moved like flowing water, smoothly. Any movement I made was not wasted. Then, with the sword that I was done heating with my elemental magic already, I swung it without even looking at my target. I trusted my instincts and moved purely based on that, and I must say I was not disappointed. The thing that was headed toward me was in fact the sword he held a few moments ago. And then when his sword entered my range and was about to pierce through my neck, my sword cut through his sword like a heated knife on butterslicing the blade of the other sword into two pieces. It was because I had heated my sword with elemental magic fire element, though this was not meant to be a counter for this sword. Even if he had come to get me himself, the result wouldn't have varied much. I took a look at his face and it was pale. A mixture of surprise, confusion, and amusement could be seen. But what I wanted to see the most was not there, despair. He had sweat all over his face and body, but he was not terrified of me. Thus, I decided to push it a bit further. Forget about what happened here, otherwise the world will forget about you. And give me the marks according to how I performed, not based on what you thought I will perform like. Understand, I said in a cold, expressionless voice. I also indirectly added that if he told anyone about me or what happened here, he will lose his life. It was an important thing to do, after all. If word got out, then the normal, peaceful life I dream of will be turned to dust, and I can go to any extent to keep that from happening. He didn't reply to me, in fact, he didn't say anything. I went to the desk and placed the sword back on it. Afterwards, I left the room and headed to where the fourth exam was supposed to be. On my way there, I realized that I probably still have that look on my face. Therefore, I stopped and put my hand on my chest, touching where my heart was. Calm down, calm down, calm down. After repeating these words over and over in my mind, I relieved a prolonged breath. I am fine now, I should be. With that, I put a smile on my face and started walking again. Let's go back in time a bit. When Zero was dealing with all this, a certain someone was busy with their own problem. The thing that was troubling this someone was a mathematical question, and the person in question was Anya, Zero's older sister. She was still stuck in the first exam, trying to somehow solve all these questions. Her academic abilities were not good, but she wasn't bad either. In fact, she was already done with all the literature questions. All that was left was mathematics. At this time, a boy rose up from his seat and went to submit his answer sheet to the female examiner who sat behind the podium on a chair. This boy was none other than her own brother, Zero. Saying he was her own brother might not be right, but the fact still remained that he was her brother. She glanced at him, and the only thing she thought was, how in the world did he finish it this quickly? This was a normal reaction anyone would expect out of her. After all, she didn't know what Zero had written and what he didn't. She knew that he was from another world, a world that was way advanced from this one. She also knew that he can use magic without anyone being there to teach him. Even so, she never thought of him to be a genius in academics also. A genius. After witnessing what happened just now, she was not able to discard this possibility by saying, "This is impossible." Her doubts were slowly taking the form of fact. Though this was just her assumption, she wasn't aware of it. Finishing her exam around half an hour after Zero left, she went to take on the third exam. When she entered the room, she was told. The sight of an old man who was staring at something outside with his eyes out was the first thing she saw. Since she was the first one to finish the first exam after Zero, there were no other students here. Those who left before her were probably done with the second exam also. This, however, also meant that the last one to leave from here was Zero. She was not so dense to not realize this. I guess it explains the state he's in. If it was Zero, then he must have done something again, she thought. This exam turned out to be a tough one for her, though she knew this beforehand. It was because the second exam tested one's magic skills, the thing she was weak at. But she somehow cleared it. There was a magic circle in the middle of this room, and the old man who was the examiner this time told her that this will supply her with mana to cast a spell. He told her the incantation she was supposed to use, and then when she was about to fire the spell, he interrupted her. "Is this your first time also?" he asked. "Yes, as I told you before. This is my first time using magic." The look on his face suddenly darkened as he said, "Please don't blow up this place." Some things that happened a while ago left a deep impact on the old man. This much was clear. After clearing the second exam, she went to take on the third one. This exam was pretty easy for her since her specialty was sword arts, and this exam tested just that. However, the state this examiner was in can't be defined as good. Him again, she said internally. Leaving that room, she stood by herself. Now all that's left is the fourth exam, the one I'm worried about the most, she said to herself. After a bit of walking, he who is known as Zero Blanks in this world, entered the hall I was told about by a certain young man, the same hall where all the students were gathered at the start, and Mr. Halls explained to us about the entrance exam. As I made my way in, I saw that except for a few students around 5 or 10, no one else was there. Did I really finish all 3 exams this quick? Well, then I guess he was not being sarcastic when he said that I'm rather early. I walked at a normal pace. The hall was mostly empty and quiet, so the sound that the planked floor made when I walked could be heard clearly. The gazes of the students who were already present here shifted towards me as I approached them. I'd no plan of interacting with them anyway, so they were just wasting their time here. And so I stood at a distance from the others and simply waited for. I don't know what I was waiting for. After all, that examiner said that I will be given the details here. Maybe they are waiting for all the students to arrive first. A thought crossed my mind. If that was the case, then this next exam will probably be the type where you can't play solo. Or it could be that the exam can't start until all the students were here. The possibilities were few, and I am sure everyone else has also figured this out, and they are wondering just like me about what will we be facing next. The Academy has done its best to keep the details a secret, not that we had any way of uncovering it, thought. Right now, the students who are giving the exams are probably divided into 2 factions. One who is taking it easy and are focusing on the exam they are giving at present to them. The future exams are a thing to worry about when they are actually giving it. And then the second faction. This faction contains students who are taking things seriously. While giving their best in the present, they are also thinking about the future, like what the 4th exam could be. There's also a third possibility that I'm just overthinking this because I have nothing to do right now, but let's not talk about it for the moment. Like that, around 10 minutes passed, then 15 minutes, then 20, then 30, half an hour passed. When I was almost on the verge of dying with boredom, someone entered the hall. Ah, it's just my sister Anya. Why did I expect that the whole student body will come running through the door? I do have some wild fantasies, I guess. She directed her gaze at me, and I did the same, gazed back at her. Seems like she also finished all 3 exams. She was the first one to finish after me. She looks pretty worn out, I muttered to myself. It was understandable. Knowing her, I am sure that she'd given her all in the 3rd sword arts exam. Though at the same time, I was also wondering how she cleared the 2nd exam, the one that tested our magic skills. With her arms folded, she came and stood beside me. How did it go? I asked. I did all I could, she said, a rather short reply from her side. Half an hour more passed. Now it was a complete hour since I came here. And guess what? I and all of the other students were standing till them. Can't they even provide us with some chairs at least? This half an hour after Anya's arrival, the other students slowly started coming one after another, and the hall was now pretty much filled. I was looking here and there, and then I noticed something. The number of students present here was high, I admit that much. But the numbers differed from when the first time we came into this hall before the entrance exam. Also, I wasn't the only one who noticed this change. Some of the other students, including Anya, had also noticed it but were keeping their cool, though the gust of confusion was surely spread across the entire hall. But right at that moment, when the world wanted him the most, he made his appearance. It was Mr. Halls. He came onto the stage and stood before what looked like a mic stand with a small magic circle on its tip. Yes, finally, Mr. Halls had arrived in the hall. He clapped a few times in front of the mic to gather the attention of all the students, and then when it was done, he started speaking. First, let me congratulate all of the students present here for clearing the first part of the entrance exam. Congratulations for making it this far. The first part, he says. But he didn't stop speaking. After a pause, he spoke again. Now then, as most of you have already noticed, but just in case, let me inform you of the fact that the numbers of students who are missing from here are those who failed in the first part of the exam. Hence, they were sent back home. What he said dropped like a bomb that was oblivious to this, and my guess turned out to be right. I had thought that there might be some students who failed and were sent back, but I also had some doubts. Like when he decided who failed and who passed. Oh, I see. All of the examiners had something like a paper, and they wrote something on it after I finished the exam. At that time I didn't notice, but that must be when they decided who failed and who passed. After all, except the academic exam, the results of the other exams could be determined on the spot. So if my theory is right, then the system of failing or passing a student should be something like this. The first exam that tested our academic skills. The students who finished first submitted their answer sheet to the examiner and then left for the second exam. The result of this exam was not taken out immediately, as checking the answer sheets took time. So when the examiner gets the answer sheet from a student, they started checking through it while that student went off to give the other exams. The second exam that tested our magic skills. When a student arrives there and gives this exam, the result is on the examiner's hand instantly. The old man who was there looked like a person who knew magic, so it wouldn't be hard for him to determine how much skill or potential this particular student has. He was also testing everyone on how well they can perform that one fireball spell, so taking out the result on that basics must be easy. Then if the student passed, then they were sent to take the third exam, but if they failed, then it was a trip back home. There was no third exam for them to give. The third exam that tested our sword art skills. Just like the second exam, the examiner here was a well-experienced person in sword arts, so he was also able to tell how good or bad a student is. And if they passed, then they were told to come here to this hall, but if they failed, they were sent back home. Now there was another thing that came into play after the third exam. Suppose a student passed both the second and third exams but did poorly in the first exam. By this time, the examiner of the first exam should be done checking their answer sheet, and if they passed, and all good, but just like before, if they failed, then the only way they had led back home. This means even if you pass 2 out of 3 exams but failed in any one of them, you will be kicked out. This is how I think they passed or failed the students. But then again, this is just a theory from my side, and the system can be slightly or even entirely different from this. Though I'd now satisfied myself and there was no doubt left in my mind, all that was left was the fourth exam. Waking me up from my thoughts was Mr. Hall's voice. I think this is what most of you have been waiting for, so let me now explain the fourth exam, finally. Whenever this academy conducted an entrance exam, the fourth exam was always different from before while the other 3 remained the same. Hence, it was named the special exam, and just like before, the same is the case now. The exam you are all about to give will be testing your skills to survive in a harsh, unknown environment. There will be many times when you will on your own, in a place filled with danger. Keeping in mind that this world has monsters and things like labyrinths, that is not impossible. And this exam will be testing how you can survive in these types of situations with the use of the skills you have in your arsenal. This time, you will have to survive in a place filled with all sorts of monsters and creatures. Worry not, this is not a test to death, you will just have to survive for a day in there. Okay, just stop for a second. This is too much information. At least give me some time to process it. We will be sent to a place filled with monsters. Okay, I get it, even though I just came to know that monsters also existed here. The thing is, where the fuck are they? I mean, I don't see anything around here. So without further ado, let the special exam begin, said Mr. Halls in a loud voice. Wait, what? Before I could say anything, or even before anyone could utter a single word, the floor below us shone in a brilliant white. A big magic circle that covered all the students in it appeared on the wooden floor. Then all of a sudden my vision was bleached. All I could see was white, just white. I felt like flying as the weight of my body suddenly decreased, though after a while it came back to normal. My vision was also repaired, and what I saw next was not an academy hall, but a bunch of trees, bushes, and green grass below my feet. It was a jungle. My vision was also repaired, and what I saw next was not an academy hall, but a bunch of trees, bushes, and green grass below my feet. It was a jungle. Damn, I looked around and tried to get a grasp of my surroundings. Only after a minute it was clear that I was in a wild area, a forest sort of place. Is this the place Mr. Halls was talking about? If so, then I was right to be a bit wary of this exam. According to what Mr. Halls said, this place was also filled with monsters, the monsters that I came to know about just a few moments ago. Till now, I had absolutely no idea that monsters existed here, leaving aside the matter of seeing them. A world based on a fantasy setting, this world truly lived up to its description in every aspect. Still, monsters are monsters. I need to do some preparations or else. Just when I was about to move and get a look at this area, a sudden beep sound rang in my head. It was loud at starting, but the next second it stabilized. I'm sure all of you have reached the location of this exam already, so let me get straight to the point. As I have said before, you all will have to survive in this place for a whole day, and if you can do that, then you will pass the fourth exam and will officially be a student of the Zaphworth's Magic Academy. But let me make this clear for once and for all. The place you are currently in has monsters to accompany you, so better watch out for that. You will have to get the drinking water by yourself, but as for food, you will find some trees with edible fruits on them. They are pretty easy to find, so that will not be a problem. Also, the exam's location is forest area is owned by the Academy, and we have set up a dome-shaped barrier around it, so you won't be able to contact or go into the outside world until the exam finishes. Now, the fourth and the final exam will start now. With that, the voice was cut off. Was this telepathy? The voice I heard in my head just now was of Mr. Halls's, no doubt about it. And judging from the way he was speaking, it was clear that this message was delivered to all of the students present here like an announcement. It was probably to inform us that we were teleported here by the Academy, and now the fourth exam will start. Seems like a lot of trouble, I muttered as I began walking forward. This exam will require a lot of energy from my side. Honestly, it's a pain in the ass and I don't want to do it, but then again, not like I have any other choice. I again looked around me just in case, but the result was the same. No one else was there except for me. The place where I was a mountain-like place, and a few steps on my back was a cliff, a straight fall. You can't label this place as safe, and I was the same. Fuck the exam, my safety comes first, so I began walking in the opposite direction from the cliff, headed toward an area with many trees. I didn't stop gazing at my surroundings while I did so because I didn't want to let my guard down, and the other reason was to find any other students. We were not provided with any kind of map, so I was just going in a random direction while I continued to think about some things, like what Mr. Hall said in that telepathy message. He barely explained to us the rules of this exam, and all the information we were given was pretty vague. It can be that there were no such rules, and this was just a straightforward survival exam, but it was too good to be true. If this was a novel, then we would have gotten a survival exam based on a battle royal where we had to kill or eliminate the other students to confirm our victory. Or it could have been an exam to collect some points, items, or something like that were hidden in a special spot. I mean, I would have done that. After all, who doesn't like to see random characters getting killed? Yeah, this scenario will be possible if the author was a lazy person, whose main focus was the Ekai scenes and the plot was just there to move the story forward. Sigh, but this is unlikely to be the reason here. Better focus on the logical things. Getting back to the topic, he didn't even tell us how the students will fail and pass. And among the ones who passed, how are they planning to give us the grades? Like there were no such things that can differentiate your performance from the others. For example, assume that 5 out of 10 students pass this exam. I don't know how they're planning to fail us, but let's put that aside for now. Now, for those 5 students who passed, how will the academy rank them? Because more or less our exam grades will decide which class we will be assigned to, so if there's no system to give us a grade in this exam, then it doesn't make sense. The only possibility I see is that this exam was just to testify our survival skills and won't affect our grades. Then the decision on which class to put the individual student in will be from how they did in those 3 exams. This was all I could think of, for now at least. Maybe there's something I'm missing or they are hiding some specific details, but the information I have in hand is too little for me to speculate exactly what they are hiding or even hiding or not. So now I shifted my attention to my surroundings. I was walking through an area where a large number of thick, lush trees were planted. The ground was covered with long green grass, though there were patches of empty ground at several intervals. The sunlight was making its way between the leaves of the trees and illuminating the area. There was not much light, but it was enough to walk easily without stepping into a pit or something. They sure are rich if this whole forest is their property, I said to myself. I got a feeling in my chest that if I played this carelessly, things might get out of hand. There should not be any problem surviving for one day here, but that's when it's just about surviving. There are monsters here too. It's not like I doubt my skills. Me elemental magic should be powerful enough so I can defend myself if nothing, but at the same time, as I have never seen nor faced those monsters before, I don't want to underestimate them and invite any risks that can be avoided. Should I select a place to act as a base or should I keep moving? Securing a place early on will help me to get a place to sleep at night, but being at one point for longer can also be dangerous, which can be avoided by being on the move all the time and getting a temporary place to sleep at night. Both the options have their own set of pros and cons, so it's not that easy to decide. Maybe I should take some time on this. When I was busy in my thoughts, I suddenly heard a scream. It was the voice of a male, and it came from somewhere nearby. Just what I was looking for. With that thought in mind, I quickly ran toward the direction that scream came from. I ran through the forest, removing the leaves and branches that caressed my face with my hands. Soon I saw an opening in the wall of leaves and bushes from which a good amount of light was coming. I slowed my pace and sat on my knees just before that opening, and then looked in that direction. What I saw was another thing out of fantasy novels, an orc. A monster big in size with a height of almost 10 feet. Its body was muscular, far more than a pro wrestler with clay-colored skin. He covered his bottom half and his private parts with a cloth-like thing that looked more like the skin of an animal. He also held a big, thick, and broad sword-type blade in his hands. Before the orc stood a boy my age. He wore expensive-looking clothing and was armed with a long sword. Where the hell did he find that sword from? I thought, but that was not important right now. Hence, I shifted my attention back toward the boy. He carried an anxious look on his face, his eyes were widened, sweat on his temple, and he was trembling. KHWA, the orc roared as he took some big steps toward the boy and swung his blade multiple times in the air. The boy leaped backward and somehow survived the first attack while he kept dodging the orc's blade while screaming like a madman. This is insane. No one told me that we will be fighting real monsters. I was not prepared for this. This is crazy. I was able to tell that he was scared to death, and at this point, it was his will to live that was moving his body to defend against the orc. Fuck you, he shouted and then darted toward the orc while holding his sword at a certain angle. The orc's broad blade came rushing toward him, but instead of getting cut into two pieces, he jumped, stepped on the blade, and then launched himself in the direction of the orc's head. Die, you bastard. His long sword emitted a bright light before he swung it at the orc's neck. Thump, someone crashed onto the ground, and it was not the orc, but that boy. The orc's right hand came flying toward him and punched him before he could unleash his attack. Cough, cough. The boy tried to get up, blood dripping from his mouth. Shit, I'm bleeding. Hey, stop this exam and get me out of here. Anyone? Mr. Halls, please take me out or I'm seriously gonna die here, he said while facing the sky, but his words fell on deaf ears. Clank, the orc attacked him with his blade, which the boy defended against with his long sword, but something broke. It was his long sword. I was actually wondering for a long time how that thin sword is not breaking when clashing with that thick and heavy blade. Now it was more or less clear maybe they never clashed directly, and now that they did, the result was there. His jaw dropped, the look of anxiety on the boy's face turned into a terrified expression. Ah, this is so messed up. I can't possibly fight against thing, he cried as he took a few steps back. Maybe he was going to run now, but... Slash, the orc's blade came toward him at an insane speed. This was because the orc was now using both his hands to swing the blade. Why, before he could finish his sentence, the boy fell silent. The thick, broad blade buried itself in the boy's right shoulder, and slicing through his body it came out from the left side of his waist. His body was cut in two in an instant, and those two pieces fell to the ground. The orc then let out a loud roar that made the birds on the nearby trees fly in the air. I simply observed all this while keeping my presence hidden, and now, what I came here for was clear. So this is how the students will fail, huh? I said inwardly. Somewhere in a room inside the academy campus stood two people, both men. One of them was Robert Halls, the head of the management department of the new students, and the other person with him was a young man with short blonde hair and a pair of leaf green eyes. His name was Rifin Jekar, and he was the one who took the role of the examiner in the third entrance exam, though this was not the only part he played in the academy. What do you think about this year's batch? Asked Robert as he stared straight in the air, where at a distance of around 5 feet was a large, holographic screen that floated in the air. The screen showed was divided into 6 small rectangular parts, and each of them showed a different scene. But the area they were showing overall was the same. It was where the new students were teleported for the fourth and final entrance exam. That area was displayed on the screen from 6 different angles, like someone was looking at CCTV camera footage. Though this was the case, the image displayed on the screen was being sent here or recorded by a special type of magic spell one, which only a selected people in the academy knew about. Through this screen, both Robert and Rifin were able to see what is going on in the playground and how the students are facing the exam. And then, Rifin took a few steps forward and stood beside Robert. You ask me the same thing every year, and the answer I give you is also the same. This time is no different. I can't say about everyone, but some kids caught my interest, said Rifin and folded his arms as he stared at the screen. Oh, am I dreaming right now? How rare it is for a student to get noticed by you. How much time has passed since that miracle last happened? 2 years, 3 years, or 5, said Robert, in a tone that was full of sarcasm. However, Rifin simply ignored him as he clicked his tongue in frustration. The view on the screen currently showed a student who was running away from an orc. How many of them have been eliminated? The question came from Rifin's side. More than 20, said Robert. It was a short, straight-to-the-point answer. To this Rifin's side, it hasn't even been an hour since the exam began, and already a look of disappointment could be seen on his face. He was not at all happy with the current situation. Robert glanced at him, and then with a slight smile on his face, he said, "Can't do anything about that. At least the number of students who failed is lower than the last time. Looks like this one is about to go down as well," Rifin said as he fixated his eyes on the holographic screen. Well, let's see what happens. The boy who was running away from the orc one whom Robert and Rifin were looking at through the screen was clearly in a state of panic. After all, he has chosen to run away rather than fight the orc then and there. He thought that he'll survive this way, but the situation was not in his favor. When he started running, the orc also followed him, and now he was slowly closing the distance between them. "Fuck you, bastard. Why are you so obsessed with me, huh? Go find someone else," the boy cried. Though the answer was given to him by a sword that came flying toward him, the orc was now close enough to launch an attack, and he did so. He swung his broad and heavy blade at the boy. The blade has some cracks in it, but even so, it was strong enough to cut down a human. "I'm dead," said the boy as he closed his eyes and covered his head with his hands. A loud clank sound was heard, but the blade didn't hit the boy. When he stopped running and looked back, he saw that someone blocked the orc's attack to save him. It was a girl. She came dashing from the side and clashed her sword with the orc's blade, deflecting it in a way that the recoil pushed the orc back. Her long blonde hair swayed as she slid on the ground before stopping in front of the orc, and her crystal green eyes were locked at the orc with a death glare. "Are you fine?" the girl asked hurriedly as he peeked at the boy. "Why, yes, somewhat," the boy replied. Now that she'd made sure the boy was fine, her attention shifted to the orc who was about to launch another attack. The orc held his blade with both of his hands and raised it high before bringing it down at great speed and slashing everything in its way. The girl quickly leaped on the side and then darted toward the orc. She tightened the grip on her sword and adjusted it according to her stance, and then when she was close enough, she slashed the orc's left leg with it. The orc's skin was hard, so the sword didn't cut it completely but provided a deep cut. Qua, the orc cried in pain, and that caused him to lose balance. The girl, seeking the opportunity, ran toward a nearby tree. Stepping on its trunk, she launched herself on the orc. The orc's height was more than hers, but now she was above him. Her sword glowed as she passed her mana through it. Taking advantage of the gravity and combining it with the force she launched herself, she threw a slash at the orc's neck. The sword passed through. It was not smooth, as she was trying her hardest to not mess this up and applying all the force she could in this attack. Slowly, the sword slashed the orc's neck and beheaded him. His head fell on the other side while his body sat on its knees and then fell completely to the ground. The girl landed in front of the now dead orc's body. She swung her sword in the air, removed the blood on it, and then put it back in its sheath. Phew! The girl let out a breath of exhaustion as she adjusted the hair that was coming over her eyes. Then she looked at the boy who was standing frozen while all this happened. It's all right. I was in this area when I heard your scream, and I wasn't able to just sit and watch from the distance while someone dies before my eyes, the girl replied in a soft tone. Damn, that hurts, so she was sure that I'll die, the boy said inwardly. Anyway, I'm Stir Grandkeep. What's your name? The boy asked after revealing her name. The girl looked at him for a while. It was as though she was hesitating, but soon that thought left her mind as she said, I'm Anya Blanks. I'm Anya Blanks. Both Robert and Ryfin stared at the holographic screen with their hands folded. They were just finished witnessing a sort of duel between a girl named Anya Blanks and an orc, who was chasing down a male student with the name of Stir Grandkeep. So he managed to survive, said Robert. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. After all, he completely believed for this boy to get eliminated. That girl, if I'm not wrong then, she is the student who received a scholarship from Princess Rishia, right? Ryfin didn't verbally answer him. Instead, he simply nodded while he kept looking at the screen. I have expected her to be more strength-hungry, dense type of person since the news was that she almost won the battle tournament where you find monsters less than humans. But it seems like I was wrong all along. He took a glance at Ryfin, but still, there was no response. Noticing his silence, Robert continued. You have to slay the monsters to get above the other student. That's how the ranking system in this exam works. The reason doesn't matter as long as you can kill them. That's all that matters. In the end, those who know the nature of this exam or people like her, who kill to protect the others, will be the ones to clear this exam with a good score. However, none of it concerned Ryfin. In fact, at this point, he was not even looking at Anya. Noticing this, Robert directed his gaze where Ryfin was staring at. The holographic screen was divided into 6 small screens. Each of them showed a different area, and the screen on the top right corner where Ryfin was looking showed a boy who sat comfortably under a tree. Black hair and golden eyes. He was dressed in a dark gray suit and wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. His name was Zero Blanks, though Robert didn't know that at the moment. Seeing that this student was taking it easy like this gave Robert an expression of disgust. On the other hand, we have people like him who don't care about a thing in the world. Those who think that they will simply get over this exam if they stayed hidden in one place for a day. People like him are bound to end up with low grades or even end up getting failed, said Robert. I won't say that. This time Ryfin replied as he continued to gaze at the boy. The next moment, the area all the 6 screens were showing changed, and 6 different locations were displaced. Roughly 2 hours have passed since this exam began. Currently, I was sitting under a tree, leaning onto its trunk. I was here for a while now as I needed a quiet place to think over some things. Now it was clear to me how the students will fail this exam. It was pretty simple and straightforward actually. If you got killed by one of the monsters, you fail. I came to know this recently when I witnessed a student get brutally murdered by an orc. There was one other thing I discovered, something major, but let's put that aside for now because I haven't figured out everything yet. I had a rough idea of how the students will get ranked in this exam, however. That was just speculation on my part. It was like this, I need water. A long time has passed since I last drank water, so it was reasonable enough for me to get thirsty now. Fortunately, getting drinking water wasn't a problem for me. Hence, I stretched out my right hand, and then, using elemental magic, I created a ball of water that floated in the air right above my head. I released the water, and it fell directly into my mouth and gulped it down, though a little bit of it fell outside and I got myself a nice face wash. Gwa! I drank the water and then wiped my mouth. The water I made with the elemental magic was drinkable. I tested this right after I found out that I can use magic, and now I feel wise to do that. After that, I lost in thought again. I was thinking about this whole academy situation, especially this entrance exam. This exam seemed awfully cliché and familiar to me. Maybe because this was a thing that's overused way too much in fantasy novels, and I'm also guilty of using this trope in my novel. Even so, the way everything was playing out gave me a kind of bad feeling. I can't describe it in words, Butit's probably what you call gut feelings. Well, whatever, I shrugged as I rose. Then I dusted the dirt off my clothes and started walking in a completely random direction. Can't stay in one place for long. Around an hour later, I was again hiding in the bushes, not because someone was getting killed again, no, but because I sensed someone's presence nearby, and as of now, I don't want to run into a stranger. I sat there quietly and waited for them to make their appearance. Soon after, I heard the voices of some people. They were talking among themselves, means it's more than one person. Judging from the flow of their conversation, it looked like they also met recently, when one of them was almost got killed by an orc, and then the other one came and saved the day. Kind of like a generic protagonist who just happens to be at the right place at the right time, and then they passed in front of me. They were two people, one male and one female. I didn't know the male one, but the face of the female was surprisingly familiar. In this exam, she was the one I wanted to avoid at all costs. Hence, here she was, right before me, my older sister. In this exam, she was the one I wanted to avoid at all costs. Hence, here she was, right before me, my older sister Anya. There are various reasons behind it. One of them is because I don't want her to accidentally witness that side of mine. It will be a disaster if that happened. But then I noticed something. She was not alone here. A person, a boy was walking by her side. He was someone I didn't know nor I have seen before. He was a complete stranger. Anya seems to be having a casual chat with him, so it hit me that they might have met in this exam by sheer coincidence. Well, not that it mattered much to me. Though by this I only meant that how they met doesn't matter to me. I would be lying if I said I was fine with him being with her. Not because of some weird reasons like a sister complex, no. The thing which worried me was that if this boy knows the true essence of this exam, then there was only trouble waiting ahead for Anya. There's no way I'm going to let that happen, even if I ended up straying from my original plan because of that. I just can't. After a long time, I found people that I cared about. Also, now that I think about it, he might come in handy. And so it was decided. I stood up, revealing myself from the bushes. Both Anya and that boy jumped in surprise and went into a defensive stance. Hey, calm down, it's me, I said as I held my hands up in the air. Anya murmured when she saw me. Later, she relaxed herself and told the boy that I was not a danger. I put my hands down and walked out of the bushes while I patted my clothes to dust the dirt off. Then I was asked a question by Anya. How you got here? And there was only one thing I could say. A coincidence, I was just passing by when I heard your voice. Anyway, who is this guy with you? I asked, pointing my gaze toward the boy. She looked at me, then at the boy, then back at me. After that, she said, I happened to be near when he was being attacked by an orc, so I went and saved him, killing the orc as a result. It was dangerous out here, so we decided to stick together till the end of this exam. The boy came forward and stood before me. I am Stir Grandkeep. And it's just as she said, in situations like this 4 eyes are better than 2, he said before offering his hand for a handshake. It took his hand and shook it. I'm 0 blanks. Her brother, I introduced myself with a firm smile on my face. Should I come along with you as well? In situations like this 6 eyes are better than 4, I guess, I suggested, coming to the main topic. I won't mind. Yeah, I won't either. In fact, it would be good if we have more people since we don't know what kind of monsters might be lurking out there. Then it's decided, I think, I muttered. After that, we kept scouting the area for hours, and fortunately, we didn't come across any monsters on our way. I, of course, was observing Stir, and from the way he was behaving, it seems like he didn't know about the core of this exam. But then again, it could be an act to prevent me or Anya from learning his true intentions. And from the looks of it, Anya didn't seem to know the real thing either. Well, I guess she wouldn't after all. She was the type to take things at face value without suspecting that there could be a deeper meaning involved. We spent the next couple of hours moving around here and there, sometimes taking a break in the middle. We could have stopped at a place and waited for the exam to finish, but we didn't for one reason, because being in one place for long wasn't safe. Apparently, this was a kind of survival rule in this world. By dusk, we reached the place where we had decided to spend the night. It was the border of this area. Mr. Halls has said that right now this forest is covered by a huge, dome-shaped magic circle, so that means it had boundaries also. We planned to stay the night there because the chances of monsters appearing very slim, as it was the very end of this forest. But to our surprise, we weren't the only ones who thought of that possibility. As we came out of the bushes and our line of sight was clear, we saw that a great number of students were already camping out there. 10, 20. No, maybe a bit more than that. The number of people present here was vast, so much that this place gave off the vibe of a picnic spot. And there goes our plan of avoiding monsters. Stir sighed at the sight before his eyes. Going back right now would be a waste, though, and I think being in the company of more people will increase the chances of our survival, said Anya, voicing her opinion. She did have a look of disappointment on her face, but she was adapting quickly according to our current situation. Still, the more people we have, the more the chances of our survival. Maybe the rest of the people here followed the same thinking because none of them seemed like they were about to leave anytime soon. Are you okay with it, Zero? Anya asked, asking for my say in the matter. Well, it's fine, I guess. Like that it was decided that we'll follow our original plan and spend the night here. The next morning we'll wake Yup if we slept that IST exam would be over. We walked across the area and sat near a tree. I did say before that other people were already camping here, but a camp was the last thing anyone will describe the site as. Just like us, most of the students were lying around or sitting near the trees. Some of them were in groups while some were lone wolves. Though none of them was willing enough to come to talk to us, the same goes for us also. There wasn't much to do, so I rose and went near the wall of the magic circle, or should I call it a magic barrier? I'll stick with circle for now. As I reached close, I saw a wall that was glowing in a dim golden color. It wasn't visible during the day due to the sunlight, but since it was almost night, I was able to see the wall very clearly. I looked up at the sky, and the same color stretched further up, covering the whole sky, and then landing on the horizon on the other side of the forest. I tried touching it with my hand, and surprisingly, it felt like I was touching a real wall. It was hard and solid. Just for an experiment, I tried creating a waterfall on the other side of the wall with my elemental magic, but it didn't work. So even magic can't get on the other side, huh? Though I knew that this was not just a magic circle meant to keep us from escaping, it was a bit more than that. I returned to where Anya and that stir were, sat near a tree resting my back on its tree, and closed my eyes. It was night now, and while most of the students were awake, I thought resting a little won't hurt. Hence I closed my eyes, and after a while I fell asleep. The next moment I opened my eyes, I was a bizarre scene in front of me. Many loud noises of screaming, crying, and shouting could be heard. The students who were carefree a moment ago were now running here and there like animals. This is a bit soon, isn't it? I mean, I was only asleep for an hour at most. It was reasonable, though. We were being attacked by a horde of monsters after all. The next moment I opened my eyes, I was a bizarre scene in front of me. Many loud noises of screaming, crying, and shouting could be heard. The students who were carefree a moment ago were now running here and there like animals. This is a bit soon, isn't it? I mean, I was only asleep for an hour at most. It was reasonable, though. We were being attacked by a horde of monsters after all. I stretched my arms with a yawn and then rose to my feet. I looked around to find that Anya and Stir were fending off one of those monsters. For them, it was luckily an orc, but it was not the only monster we had. Right now, 3 types of monsters were raging before our eyes. First, the orcs. Their numbers were so far the highest among the 3, around 20. Next was a species of plant-type monsters. I don't know what they are called, but they looked like a big Venus flytrap from my world, except they had tentacle-like legs and arms. They numbered somewhere around 15. The next type was like a wolf, a black-furred wolf slightly bigger than the normal size. They numbered the least, 5 at max. All of these monsters were currently attacking all the students present here, and though the students were fighting back in their defense, it was futile since the monsters outnumbered us by a huge margin. Now, why was I so calm in a situation like this? Well, I more or less expected this to happen because if we go by what Mr. Halls told us, then this forest was filled with monsters. While I'm not 100% sure, it's likely that the monsters are naturally drawn toward humans, and if you were to gather a big group of humans in a forest filled with monsters, this was supposed to happen sooner or later. And it was not like I was the only one who predicted this just by taking a look around me. I was sure that the majority of the students present here knew this. Then why do they stay here? It's simple. Because they also knew the true essence of this exam. It was that much of a secret anyway. Just by witnessing a death, you will know what the unspoken rules of this exam are. Whoops. When I was busy thinking, a tentacle cut through the air and made its way toward me. I dodged it by leaping forward, but it was a close call. It came from a plant-type monster who now stood before a human-sized Venus flytrap. Now how am I supposed to fend off this thing? I can't use my magic openly since there is a good chance someone might be keeping an eye on us, and I don't want to reveal I can use magic if possible. So how should I face this thing? Then a thought crossed my mind. How did Anya and that other student get their swords? As I thought of this, I quickly ran to where Anya was. Unfortunately, she was busy in her own battle, so I wasn't able to get close. Hey Anya, where did you get that sword from? I asked, keeping my voice rather loud. She turned in my direction. It was in my hand right after I teleported here. So she says, but I didn't get anything like that. When were the students who excelled in sword arts given a sword? Maybe they left out the students who specialized in magic because they can use magic to fight. I told that old man I'm new to magic. Then also he noted me as a magic user. Now this was honestly frustrating. I could borrow Anya's sword, but she was locked in her own battle right now. No, wait for a second. What am I even doing? This is not what I was supposed to do. So I guess I got a little worked up. Now that I've calmed down, I can do things the right way. First, I turned around to check on the plant monster. Luckily, it was not following me. Okay, that's good. Then let's begin. I needed to help Anya after all. I wasn't trying to pass this exam alone. She was currently engaged in a battle with an orc, so I have to take care of that, and without using my magic, that is. I say that, but as long as I use magic so that no one can notice, it will be fine. Hence, I leaped toward Anya and the orc. Anya, keep him busy or distract him, whatever. Just make sure he doesn't notice me. I'll try to lend you a hand. She glanced at me and then nodded. Right after, she changed her attack pattern from offensive to defensive so the orc can press on her. This will allow him to ignore him, at least that's the plan. Also, I found out that I'm not good when it comes to giving orders in battle. Well, you learn something new every day. Now that the orc's attention was completely focused on Anya, I made my way on toward him from the back, quietly, without giving away my presence. I made a short run to pick up the pace, and right after, I jumped and landed on the orc's shoulders. Karwa, he let out a cry and started shaking his body to make me fall. But before that could happen, I pressed the palm of my right hand on his head, and then I used elemental magic. A crystal of ice was summoned directly inside his head, destroying his brain completely. The orc's movements went dull instantly. Anya, now, picking up on my call, she launched herself by kicking off the ground and pierced the orc's heart with her sword. His body fell onto the ground and both I and Anya landed next to it. That was a close one, I bet. Are you guys okay? A male voice called out to us. I turned and saw that Stir was there, standing with a sword in his hand and covered in blue monster blood. Now that I think about blood, I just killed a living organism, didn't I? A part of me wanted to grin, but the time and place weren't right for that. I wanted to cherish this feeling a bit more, but I don't want to go berserk now. Yeah, we are fine somehow, Anya replied as she wiped off the blood from her sword. That's good, I also somehow managed to fend off that orc, said Stir, sighing. And then, when we were not busy in battle anymore, we realized what was happening in our surroundings. The faces of Anya and Stir went pale as they got a look at the living hell. The students were being killed by the monsters, but that was a far cry from what dried all the expressions on their faces. What they saw was that the students were killing the other students, throwing someone in front of the monsters to save themselves, and using someone as a meat shield to buy time. Some students who used magic were even killing the others directly by misfiring a spell. Even inhuman would be less to describe the scene before our eyes. What it can't be, Anya stammered, clearly taken by shock from the sight before her eyes. This is so messed up. Stir was no different. The battle stances they were in a moment ago were now nowhere to be seen. Both of them stood there, silently, their hands dropped low, loosening the grip on the swords. With their eyes popping out, Anya and Stir looked at the slaughter that was taking place. Their faces were a mixed stew of different emotions at once: fear, disgust, shock, disbelief, and uncertainty. Now come on, can't waste much time here. We should go and find a secure place if we have to survive this, I suggested. At first, there was no reply, so I repeated myself. Hey, we should go. This time I patted Anya on her shoulder, bringing her to reality. She looked right into my eyes with an anxious expression. Butyl of Thema are killing each other. Should we really just leave? I know she's shaken down to her core by all this. What this, right, is complete nonsense. If you know they're killing each other, then it's more than enough of a reason to not go there. However, Anya was not in perfect condition. I get what you're saying, but we have to leave. Otherwise, we will fail this exam, you know. That means not getting enrolled in the academy, I said, crying to calm her down. And then a punch came whirling toward me. I took a back step and bent a little to dodge it, and then I pointed my gaze where the punch came from. It was Stir. He did not have the best expression on his face. Maybe he was slightly angry as he was breathing heavily. Are you crazy or what? Here people are killing each other, you understand. The students are killing each other, taking the other's life. And what you care about is that you will fail this exam. What crap is that? He grumbled. From what he had said, it doesn't seem like he knows what this exam is about. Honestly, I can't believe it. It isn't even that difficult to figure that out. Anya is one thing because she doesn't try to find the deeper meaning behind things, but Stir also. I really thought he is a bit more useful than that. Should I explain it to them? It'll sure take a while to get them to understand everything, but nah, forget it. We don't have time to begin with, considering that we're surrounded now. So I decided to play it passively, at least for now. I turned toward Stir to give him an answer. I get what you're saying, but let's try to be calm for now, I replied. How can I be calm? Look around yourself, I interjected. After that, Stir got a hold of himself and gazed at our surroundings. Anya did the same, and so did I, even though I already knew what was there. A pack of monstrous big black wolves, to be precise, surrounded us. There were 4 of them. Each had their blood-red eyes fixated on us, carefully studying our movements as they bared their fangs and claws. Shit, we are in trouble, Stir gulped. We sure are, Anya followed. Yes, we are in trouble. First of all, the wolves outnumbered us, and second, they were likely stronger than the orcs and plant monsters. They walk on all 4s, so that gives the advantage in speed also. If they're anything like the wolves from my former world, then they will be good at hunting in groups. While I was busy thinking about how we can get out of this mess, Anya and Stir raised their swords, narrowed their eyes, and got ready for battle. Engaging in a battle isn't the wisest choice, I guess. Still, they are at least doing something. I can't use magic openly, so I'm more or less doing nothing to contribute. I'll just be a dead weight here. I can kill them the way I did with that orc, but I needed to make it look like Anya or Stir killed them. Otherwise, killing a monster just by touching them will be suspicious as hell. Ha! Without me realizing it, Anya and Stir went to fend off the wolves. But maybe wolves aren't the best match for swordsman woman, at least at the beginner level. When both of them launched themselves and tried to attack, the wolves quickly changed their position and started running in a circle around us. Anya eventually caught up to one of them. Her specialty was speed after all. She lifted her sword high, clenching it tightly as she threw a slash at the wolf. But then the worst came to worst. Before the sword could connect, the wolf drilled his fangs into Anya's sword and with a crackling sound, shattered it into pieces. Ah! A cry left Anya's mouth when she thought the wolf was about to attack her, and that is what was going to happen, if Stir hadn't come between Anya and the wolf to act as her shield. The wolf scratched Stir with his claws and then slapped him to the ground. Stir rolled before he came to halt and rose himself to his feet. "Ster, are you all right? Why did you come in between like that?" Anya tried to go near him as she voiced her concerns, but I stopped her by walking up and getting a hold of her hand. "It's fine, really. You helped me back, then Sothize is kind of payback. I don't like to owe anyone, you see," said Stir afterward. He stood back straight, holding his sword. "So he's the wannabe hero type, huh? Alas, he's a goner now. 2 out of 4 wolves were on him while the other 2 surrounded us. At this point, I began to suspect if they had intelligence or not. Hey, Zero, I think we should help him," Anya insisted, turning her face toward me. "Yeah, we should. He might not survive that alone." "Yeah, he won't. So I think we should go there and fight alongside him." "Yeah, we certainly should." She glared at me for a moment, as if surprised by something. "Then why aren't you letting go of my hand?" "Because there's a clear difference between what we should do and what's best for us to do. Even if we help, he won't survive. Your sword is broken and the wolves outnumber us. Going there will be digging our own grave. B, but he jumped in to help and you can't leave him like that. That was his own choice, neither you nor I told him to do so. He will face the consequences of his own actions. If anyone will be responsible, it'll be him, not us." Anya didn't say anything for a moment for that. She just stared at my face sort of like she was seeing a stranger. Then she spoke up. "How can you talk about abandoning a friend with such a calm face, even when you know that he will die as the result? From when Stir became our friend, I don't remember anything like that. It's simple, Anya, I'm not killing anyone, I'm just being rational here. What I'm saying is best for both of us. You trusted me before, didn't you?" "Trust me one more time, you won't regret it," I added. A complex look took over Anya's face like she was thinking something. "I trusted you back then because that didn't involve taking anyone's life. Thighs is different. Let me go now. If you're not coming, then I'll go alone," she snapped. However, I was still holding her right wrist tightly, and when she tried to shrug me off, I tightened my grip. She tried to release herself somehow, but it was futile. "You forced me into this, Anya. Remember, what I'm doing is the best for us. I can explain it to you, but I'm afraid we don't have time. You'll understand by the time this exam ends. Now, please don't resent me for this." Wah, before she could say anything, I jabbed her behind her neck. It was a blow I learned online back in my world. It knocked her unconscious the next minute. With that, she lost control over her body and leaned over me. I held her close, carefully so she wouldn't fall, and then I bent to my knees and touched the ground with my right hand. I ended up using magic in the end, even though it's just a bit. I used elemental Magisarth element, and just then the ground below Stir collapsed, forming a hole. He was so busy defending himself against the wolves that he didn't notice when he fell into that hole, along with 2 wolves. Aha! Afterward, though, he let out a cry. Maybe his leg broke or something. Hearing that cry and noticing that their 2 allies are gone, the other 2 wolves ran toward the hole. Maybe they really have intelligence. I'll keep that in mind. They didn't jump right into the hole. Stir was at a distance from me, and so was the hole, so it was enough of a distraction to let me escape. When the wolves were gone, I stood up and held Anya up in my arms, princess style, since it was easy to move in like that. Then I turned around and picked a route with no monsters. With that said, I left the battlegrounds quietly, without bothering anyone, and disappeared into the forest that was pitch black due to the night. I found myself leaning against something as my consciousness rose. Og, my head is all fuzzy. What happened last time? With that thought in mind, I slowly lifted my eyelids. The light that came suddenly caused my vision to get blurred, but the next moment it became normal. Now I remember what happened. We were in the exam and then those monsters attacked. Stir tried to save me from a wolf, but ended up getting surrounded by 2 of them. Then Zero suggested we should leave him and make a run for it. It was such an absurd idea. How can he decide to abandon a friend like that? But he was serious about it. The look on his face said everything. I had not seen such an expression before, and honestly, it was a little scary. He had a straight look on his face. His eyes seemed cold and indifferent. Just for that moment, he acted very differently from the Zero I know. Even if he was not my real brother, I'd been spending some time with him lately, and I thought I came to know him, though that doesn't seem true to me now. Still, the idea to leave Stir and save ourselves was bizarre. I mean, I saved him from that orc a moment ago. Then how can I leave him to die like that? I tried to oppose his idea, but then, My memory of what happened after that is not clear. No, wait, I remember it's not clear, but I have bits and pieces of what happened after that. He had tightly clenched my wrist, and when I tried to free myself, he stroked me on the neck, and then I fell unconscious. Then, don't tell me he ran away when I was out. I quickly looked around and discovered that I was no longer in the forest. Instead, this was the same hall I was in before the fourth exam started, one with wooden flooring. Many other students were also there, but it seems like Zero was the only one who was sitting, maybe, because he had to hold me when I was not conscious. I saw the look on the faces of other students. Some were frustrated, some were confused, and some had given in to despair. Does that mean the exam had been conducted? If so, then what about Stir? I can't see him anywhere. I turned to Zero. He had noticed that I regained consciousness since I was not making much movement. I took the control of my body and moved a bit far from Zero and sat on my own. Then he noticed me. This time, however, he didn't have that scary look. "Oh, you're awake, I see," he mumbled as he gazed at me. "What does he mean by that? It's like he doesn't even care about Stir. I appreciate that he helped me out with my marriage thing and all, but what he did is not something I can ignore. He has angered me and I can't forgive this type of thing. What do you mean by I see, huh? Where is Stir? In the end, you left him to die, right?" I objected. My tone was a little harsh and my eyes were narrowed. He held his chin as if thinking something, and then he said, "The exam is over, so he should be fine by now, though you won't be able to meet him, I guess." Wah, his words don't make any sense. How can Stir be fine if he's already dead? It is not like I am sure that he is dead, but Zero avoided my question, which must mean he is hiding something. I had doubts. It is possible that he is just trying to confuse me here, but I am not sure of it. "You didn't give me a direct answer, then should I assume you left him to die after all?" I questioned. "Ah, geez," I said, "didn't I? I indeed left him there so we can escape, but he is not dead," he replied as he stood up. I followed him and rose to my feet. "That doesn't make sense, Zero. If you left him there and the possibility of him surviving is slim, you saw that he was surrounded by those wolves, didn't you?" At this point, he let out a long sigh. "Guess I can't blame you for thinking like that," he said. "It was I who didn't explain to you the hidden rules of this exam." "Hidden rules?" I repeated, furrowing my brows. "Yeah, hidden rules. The fourth exam was designed in such a way to make you believe that people die there, but it's not the truth. Not a single student died there, even the ones who were killed by the monsters. Is he for real?" His words are contradicting themselves. If the people were killed, then how come they can't die? He looked at me. It was like he knew I was not getting any of it. "Don't worry, you'll understand soon," he said with a firm smile. "Hidden rules?" Anya repeated. "Yeah, hidden rules. The fourth exam was designed in such a way to make you believe that people die there, but it's not the truth. Not a single student died there, even the ones who were killed by the monsters," I said, trying to explain it to her a little. However, her expression said that she did not understand anything that I said. I honestly can't blame her for this. "Don't worry, you'll understand soon," I insisted. It was true, though. Not a single student died in that exam. All of the killings was an act, and the ones to set it up is the academy staff. Now, how do I know of this? Actually, I was not the only one, because finding this fabrication was so simple. There were many clues. The first one was that none of the students who were killed lost much blood. Whenever they were attacked by the monsters, only a small amount of blood left the body. The second one is also related to blood. This one was even simpler. The dead body of anyone who died there disappeared after a while. I noticed it when I saw that student get killed by the orc. When he died, he was cut in half, but he did not lose much blood, and then his body turned into light particles and vanished. It was then that I realized the academy never made us sign any contract which stated if we got seriously injured or died taking the entrance exam, the academy won't be responsible for it. Without that kind of form, throwing us into an exam where the students can die will be a big legal problem for the academy, as our parents could then charge them with murder. Then why did the academy add the concept of death to this exam? It's simple. It's because it was a survival exam. And if until the students' lives were in real danger, they won't take it seriously, the whole purpose of this exam would have turned into a failure. That's when the idea of faking one's death appeared. The plan was to make the students believe that their lives are in danger, that they will die for real if they don't take it seriously. To realize this fake death thing, they made use of the barrier which surrounded the forest. I had my doubts, and that's why I went and checked the barrier with my own hands back when we were on the borderline of the forest. Then my doubts were confirmed, that the barrier was not only a barrier, but also a magic circle. This was purely a hunch on my side. I just remembered that I used to add these barrier-type magic circles in my novel, so I thought it might be something similar. I also don't know what kind of magic circle it was, as I'm not well versed in the magic of this world. But one was sure that the academy is playing the whole fake death thing with the help of this circle. The students who died were supposedly teleported back into the hall and sent home because they failed the exam. At night, when the other students started using each other as meat shields, were also a result of this. The students who found this loophole made use of it. It was a thing I more or less expected. That is why that Stir is also alive, but Anya can't meet him since he failed the exam. But while I and some other students knew that the deaths were fake and no one really died, several students were clueless. And those are the ones who were getting out of control right now. What the hell was that? Do you people even know what people died out there? You call this an entrance exam? This is a fucking death game. My friend died there, just you wait, bastards. I'll contact my father and close this good-for-nothing academy. How can this be? My brother died. What will you do about that? Despair, anger, and confusion was the emotions controlling these students, making them say whatever came to their mind. And I can't blame a single one of them for this, nor can the academy. After all, what they were doing is only to be expected if you don't know about the fake death concept. People will think their loved ones died, and death is absolute, means they won't be coming and back. I think it's enough to make you go crazy. I was waiting to see how the academy officials will handle this havoc, and right then, Mr. Halls came on the stage. I wouldn't have noticed him if not looking in that direction, because the sound of his footsteps was buried under the sounds of all this shouting. He walked up to the mic and activated it, causing a small magic circle to appear at a distance from his mouth. "May I get your attention, please?" he said. The words were loud due to the mic, and they were heard by every single student. The shouting stopped, but it only lasted a second and was overtaken by some kind words, directed at Mr. Halls. "Now what do you want, old man? Want to kill the rest of us? Fuck off. We ain't listening to you, get lost motherfucker." Any normal man would have gotten irritated when being abused by a bunch of teenagers like this, but Mr. Halls remained his composure. He simply waited for the crowd to quiet down, and after that, he spoke up. "I know you all are angry due to the nature of the fourth exam, one that involved death. Normally, I would have come forward and apologized to all of you, but I won't be doing that here," he continued, "since the students who died out there are not dead." "What, did he just say they are not dead? Oh, come on, now you decided to lie and escape out of this. Not happening, you can't fool me. I have seen my friend die by own eyes, and you will pay for that." His words caused a ruckus among the students. Some did not believe what he said, some who didn't want to believe it, and some who were just confused. Anya was the confused one, probably because I had already told her a bit about this. I could have explained it to her now, but we take the trouble when Mr. Halls is there for me. This is a thing he should have expected. I mean, if you don't know anything about the fake death concept and saw your loved ones die with your own eyes, and then a man comes and says they are not dead, how legit does it seem? And if the academy is not being operated by a bunch of fools, then they should have a solution for this. I wanted to see that. Quiet, all of you. I said no one died in the last exam, and it's the only truth. The academy won't ever do a thing that can endanger the lives of our students and about the students who you saw here they are. As he finished his sentence, several students who were moving in a line came out from the back side of the stage and joined Mr. Halls. I studied their faces and saw that Stir was among them, so they were not sent home immediately after failing the exam. "See, I said he's alive, didn't I?" I said to Anya as I pointed my index finger at Stir. "Why, you're right," she gulped. The reactions were more or less the same no matter which student you took. The people they saw dying were standing right in front of them. Mr. Halls, not leaving this opportunity, came forward. "Let me explain this to you," he said. "As you can see, the students who supposedly died in the fourth exam are standing here, besides me. How can that be possible? The reason for this is that the thing about 'you will die if you're careless' was a lie. We made up that situation so all of you can take the exam seriously. It was a survival exam after all. And if you are wondering how these students are alive, even when they were killed by the monsters, it was because of the barrier that surrounded the forest in reality. It was the combination of healing and teleportation magic circle. That's why when anyone died there, they were healed and then sent back here." There was silence across the room. I heard whispers like, "So that was it, huh? I'm glad no one died. I kind of knew this must be the case," and things like that. In the end, the students who were panicking a minute ago were calm now. The failed students went back, and then Mr. Halls continued. "Now, I guess everyone understands what happened, and with that in mind, let me tell you what you all have to do now. First of all, let me congratulate every student present here. You are officially a student of Zaphroth's Magic Academy." He explained what we'll be doing from now on. There wasn't much to hear, so I'm cutting right to the chase here. We were told that from now, we will be living in the academy dorms. We can't go out of the campus without any special reason, and all the daily necessities will be provided by the academy. When this was made clear, our results were revealed. I was panicking badly because I didn't want to go to Class A, but I messed up and performed over the top in the second exam. Later, it turned out I was worrying over nothing. The class I was giving was Class B. Though Anya was in Class A right now, I don't know how exactly this class system works, so I was confused about whether I should be happy or sad since I was in Class B after that. We were told to go back and bring out stuff and shift into the dormitories. I and Anya went to do just that. We didn't have many things, so we were done quickly. Now let's come to the dormitories. Behind the main building, 4 more buildings were located. They were sorted out by the class a specific student is in, for example, Building 1 for Class A, Building 2 for Class B, Building 3 for Class C, and so on. At first, I thought the dorms were divided by academic year, but it turned out the dorms for senior students, that is to say second years, and above, have their own separate buildings, and each of them was also divided by classes. There are 4 years and 4 classes, which means there are a total of 16 buildings being used as dorms. My mind was blown away by this, how massive an academy can be. Anyway, I parted ways with Anya since both of us were in different classes now, and then made it to my room. It was on the second floor of the Class B building. Opening the door, I went in. You can say the room had a decent size, nor too big nor too small. It was furnished with a white bed, a wooden desk, a chair, and a wardrobe to store my stuff. As I moved around, I found that a small bathroom and kitchen were also attached to the main room. Do I have to cook my own food? It's not like I don't know how to cook, it's that I don't want to. I put my luggage on the desk, closed the door shut, and threw myself onto the bed. Fuck. The bed was hard. No, the bedding is too thin, and because of it, I can feel the wood. I can say this is the most uncomfortable bed I've ever experienced in this world. Still, can't do anything about that. It was almost evening, and the students were tired after the entrance exam, so we were told to rest. Tomorrow, the opening ceremony for the first-year students will be held, and then our classes will start. I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to sleep. I am not some superhuman like the other students. I was also tired. I passed out only after a few minutes, without even realizing that I didn't even take a shower. At this point, I slept without care, totally unknown of the surprise that was waiting for me tomorrow, an event that will change my life. The next day, I woke up early as I went to sleep in the evening yesterday. This bed was not that soft, so I can't say that I slept comfortably, but it was enough to wash the tiredness off my shoulders. After that, I spent 5 minutes lying in bed thinking about nothing. Then I brushed my teeth. Toothpaste flavor was bad as usual, and took a shower. As for breakfast, I didn't eat anything, since I was too lazy to make it. Now that I think about it, not eating breakfast will tire me out way faster than usual. Maybe I'll buy something on my way. Yesterday, when I was shifting in the dorms, I saw some shops on the academy campus, so it's possible they sell stuff here. Now it was the time to change into the uniform we were provided with. Mine was lying in a corner of my room because I didn't care to put it in the wardrobe. I went and picked it up. It was a pair of gray pants and a white blazer with a patterned strip on it. We also had robes, but they were optional. It wasn't a super cool uniform, but it wasn't bad either. When I was done getting dressed up, I stood in front of a wall mirror that I recently hung. I bought this by myself. I think I'm looking fine. I stared at the mirror, or rather at myself. I had my normal hairstyle on, and I wore the uniform correctly. Beauty felt like something was missing. Then, as a blub lit inside my mind, I quickly went and grabbed my hand gloves, black, skin-tight ones. As I put them on, that feeling of something's amiss disappeared. I took my wallet and left the room. The money Ron had provided us with was enough to spend a year or so for both I and Anya. Most of it is in our bank account, and we can withdraw it whenever we want, so for now I just have enough to pass a month in my wallet. By the way, the currency that is used in this world is named C. When I was done, I left my room and headed for the main building. It was located at a distance of 5 to 10 minutes by foot, and not long after, I reached there. Entering the building, I went through a hallway that led to a hall, the same one as yesterday. I stepped in and saw many other students were already there, all of them dressed in the school uniform. There I saw the uniform for girls. The blazer was almost similar to the boys, but they wore knee-length skirts and thigh-high tights. Also, there was one major change in the hall. This time, chairs were put across the hall for the students, unlike before when we had to stand all the time. I looked around a bit, trying to find Anya, but she wasn't there, so I went and sat on one of the chairs in the 5th row from the back. This row was mostly empty, and that's why I chose to sit here. There was still some time left before the opening ceremony, and I didn't have anything to do, so to pass time, I started observing other students. Both boys and girls were good-looking and had an air of elegance around them. It was clear that all of them came from good families, class nobles. This scene seems familiar to me, the result of reading and writing too many novels, I guess. Among the novels I read, and the ones I wrote, most of them had an academic arc. It's easy to write them, and academy arcs are the ones that give you the most freedom to do whatever you want with your characters. And of course, as a result of that, we have many novels full of cliches. Time passed while I was thinking about my novels, the ones I wrote. Before I knew it, the hall was filled with students. All of the chairs were booked. I don't for sure, but I think I saw Anya also. She sat in the 3rd row from the front. Then, along with Mr. Halls, the principal came onto the stage. He was an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face, though despite his age, his body structure wasn't bad at all. The principal stood before our motley bunch, atop a podium that was newly placed here, giving his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have you all as students of our academy. This academy has been producing great magicians from blah, 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 gave that ordinary speech. All the students were told to stand up, so following that command, I simply stood at my place before the principal's long speech finished. And now, a few words from the representative of the first years. Representative of the first-year students. Who is that? No, wait, I heard something about this yesterday. The student who scores full marks in all the 4 entrance exams is to be made the representative. At Mr. Hall's words, a boy came forward and stood atop the podium. He had black hair and a pair of red eyes. His facial features were also good, along with his body posture. Kinda generic, I'd say. Then the boy in question spoke. Wait for a second, Leon Void. And a scholar student on top of that. This can't be what I'm thinking, right? I mean, there's no fucking way it can be that. That's impossible. Hold on, if I think back to some certain events, they gave me this feeling of nostalgia and a bad one. If this is what I think it is, then everything makes sense. Why Walrick seems so familiar, why this world is based on a generic fantasy setting, why I thought I've heard the name of this academy somewhere before. All of that makes a fucking sense. I want to deny this so badly, but I can't. I can't cause Leon Voides a name I can't forget that easily. After all, he's the main character in the novel of the author I hate the most. If that's true, and then it means I've reincarnated inside the novel of the author I hated the most. Wait a minute, now that I'm thinking about that novel, there was also a character named Anya. Fuck, if she really is that Anya and I really have reincarnated in that novel then. Ignoring all the other students, I fell back on my chair and leaned back. Oh shit, this is the worst of 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 the worst possible outcome, because if that's true, then I am going to die. After the opening ceremony was done, all students were led to their respective classes. As for me, it was Class 1B. When I was on my way, Anya came up and tried to start a conversation, saying things like the dorms are fine and the atmosphere here feels good. I wasn't interested, or I had my mind somewhere else, so I only replied with a simple yeah or good for you. She also noticed my disinterest and left before asking me if I'm fine, to which I obviously said, yes, I'm fine. I felt guilty for brushing her off in this way, but I can't help it. My mind was preoccupied with some other things. Though I kept my composure, I was not fine by any means. A few minutes later, I reached my classroom. Above the entrance door was a metal plate on which Class 1B was engraved. I stepped inside and looked around. The classroom was split into descending rows built in a staircase-type design. The desk was a long one that was used for an entire row, but the seats were separate for each student. On the front wall was a blackboard with a podium in front of it. Students were already taking their seats, so the classroom was almost full. I glanced at the available seats, gave it some thought, then went and sat on one in the last row. The instructor showed no sign of coming right now. Maybe there was still some time left before the classes start. Seeing this, I covered my face with my hands and tried to rest a little. Sigh, my mind was so messed up that I wasn't even able to think straight. I can't help it really if I'm really inside his novel, then it's a very big problem. Him, the web novel author I used to hate in my previous life. And I not just hated him, there were many authors I didn't like, but he took the top spot on the list. He was the author I hated the most. There were reasons for it. I met him online on Discord. That time he was also a new author just like me. His username was Lollipop, and over time the relationship we developed could be described as friends. We used to read each other's novels and point out the mistakes, whether it is in writing or plot. Though there was a catch, his novel was the very definition of cliché. It's not like mine was any better. I also had some cliched scenes, but he was in a whole other dimension. The basic storyline was a rip-off of a Japanese light novel. The characters were generic. The dialogues felt forced. The MC was horny as fuck, and of course, he was surrounded by hot chicks who wanted his seed. I tried my best to make it as less cliché as I could. At one point, I even made him remove an entire scene. But that is what created the rift between us. He started getting irritated as I pointed out his mistakes one after another. The reason was that now, due to my corrections, the storyline of his novel was straying away from what he had in mind. He doesn't want that and was unhappy. As a result, he began ignoring my advice and doing whatever he felt was right. At this time, he started getting on my nerves. I pointed out his mistakes and was helping him to improve, and he was just ignoring all of it. Helping others is in itself a thing I don't usually do, and when he responded this way, it just made it worse. In the end, we stopped talking and helping each other out. No one said anything, but what happened was better left unsaid. Though even now I didn't start hating him, he was someone who irritated me. The thing which brewed the hate inside me occurred a month after we stopped talking. His novel got contracted. Yes, that full of cliché novel with characters as flat as board and a trashy MC with no personality got a contract. And why, you ask? Because he had half-naked girls with big breasts on the cover of his novel. His novel was R18, hence it also contained sex scenes, and it was enough to catch the attention of young readers. On the other hand, I, who was trying hard to create a good storyline and characters that had some depth in them, got no contract. The reason was simple enough. My novel neither contained sex scenes nor had MILFs on the cover. I can't describe how pissed off I was by this. Fuck you, horny readers. When his novel was featured, he gained more audience. The numbers increased, and so did the money he received. Maybe it was just jealousy at this point, but now I didn't want to talk to or even see this person. We both started our novels almost at the same time, but his cliched novel got contract and mine was left in the dust. He got popular in no time. Now that I think about it, the argument right before I did when some popular authors were messing with me or badmouthing me. The first one to speak was Lollipop, so he even indirectly caused my death, huh? Well, no use to get angry on it, no, it's too late. The thing which scared me, what I'm afraid of right now, is that I'm reincarnated inside his Lollipop's novel, the very same cliched novel, and I have changed something in the original storyline. If I remember correctly then, Anya is one of the girls who will be in the MCNO, in Leon's harem. Her marriage situation was a plot point by which Anya and Leon should have met. He would have saved her from Walrick, using his protagonist perks and some plot armor, and then Anya would have started developing feelings for him. Then their relationship will move forward in this academy. Now that is impossible since I meddled in between and saved Anya. As a result, she and Leon never met. Honestly, there's no way I could have prevented it. The whole marriage part was described as a flashback in 3 or 4 paragraphs. I didn't have the amount of info by which I can tell that I'm inside a fucking novel. But let's put this aside for a minute. I'll figure out a way to fix this problem later on. Though for that I have to be alive, and fortunately I'm walking on a death route right now. In this novel, or you can say Zero, was a side character, and while latter maybe a month or so from No, will die for the sake of the plot. His death will cause Anya to fall into despair since he died before her eyes and she wasn't able to save him. Then when she will be crying in her room, Leon will come to comfort her and they will have, well, sex. Don't know why I feel angry thinking about it now. Also, by the grace of gods, this Zero who died just so the MC can have sex is me, by the way. If everything went as it did in the novel, then I was going to die for sure. That is if I don't come up with something to prevent myself from dying. What the hell should I do? I'm confident that I can figure something out, but I am worried about whether should I do it or not. Maybe. THUCK, waking me up from my thoughts was a loud noise. I looked in its direction and saw our instructor has arrived. My problems are only going to pile up, I guess, I sighed internally. Our instructor was the same guy who was the examiner in the 3rd entrance exam. I don't know his name yet, but I do know that he is aware of my true powers. Troublesome, was what I thought upon seeing him stand behind the podium. The examiner who took the 2nd entrance exam, excluding Anya, he is the only person who knows my true powers as of now. The same very person was standing behind the podium right before my eyes. He had stormed into the classroom, followed by the loud noise of the doors slamming into the wall, hence he already was the center of attention. He took a while as he glanced over each and every student, making sure that everyone was paying attention. Okay, now, everyone listen to me. My name is Raifin Jekar, and from today onwards, I will be the instructor of Class 1B. It will be great if you follow the rules and regulations of this academy, and not do anything that'll bring shame to the name of Zaphworth's Magic Academy. A firm smile remained on his face as he introduced himself to the whole class. The man in question had short blonde hair and leaf green eyes, and I just found out that his name was Raifin Jekar. I looked through my memory in the hope to find a clue about him, and nothing was there. There's no such person in the novel of Lollipop, or anyone of similar resemblance. The only possibility left was that he was a mob character who never appeared in the novel. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. After all, the protagonist Leon was assigned to Class 1A, and all events that occurred were centered on him and his class. Though he was not alone, there were some other characters just as important as Leon, and they also played an important role from time to time. I had to look for them later. Since I need to keep tabs on each and everything, I made a mental note of it. Now let me call out your names and take the attendance, said Raifin, putting a register on the podium. Then he called out the names of the students and marked something in his register. While he was doing that, I was doing my own thing. Whenever he said a student's name, I looked at the person whose name was called and studied their face and appearance. Since this was Class B, not A, most of the students here were mob characters who weren't even mentioned in the novel. Though I knew this, it was not an absolute. Maybe this world was not a direct copy of that novel, but a bit similar to it. 0 blanks present. As I said present, Raifin paused for a second and stared at me, then curling his lips upward. A smile formed on his face as he wrote something in the register. I hope he isn't planning on causing more trouble for me. The attendance was done, and in the end, I didn't find anyone who can be described as the main character or even a side character. So I'm really inside that novel, I guess. I want to think about it and research more, but it can wait. Now this is your first day, so I'm not going to start easy. We can come to the lessons and practice later, but first I need to know what you're capable of, Raifin stated. Right after, he placed a ball-like thing on the podium. I saw him bringing this thing along when he entered the classroom, though it was covered in a white cloth. I will be testing the strength of each of you, and by that, I mean your rank. One by one you will come and place your hand on this ball, and it will tell me your rank. This ball is made by a crystal specifically made to measure mana, hence according to your rank and the size of your mana pool this ball will change its color, he explained as he removed the cloth. revealing a translucent crystal ball. The ball tilt turned green for G rank, and a darker shade of green for rank F. The higher your rank is, the deeper its color will change, ending with black color for rank S, though I doubt anyone here would be S rank. Come one by one, starting from the right side of the first row. He isn't doing this intentionally, is he? I mean, to blow my cover and reveal my true rank. This indeed was another trouble. The students went and put their hands on the crystal ball. According to their respective rank, the ball changed color. I was observing this from far, and the majority of the students were E-ranked, which was slightly above average. I remembered that Anya was the only E-ranker in my home city, but here E-rank was common. And this was understandable actually, since they are all mob characters, having an average rank makes sense. "You come here, it's your turn," Ryfin mentioned, pointing toward me. "Ah shit, how should I get out of this mess?" I thought that, but I did have a plan in mind. If this world was the novel, then the concepts and techniques which work there should work here as well. If so, then I know exactly how to handle this. I rose from my seat and made my way to the podium. I stood a step or two before Ryfin and looked at him, pretending to be oblivious to what to do. "Here, place your hand on this and channel your mana," he mentioned. "Okay, I understand. I'll just do that." He was staring hard between the crystal ball and me, which showed he was curious about how I'll do this. He knew I wanted to hide my strength to not be the center of attention, but this test can blow my cover in an instant. Ignoring his stare, I raised my hand and put it on top of the ball. A moment later, the ball changed color. It's yellow. "Your rank in E," he commented as he observed the ball. "Can I go now?" I asked in a totally respectful manner. He nodded, and then I went back to my seat. Judging from the look on his face, I can tell he was taken by surprise. After all, the crystal showed my rank E even though my rank was B now. How did this happen? It's simple. I used the information from the novel and used it to my advantage. According to that, the crystal changed its color by measuring the amount of mana that flowed into it. In short, the more mana you give it, the darker its color will change. Normally, you channel your mana in your hand and then to the crystal, allowing it to measure your mana pool. But what I did there was, instead of channeling my mana toward it, I reduced the mana flow in my hand. Because of it, the mana it received was equal to that of an E ranker, hence my rank was shown E. Normally, this type of thing won't be possible for a beginner, but I was able to do it because I was already using elemental magic for a while now, hence I had pretty good control over my mana, and that's about it. Somehow I was able to tackle this safely, though I still have things I need to do and people I need to check on. Nothing much happened after Ryfin noted the rank of every individual in the class, since today was the first day. We were dismissed 1 hour later, and in that period, he told us the history of the Zaphorth's Magic Academy, why it is the #1 academy to learn magic, and what privileges we'll get once we graduate from here. I never paid attention to what he said, because if this is the same Zaphorth's Academy as the one in the novel, then I already knew everything there is to know. This academy was built to produce great magicians and spread the art of magic worldwide. Given how much of a useful art magic is, I want it to be used in every nick and corner of the world, were the words of the man who founded the academy. He hired the best of the best magicians as the teachers and started this academy. No one knows why, but only this academy was backed by the government, even though there are many other magic academies. The higher class nobles started sending their sons and daughters to this academy, and seeing that the other nobles did the same. The urge to not get left behind by the other nobles caused a chain reaction, and in no time, the academy that was supposed to be for everyone ended up being an academy only for nobles. 5 years after its establishment, this academy took first place as the best magic academy in the Zenith Kingdom and is holding the #1 spot for many years now. The privileges offered to the students once they graduate were also nothing to joke about. Your family will climb up 1 rank in the hierarchy of noble families. If you graduated from Class A, you will be able to get any job related to magic by showing your graduation certificate, and there will also be a chance for you to get into the Royal Army. If your talent is good enough, then it will be possible for you to be hired as the personal guard of the royal family. In short, you won't have to worry about having a successful and luxurious life if you graduate from this academy. Well, this is what's on the surface and known to the general audience. That's why Ryfin only explained this much to us. I doubt even Ryfin knows the secrets of this academy. I knew this confidential information due to the memory of that novel. I helped Lowly Pop in editing and correcting his mistakes to avoid any visible plot holes, so I read his novel very carefully. As a result, the storyline is carved into my memory. I don't know whether I should be thankful to him for this or not. A year before, when the academy was founded, the man who founded this academy discovered a portal in barren lands. It was emitting weird energy signatures, and a huge amount of mana was concentrated around it. Upon entering the portal, the man found himself in a world totally different from this one. The land there was burned and rocks were melted. The atmosphere was dense and thick. Black clouds shrouded the sky. It was the world where demons reside. Later, it was named the Demon Dimension. The man himself never encountered any demon because the sheer look of his surroundings was enough to make him turn his tail and run for his life. He ran away and came back to this world. A few weeks later, the portal disappeared, and though his mind told him he is safe now, a feeling of fear was engraved deep in his heart. While he never encountered a demon, he did saw them from far away. They had whole cities built in that world, and then the man thought, what if they came to this world just like he went there? What will become of his homeland then? The answer was simple: it'll be pure destruction. He had no logical reasoning for this, but the power he felt in the demonic dimension, the density of mana he felt there, was nothing he could ever dream to have. Leave him, not even the best magician could compete against that power. Humans have a special trait to them: they fear what they can't control. The same went for him also. And as for why the king believed him, well, it was because that man was in fact the strongest magician humanity had at that time. Like this, the Zaphorth's Magic Academy was founded. The main goal of this academy wasn't to spread magic across the world, but to produce magicians capable of defending the world when the time came. This was the secret history of the Zaphorth's Magic Academy, which only a selected people know about. How much this will be? 50C, okay, here is it. I handed the money to the man in front of me and received a fluffy thing from him. The thing in my hand had a crispy texture from the outside and soft from the inside, due to the white creamy thing filled in it. It was a cream puff I purchased just now. The class was over, so I was headed back, and then I remembered I have eaten nothing in breakfast, so I went to Astoria Bakery, to be precise, that's built inside the campus, and bought a cream puff to eat. Damn, it's good. Taking a bite, my cheeks puffed up as a delicate sweet flavor covered my tongue. As I ate the puff, I walked away from the store, though I was not headed toward the dorms. Right now I was going in the direction where Class 1A was located. I wanted to confirm if I really was in that novel, and this was the last thing to make me believe it. I was going to see another character from the novel, and if they are the same as I know, then it'll be sure that this world is the same as the novel. Once it is confirmed, I can then focus on my plans to dodge my death and on things after that. A while later I reached my destination. Their class also seems to have ended as the students were all out in the corridor. I sneaked my way across the crowd and looked for my target. The one I was looking for was the heiress of the family, second in position to the royal family, and not long after I found my target. Or rather found her. She was indeed a girl, and one who will be a member of Leon's harem. The Griffin family, the Rosenberg family, and the Lovett family. In the Zenith Kingdom, these three families sit at the top of the noble hierarchy. These families are the ones with the most power in their hands after the king and the royal family itself. This system was designed to prevent law and order in case of emergency if the royal family gets attacked by other countries. If that or a situation similar to it ever occurred, then the three families can work together and take control of the constitution of this kingdom until the next king is selected or the state of emergency is sorted out. That was a vague explanation, I guess. Anyway, verbal information doesn't matter much as I have the real thing here. Right now the girl on whom my eyes are set, one who's right in front of me, is the heiress of the Rosenberg family. She had sleek waist-length red hair that covered her back like a cape, and her deep brown eyes had a slight glow in them. Her face was small, but not too small, the perfect size, you can say. She wore a little bit of makeup, but maybe it's just my imagination. Overall, the girl had a statuesque aura around her. She was Ellen Rosenberg, the heiress of the Rosenberg family, and the person I was looking for. In the novel, she was the first person to date Leon, and remember, I said first to date, not the first to get in bed with him. I was looking for her because of two reasons. The first is to meet another character from the novel and confirm whether this world is really the same as the novel, though I think that doubt is cleared now since she's standing right in front of me and her looks are the same as what was described in the novel. And the second reason is 0. When did you come here? Followed by this question, someone's hand patted me on my right shoulder. I turned back to see who it is, and there before me stood Anya, with a bit of confused expression on her face. She was right, though. There is quite a distance between classes A and B, so I shouldn't be here. Oh, I came to see you know. In the morning when you tried to talk to me, I brushed you off. Sorry about that. I was not in the right mood. I apologized. Listening to my reply, her expression relaxed. So that's what it's about. It's okay, though. You don't have to feel bad over silly things like that. Anyway, how was your first class? I asked as we walked together toward the dorms. Neither of us suggested this, but since our classes were over and both of us were headed toward the dorms, there was no reason to not walk together. I think it was fine. They didn't really teach anything today. The most we did was introduce ourselves to each other, and the teacher measured our rank so. And we also learned about how this academy was formed. It seems every class was handled in the same way. Here I don't have much information on what exactly is taught in this academy, because in the novel, mostly everything was explained except what the classes are about. I have to wait and find that out in real time. It was around noon. After escorting Anya to the dorms, I went back to the main building and looked for Ellen again. Fortunately, I found her soon as she was surrounded by a group of girls. Then I spend the next couple of hours stalking her while keeping my distance. I wanted to be completely sure if she is the same Ellen I know, and for that, I had to know her routine as well. From what I observed, most of the time she was never alone and had a group of girls around her when one group left the other came. Because of her being from the Rosenberg family, she had many admirers who looked up to her like she was a celebrity of some sort. Being from a famous family comes with its own set of problems, I guess. Truly, spending all day surrounded by a bunch of people you barely know must have been exhausting. In the end, it was dusk when she was finally free and had some alone time, though she went to her room in the dorms right after that. The result of my stalking, she and the Ellen I know from the novel are the same person. Lying on my bed, I was staring at the ceiling above me. My mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts and emotions. I felt extremely stuffed and empty at the same time. What is this feeling? I don't know. It's like I have everything I want, everything I wanted to have, but the next moment I have nothing. The realization that I am inside a novel left me stunned. I was like this since the opening ceremony. I barely kept my cool all day because I didn't want to break the normal guy part. But now that I'm alone, fuck, why me? Why the fuck only me? I slammed the bed and cursed it out loud. Why was I in a fucking novel? I thought I'm reincarnated in a new world where I can live a new life, live the life I wanted to live, the life I couldn't have in my former world. I got parents who loved me, the parents whom I loved, and a sister who I cared for. I was finally living my life as any normal boy should have. And now you're telling me they're just characters of some fucking cliched novel, written by a motherfucker who's so obsessed with lolis that he divided lollipop into lollipop. Everything I did was fake. Am I truly inside a novel? All the interaction I made, all the moments I spent some bastard reading and enjoying all that. If I'm inside a novel, then it must also mean that the personality of the people I met was pre-programmed. How they'll behave was already decided. Then a thought struck me. A thing I was missing, a thing I ignored due to the shock of being inside a novel. Their personalities are pre-programmed. How can that be possible? If I remember correctly, which I do, then Anya's parents were never mentioned in the novel. If they were not mentioned, then how can they be pre-programmed? Leave my parents, there are a bunch of people I met who never even appeared in the novel. That can't be possible if I'm inside a novel, right? The people who were never mentioned shouldn't exist in the first place. But they do. How? There was only one way to explain this, only one theory. A theory that can make sense. It's the theory of parallel universes. According to the parallel universe theory, every possibility can have its own universe. Each and everything is possible. A world you think and daydream about can be real in a form of a parallel universe. For example, say you wore a red shirt today, but you wore it in this universe. In some other universe, you could have worn green or yellow in a different one, or blue in another. If I apply that theory here, then it just means I'm not inside that novel, but I'm in a world that's based on that novel. The things mentioned in the novel are here, but the things that didn't exist are here as well. The people who were not in the novel are here because without them, this world can't practically function. Like only the name of Anya's parents was mentioned in the novel. They were never shown in person. They didn't exist there, but it was only because it was fiction, not reality. This world, however, is real. And in the real world, Anya can't exist if her parents aren't there to marry each other and give birth to her. They exist because Anya can't exist without them. And when they came into existence due to this very reason, they developed personalities of their own. Original personalities that have nothing to do with the novel. The same goes for every other person in this world who is not in the novel. They exist because the world can't function without them. Like a machine can't function until all of its parts are there. This is it. This is no fake world. This is real. I am real. My parents, Anya, they are real. Sigh. I was worrying over nothing. I sighed as I hopped off my bed. Now that this misunderstanding is clear, I can focus on what to do next. In a month or so, I'm going to die, or rather I'm supposed to die until I don't interfere and change the storyline. And there's no second thought about it, I'm gonna fucking do it. After all, it's not every day you found yourself in another world, in fact in a world where you already know what's going to happen. How can I miss this opportunity? My doubts were clear now. It was time to set things in motion. My doubts were clear now. It was now time to set things in motion. The first thing I did was go to the nearest shop and buy a diary. I made it just in time as currently, the time was 9:30 p.m. and the shopkeeper was about to close the store. It took me 10 minutes to go buy the diary and come back. After that, I sat at my desk, opened the diary, picked up a pen, and got ready for writing. I bought this diary so I can write down the storyline of Lollipop's novel. This was a measure I took in case I forgot anything from the plot in the future and got in trouble because of that. Sigh, letting out a sigh, I played with the pen in my hand as I recalled the plot of his novel. Damn, I better kiss goodbye to sleeping this night. I mean, that bastard's novel had more than 300 chapters and was still ongoing. Even if I write only a rough outline of the events that'll happen, sleeping tonight is out of the question. Well, no use crying over spilled milk. With that, I began writing. The next day at 9:00 a.m. Finally, it's done. I slammed closed the diary, threw the pen I don't know where, and slumped my head on the desk. It took me more than 11 hours, but finally it was complete. Actually, I wrote it all down earlier than expected. I had in mind that it'll easily take one day to write the whole thing. Anyway, I got up from the desk and made my way to the bed, and then I slowly sat down, leaning against the wall. There's still an hour left before the classes start, so resting a bit won't hurt. I closed my eyes and started thinking about what to do from here on out. It's not like I didn't have a plan, I do, but I just want to make clear what my goals are. After all, writing all that made me remember some events I had forgot. And due to one of those events happening in the future, the lives of my parents were also in danger. That's a thing I can't allow. Thus, I needed a bit change of plans. Hence, right now I have two main goals lying ahead of me. The first was to save me from dying by an event taking place in a month. The second is to save my family from dying by an event that'll take place in a year or so. Yes, it'll occur a year later. In Lollipop's novel, that was the time when demons invaded this world for the first time. Before that event, there were no signs of demons here, and the only species in existence except humans were monsters. Then how did demons come here? Remember the portal discovered by the founder of the Zaphworth's Academy? It was then when it all started. The portal he found was the first one to connect this and the demon dimension together. While it disappeared a week later, the connection it created between the two worlds was still there. As a result, those portals started appearing in different places one by one. Humanity was not able to detect and prevent the upcoming disaster from happening because these portals had a vast time gap between the closing of one portal and the opening of another. At first, only 5 to 6 portals appeared in a year and they were far away from each other. But slowly as time passed, their rate of appearance started increasing. It went from 5 to 6 a year to 8 to 9, then 10 to 13, and so on. If I remember correctly then, there should be a total of 16 portals spread across the globe right now. Just like this, the numbers will keep increasing, and a year later around the time when the second year of the Zaphworth's Academy starts, their numbers will skyrocket out of nowhere. The portals will appear everywhere in the world, and the size of these new portals will be massive, massive enough to let an army of demons pass through. The same thing will happen and demons will attack this world in waves. They will easily outnumber the human army as they will number in millions. This event was named the Calamity. I kind of feel guilty now because I was the one who suggested the idea of increasing the numbers of demons to a crazy level. That time I did this to make things harder for the McLeon. Now things will be harder for me. Talk about backfire. Now coming back to the topic, the first place to get invaded by the demon will be, of course, the Zenith Kingdom. According to the main storyline, the whole kingdom gets destroyed and everyone dies, obviously except for Leon and his harem. This was now Lollipop's idea. He wanted to make Leon suffer so that he can get a bit serious, and the fire of hate against demons can be burned inside him. This is specifically because until now Leon had no real goal in his life, and due to this Lollipop was getting hate from his readers. He can't make him go serious without a solid reason, thus he added the destruction of the Zenith Kingdom. Everyone will die right before Leon's eyes and he won't be able to do anything, since the numbers of demons were too much even for him. But it couldn't matter less to me. I don't give a fuck about Leon. The problem here is that my parents are also living in the Zenith Kingdom, and if everyone dies, then they also count in. I want to stop that from happening, and I have a few choices to do it. I can either change the storyline completely to stop the portals from appearing, or I can get strong enough to help my parents escape this kingdom and the calamity. I considered the first option at the start, but after thinking about it for a while, I realized that this plan has more cons than pros. First of all, I don't know a thing about how these portals appear or what causes them to form, as it was never explained in the novel. And if I don't know what makes them, then naturally I won't know how to stop them. Moreover, say I interfered in some events and changed the main storyline with half-assed info on the portals. But instead of stopping the calamity from occurring, what will I do if the changes I make boosted the event somehow and it happened earlier than expected? I'll be boned then. Hence, I decided to go with the second choice to get strong. I know what's going to happen in the future, and using that knowledge to my advantage, I can get stronger easily. Hell, I even know an item that can make me 5x stronger than what I am now, and I know its whereabouts. I can go and take it right now if I want to. This plan was safe and had a higher rate of success. But executing it will take some time, of course. Since we are not allowed to go out of the academy, I can't go and take that item. Though I do have a plan for that, I don't want to rush and mess things up. You know what they say, right? Haste makes waste. The calamity will arrive a year from now, so I still have some time in hand. I'll rather move carefully, making sure that I'll succeed. Like this, it was decided that to save my parents from the calamity, I have to get stronger. Now coming to the other goal to save me from dying. Here I don't have the choice to fail, since if I failed and died, my parents will also die in the future. I already know what I have to do to play this out successfully, so saving me is not a problem. I'll say it's a piece of cake and put it aside for the moment. Right now my priority is something else, and that is to clean the mess I made by saving Anya from Walrick. Doing that caused Anya to never meet Leon. If it keeps on like this, then they won't have a relationship. As to why this was a problem, well, it's the same reasoning as for me not choosing to change the storyline to save my parents. Anya played a big role in fighting alongside Leon in many battles in the future, and she was there precisely because they had that kind of relationship. I don't even know how much the story will change if I removed this element. Hence I need to somehow make a romantic relationship between Leon and Anya. Now don't get me wrong here, there's no way I'll let that Leon have his way with my sister. I mean, I do want to recreate their relationship, but I never said it has to be real. As long as Anya expresses her feeling for Leon and fights alongside him, everything will be fine. It doesn't matter if she's just pretending. The end result will be the same. But I was not so sure on this matter, on how to make Anya pretend. Well, I'll figure something out eventually. I also want to experiment and find out to which extent I can interfere in the storyline without changing the main plot points. But that can wait. I exhaled as I got up from the bed. I glanced at the wall clock. It was 9:50 now. The classes were about to begin. Quickly changing into the academy uniform, I took a final look in the mirror. My eyes looked sleepy, though I can't do anything about it. I wore my black gloves and then left my room. I was in a hurry. Something interesting was going to happen today. Entering the classroom, I glanced at the wall clock above the blackboard. Only a minute or so was remaining before the classes start. Phew, that was close. I walked over to my seat and sat. It was the same one where I sat yesterday, as no one else took it, though taking a look at the class made me realize that except for the remaining few, all the other seats were occupied by the other students. Guess I really am late today. My eyes were also sleepy and I look exhausted. Can't help it though, that's what you get for staying awake all night. After I balanced my breathingas, I was panting before because I came running. Hear me, attention shifted toward my surroundings. The class today seems a lot different from what it was yesterday. The difference is that most of the students have made friends. Replacing yesterday's silence is the sound of chatting and talking. I was quite surprised by how quickly they got together. I mean, it's only been one day and we already have friend circles and groups forming here. No, the fact which shocked me even more is that not a single student tried to approach me. Can I really blame them though? Recalling my actions made me think that. I spend the day stalking a girl, Ellen Rosenberg. If by chance I got seen doing that by someone, then I can kiss goodbye to my reputation, which is a purely hypothetical thing for me. Just kidding. I know I'm in the wrong here. No one will approach me until I approach them. I'm sure more than half of the class doesn't even know my name. It's my fault. I was never good with these things. Friendship has an entirely different meaning for me. It's better if I don't have friends. It'll be good for both parties. Otherwise, I fear I will end up doing the same thing I did in my former life. Should leave it at this. I don't want to recall those memories. As I shook away those thoughts, someone entered the class. It was none other than our homeroom teacher or instructor, Rifin. Putting both of his hands on the podium, he stood before it and gazed at the students present in the class. I hope you all are doing well and getting accustomed to this new academic life of yours. Anyway, getting on to the main topic from today, you will start learning magic. The real thing you came here for, Rifin announced as he picked up a piece of chalk and turned toward the blackboard. And today what you will be learning is, he continued, while drawing something on the blackboard, is magic circles. He stopped moving his hand and then turned back at us. Behind him on the blackboard was drawn a pattern that looked similar to the magic circles I saw in anime. There are two ways by which you can use magic and cast spells, he began. One is through incantations and the other is with the help of magic circles. The one you will be learning today is the second one, through magic circles. Why? Because it's more beneficial. While incantations are easy to remember, it takes time to activate spells with them, giving your enemy the time to attack. It's due to this reason that incantations are rarely used nowadays, especially in battles. On the other hand, memorizing the magic circles takes time. If your skills are weak, then it can easily take a month for you to learn a circle. However, once you've learned them, then it will only provide you with benefits. Since casting a spell through a magic circle doesn't take any time, now I can explain to you how it works, but there's barely anything to explain. It will be easier to teach you directly, as you won't get what I'm saying until you experience it yourself. After that, we followed him. Going through a corridor, we reached the gymnasium. It was a big one, really big. The ceiling was high, around the length of a double-story building. The floor was made out of stone and the walls were of bricks. Rifin also told us that the bricks used to make these walls are enchanted with magic, hence they won't break easily. It was a measure taken in a place, since here magic is practiced, and some spells can cause greater damage. Anyway, all the students were scattered around in groups of their own, as Rifin never said anything like, stand in a line, or something like that. I obviously stood alone, with a few more students like me who ain't a part of any group. Once everyone was settled, Rifin turned to us, a look of seriousness in his eyes as he spoke. Now, there are many of you who will be using magic for the first time today, so I will start with a low-tier spell, he said. This was the least I expected. I thought he'd be going to teach us how to control the mana in our bodies first. Though to my surprise, while some students don't know how to cast spells, they do know to control their mana, as it's a thing passed down generation by generation in higher class noble families, just like sword arts. To cast a spell using magic circles, you first have to engrave the image of the circle for that spell deep in your mind. Remember, if you miss even the slightest bit of detail, the spell won't work, Ryfin stated. Then from the pocket of his pants he pulled out a paper scroll, opened it, and showed it to us. A magic circle was painted on it in red color. This circle, however, was different from the one he drew back on the blackboard. This one was more complex, with lots of patterns in it. This magic circle is used to cast a fireball spell, similar to the one you all cast in the entrance exam but with incantations. Remember this circle, crave its image in your memory so deep that you can never forget it again, even if you try. Then when you are done with that, visualize this circle in your mind and imagine filling it with your mana. Here you have to maintain your concentration, otherwise the spell won't work. Worst case scenario, it can even go berserk. Though if your focus is good enough, the spell will be active and a fireball will get summoned. That's it for the explanation. Go ahead and try it out yourself. With that, he pinned the paper in which the magic circle was drawn to the wall behind him. The students gathered close to it and started staring at the magic circle carefully. I was no exception. This went on for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then some students, who thought they memorized the circle, came in front and stood away from the rest of the crowd. Be careful with this one, it's a fire spell. You see those targets there, aim for them, Ryfin warned as he pointed toward the opposite side of the gymnasium where a few human dummies were placed in a row. The first one to try out the spell was a blonde boy. He stood with his back straight and closed his eyes, most likely to do the visualizing part. After a minute or so, he opened them again and raised his right hand, aiming at one of the dummies. Ha, he shouted, and with that a fireball didn't appear. Yeah, nothing happened. He just stood there like an idiot while some students laughed, being his back. Embarrassed, he turned back and looked at Ryfin, who was standing, leaning against the wall. It's not that easy, kid. Try a bit harder and maintain your focus, Ryfin commented. The boy nodded and went back to look at the magic circle. 3 hours later. The class for today ended. In the end, only 2 students were able to pull off the spell, and when the class was about to end, it took 3 hours for them. And just to be sure, I was not one of those 2 students. Memorizing the magic circle is hard, and I mean really hard. The reason for it I can think of is because the circle is a set of patterns, and learning those patterns is much harder than learning words or numbers. The elemental magic I use is way easier. Maybe I could have done it if given 1 more hour, since I felt I was pretty close, but no use giving excuses. Also, not being able to cast that spell is kind of good for me, as I was afraid I might end up doing the same thing I did in the entrance exam, summoning a big-ass fireball. Anyway, I don't really care about all that, as I am excited over something else. When I was on my way to leave the main building, I saw a crowd in the corridors. It was in front of Class 1A. I made my way there, and when I was close enough, 2 male students who were surrounded by the other students came in sight. One of them was a brown-haired guy. His body was slightly on the muscular side, and his narrowed eyes were staring at the other student who stood before him. With jet black hair and red eyes, this student had a calm expression on his face. He was Leon, the MC of Lollipop's novel. Leon, the MC of Lollipop's novel. He didn't know who his parents were, nor did he see them. In fact, he didn't even remember their names. This was because his parents abandoned him in front of an orphanage, as he was their 5th child, and they didn't have the money left to raise him. Hence, he spent his childhood in that orphanage until he reached the age of 15. The orphanage didn't keep anyone after they attained the age of 15 years old, as that is the age when you take a step into adulthood according to the laws of this world. The same went for Leon also. He was kicked out of the orphanage and left to live on his own. He then spent a couple of weeks living on the streets until a certain event occurred. One day he went to the forest to gather fruits or something else to eat, though he fell into a deep hole. It was the entrance of a labyrinth. He lost consciousness and woke up a day later, only to find himself with severe injuries. Even so, he tried his hardest to make it out alive. He knew he can't go back up from the hole he fell because it was a straight fall, so he decided to clear the labyrinth. He didn't have much knowledge about labyrinths, but the fact that you can get out by defeating the boss of the final floor was known to everyone. It was common sense in this world. Following that common sense, he started clearing the floors, though it was not easy at all. The labyrinth is a maze-like structure with multiple floors. They are filled with different types of monsters, and each floor was armed with its own boss, a monster far stronger than the normal ones. Leon was weak to begin with, but the injuries he had made it even worse. Leave clearing the labyrinth aside, he wasn't able to reach the boss room on the 1st floor, as he didn't carry any weapon, and fighting monsters barehanded is the same as committing suicide. Half a day later, he found himself in a near-death situation. After his fight with a giant lizard, he was pretty much dead, was not moving, and the lizard was on its way to eat him. but while his body had given up, his mind didn't. There was only one reason he wanted to see his parents, even if it's only for once. The will to survive inside him was strong, strong enough to make him bite the lizard's windpipe with all the force he could apply, doing that he killed the lizard. Though in the process the lizard bites him on his shoulder. He killed the lizard, but he was still going to die because of the bleeding. Then it happened. The system has acknowledged your resolve. System activated. A notification popped up in his head as a translucent blue screen appeared before his eyes. That day he got a system. A system that helped him learn magic easily. A system by which he can level up and collect skills like Pokémons. A system that increased both his physical and magical abilities. Using the system, he cleared the labyrinth in 4 days and made his way out by defeating the final boss. And when he was headed back to the city, he found a woman in the forest. She was hiding in a carriage that was surrounded by a few mid-level monsters. Leon, being a generic protagonist, killed those monsters and saved the woman. Later it turned out she was the wife of a retired professor of the Zaforth's Magic Academy. Leon escorted his wife to her home, where he met with the professor. The professor then heard his situation, and after getting an understanding of the life he was living, he gave Leon an offer. As a way to thank him, the professor wanted to help him somehow. After all, if it wasn't for Leon, then his wife would be dead by now. Hence, he first tested his skills, which were over the top due to the system. Seriously, the guy didn't hold back in showing off his abilities. Naturally, the professor was impressed. He'd never seen a talent like this before, and he didn't want it to go to waste. As a result, he recommended Leon to the Magic Academy and paid for his fee. That's how he got enrolled here. Now, in the middle of the days he spent living in the professor's house, he was supposed to meet with a drowned in despair Anya and save her from Walrick. Anyway, Leon was a generic fantasy protagonist in the flesh. He was kind and always wanted to do the right thing, helping those in need without any discrimination and stuff. And he was also horny as fuck at times, specifically when the plot demanded some R18 scenes. I was sitting on an audience seat in a Somethis, of course, was built inside the academy campus. So what happened? A guy named Serk, who is a student of Class 1A, was ganging up and bullying another student. Leon, being Leon, stepped in and stopped him. Serk was outraged by this, as he was a guy with a relatively short temper. Leon already got on his nerves because he played the good guy in the class, a trait Serk absolutely hated, and this event made him burst. Hence, he challenged Leon to a duel. This situation spread at an unbelievably fast pace, and here we are now. The Colosseum was filled with students while Serk and Leon stood in the middle of the arena with a sword in their hands. Serk didn't know magic well, so he challenged him to a sword fight. Leon wanted to turn him down, but to the pressure he got from the students who hated Serk, he ended up accepting it. The match started when the referee blew his whistle. Boom! Just when the match started, Serk kicked off the ground and shot in Leon's direction as he raised his sword high. Leon held his sword in front of his body and clenched onto its handle. It was decided, he has the system, so there's no way he was going to lose here, though he decided not to go rough on Serk and play defensive. Clank, clank, clank. Sounds of metal clashing resounded in the arena as Serk launched strike after strike at Leon, while Leon only blocked his attacks instead of striking him with his own. This exchange of blows continued for several minutes. Serk kept shouting, "Bastard, are you trying to mock me here?" Because not a single time did Leon attack him. In the end, Serk backed off to take a breath. He relaxed his body and then again stood with his back straight, staring at Leon directly into his eyes. "Don't you dare go easy on me. I'll crush you when you're at your full power," he said and darted toward Leon. "If that's what you wish," Leon mumbled. Taking a sidestep, he got out of Serk's way, and when Serk was just beside Leon, he struck the back of his neck with the hilt of his sword. Soon after, Serk stumbled and fell to the ground. He was knocked unconscious. The students in the audience busted out in cheers, while the lackeys of Serk looked at Leon with fear in their eyes. It wasn't much of a battle anyway. I knew this was going to happen due to the knowledge of the novel I have. Leon was S-rank after all. Still, seeing the events I read as texts unfold in reality right before my eyes was an exciting experience. The match was over, and a while later the students started leaving the Colosseum. I did the same. I had the entertainment I wanted. Now it was time to move on to the main things. It's been a week since I started at this academy. I spent these days collecting information about some specific people and taking daily classes. Also, a few days later, I discovered a new thing. This academy has a cafeteria on its campus. Yeah, I found it out on the 3rd day. And I ate nothing but cakes and cream puff for 2 days when I didn't know about this, since I was too lazy to cook my own food. Anyway, right now I was hiding in a corner, behind the wall of a building. This was necessary since I'm in the middle of stalking someone. It's Leon. After I was done with Ellen and knew her usual schedule of what she does every day, what places she goes to, and which person she talks to. When I was done finding out all that, I shifted to Leon and started keeping track of his daily schedule. While I didn't like stalking, This was important for my plans since I was not in the same class as Leon and the rest of the main leads. Stalking is my only option to get updated on what's going on with them. I need someone who's close to Leon and can keep tabs on him while giving me the report. Basically a puppet spy, that's what I want, though it's a far cry for now. And stalking Leon was easier than Ellen actually, as I wasn't the only one doing this. Several girls, who got head over heels for him at the first sight, were following him all day looking for an opportunity to do you know what. Those girls, our reasons were different but our motive was the same. No wait, this doesn't sound right. Fuck it. As I was busy with my internal thoughts, I caught sight of Anya. I was in the main building right after today's lessons were over, and I saw Anya walking down the corridor, holding a couple of books in her hand. Am I the only one who's not taking notes? Then I looked at Leon, who was engaged in a conversation with Ellen. Apparently they were good friends, or maybe a bit more than friends. The reason behind it, well, I know it, but that's not really important right now. I was doing all this stalking and planning because I want to get Anya and Leon in a relationship. I don't feel good doing this, but without it, what comes next will be ruined. So for now, I stopped following Leon and went where Anya was. Crossing the same corridor, I made our encounter look like a coincidence. How's your day going? Asking this, I stepped beside her. Seeing me pop up out of nowhere, she was startled for a second but soon regained her composure. Oh, Zero, where did you come from? And my day is going good, she replied. Wanna walk to the dorms? Sure. On our way, we talked over normal things like asking how we are spending our days here at the academy, how many friends we made, what is taught to us in the classes, and things like that. Having this type of conversation with Anya reminded me of how good of a family I have now. Even though they are based on the characters of a novel, I don't care anymore, cause they are real, not some 1D character. I got a family who loved me, a family whom I loved, and I'll do anything to protect it. I don't mind playing dirty for it, I never did. Oh, that reminds me, you're in the same class as Leon, right? Have you talked to him? I interjected. Leon, hush, he mumbled. I didn't actually. After that duel he had, his popularity is on another level. I can't talk to him even if I want to. He is so strong, even blessed with good looks, but seems kind of out of reach to me. It's like he's sitting somewhere so high where I can't reach even if I try. I see. I should have known that. Sorry, it was a strange thing to ask. Don't worry about it. I don't know if you admire him or not, but it's not your fault if you do. He really is that amazing, she commented. I guess, don't know why, but I more or less expected this kind of response. In the novel, she was able to befriend Leon and then began a romantic relationship with him only because he got to know him before he joined the academy. Due to that, she came to know him before his fame skyrocketed. Now the situation's different. She is looking at him from an extra's point of view. Anya excels in sword art, she's the best one I ever encountered, and her looks are also good, but I doubt Leon even knows about her. This indeed was a problem for me. For Anya to get in a relationship with Leon, I first have to somehow close the mental distance between them. At first, I thought I should just go up front and ask Anya to do the pretend lover thing for me, but then I decided otherwise. I already made a mess telling her that I'm a reincarnate. Also, a brother asking her sister to pretend to be the girlfriend of some guy she doesn't even know will be super weird in itself. Hence, I have to make her pretend to be Leon's friend, then girlfriend, without her realizing this. Maybe I'll end up breaking the rules I set up for myself, rules to keep me under control, so that I won't end up repeating the same mistake I did in my former life, but it's for the greater good. Soon we reached the area where the dormitory buildings were located. Looks like we're here, I said. Yeah, bye, take care, you too. After that, Anya went inside the class dorm building while I waited outside it. Obviously, I wasn't going to go in just now. I have to finish what I was doing. And so, when I made sure Anya is inside her room, I turned back and headed toward the main building. A while later, I found Leon again. Finding him wasn't that difficult since the guy attracted a hell lot of attention. Right now, he was not in the main building but in the cafeteria. Sitting with Ellen, he was having lunch. I didn't go inside as the chances of getting caught will be high then, and just watched from outside through the window. The same as always, I see. He did his everyday things. Going to the cafeteria at this time was also a part of it. As he wasn't doing anything unusual, and I was pretty much done noting down his schedule, I decided to take my leave. Backing off, I was going back, but just then I stumbled upon an eye-catching sight. Away from the cafeteria building stood 3 girls, and they were staring hard inside the cafeteria. Judging by the looks, they were good at best, and maybe from a higher-class noble family also. Their makeup told that much. Though when I followed their line of sight, I saw that what they were looking at, their gazes were directed toward none other than Leon and Ellen. Both of them were having lunch and chatting with each other. I hid myself behind the trunk of a nearby tree as I observed the 3 girls. That bitch, looks how happy she is there with Leon, one of the girls with dark brown hair spoke. This is the 4th time she sticks with him all day. Another one spoke, she had black hair. It's only due to her we never get a chance to talk to him, said the last one. She had blonde hair and an almost petite body. It didn't take long to understand what was going on here. These girls liked Leon, but were jealous of Ellen since she stays with Leon pretty much all day. Seeing this must be irritating. Also, they were stalking Leon just like me. The girls stayed there for a while, but when they saw that Ellen had no plans to leave Leon's side anytime soon, they went back all while cursing out a few kind words for Ellen. I was the one to leave at last. I got to witness something interesting today, I thought as I walked in the direction of the bakery. The next day I was sitting at my usual seat in the class. Right now Ryfin was explaining to us the different types of magic. This was a thing that was never told in the novel, and I had no idea what it is, hence I was paying attention. This is what he's told us so far. There are 3 types of magic: elemental magic, healing magic, and custom magic. First, let's start with healing magic, the easiest one to understand among the 3. Healing magic is what in fact the name tells about it is used for healing. This category of magic consists of a great number of healing magic spells, each of different type, use, and power. There are also 3 tiers used to rank the healing magic spells, and they are basic, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Basic tier spells are usually simple and easy to use, allowing any mage to use them whether they specialize in healing magic or not. Intermediate and advanced tier spells, on the other hand, can only be used or learned if you have a specific interest in healing magic. It's like this because intermediate and advanced spells use more mana than basic spells and are also hard to learn. Hence, if you're focused on learning any other type of magic or art, while it won't be impossible to learn, it will surely take you more time than a mage who's there just to learn healing magic. Magician and mage are the same things, though that is not the case with advanced tier spells. To learn them you will have to dedicate a couple of decades of your life to healing magic. That is the reason there are only a few magicians who know to use advanced tier healing spells. Now let's come to custom magic. Custom magic is named custom because even now it is not fully discovered. This category of magic seems to contain an almost infinite number of spells, and of course, there is a reason for it. To understand this, you first have to understand what custom magic spells are. Every spell that doesn't come under elemental magic and healing magic is known as a custom magic spell. The number of these spells is said to be infinite because custom magic spells can be created from scratch by experimenting with magic circles or incantations, by making changes in the formula to your liking. It is possible as long as you are well versed in the process of creating new spells. Heck, this world even has an RD branch dedicated just to creating new spells. Like that, since the number of spells that can possibly come under custom magic is unknown, as they can be created freely, their number is said to be infinite. Among the 3, custom magic is the one humanity knows the least about. Also, like healing magic, this was also divided into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Lastly, elemental magic. This was a little catchy, so I put it in last. According to the Academy, elemental magic is the category that contains spells that uses the natural elements of fire, water, and earth. The spells that use the power of these elements for either offensive or defensive are considered to be elemental magic spells. An example of this would be the fireball spell used in the entrance exam. This was also divided into the 3 tiers of basic, intermediate, and advanced, but there was a thing that clicked with me. Here you can't use the power of elements to your liking as I do. For example, there are 2 different spells to make a fireball and a fire spear. You are also required to use either the incantation or magic circle to activate the spell. But with the elemental magic I use, I don't need either incantation or magic circle to activate the spell, but I can also control the elements the way I want freely at my will. Like I summon a fireball, and the next moment I can change it into a spear, or the other way around. Why it was like this, I don't know. Maybe the elemental magic the world knows about and the one I use are 2 entirely different things, and that's about it. In this academy, you will start by learning the basic tiers of all 3 types of magic, but slowly as you get into the senior years, we will teach you intermediate and advanced magic also. Once you reach the end of your 2nd year, however, you will have a choice in your hand on which magic you have to continue and learn the advanced tiers of. That's it. There won't be any practical lessons for today. The class will end here now, said Ryfin. He picked up the books he came here with and went outside the class. Students followed soon after. I also did the same. Though after I left the classroom, rather than going toward the dorms or the cafeteria, I walked on a mostly empty path. I want to do some research on a few things related to what's going to happen to me in the near future. After all, even if I want Anya to get in a relationship with Leon, I can't ignore that I'm going to die soon due to a certain event. Hence, I headed over to the library. Yes, this academy did have one of those. Later that day, while Zero left for the library, her sister, Anya, went straight back to the dorms. She had a tiring day today. Unlike Class B, they did have practical lessons today. She decided to go rest a bit and then head over to the cafeteria to eat. Soon she reached the dorms and stood in front of a multi-floored building. This was the building for the students of Class 1A. Entering the building, she went to the second floor where her room was, and walking down a corridor, she reached there in about a minute or so. Stepping inside the room, the first thing she did was to put her books on a nearby desk and then removed the blazer she was wearing. Playing with her hair a bit, she was about to go sit on the bed, but just then she remembered something. Going back a few steps, she stood before the door of her room. She then looked down, and there an envelope was lying on the floor. She overlooked this the first time she entered, but noticed it afterward. Picking it up, she went inside her room again and closed the door. Then she opened the envelope and took out a letter from it. As she read through the contents of the letter, the smile on her lips faded and her face grew paler. Tomorrow, a certain someone will save you from a certain something. All you have to do afterward is to get together with that person. As for whom the person is, you will know that tomorrow. This is not a prank, and don't mistake to assume it is one. I am keeping an eye on you, and if ignored my instructions, then it won't be good for your brother. He will die, was the context written in the letter. It is unbelievable, the letter in my hands. Reading through its contents sent a chill down my spine, leaving me blank-headed without knowing what I should do next. It said that tomorrow someone will save me from something I don't know from what exactly, as it was not mentioned in the letter ran, then I will have to get together with that person. If I don't do that, then the life of my brother will be in danger, he will die. At least, this is what's written in there. The thing which stunned me, though, was the part about Zero, the part that I have a brother. I haven't told anyone that Zero is my brother, or I even have a brother. The only ones who knew about our relationship is just me and Zero himself. Maybe the academy staff can also count in. But that leaves me with the question of how does this person on who sent me this letter know about him? For a moment I felt like this was a prank, a joke someone might be pulling on me. I thought that I should just ignore it, but what if it turned out not to be a prank? Keeping Zero's life in danger over an assumption like that was not something I could do. I know he is not my real brother. The Zero who was my brother is lost, and all there's left is his body. The person who's inside it is someone totally unknown to me. Why should I care about him then? The reason is simple. It's because he trusted me and told me his secret. I still remember the day when he revealed that he is a reincarnate. I remember how his body was trembling. He was trying his best to hide it, but it was clear just by looking. It was clear how terrified he was. He must have felt super insecure when telling me his secret, but he still did it. This showed he trusted me. In his eyes, I was worthy of knowing who he truly is. That's why I don't want to break his trust. And also, even though he is not my real brother, it's not like I hate him or something. Getting reincarnated in Zero's body was not planned by him. He was just a victim like I and my real brother were. He can be a bit scary sometimes, but overall I think he is a kind person who did save me from Walrick after all. It won't be a problem if I protected him this time. With that set in mind, Anya nervously waited for tomorrow to arrive. The next day. After I was done with today's lessons, I left the classroom immediately. Walking through the corridor, I was about to leave the main building. Then I suddenly spotted Zero, who also seemed to have just come out of his class. Unlike the other students who were coming out of the same class, he was alone. This made me think that even if he was not real Zero, we are quite similar. I mean, while I am able to talk with my classmates, I don't have anyone I can call friend. He was the same, I think. At first, I thought about approaching him and discussing that letter with him, but then I refrained from doing so. I don't know, I just have this bad feeling that if I talk to him about the letter, the results won't be good. Maybe I'll be violating some unspoken rules the person who sent that letter has set for me. In the end, I went my own way without meeting with Zero and left the main building. After that, I first went to the dorms to drop off my textbooks and then came back. Right now, I was headed toward the cafeteria. There was no particular meaning behind it. I haven't had breakfast this morning as I woke up late, so I was just going there to eat something. Actually, I was only following my daily routine as the letter didn't say anything about what I had to do. So I deduced that as long as I did what I do daily, I will meet that certain someone who will save me. At least that's what the plan was for now. I can think about what to do next after I meet with that person. What I do next will depend on who the person in question is. I left the cafeteria when I was done eating my food and having a cup of coffee. Until now, nothing suspicious has happened. Maybe that really was a prank, I thought, but then quickly discarded the idea. I can't come to any conclusion just yet, and I was soon proven right. I was on my way to the dorms. I took a route that went from behind the cafeteria building and led straight to the dormitories. At first, I thought doing this might be a bad idea, but then I remembered that I took this route almost every day as this area was less crowded. A group of 3 boys approached me when I was between the cafeteria and the dorm buildings. I took a look at their faces, and it was instantly clear that I didn't know them. It was possible they were from a different class, not Class A. I stopped in my tracks, thinking that this was the place where I'll meet the person who will save me. "Hello there," one of them said, a weird smile on his face. He had black hair and a normal body structure. "Can we talk for a bit?" Another one spoke up. His hair had a brown color, The last one remained standing behind those two and didn't say anything. What is it? Can you please be quick? I'm in a hurry, I appealed as I turned toward them. The boy with black hair who was standing in the middle held his chin and looked as if thinking something. Quick, huh? Well, I don't know how much time this'll take, so I can't say for sure, he determined. Wah, I gasped as I was surprised by the sudden change of events. The boy with the black hair who stood in the front compared to the other too quickly grabbed my right hand. He was standing at a distance of 2 or 3 steps, so it was quick. On instinct, I pulled my arm back, but the guy didn't let go of me. Hence, I raised my left hand and delivered a chop to the back of his neck. This was similar to what Zero used in the entrance exam to knock me unconscious, though mine didn't carry that much power. The guy released me from his grip and took a few steps back, but he was still conscious. You're quite sharp, I see, but that's what I like about you, though, he said. The 2 other boys who were standing behind till now joined him, and the trio stood in a line before me. They had weird smiles on their faces, and one was cracking his knuckles, so I will have to fight my way out now. Sigh. What a trouble, I was not a fight lover, and doing so without any real reason was not a thing I liked. But here it was about my safety, I have to defend myself at least. Hence, I lowered my hand near my waist and reached out for my sword. What? It wasn't there, my sword wasn't there. Hee hee, what's up? Forgot your sword, one of them said with a grin. Ah, I see. We were not allowed to carry weapons inside the campus except for the time we are taking classes. It was obvious I won't have my sword right now. How careless of me to forget such a thing, but I can still manage somehow. I don't really need a sword, you know, I said, raising my hands, clenching my fingers, and forming a fist. I don't really need a sword, you know, I said, raising my hands, clenching my fingers, and making a fist. Huh, we'll see about that, said the guy in front. Instantly after that, the 2 other boys who were standing on his side darted toward me. I fixated my eyes on those 2. While tracking their movements, I took a few steps back. You're not going to get away, one of them shouted. Well, I don't plan to, saying that I did a 360-degree spin and connected a kick in the stomach of the guy on my right. KHWA, clenching onto his stomach, he stopped in his tracks. I didn't have a sword on me at this moment, but there are some self-defense moves Dad taught me. At that time, I thought of it as unnecessary, didn't know they will come in handy in a situation like this. Oops, dodging the guy on my left, I mumbled. I can't afford to get lost in thoughts right now. I held him from his shoulder and then drove a punch straight into his abdomen. Though it wasn't enough to send him flying, it did make him take a few steps back. That's E rank for you. I was the person with the highest rank in my home city, but when I came here to this academy, I realized an E rank was not that rare. Still, it's not like it's nothing. Plus, I have trained myself with the sword for a couple of years, which alone improves my physical strength unlike the rest of the girls here. If this is going to be like this, then I doubt I'll need someone to save me. I can get out of this situation alone myself. With that in mind, I again raised my hands toward the 2 boys who were now back on their feet. While Anya was busy dealing with the other 2, the boy who stood behind, Winston was his name, was doing something else. Spirits of eternal flames, heed my call and summon before me a brink of your power. He was chanting an incantation. Fireball, he shouted and stretched out his right hand in Anya's direction. The next moment, several small flames collected in front of his palms. Spinning in a vortex, they finally turned into a fist-sized fireball. The ball was then launched toward Anya, cutting through the air it reached and then collided with her. She noticed it coming and raised her hands to block the fireball and save herself, but it was too late. Aha! The ball hit her, and for a second a cloud of fire surrounded Anya. Due to the force of impact, she was sent flying backward and crashed into a wall. In just a few minutes she was on her knees, though she was alive and not physically injured. The reason for this was that Winston wasn't able to activate the spell correctly. He did the incantation right, but the amount of mana he supplied the spell with was relatively low. A part of this was probably because he didn't want to kill and knew that if he used the spell properly, he will end up killing her or providing her with a few fatal injuries. That's why he held back. Maybe someone had told him to not kill Anya. Time stopped for me when I saw a fireball coming straight in my direction. I was careless, I let my guard down. I ignored the 3rd guy, the one who seemed the most suspicious, and gave him a chance to attack me. I forgot that this is a magic academy and almost everyone here can use magic. I knew I couldn't dodge this attack. The fireball was just a few steps away from me. Still, I raised my hands in front of my face in an X position, trying to stop the fireball from directly hitting me. And then it happened. The ball clashed with me, and the moment it did, I felt heat surrounding all of my body. My vision turned blurry and maybe tears rolled down my eyes. The next thing I know is that I was sent back flying, and then I crashed into a wall behind me. The impact was hard, leaving me unable to stand on my feet. Now, what were you saying a few minutes ago? What happened to all that confidence you had? The guy who launched the fireball said as he walked near me. I looked up now. He was standing just in front, looking down at me. So what if you caught me off guard one time? I can still defeat you, I warned as I tried to land a punch on his face, but I failed to do so. He held my hand, and now I didn't have much power left to counter it. Hold her down, he commanded. The two other boys who were with him then came forward, and each of them held one of my hands, forcefully pulling me up. They make me stand on my feet. I tried to resist, but it was of no use. Maybe I can still fight back if it's in a one-on-one, but against 3 people and in this condition, not possible. Both of them held me tight and kept me pinned against the wall behind me. Then the guy who was commanding them came closer. He touched my hair, caressing it with his fingers. "You see, I quite like you. You are just my type of girl." Bringing his face close, he whispered in my ear. Then he started sniffing my hair. I wanted to resist, but I didn't know what was going on. What is this? I feel disgusted. Nothing like this ever happened before. I don't know what to do. Slowly, he moved his fingers and now started feeling my shoulders. Before I knew it, a stream of tears rolled down my cheek. I thought he will leave me now, but the guy just ignored that I was crying. "This is bad. I don't like this. Stop. Please stop," I cried. "Someone please help me. I don't want to be touched by this guy. This is disgusting. Zero, where are you? I need you. Please help me. Anyone help me, please," I screamed. What are you guys trying to do here? Whatever it is, I think you should stop." I heard a voice, and it was the voice of a male, but not of one of these. It was someone else. "Seriously, you people are the worst." Another voice, this time it was of a girl. Who the fuck are you?" The guy was touching me, stepped back, and turned around. When he left, my line of sight also became wider, and I was able to see those toothed people behind those new voices. He was Leon, and next to him stood a girl. Ellen was her name, I think. She was also among the popular students in Class 1A. The guy in front and the other two who were holding me froze the moment they saw Leon. Everyone in the first year knew about him and knew how powerful he was. "I'd rather deal with this peacefully, but if you won't leave, then I'll have to get violent against you," said Leon. "What? Why are you still giving them a chance? They were clearly forcing themselves on her," Ellen complained, while the 3 boys who were now drenched in a cold sweat were whispering among themselves. Hey, no one told me he will be here. Winston, this is not what we agreed on. SHH, be quiet for a second. I am just as confused as you two. It will be better if we just leave now." After that, the guy who seemed to be their leader, Winston was his name, came in front with a smile on his face. "We were just passing by. Please don't worry. We'll leave right now," he proposed. The next thing I know is that all 3 of them ran away as fast as they could. Pretty much like every day, after the classes ended, I was stalking Leon. First, he left the class and then roamed around here and there, chatting with some students who were less like friends and more like admirers. Then he met up with Ellen and they had breakfast in the cafeteria. When they left from there, though, there was a difference in his actions. Usually, Ellen and Leon would have split up after they had their meal and went on their own ways, but today both of them were still together. Instead of following the main route, they were headed toward the dorms, taking the route behind the cafeteria building. Also, it is not like this was that unusual. Leon sometimes took this route when he wanted to avoid meeting people, since this route was almost empty. They went inside the alleyways and I followed. I was keeping a good distance from them to avoid being caught, so I entered the alleyways a couple of minutes after them. And as I was on my way, I saw 3 boys running hurriedly. They were coming from the opposite direction, and from their faces it looked as though they have seen a ghost. Maybe something happened. I moved forward and soon both Leon and Ellen were in sight. With the exception of one other person being there with them, it was Anya. Her condition wasn't good. I was far, but she was clearly visible to me. Her face was wet with tears and her clothes had burn marks on them. While she wasn't physically injured, her mental state didn't look good either. Leon and Ellen were also with her. Leon was standing by her side while Ellen was helping her stand by holding Anya from her shoulder. This was a good sign. Anya finally had an interaction with Leon, but something felt wrong. The state she was in worried me. Hence, leaving the stalking aside for the moment, I made my way toward Anya and the others. "Why, yeah, I'm fine now, I think. Do you know those guys? Were they like your fan group or something?" Leon appealed. "No, I don't even know them. I was just passing by from here and they were probably waiting for me. Then they started attacking me all of a sudden," said Anya. In the middle of this discussion, a boy who had black hair and a set of golden eyes approached them. It was Zero. "Hey, Anya, what happened? You don't look so good," he queried. Seeing him, Leon kept his guard up as well as Ellen, and they stared right at him. "Who are you?" Leon inquired. Don't worry, I know him," Anya clarified. "You know him?" Ellen questioned, trying to confirm her doubts. "Yes, he is my brother." Ellen eased up a bit after hearing that. At this point, Anya was also able to stand properly on her own, so Ellen released her. "So, did something bad happen? Judging by your face, I guess you cried a lot, wah." Zero tried to ask Anya about the situation. In between, he also tried to tease a little to lighten up her mood, but before he could finish, Anya leaped forward and hugged him tightly. "Sniff-eye, it was scary. I was scared." She cried, tears rolling down her cheeks. This was so unexpected that Zero was stunned for a second before he regained his senses. "It's okay, you're fine now," he whispered, patting Anya on her head. While she was the big sister, her height was a bit shorter than Zero's current height. After Anya calmed down, I asked her and Ellen for the details of what happened. Also, I tried my best to ignore Leon as much as I could, since originally I was an extra in Lollipop's novel, and my existence didn't matter much to Leon. Can't have him get influenced by me in any way. I want to keep the plot same as the novel, at least for now. Ellen was the one who explained the situation, while Anya only nodded when she wanted to confirm something with her. What happened was this. Leon and Ellen were going toward the dorms taking this route when they saw that Anya was being pinned against a wall by 3 students, all boys. It was clear just from a look that they were forcing themselves on Anya, thus Leon being Leon went to stop them. Upon his seeing that they are against the so-called strongest first year, they turned their tails and ran away. Then I guess the 3 students I saw and the one whom Leon chased away were the same. That was it for the explanation. Even Leon and Ellen didn't know who these students were and their motives. Anya was still looking nervous, so I also didn't push the matter any further. Let me accompany you to the dorms, I proposed. Leaving Anya alone right now might not be the best option. I could have let Leon handle it from here, but nah, fuck it. Anya nodded slightly. She was also okay with this. No, please. It's okay. I just did what anyone would have done, Leon denied. Here comes the classic cliché reply, what anyone would have done. It's fine, really. You take care of your sister, Ellen stated. Then she looked at Anya. Tell me if they meddle with you again, she said, to which Anya nodded. After that, I and Anya left for the dorms. Obviously, we were headed toward the class dorm building since I have to drop Anya in her room. Still, though, they didn't even ask what I was doing there. Does being a protagonist of such a novel drop your IQ or something? You okay? Yeah, said Anya as she sat on the bed in her room. We were in the Class A building and surprisingly, students from other classes were allowed in the dorms of any class other than their own, though you have to take the permission first and bring the person whom you are visiting with you. Now, this might not be good of me, but I paused, sitting beside Anya on the bed. I understand. I will tell you exactly what happened there, Anya admitted. She had calmed down now. Maybe that's why she can answer my questions without any problem. It would be great if you will. I wouldn't have been of much help there, but I think I have the right to know what's going on with my sister. Yes, you have. Did she forget that I'm not her real brother? Well, it's not a problem since I still see her as my real sister. Anyway, then she told me the events that occurred before Leon and Ellen arrived at the scene. What happened was. So let's not think about it for now. You should rest for today, I said. During the conversation between us, Anya's voice seemed weak and she trailed off a couple of times. It was clear that her body was struggling. Maybe you are right. I am feeling like I have a fever. A fever, huh? I wonder if it will go away on its own. If not, then I'll have to get her treated by a mage specialized in healing magic. I helped Anya lay down on the bed. She really was tired, I guess, since she fell asleep quickly. I should go now. Rest well, I mumbled and began to leave the room. But then my eyes caught the sight of something. It was a letter that was lying on the desk. A love letter. It won't be that surprising if Anya is getting one of those. She is beautiful after all. Unable to control my curiosity, I went ahead and took a look at the letter. Tomorrow a certain someone will save you from a certain something. All you have to do afterward is to get together with that person. As for whom the person is, you will know that tomorrow. This is not a prank and don't mistake to assume it is one. I am keeping an eye on you, and if ignored my instructions, then it won't be good for your brother. He will die. What the hell is this? I threw the letter back on the desk and took a few steps back. What happened with Anya makes sense now. If everything went according to the plan, then Anya and Leon will develop some kind of relationship, or at least get to know that the other exists. And everything did go as planned. It was good. Just like I wanted from the start. Leon now knew that a girl named Anya existed. It was possible to get them in a relationship, but that's not the case here. I mean, I am not the one who sent Anya this letter, nor did I arrange for those guys who attacked her. Everything went like I wanted to, but I was not the one behind it. This is almost like someone is trying to fix the plot I messed up. After I made sure that Anya has fell asleep, I came back to my room. Actually, it's been a while since then. That incident occurred in the morning after our classes ended. But right now it was almost night, and sitting on my chair I was playing with a pen in my hand. Something unexpected occurred today. The plan which I was going to corrido get Anya and Leon into a relationship, someone executed it before me. I don't know how, but whoever this person is, they know about Lollipop's novel and the original plot. That's why they acted and changed it when things were straying from the path. This is troublesome. I'm feeling insecure. But first of all, I was worried about Anya. The person who carried out the plan B sending that letter and then those students to attack her. Let's call that person X for now. The way X did things, while it was similar to what I was originally planning to do, it was also entirely different. The way X acted harmed Anya, a thing I will never do. Protecting my family is the first priority for me. Causing them harm in any way is not a thing I can do. This was the thing that set me different from X. Then there's the problem that I don't know who X is. Heck, I don't even know if they are a person or not. All this might just be a coincidence. No, that's not right. All of this aligns just too perfectly to be counted in as a coincidence. Someone was definitely out there, pulling the strings, and I don't know who. I need to find out the person behind all this, because whoever X is, nobody like that was mentioned in the novel. With that set in stone, I went to bed. Though I didn't get even a brink of sleep that night, there was a reason for it. The next day I woke up, my body was tingling with pain. Yesterday, following Zero's advice, I decided to rest a bit, but that resting turned into me sleeping for the whole day and night. This was the first time I slept this long. Guess the events that occurred yesterday did leave an impact on me. Hoping out of my bed, I sat on a nearby chair. I looked at the wall clock, and there was still a great amount of time left before the classes start. Then my gaze shifted toward a letter that was lying on my desk. Soon after, my mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. A question that was burning inside my mind: according to the letter, a certain someone was going to save me from something yesterday, and it did happen. In an incident just like it was described in the letter, someone saved me. A few hours later, I was dying to know who that person will be, but now I had the answer. It was Leon who saved me. The same Leon everyone was talking about in the whole of the first year, the one who, and according to the letter, now I have to get together with him. I don't know what exactly that means, be friends with him or start dating him. If it was the former, then the chances were low. I mean, he is the very definition of perfect, and I don't think someone like me has the right to stand alongside him. And if it was the latter part, then it was just straight up impossible. But leaving the letter aside for a moment, I also have some questions of my own. A question like, who sent that letter? And I did have a vague guess for this, though I know it's just nonsense. The letter said that the person who will save me and the one who sent the letter are not the same, but I can't help but think about it. If Leon wants to get in a relationship with me, I don't think he needs to do it in such a roundabout way. He could have just said it on my face under all the pressure from the first-year students who admired him. I doubt I would have been able to refuse him. Also, the person who sent the letter knew that Zero was my brother, a thing no one knows in this academy except for the staff. And Leon also didn't know that until Zero showed up and I told them. The possibility of him being the one who sent the letter is almost zero. Then could it be Ellen? No, she also didn't know about Zero and me. Plus, I don't see any reason for her to do this. More than anything, there were rumors that Leon and Ellen are dating each other. If it was true, then why she will go and do something that can stain their relationship? She was also ruled out from being the suspect. There were many questions I needed an answer to, but right now I didn't have much time. I realized that by looking at the clock. Hence, I stood up from the chair, brushed my teeth, and did my daily morning routine. After that, I changed into the academy uniform and left the room. Maybe I'll do the breakfast in the cafeteria after classes. This will be the third day. I can't make a habit out of this. Later the day, the time was around evening. The sun was almost set, and the sky was colored in the shade of orange and red. In an empty alleyway, 4 students were gathered. All of them were males and wore academy uniforms. 3 of them were together in a group sort of, but the other one stood alone, at a distance from the 3 of them. The name of these 3 students was Emeric, Winston, and Winfear, the same students who were responsible for attacking Anya. And the lone student who stood in front of them was Zero. "Welcome, gentlemen. I was waiting for you," he mumbled. In an empty alleyway stood the figures of 4 students, all of them wearing the academy uniform. All of them were male. Among those 4, 3 students were standing in a group and were facing the other single student who stood in front of them. The lone student had his hands inside the pockets of his blazer and was staring indifferently at Emeric, Winston, and Winfirth, 3 students who were standing in a group. The lone student was in fact Zero. "Welcome, gentlemen, I was waiting for you," he said, though the expression on his face never changed. He was not smiling and his eyes looked sleepy. Something about the air he had around him gave Winston and the others a bad feeling. "Are you the one who called us here?" asked Winston, the question directed at Zero. "Yes." "Then, was it you who told us to do that?" "What do you mean by that? Can you derive, please?" Zero inquired. Winston didn't reply instantly. He paused for a bit, his voice trailing off the tracks. It was as though he wanted to say something but hesitated to say it out loud. "Well, why you know that," he said. "What we did with that girl yesterday. We tried to assault her and tried to force ourselves on her. I know you only said to attack her, but I, kind of lost control over myself. She was so beautiful and all, you know." "Ah, I see, you remember it now." Winston appealed, a hint of relief on his face. Yes, yes, how can I forget," said Zero as he took a few steps forward. "You mean what you did yesterday with my sister. How you assaulted her, sexually abused her, and who knows, maybe you even wanted to RP her. I see. But how did you even think I'll forget about someone who did all these horrible things to my sister?" As Zero spoke, even though the words were heavy, there was no sign of him being angry at all, at least in his voice and facial expression. "What?" Winston's face went pale. I didn't know she was your sister. And first of all, if she was, then why you did tell us to attack her there. You even offered us money for doing it, so we did. You are the one in wrong, not us." "Oh, now did I? I don't remember either telling you to do all that or providing you with any money," asserted Zero. Hey. "Don't leave me like that here. You're the one who sent me that letter, aren't you?" Winston argued. "Nope, I'm afraid I'm not. But I don't think I ever said anything about being the person you're referring to. Whatever it was, you just assumed I am that person. I never said anything like that." Winston went silent. His back was dripped with sweat, and so were the other 2 students with him, Emeric and Winfear. He knew he made a mistake, and a deadly one that is. "You see, my sister told me everything you did to her." That time I was boiling with anger. Even now I want to clench that neck of yours and squeeze the life out of you. But we are in the academy, and I can't do that, I'm afraid. Such a loss, isn't it? Said Zero as he walked forward. At this point he was right in front of Winston, staring directly into his eyes. Now Zero's voice grew angrier and louder as he spoke. The expression on his face also began to change. Winston was a cautious man, hence seeing this he decided to back down. Sometimes surrendering on your own is better than having the enemy kill you. After all, anyone who will kill a person who raised their hands and surrendered will be seen as a coward, or so were his thoughts. Look, I'm sorry for what happened, okay? It was not that I did that because I wanted to know. I received a letter. The sender's name was not mentioned, but there were instructions on what I had to do. Usually I would have ignored it, but there was also money in it, a good amount of it. And the letter said I can get more if I completed the task. And I am not from that good of a family. I am also average in magic and stuff. That's why I ended up in Class C. The money was all good, so I did it. I want to tell you the name of the person who sent me that letter, but the thing is, I don't know myself who that person is, he blabbered. Zero stared at him for a while and then said, of course, I know that you don't know the identity of the sender. After all, if you knew, then you wouldn't have come here by responding to a similar letter that I sent to Yaon which mentioned coming here. I know that, and I didn't come here to ask the identity of X. Then what do you want? Ah, you see. Whether you did it on someone else's order or on your will, the fact still remains that you touched MY's sister with those filthy hands of yours. How dare you? Touch my sister. After the last part, a punch connected to Winston's abdomen. It was Zero who did it. The punch carried a great amount of force behind it, and Winston ended up spitting a few drops of blood as he stumbled backward. Hey, wait, can't we talk our way? Another punch landed in the same place as before, dealing even more damage than the last one. Winston clenched his stomach and knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing these events unfold before their eyes, Emeric and Winfir sensed the danger. They looked into each other's eyes and nodded. Both knew what they had to do and agreed on it. Slowly walking away from Winston, they soon maintained a distance. Once they were far enough, they decided to make a run for it. Hence they turned and started taking a few fast-paced steps. Don't think I'll let you leave. Both of you bastards were the ones who held my sister against the wall, right? Zero shouted as he turned toward them. The next moment Zero raised his right arm. A long shard of ice materialized in front of his palm and then was launched at an insane speed. The shard traversed in the air, and when it was about to reach its target, the shard split in two from the center, creating two thin shards. Ah, fuck, it hurts. In the next second, two pain screams were heard. Those two thin shards went straight toward Emeric and Winfir, and drilled into their ankle, one in Emeric's ankle and one in Winfir's. Both of them fell to the ground and held their legs tightly as they groaned in pain. Blood flowed from their flesh and painted the ground beneath. They kept whimpering, but Zero ignored all that after he made sure that they can't escape now. Now, where were we? He said, turning his face toward Winston. 69, you're messed up. 2, now, where were we? He said, turning his face toward Winston. Man, are you crazy? You just injured those two badly. The academy can kick you out for this, you know. No, leave the academy. What you just did is not normal. No one in their right mind will do that, he bellowed. Zero took a good look at Winston's face and then sat on his knees. Maybe you are right, he said. I am not in the right state of mind. As of now, he caressed Winston's face as he spoke. Slap. That caressing turned into a slap in less than a second. Winston didn't expect it and ended up biting his tongue. Drops of blood appeared on his lips. You see, Zero began. Slap, I slap, don't slap like slap, it slap. When someone slap harms my family, slap. There was a guy who tried to force my sister before, but slap, I took care of him. Slap, but you slap just crossed the line by a landslide. Slap. Each word Zero said was followed by a slap. Winston wanted to fight back, but he knew that his chances were low after all. He did see that Zero used magic without an incantation. Maybe he used the magic circle method since it was the only way you can cast spells this fast. Winston didn't know how he did it, after all. He was still learning that method. On top of that, the spell he used was one they were not taught about in the classes. Deep in his heart, he knew that he meddled with the wrong person. He decided to surrender. He will beat me up for a while, but that's it. He'll leave after taking out this frustration. It's better to bear with it here. I don't want to fight this guy, he thought. Standing up, Zero kicked Winston in the chest, causing him to fall back on the group. Then he took a few steps forward and gazed upon the now on the ground Winston. Damn, what's with this guy? Winston thought internally. The look in Zero's eyes was dark, as though staring into the abyss. The expression he had on his face was that of amusement and anger. I can't allow that. It's such a pity that I have to let you live after committing such filth, but I can't allow you to roam around Anya anymore. You have to leave this academy, and I just remembered a way to do it, said Zero. Then his eyes caught the sight of something. Those arms are the same ones from which you touched my sister, right? Winston was stunned. What does he mean by this? What is he trying to say? Winston thought that this guy was overreacting, but soon he was proven wrong. He was not overreacting. He was serious. Zero walked close and then pointed his right hand toward Winston. Nothing happened for a while, but then, Crackle ag, what the hell are you doing? Ah, fuck, it hurts. It hurts. A crackling sound was heard, followed by Winston's pain screams. He rolled on the ground, suffering from pain as white fumes formed around both his arms. The crackling sound that was heard was a freezing. Slowly but surely both of Winston's arms started freezing and turning into ice. The ice spread to the shoulders, the blood inside froze, and all the biological activity within his arms stopped. It was painful, terrifyingly painful. Though the pain went away when his hand fully froze and turned rock solid as he couldn't feel his hands anymore, the period when his hands were going through the freezing process was worse than death. All of this was the result of Zero's elemental magic. He used the sub-element ice to freeze Winston's hand. Now, Winston was huffing badly and gasping for air. It was amazing in itself that he was still alive and conscious. Then Zero raised his leg up and pointed it at Winston's left arm. He was about to drive a kick in when he stopped. Nah, breaking his leg will probably cause a lot of blood. He can die with that. It'll be a trouble for me then, he mumbled and took back his leg. But his mind changed again and he kicked Winston, not on his arm but on his face. That kick was enough to vanish the little bit of consciousness left in him. A moment later his lights will turn off. Before that can happen, Zero lifted him up with his collar. Bringing his ear close, he whispered, "Since your hands are good as gone now, you will surely be expelled from the academy as you won't be able to do much now. And if don't make you leave, then make sure to quit on your own. Beaut, if you tried to take my name and get me expelled, then remember one thing: after leaving this academy, I will be out in the world, the same world where you will be. And that time I won't be bounded by any laws to stop me from killing you. You know what I mean, right? I hope you do. Why, you are messed up," Winston muttered. He threw Winston to the ground. The crash caused him to fall unconscious. Zero then turned toward Emeric and Winfear. Both of them were still lying on the ground due to their injury. He walked close to them, and as he did, both of them started saying their prayers. Maybe it was their turn now, though it was not like that. When Zero reached there, he dispelled the elemental magic and the ice shards in their ankles disappeared. After that, he held out his hand. "Don't worry, I won't bite." "That's a myth," Emeric thought as he stood up on his own without taking Zero's hand. "What happened to him?" Zero asked as he looked at Winfear, who was still on the ground. "His lights went out when he saw what you did with Winston." "I see. Anyway, now you go and call someone from the academy for help. Oh, and don't tell them what happened, just tell them that a fight broke out," said Zero. "The holy chapter 69 is here, Moon Senp. Anyway, now you go and call someone from the academy for help. Oh, and don't tell them what happened, just tell them that a fight broke out," said Zero. Raising his right hand in the air, Zero stared at Emeric, an ice spike materializing in his palm. "You know what'll happen if you tried anything funny, don't you?" Emeric glanced at Winston's body, which was lifelessly lying on the ground, then he shifted his gaze back at Zero. "Why, yes, I know that very well," he gulped. "Good, now go." Following Zero's command, Emeric left the scene and went to call someone from the academy for help. After he left, Zero turned around and looked at Winston's body. The ice spike in his hand vanished and he put back his hands in the pocket of his blazer. With a satisfied smile on his face, he walked away and left the alleyways. When taking care of Winston and his allies was done, I came straight back to my room. As I was on my way, I reflected on my actions. I did it again. I let that side of mine take over again. The side I try to keep hidden under the mask of a normal teenage boy. Once again, that side surfaced. But this time, it was different. I don't know exactly what, but instead of amusement and excitement, I felt rage and the feeling of revengeful satisfaction when I dealt with Winston. It was understandable, though, the revengeful feeling. That guy had done something horrible to Anya, something which was way beyond what could be forgiven. Maybe that's why I felt rage when he was suffering instead of enjoying it. Though I'd be lying if I said that I didn't enjoy it even a bit. It's in my nature. I can't do anything about it. The guy got what he deserved for harassing and attacking my sister, and anyone who will try to harm my sister will meet the same end. Was I being an overprotective brother here? Probably, but I don't care even if I was. It is what it is. Reaching my room, I went straight for my bed. Unlike the last night, I slept soundly and peacefully this night. The next day, well, it was a mess. The guy I sent over called one of the teachers at the scene. They took Winston and that other guy with them. The teachers and the staff tried to find the culprit behind this incident, but they only found disappointment. After all, I did remove all the evidence of myself before leaving the place. I only used my magic, so there was no weapon to be found. Everything other than that was taken care of. Maybe them will question Winston and those other two, but I've filled their hearts with enough fear to make them not say anything against me. I think at least. I can do more if the situation called for it. The other guy, I think Winfear was his name, was healed by the intermediate tier healers, but Winston's arms were good as gone. His arms were frozen and damaged to a level that was beyond what could be healed, not even by magicians with intermediate tier in healing magic. To prevent his body from getting damaged any further, his arms were cut off and he was now armless. PFFF, I don't know why, but that sounds funny. Anyway, if someone's limbs were lost completely, then healing them was the same as regeneration. It was a thing only achievable by advanced tier healing magic. and finding magicians who were capable of that was as hard as finding a character with common sense in a cliché novel. I mean, they are called clichés for a reason. Since Winston's arms were lost, using magic was relatively hard for him now. Sword arts were impossible, so let's not talk about it. Hands carried a good amount of importance while using magic. The mana you concentrate and fire off in the form of a spell comes out from your palms, after all. It was not completely out of question without hands, but the difficulty level was sure to skyrocket. And by difficulty, I mean the difficulty in controlling your mana in the right way. The Academy also knew this, hence Winston was given a choice, whether to continue learning magic despite the problems he'll face or leave the Academy and forget about magic. Of course, he chose to leave. His life was more important to him than magic after all, and it was not like life outside will be easy for him. Without hands, or to say, without being capable of neither magic nor sword arts, he will be left behind by the people around him. Even if he tried to go into the business side to earn money, since his family didn't have much name in the market, his reputation won't be good until he discovered America or something, or found a treasury of sorts. People will trade with him more out of pity rather than actual business, which in itself is an impossible thing here. I hope he has some siblings, otherwise his parents were in danger of poverty. He told me that his family was not rich to begin with, so they were as good as done now. Not having hands in a world mostly based on power, his life was pretty much destroyed. He'll probably die in the calamity also, but I couldn't care less. That's what you got for meddling with my sister and getting on my bad side. Speaking of her, she was right in front of me at a distance. Right now I was headed to the classes when I spotted Anya, who was also going to the classes. The look on her face, Wasake, I guess. I am worried if she's still thinking about what happened. I mean, those were some horrible things for a girl, and it won't be a surprise if she's feeling scared or insecure or something like that. Then there's the thing about that letter. I still haven't found out who sent it. When I did some research on Winston, I found nothing. No suspicious person, nothing unusual. Then I sent a letter to him similar to the one Anya received, telling him to come to meet me in the alleyways. I didn't mention my name just like it wasn't mentioned in Anya's letter. I also made the handwriting the same. I figured that if Winston was following X's orders, then he must have received instructions from a letter, as I didn't find him making contact with anyone suspicious. So if I was right, then he will think of me as X and come to meet me. Of course, there was a chance that Winston himself was X. If he was, then he wouldn't have responded to the letter. In the end, I would have found out his identity if he was X and will be able to meet him if he wasn't. It was a win-win. It turned out he was not X and came to meet me. My main motive was to interrogate him, but when he was before my eyes and I recalled what Anya told me, the things he did to her, I just wasn't able to hold myself and went to revenge instead. E would like to call that revenge instead of personal pleasure. This time it was different, after all. But in the end, I wasn't able to track down X and find out their real identity. Anya must in trouble because of that letter, since it told her to get together with the person who saved her, and that person was Leon. From her perspective, Leon was a bright shining star, a thing she could never hope to achieve. In short, the letter was asking her to do the impossible. She must be thinking over it and getting stressed out. X was going for the same thing I want, but his method wasn't right. Wait. Maybe I can use X to get Anya and Leon in a relationship, in a way that doesn't hurt Anya. The ultimate decision of whether be with Leon or not will be made by her. Sounds like a good idea to me. Hey, are you feeling well? Walking up to Anya, I asked. She looked at me. Yeah, she said as we walked together. Did you hear what happened to Winston? I think was the guy who attacked you, right? Winston's case was now public information within the Academy, hence I asked. Also, I wanted to know her thoughts about him. Yes, I heard, and he sure did some horrible things to me, but I think what he got was not what he deserved. I mean, both hands were frozen and then cut off. He lost both his hands forever. Typical Anya. Even though what happened, she won't resort to violence for revenge. Her character was kind, righteous, and had a bit of hero syndrome. I see those qualities still apply. Her personality has vastly changed from the cutout 1D character she was in the novel, but some core things are still the same. I know it's not right, but he got what he deserved. That's what anyone will get for hurting you, I added with a smile. Wait. It wasn't you who did that to him, were you? She furrowed. What? No way, I can't do something like that, you know it. Do I? Of course you do. Anyway, seems like we've reached our destination, I said. See you later. After that, I went inside my class, leaving a confused Anya behind. Honestly, she looked cute when she was confused. Did I just get a new reason to tease her and confuse her? Childish evil laughter here. When the roll call and verbal learning were done, Ryfin took us to the gymnasium. Apparently today we are going to learn sword art. Not exactly, it's more like an improved version one that uses mana to increase the output. It's been 2 weeks since we started taking classes, and now almost all of the students knew to use basic level magic with the magic circle method, except for a few students who were still struggling, and I was one of them. And the academy also focused on sword arts, along with magic, so according to Ryfin, this was a good time to do a bit of sword practice. All the students of Class 1B gathered on the ground at the center of the gymnasium, Ryfin in front of us. So, as you all know, today I am going to teach you how to improve your sword arts with the help of your mana. By this technique, your level in sword arts will improve quite a lot since allowing your mana to combine with art will produce great results. Now, as for how to use this technique, Ryfin began. He explained to us the way to use both our mana and sword art together. There was a difference between sword arts or any art and magic. Magic was casting spells and creating magic spells with the help of your mana, while sword arts is something entirely else. Not only sword art, but any art, is a group of methods and techniques which combines and creates a series of moves that can be used in different types, like martial arts and sword arts. Arts depend purely on your physical strength rather than your mana pool. These were things I learned from this world only. In the novel, only a vague description of sword art was given. Here, Ryfin was telling us a new technique, a technique to combine sword arts with mana. To do that, we have to pass our mana through our sword, just like we channel it in our bodies. Doing that will increase the strength and sharpness of the sword, but it'll also create a connection of sorts. With enough practice, you will be able to control the sword like your body part, and these are the effects you get only in the beginning. As you continue practicing and improving your level, the connection between your sword and your body will increase with your mana working as the cord. As the connection will increase, your movement speed, agility, precision, and overall strength will also rise. These were the benefits of using both things together, or so Ryfin told me. Of course, this was a thing available only to Zaphworth's Academy students. The Academy isn't popular for nothing. I was beginning to see that. Here, take this, said Ryfin, presenting to us a number of swords. These are not your normal swords, they are magic items. If you're thinking that you can channel your mana through any sword, then you are wrong. By only these swords, which are specifically made for this purpose, you can pass your mana and make a connection. Their structure is also modified to ease your movements. Each of us was given a sword, or a magical sword you can say. Taking mine in hand, I instantly felt the difference between this and a normal sword. Painted in silver color, this sword was lighter, the handle's grip was also better than one of a normal sword, and the overall design and the blade's length were great. Now start channeling your mana through the sword just like I told you, Ryfin commanded. Just like everyone, I began channeling my mana. I believed that I had good control over my mana than the rest of the students. It was not a hard job for me. I concentrated and visualized my mana flowing through my hands, then to the handle of the sword, and then finally into the blade. It took some time, a minute or so, then I saw something you might call the result. The blade of the sword emitted a bright white light. The whole blade was soon covered in white, and the metal wasn't visible anymore. But the only failure there was that it was not my blade that was glowing. It was of a student beside me. One by one, the blades of every student started glowing, each in a different color, but my blade remained as it is. It was not glowing at all. One by one, the blades of every student started glowing, each in a different color, but my blade remained as it is. It was not glowing at all. It was just as before, like a normal sword. I looked around and saw that the other students were now swinging their blade in the air and testing it out. What went wrong? I didn't know. I concentrated again, this time with my eyes closed. I again visualized my mana flowing through my hands, entering the sword from its handle, and then channeling it into the blade. I felt the energy passing from my body to the sword. Still, the connection Ryfin explained was nowhere to be found. I was not able to feel the sword as a part of myself, but only as a sword. I opened my eyes and saw that the blade was still not glowing. Something was wrong, I don't know what. As I was trying again and again, Ryfin noticed me. I mean, it is easy to find a dull and dark blade among the bright and shining ones. Without saying anything, he walked up to me and stopped at a distance of 3 to 5 steps. Gee, now I'll have to deal with him too. Ryfin was the only one who somewhat knew the extent of what I could do, how powerful I was. And I am the one at fault here. I was the fool who got riled up and showed him a glimpse of my speed, elemental magic, and a bit of that side of mine. Though I threatened him and told him to not leak the info about me to anyone, I still felt insecure. This guy was unpredictable. I didn't know what he was capable of. Most of all, he was not in Lollipop's novel, so I knew absolutely nothing about him. For now, he did nothing suspicious, but I never knew what he was up to, which was the scary part. Is something wrong, perhaps? He asked, standing in front of me and pointing at my sword. Guess I'll play along for now. Yeah, I think I'm doing it the wrong way. I am focusing my mana and trying to pass it into the sword, but I don't know why it's not working, I replied as I offered my sword to him. Let me see. Maybe the sword could be broken. The possibility of that is close to none, he mumbled, taking the sword in his hands. He lightly held the sword, pointing it beside me as he looked at the blade. Then he clenched the handle slightly, and in an instant, a golden light covered the sword's blade. It was quick compared to any of the student present here. The light had an outline of gold, but its center was shining in a bright white, and it was brighter than any of the students' swords. No, as I said. There's nothing wrong with the sword, it works like it should. Then what's wrong is perhaps in you, he said, pointing the sword at my face, the bright light blinding my eyes. I shielded my face with my right palm, but then the sword's glow stopped and it went back to normal. Then Ryfin descended the sword. In me? Yes, in you. Are you properly trying to pass your mana? I'll leave it. He weighed in, bringing his face close to mine. I know you can't get it wrong. After all, from what I saw that day, you seem to be an expert in magic. Well, now he is over-exaggerating. I am no expert, just happen to know a few cheats, the privileges of being an author, you can say. Finally getting real, I appealed. Jokes aside, he was now openly admitting the fact that he knows about me. He has some balls to do it right in front of my face, though. What are you talking about? He refused and stepped back. I am just saying that you are not wrong in the channeling your mana part. Rather, there's something wrong with your mana. With my mana? What do you mean? You see, how the sword combines with your mana directly depends on what kind of mana you have. What do you think? Why does everybody present here have a different color of light on their blade? It's because the color of that light defines the color of your mana itself. Can you derive a little more? This was interesting. Can't leave the chance to know things that weren't mentioned in the novel. It's a fucking cash grab. Let me then. The color of your blade after passing your mana through it defines the color of your mana. And the color of your mana can depend on various factors such as the size of your mana pool, its density, how much you use it, and some other properties. As for what connection it has with your problem, well, it can be that. Now note that this is just an assumption on my side, but it can be possible that the properties of your mana are a bit different. I don't know if it's a good or bad sign, but it's a sign indeed. Due to your mana being different from normal, this sword is not able to let it flow through. It's like your mana and the sword are blocking each other out. It won't work properly, like fitting a big rod in a small hole or a small rod in a big hole. So that was a big explanation. I can't believe there was not even a trace of this info in the novel. Wow, I'm amazed. I see. Does this mean I can't use this combining mana with sword arts technique? I inquired. It seems like it, no. And it's not combining mana with sword arts technique. The name of this technique, it's called magic and arts, he stated. Magic and arts, huh? Well, that's a familiar name. This was in the novel, but as I said, only the name, not how the technique works and everything. The classes were over and now I was on my way to the cafeteria to eat something. And the last couple of hours, honestly, it was a disaster. In the end, I wasn't able to use the magic and arts and sat in a corner for the rest of the time while the other students practiced. Not like I was concerned by it, but it's just that I was standing out like a sore thumb and it felt weird. The other students were also making fun of me, but I couldn't care less about that. Though today I discovered a new thing. It turns out that something is wrong with my mana. Not exactly wrong, but it was not your normal mana. That's why the magic swords weren't able to channel my mana. I didn't know about this before. It was clear that my mana pool was slightly bigger than the others since my mana capacity is C, but I don't think that's the main problem here. Leon is S rank, and his mana pool is way bigger than mine, but he can use magic and just fine. I still haven't witnessed it with my own eyes, but at least that's what was in the novel. So the size of my mana pool wasn't a problem. Then what it can be? Actually, I wasn't paying that much attention to my mana and stuff to me. It was just like a battery that let me use magic. Now it seems I should care about it. Anyway, I had a possible solution for this magic and problem in mind. It's nothing new, but related to what I was originally planning to do from the start. Let's put my mana aside for the moment and focus on the core of this problem. I wasn't able to use magic and arts because the magic sword and my mana aren't compatible with each other. So theoretically, if the sword is compatible with the type of mana I have, then using magic in will be a child's play. But where will I find such a sword? Well, it's the item I was planning to go and get, the one that'll possibly increase my power 5x from what it is now. This item originally belonged to Leon, and in the novel he finds it after the calamity arrives. But I don't think borrowing it from him will be a problem. I mean, if I found it first, then it's mine, right? And first of all, though this item was a bit overpowered, Leon stopped using it after a while as he got far more powerful weapons and items. So, using it will surely be better than letting it rot in his inventory, though I'll have to get out from the academy to go and take this item. That in itself was a problem since the academy doesn't allow the students to leave, but I had something in mind to deal with it. Then everything is going fine, right? Well, not exactly. I already had my hands full with stalking Leon, and then there was Anya's situation. I have to find X1 behind that letter, make sure the letter doesn't have a bad effect on Anya, and then the thing to get her and Leon in a relationship. But on top of that, the most important thing, I was going to die. Until now I was ignoring this issue, but it's the biggest of all. 2 weeks have already passed since I joined the academy, or Leon joined the academy, to be precise. According to the original plot of Lollipop's novel, by the end of this month, I was supposed to die if I didn't do anything and save myself. And to do that, I have exactly 2 weeks and 2 days left. And now this magic and problem. The pressure was too much. I was somehow handling it until now, but if I didn't do something to lessen the load, I was destined to be worn out. Right now, stalking Leon was the thing taking most of my time, but it was also an important one. I have to do that to make sure when the plot is straying from its original direction. And it will stray for sure, because once I avoid my death, things will start to change and cause a domino effect. Also, when I'll be out to get that item, I won't be able to stalk Leon. Ah. This is too much. I guess now I have no choice but to carry out the puppet spy plan. I need to find someone close to Leon, someone who is with him most of the time and can give me the details of what he does. Basically do the stalking for me and report to me. I was avoiding this scenario for a while as this will alleviate it. I have no choice but to do it if I have to lessen my load. Hence it was decided. Executing this plan will take some thinking, but let's eat something first. Can't make a decision with an empty stomach. Entering the cafeteria building, I went to the counter. From there, I purchased some sandwiches and a cup of coffee. It took a while to get my order since the cafeteria was filled with students. This was an everyday thing. Around this time after the classes were over, most of the students came here to eat. Hence it was crowdy. 5 minutes later my food arrived. The sandwiches and the coffee were placed on a metallic tray. I paid the bill and then picked up my tray. I went to find a seat. As I said, the area was crowded, and finding a seat was one of the most difficult tasks. Though fortunately for me, a seat at the corner just became available. I went there and sat, placing the tray on the table. 4 chairs were placed around the round, wooden table, but right now I was the only one here. I just hope no one else comes here. Eating food on the same table with a stranger was weird, but that awkward silence when both were ignoring each other was even weirder. But deep inside my heart, I know that won't be possible. Judging from the rush for seats, someone will eventually come. I began eating my food quietly. After 2 of my sandwiches were finished, I heard something. The noises of some students shouting and arguing among themselves were heard. From the voices, it was clear that they were girls. As I looked in the direction from where the voices were coming, it was as I expected. I saw some girls. And when I saw the faces of those girls, I instantly knew just what I had to do. I found whom I was looking for. What do you want? What do you mean by what do we want, huh? You know exactly what we want. Sorry to say this, but I have absolutely no idea what's this about. Now, don't try to play innocent here. We are talking about how you keep sticking to Leon all day like a maggot. Yes, that's right. You walk along with him all day like you're his pet or something. Yet you better start keeping your distance. That I mean, we are friends, so I am usually with him. Isn't that normal, friends, huh? Don't try to fool us. We all know that you're trying to make him fall for you because he is famous and it'll be good for your reputation in the academy and all. Just because you're from a high-ranking family doesn't mean you can do anything you want. Like any other girls, we have our rights and feelings too. But because of people like you, we don't even get the chance to talk to him. I watched quietly as the quarrel continued. At a slight distance from me, 4 girls were arguing among themselves. And 3 of them were ganging up against the remaining one. The lone girl who was being targeted had long red hair that came down to her waist. Her face was well proportioned and her eyes were dyed with the shade of brown. She was someone I knew, or rather I should say, instead of knowing her, I knew about her. There's a difference between the two. She was Ellen, the first official member of Leon's harem. Right now she was being targeted by 3 other girls, and I knew those 3 also. While I was stalking Leon, I saw these girls were also stalking him. Though when I was about to end the trip for that day and leave, I heard them badmouthing Ellen as she was having lunch with Leon in the cafeteria. After that, I looked into them and did a little research. I found that the name of these girls are Saren, Alada, and Rena, and they were Class A students, same as Leon and Ellen. The trio was in love with Leon. Well, that isn't unusual considering that guy's protagonist's perks, but these 3 were the most aggressive ones than the other lovebirds. A bit on the yandier side, you can say, I think. But Ellen was a thorn on their side as she's with Leon almost all day. There's a reason for that, but it doesn't matter to them. Ellen is also from the Rosenberg family, 2nd in position after the royal family, and she has also built a fan following of her own in the academy. Going up against her was difficult, so these 3 teamed up to try and take Ellen down. After that is done, it'll be a game of who wins Leon first among the 3. That's why they were targeting Ellen, verbally abusing her in front of the other students to create pressure on her. It was a cheap but indeed a trick to intimidate someone, but it seems like that didn't work on Ellen here. The reasons were simple. First of all, due to being a character with close to no personality in the novel, the personality she got after becoming real in this world was similar to one of those cliché noble girls. No matter what the other person says, she will keep her calm and will reply kindly. Second of all, here most people already knew that Ellen is a good person and not the bitch Saren and her friends are trying to frame her as. Hence they were not doubting her. The booing and doubting questions she should have got were not present here. The key point to this intimidation trick is to embarrass and make fun of the other person in front of a crowd so that the crowd will give them a negative response and begin doubting your target. The key point was invalid. But I can't understand why you're blaming me for all this. If you want to talk to Leon, then just do it. You don't have to wait for me to leave him. I have some reasons to be with him, but you also have the will and right to do what you want. Look, I won't stop you if you were to talk with Leon or even date him, so go for it. Trying to play nice, huh? Well, I can understand since we are surrounded by many students right now. It's just like Saren says. I'm sure you would have given us a different kind of answer if we were alone. A bit later, the three girls left, leaving some sarcastic comments behind. Since the show was over, I focused on my sandwich again and began eating the third piece out of 5. These things are good. Definitely better than the cup noodles I used to make for myself in my former life. The type I was eating was a vegetarian sandwich. After the 2 slices of bread were the layer of thinly sliced cheese. The second layer consisted of most vegetables like cucumber and tomatoes. Then after the layer of a sauce was the potato stuffing. I ate something light for breakfast, and these things definitely fulfilled my needs. Well, that's the cafeteria of the top academy for you. As I savored my meal, something I wanted to avoid happened. Someone came and took the seat in front of me. The other 2 seats were still empty, which was a relief for me, but still, I preferred to eat alone in peace. I raised my eyes and looked up to see the face of that person. I know I will still be ignoring them, but having checked what they looked like can't hurt. What if it was someone I knew? The possibility of that being true is relatively low, as Anya is the only person in this academy I know well, and she was the one. Then she would have started a conversation by now. Hence I took a look. Dang, it's not someone I know, but it isn't a stranger either. Ellen was the person sitting in front of me, and I kind of knew about her because of the info I have of the novel, so she wasn't a complete stranger. Ellen was the person sitting in front of me, and I kind of knew about her because of the info I have of the novel, so she wasn't a complete stranger. I took a look at her face. There was a slight expression of frustration on her face. It was so vague that you couldn't have seen it from far. I was able to precisely because I was sitting before her. I knew the reason behind this frustration, though, and it was not because she was angry at those girls who were badmouthing her, but rather she was angry at herself. Ellen was a bit dense, probably that's why she wasn't able to figure out why Saren and her friends were blaming her. Though since she's also a kind and calm girl, showing that expression on her face wasn't an option. A part of it also involved her being from the Rosenberg family. You know, the whole heiress should always have a smile on their face thing. I don't know what they are so pissed off about. I mean, it's not my fault that I'm with Leon. I have a solid reason for that. But being with him doesn't mean I'm dating him or something. If they want to date him, then why not just do it? She mumbled as folded her arms, looking down at the table. I guess this is what they call self-talking. What's all blaming everything on me? She said as she smacked the table lightly. The hit didn't carry much force, but it was good enough to spill a little bit of coffee from the cup. It spilled in a way that the liquid fell on one of my sandwiches. Great. Now I have a vegetarian coffee-dipped sandwich. All this snapped Ellen back to reality, and she noticed that she wasn't alone at this table. Noticing this and the fact that she spilled my coffee, she hurriedly looked up facing me. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'll clean this up, she apologized. No, it's fine. You staring at my face, it looked as though she suddenly remembered something. You're Anya's brother, right? Apparently. Is she all right? I mean, those boys didn't trouble her again, did they? Nope, they didn't. She's all right. Then she realized that I should have been able to hear all that self-talking she was doing. This made her lose her composure, but it only lasted a second, and I mean literally a second. It was almost unnoticeable as it was quickly replaced with her usual smile. I'm sorry if you heard all that. I was not in my right mind, she stated. Well, it's good to let it all out if something's bugging you. I don't blame you for it. I see, she nodded. After that, there was pin-drop silence between us. She went to buy a drink for herself. I don't know which drink it was, and I kept eating my last 2 sandwiches. It didn't take long to finish then, as I was done by the time she came back. And yeah, I also ate the coffee-dripped one. Can't afford to waste food, especially when I paid for it. She seated back on her seat in front of me and drank whatever she bowed as I sipped my coffee. I might be poking my nose where it doesn't belong, but were those girls bullying you or something? Breaking the silence, I appealed. So you saw that, she sighed, placing her cup back on the table. I guess I did. Narrowing her eyes, she fell into deep thought. Ah, I see. Then I was worried over nothing, I guess. I sipped my coffee after that, but she sat still like something was on her mind. A few minutes she stood up, probably to leave. You said something about being morally right, didn't you? I questioned, just when she was about to leave. Yes, I did say that saving your sister was a morally right thing. Anyone would have done the same thing, not just me, she replied. I looked into her eyes after hearing her maybe just for a second. My that side surfaced, though I was not sure about it, not sure about what expression I had. You talk about morals, but do you, as a person, really believe in them? Or are you just following them blindly because someone told you to? I said. Her face went blank. She wasn't able to reply to me. I said something strange. Sorry about that. I apologized. Oh, okay. No, it's all right now, if you'll excuse me. With that, she left. I kept sitting in my seat even after I finished my coffee. I kept wondering about her. Her personality is a bit different from the Ellen in the novel, but the core is the same. This girl was hard, confused, to be honest. It'll take some time for me to get inside her. Don't know why, but I don't like the sound of that. Leaving the cafeteria, I went to the library. The library this academy provides us with is big and has a lot of books. It was bigger than the library I saw in the Hogwarts. Also, there is a certain book I want to check on. Maybe I'll borrow it also. And there are quite a few things I have to look into. There are a lot of things I have to do and things I have to manage, but soon I was gonna take one load off me. Pushing two big wooden doors backward, I opened them as a creak sound followed. They were the doors of the library. I made my first step in and looked around. I saw some students sitting with others studying. The windows were huge at the back of the library and gave a magnificent, outstanding look while bringing in a powerful light into the library. On the floor was a comfy and thick carpet that made the sound of people walking not to disturb students who were focused on reading in the library. All the books in the library were properly organized in alphabetic order. It was easier for students to find a specific book without wasting their time looking for it. Different types of wooden pieces of furniture existed in the library. Each of the wooden pieces served a different purpose. High chairs and tables were for the comfort of tall students. Wide chairs found near the huge windows were meant for those who would like to read with a natural light coming from the windows, along with other diverse pieces of furniture existed, and each one served an important duty. The library smell was different. I could smell new ideas as I stepped in, the powerful smell of information and magic from the books that lay on different shelves that were to be read, the antique smell of the pages of old books, the untouched books lying on the shelves, the smell of the dust coming from these books. A feeling of amusement sprung up in my system upon seeing this sight. The library was amazing in itself. Up until this moment, I had only seen these kinds of libraries in novels, but now I was gazing upon one of those with my own eyes. Aside from a librarian who was sitting at a desk near the entrance, the big room didn't contain much of students. Only 10 to 15 students were here, reading the books they wanted. Though it was not like the rest of the student body was ignorant of this library. Nope. Students did come when they wanted a book that was required in their classes, or when they just wanted to explore new information. The twist in this was most of them took the books with them to read comfortably at the dorms, since it was allowed to borrow books as long as they returned them within a week. My purpose for coming here today was the same: I want to borrow a book. I wandered across the big and tall bookshelves as I searched for that specific book. This was not my first time here. I found out that book the last time I came here, hence I knew where it was placed. A couple of minutes later, I found the book I desired. The book was a bit large in size compared to normal books. Its cover was made up of leather that was dyed in a shade of leaf green, and the title of the book was engraved on it. Taking it back with me, I smacked it on the librarian's desk. A vague cloud of dust formed around the book as I did so. "I want to borrow this," I said to the librarian. He was a man who seemed to be in his mid-40s. He was on the skinny side, wore a brown robe, and a pair of round glasses covering his eyes. He was reading his own pocket-sized book when I arrived. Closing the book in his hands, he put it on the desk. Then he took my book in his hands and skimmed through it, all while analyzing it with his gaze. You do have an unusual taste. What use you have of this book anyway?" he asked, looking up at me. "It's for research purposes I like these types of books." "I see. Well, I won't bother as long as you return it on time. But I want this book back in one piece. If you damaged it in any way, then you will have to pay for it. Of course, I will return it and won't damage it." He then took out a piece of paper and a pen. The paper contained a list of names of the books as well as of the students. He picked up the pen and wrote down the title of my book on the paper, and then he stopped. "What's your name?" "It's 00 blanks. Continuing his unfinished work, he copied down my name beside the title of the book, then today's date alongside my name. "You can take it now. Make sure to return it within a week from today onwards," he said, handing over the book to me. I went back to my dorm room and kept the book on my desk. Throwing myself onto the bed without even changing my school uniform, I gazed at the ceiling above me. I am thinking of all sorts of things right now, things that were important for the future, yet at the same time, my mind was completely blank. I was feeling two very strong emotions right now. One was to do everything I can to avoid my death in the future. One was a survival instinct, I'm sure, and the other was the emotion of regret telling me to not go down the path I did in the past and make the same mistake. These two emotions were strong and completely opposite of each other, but equally balanced at the same time and were contradicting each other. Hence, the result was neutral. But deep inside I know that eventually one of these emotions will win over the other. And I also know which one it will be, just like the last time. I gradually closed my eyes and my vision turned pitch black. Then I remembered a face from my past. This hit me with a wave of nostalgia, but the self-resentment hit even harder. I recognized the face very well. It was of someone dear to me. This was the only person I truly cared about in my former life, yet after a certain event, I did the exact opposite of what they told me to do. I stretched out my hand to grab the person, but my eyes opened and their face vanished from my sight. I wanted them to be here. Maybe then I could have walked on a different path. But they were not here. I was alone, and the only person I could rely on is myself. As expected, one emotion won. Hence it was decided what I had to do now. The next day I was taking the classes as usual. There wasn't anything unusual in particular. Ryfin taught us some new magic spells, mostly of elemental magic. I still wasn't able to use the magic circle technique though, I don't know why. I was lucky that he was only teaching us elemental magic spells, since I was able to use my elemental magic and make it look like I was using it with magic circles. The reason for this error is still unknown, but right now I'm not that interested in finding that out anyway. I don't know if the same thing will work with custom magic, but as long as we were on elemental magic, there was not a problem. Elemental magic, which is taught in this academy, didn't have much of an appeal to me from the start, since it took time to both learn it and use it while it did the exact same thing as my magic. What's the meaning of repeating a class even when you didn't fail? Sure, you can hone your grasp on the concepts that way, but it was a time waste to me. To me, the thing I genuinely wanted to learn was custom magic. Until we were on that topic, all is fine. Also, Ryfin somewhat knew that I can already use magic and am relatively good at it, so he was ignoring me mostly. It seems as though he was being kind to me, or that he was really scared by the threat I gave him. I know that's not the case. He was just pretending to be scared of me. I noticed that much these days. I don't know his reasons, but probably it was an act to make me let my guard down and not see him as a threat. Then, when I will be most vulnerable, he will attack. This is still a hypothesis on my side, but enough to keep me on guard. As I've said before, I didn't know what this man was up to. He was unpredictable. He was pretending to be harmless, just like a cute little animal. But as the last words of Balcha of Sidamo said before he entered the monastery, do not underestimate the power of Tafari. He creeps like a mouse, but he has jaws like a lion. I was aware of this, hence I was cautious and never took what he said or showed directly at face value. As I was thinking about him, the class for today ended and the man in question left, followed by the students afterward. I was also stood up and took my leave. I had to do some shopping first and then have to meet up with Anya. She was probably not in her best state due to that letter. That's why I decided to keep tabs on her. Also, I had something to talk about. Later that day, the time was around dusk and the sun was almost set. 3 girls were waiting for someone behind the main building. The 3 girls were Saren, Alada, and Rena. Their surroundings were deserted. The reason was that the dorms were at a distance from the main building. The chances of someone showing up were even slimmer at this time. But this place and time were specifically chosen due to the privilege of being alone. Minutes passed by and the girls started getting irritated as there was no trace of the person who called them here. Where the heck are you? Saren cursed as she kicked the ground and clicked her tongue. I guess it really was a prank. Alada voiced her opinion. Should we go back then? It's been quite a long time since we came here, around 15 minutes I think. This time it was Rena who spoke. She was getting sick of all this waiting and wanted to return to the dorms. No, let's wait a bit more. Huh, why are you so fixated on this, Saren? Don't tell me you're actually serious about this. Rena bellowed. What do you mean by that? Saren turned her face toward Rena. Aren't you two taking this seriously too? I mean, that's why you came here with me, didn't you? She blurted. Well, hee, someone's at a loss of words. Alada whopped, putting her hand on her lips. Don't laugh. You're in as much water as us, that's why you're standing here with us. I know. She folded her arms and looked straight toward the grounds forward. A couple of minutes later, when their patience was at its peak, a figure appeared at a distance. Hey look, someone's there. Rena pointed in the direction of that figure as she announced. Looks like a boy, you sure he's the one? Can't say. Though I more or less expected them to be a boy, Saren asserted as she waited in her place. The humanoid figure Ruho was apparently a boy. Approached the girls slowly. As he came close, the girls were able to see him clearly. He wore a cloak over the school uniform, and his face was covered with a black cloth mask. His left hand was in his pocket, and with his right, he was clenching onto the cloak that was fluttering due to the gusts of wind. I'm a little late, I think, he mumbled as he stopped in front of Saren. Are you the one who called us here? She asked, her tone on the aggressive side. Sure I am, he replied unfazed. You're late. You made us wait for around 20 minutes, she barked. Well, you can say this was meant to be a test of sorts. I wanted to see how much you all are willing to meet me and know. In short, I was intentionally late. And so, you passed. I see, should I be jumping with happiness right now? Because I'm clearly not in the mood for that. But first of all, tell me what's the meaning of this, she asked loudly. A second later, she pulled out a piece of paper from the pocket for her skirt, unfolded it, and showed it to the boy. What do you mean by this letter? It was a letter in her hands, and this was written on it. If you want to attain your desires, and if you want to crush Ellen, the thorn in your path, then come meet me behind the main academy building today at dusk. I will provide you with a weapon by which you can control her however you want. Oh, I see. Isn't that the letter I sent you? The guy said as he comfortably glanced at the letter in Saren's hand. That's not what I'm talking about. Tell me what this weapon you mentioned in the letter is. Frustrated at his oblivious reaction, she clenched the letter tightly and rolled it into a ball. Now, Saren, don't lose your cool here. First of all, we don't even know if he really is the one behind this letter or not. Plus, he is hiding his face and hasn't even told us his name. Don't go leaking information to him when we are not sure of his identity. Alada's words were true. The guy had covered his face with a black mask, hence only his eyes were revealed to the girls, and he had not spelled his name also. Leave the name aside for a moment, he hadn't said anything about himself or who he is. You aren't misleading us here, are you? Because if you are, then the results won't be the nicest for you, so better confess now if you're up to something, warned Rena, anger showing clearly on her face. Rena was trying to intimidate him here, and she was also confident in herself, because all three of them were famous in the whole first year for their aggressive personalities. Everyone knew that antagonizing them was a bad idea. Though even after this, the guy in front of them was standing totally unfazed, waiting for the girls to finish arguing amongst themselves so he can speak. So tell us, who are you? We'll decide how to deal with you after that, stated Saren. Well, those rumors were true after all, but rest assured, I am no one suspicious. And as for my name, and the reason I'm hiding my face is because I don't want to get personally involved in anything you all will do from now on. I can say one thing for sure, though, I'm indeed the one who sent the letter, and I know about the weapon mentioned in it, he objected. You know about the weapon? Then tell me, what is it? Saren appealed. Yeah, I know, and I called you here to hand over that weapon to you. Now you're making yourself suspicious as hell. Why will you give us a weapon like that in the first place, knowing that we will use it against Ellen? Alada interjected. Yes, it may sound suspicious, but that's just what I want you to do to crush that bitch. I want to see her downfall. I'm doing all this to achieve that. Now it's getting interesting. What dirt you have on her, what she did to you that made you strive for something like this? Alada queried. I didn't want to tell, but if that's what you want, then so be it, he mumbled as he leaned against the wall of the main building. Ellen, I knew her before coming to this academy. She was my girlfriend, you can say. We were in a relationship for a year, but it changed after we enrolled in this academy. Her popularity skyrocketed, and she started to talk less and less to me. At some point, she completely ignored me. Then I found out she's spending most of her time with a guy named Leon. There were also people talking about how they're dating. This frustrated me. I'm sure you three can relate to this. Well, the main reason she is our enemy is this. So yeah, our reasons for hating her can be the same. But why did she leave you and choose Leon? He looked straight at Saren, who asked this question. Then he said, I'm not so sure about this one myself, but it was probably because I'm not from a higher-class noble family and will be a stain on her image of the heiress of the great Rosenberg family. Leon, on the other hand, is different from me in every aspect. He became popular just a couple of days after enrollment, and while he is not from a noble family, his skills in magic and sword arts are way above of a noble. Dating him will benefit her and will be good for her image. Maybe that's why she chose him over me. So you got dumped because you were of no use to her. Well, it's understandable since, Leon is the perfect guy. Any girl would like to date him even if she was already dating a king of some country. His looks are over the top, his voice is so sweet yet cool and manly at the same time, and his skills stop right there. I know he is the best boy you can ever find, I also agree with that. But now is not the right time to count his qualities, said Rena, stopping Saren midway. Then she turned toward the guy. He was still leaning against the wall, waiting for their reply. And you want revenge because you got dumped, she asked. That's exactly what I want, yes. But you do know that we won't show any mercy if we got the chance to corner her, since she gets on our nerves pretty badly. I'm telling you just in case, since she was your girlfriend and all, Rena considered. To be honest, I don't really care about her anymore. After I realized that she dumped me, I was not in the best state of mind and was feeling down. I also skipped classes for a week and shut myself in my room. Yet she didn't come to see me. She wasn't thinking about my feelings at that time. Now I don't care about hers. Do whatever you want to do with her. I'll even suggest you show her hell. I just want to see her in misery and despair, he claimed. You are pretty heartless, aren't you? Saren commented. I'm surprised that's coming from you after being known for your ruthlessness in the whole of the first year. That's right, I guess, she mumbled with a smile. Okay, so let's believe in this story of yours and assume you are the one who sent that letter plus you want revenge on her, Rena began as she walked toward him. But what is that weapon you were talking about? One by which we can control Ellen, as said by you. Let me get into that. I mean, it is the reason I called you here, isn't it? The weapon I am talking about is not a literal thing, it's a physiological weapon. But you can control Ellen to an extent, just like I have said before, he began. Can you stop playing word games and tell us straight what you're talking about? Saren appealed. Yes, sure. You see, before coming to this academy, Ellen was dealing with something in her life. That something was pretty harsh on her, to a level that she cried about it many times in front of me. Though she soon reached her breaking point, dealing with it any longer was not possible. That's why she came to this academy, to escape. It is a thing she doesn't want anyone to know about. It is a secret of hers. But I know this secret since she talked to me many times about it, he explained. And how is this of any use to us? If you were to tell her that you know her secret and threaten her to spread her secret to everyone in his academy, then I'm sure she will follow your commands, he stated. Why are you so sure that she will do this? It can be possible that she may react otherwise, Alada objected. No, I'm sure she will follow. As if this secret were to get leaked in public, a big problem will appear for her. I know because I have seen similar effects before. If you're this sure, then why not do it yourself? Didn't I say before, I don't want to get myself involved in all this. I'm not that good at intimidating people, so I doubt I'll be able to blackmail her, he asserted. I can see that, Rena whispered. So, what is this secret you are blabbering about? Saren asked. He paused for a second and then said, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. As soon as those words left his mouth, the surroundings became heated. The fact he was not willing to tell that secret enraged the three girls. Huh, what do you mean by that? Saren blustered. The hell you said. If you can't tell us that secret, what you said is a weapon against Ellen, then how are we supposed to blackmail her? Rena grumbled as she moved forward and held the guy with his collar. He stared quietly at her while Saren and Alada also took steps toward him. Any normal person would have at least panicked in this situation, but he was totally unfazed. It was as though their intimidation didn't work on him. His breathing was controlled, and he wasn't sweating at all. He just stared at Rena, who was gritting her teeth and clenching his collar harder with each passing minute. After a while, when Rena saw that he wasn't responding at all, she released him and stepped backward. Her mood was soured since his target wasn't scared of her. When everything was back in control, the guy adjusted his collar and tie. Then he looked at the girls and said, telling you what the secret is isn't important. As long as Ellen believes that you know it, she'll be under too much pressure to think the possibility that you are just lying. Rena was about to go at him again, but Alada stopped her. She tried to resist at first. Then when she understood the situation again and regained her composure, she stopped and just kept giving him a death stare. For now, let's assume what you're saying is right and she won't notice that we are lying about knowing her secret. But then how are we supposed to tell it to her if we don't know the secret in the first place? Saren appealed. This was a fair question. If you don't know what the secret is, then how are you supposed to tell the other person that you know their secret? If by any chance you said something unnecessary or something that is completely different from reality, then the chances of getting exposed were high. That is not a problem. I know just what to do, he said, and then he pulled out his left hand from his pocket and showed it to Saren. There, he held a piece of paper, an empty letter to be precise. I will write a letter for her, indirectly telling her that the sender of this letter knows about her secret and ask her to come to a place devoid of any students. I will also tell you all some lines pieces of information, which you will have to say when you meet her. Those lines will be connected to her secret and enough to make her believe our lie. This sounds like a good idea, but why aren't you telling us the secret directly? Won't it be the easiest way to do this? Alada was right. He told them directly the contents of the secret, then there won't be the need for a complicated plan like this. But for some reason, he was avoiding that. At Alada's question, he took a bit of time to think about it and then said, you might not like to hear this, that's why I was not telling. But if you insist, then let me say this, I don't trust any of you. If we agreed to the terms and decided to work together, then the relationship between us will be of mutual interest to bring Ellen down. And the contents of her secrets are rather sensitive. Also, Ellen knows that I'm the only one who knows about it in this whole academy, so if you were to tell her every detail, then it is possible for her to trace down this whole thing back to me. I don't want that because you don't want to get yourself involved. Exactly. He nodded at Saren's statement. As you said, it isn't nice to know that you don't trust us, but the same goes for us also. We are only willing to cooperate with you because you have something that can help us to remove Ellen from our way. Saren accepted. I guess it is just as you said, a relationship based on mutual interest, Alada acknowledged. Should I take it as a yes then? He inquired as he left the wall and stood in front of the girls. The three of them looked at each other. They stepped back from him and discussed amongst themselves whether to accept his plan or not. They calculated what they will gain from this and what risks are involved. The plan was almost flawless. If that secret was that heavy on Ellen just as he said, and she can be easily manipulated by it, then the rest of the plan was good to go. The girls also understood this, and that's why they decided to go along with it. After a while, the three of them came back to him. Offering him a hand, Saren said, a deal it is then. We will work with you to take Ellen down. The sun was completely set, and the sky was dyed in the shade of deep blue, with shiny white stars sparkling all over. I entered my room and closed the door back. I went ahead and took off my cloak and hung it inside the wardrobe. Then I sat on my bed and removed the black mask I was wearing and threw it on the desk. After changing from my school uniform to indoor clothes, I stepped inside the kitchen that was attached to my room and started gathering some ingredients and tools. 10 minutes later, I came back inside my room with a cup of coffee in my hand and sat on the bed. I rested the cup on the desk and waited as the coffee was too hot to drink. I folded my legs and sat comfortably on the bed, leaning against the wall. As I waited for the coffee to cool down a bit, I thought about the things I did today. Right after the classes were finished, I went and met with Anya and talked about certain things with her. Then I went to the store and bought myself a cloak and a mask. Around dusk, I met with Saren, Alada, and Rena. This was the most important action I took. Today before the classes, I sent a letter to Saren, saying her to come to meet me at the given location if she wants to take Ellen down. I knew they will come, and as expected, all three of them came. I talked with them, providing them with a fabricated backstory while keeping my identity hidden. I promised to give them a weapon to use against Ellen, a secret of hers. The conversation went up and down at times, though I let them take the lead so that they can feel that they are keeping me under control. As the first law of power states, never outshine the master, always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desires to please and impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talent, or you might accomplish the opposite, inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights of power. I wanted them to believe in the story I was providing them with. To do that, I had to make them feel like they are controlling the situation. They were already suspicious of me if I went ahead and tried to butter them up with my words, trying to make myself seem like a trustable person. Then it was possible that I might have achieved the opposite, arose more suspicion, and would have lost the deal then and there, which I didn't want in the least. Guess it's just enough now, I mumbled as I picked up the cup and blew air out from my mouth at the coffee. Then I took a sip slowly. Making a deal with Saren and the other two was important. As for why, well, I want someone to keep tabs on Leon in my place so that I can take a load off my mind and take off other things I had to do. I wanted someone who is close to Leon, whom he trusts enough to not doubt them even if they made a mistake and raised suspicion, and lastly, someone whom I could control. I wanted to be the one to pull their strings from the shadows. In short, I wanted a puppet spy. This was a plan I was keeping on hold for a long time as I wasn't able to find the right person for the task, but now it was important. After a bit of research, I concluded that Ellen was the best person for this. She was hanging out with Leon pretty much all day, and she was someone he trusted. I know this with the information I have of Lollipop's novel. Though one thing was still left undone, I wasn't controlling her now, and to do that those three girls were the best. Hence, I laid a honey trap for them. I offered them my assistance and a weapon by which they can control Ellen, a secret of hers that she didn't want anyone to know about. Though I didn't tell them exactly what the secret was for certain reasons, and this enraged them as they felt cheated. A bit later, though, I made them agree with me. Actually, it was pretty funny how they agreed to me just like that. My plan was not flawless, in fact, it was filled with them. There were many holes in the type of assistance I was offering them, and anyone could notice them if they looked at it objectively. The thing here was that the plan didn't need to be perfect. Manipulation is a dangerous game. Once someone suspects they are being manipulated, it becomes harder and harder to control them. Everything depends on the sweetness of your bait. If your trap is attractive enough, the turbulence of your target's emotions and desires will blind them to reality. The greedier they become, the more they can be led around. The bait I provided them with was of similar aspects. All three of them loved Leon and too much of that. I knew that much after stalking them for a day. But the problem here was Ellen. She stood in between them and Leon. Due to her, they never got time and opportunity to approach him, as he was already occupied by her. They wanted to remove this thorn on their side, and were willing to go to any extent to do that. Hence, I laid the perfect trap for them and gave them a chance to remove Ellen and open the doors of the path that led to Leon. They were blinded by their love, and due to that, being unable to notice that they were playing right into my hands. Love is truly a very dangerous thing. In the end, they agreed to my terms, and this part of the deal was done. Now I can move to the next part, I whispered and sipped my coffee. I, Ellen Rosenberg, am a filthy person. At least that's what I think of myself. It was night and I was lying on my bed as I continued to think about my past and the present I was living right now. In the end, nothing changed. It became even worse. I was still facing the same thing I ran away from, doing the same things, keeping the same fake smile on my face, and making sure I fit the role of the heiress of the Rosenberg family. Here in the academy, everyone thought of me as a perfect girl. Whenever I was in a group with girls in my class, they showered me with praise, saying how beautiful and flawless I am. Almost all the boys I've met had feelings for me and wanted to go out with me. The image they all had of me in their mind was of a girl who fitted to be from a higher-class noble family, but it was not me. I am not like that. That is the real me. All that was just an act I started playing right after I was born and was still playing it now, even if I don't want to. In reality, I am just like a normal girl who wants to live her teen years to their fullest, though it was not allowed not to me. You can't behave like a normal average girl if you are from a higher-class noble family. You have to make sure you don't displease people. You always have to treat others with kindness, even those whom you don't like. You have to mind your manners, always wear the right dress and makeup so you look beautiful. And these responsibilities keep getting bigger and bigger the more you move up in the noble hierarchy. You can only imagine what it was like for me, as a member of the Rosenberg family. The pressure on me was too much, that's why I ran away. I escaped from that hell and came here to this academy in hope that I can finally drop the act. But it turned out I was wrong all along. No matter where I escaped to, the name of the Rosenberg family will always haunt me. People think being born into such families is a blessing, but in reality, it's even worse than a curse. I'll always have to keep up the act, that's what I thought until I meet him, Leon. I don't know if it was due to sheer coincidence or if it was the work of fate, but he got to see my real self. and the surprising thing is that he didn't hate or criticize me for it. He accepted me as a friend. That was the only time I felt truly blessed. I did have my doubts about him, but it turned out to be just my imagination. Leon was someone I can trust, so much that now I was sharing a secret with him. A secret no one knows except me, my family, and Leon. As I thought about him, I fell asleep. The next day, Ellen woke up. Her mood was good as last night she slept while thinking of some good moments of her life. A refreshing smile was on her face when she left the bed. After doing her usual things like brushing her teeth, taking a bath, and changing into her school uniform. And now, half an hour later, she was ready to go for classes. She took a few books with her and then left her room. Though just when she opened the door and was about to take a step outside, she noticed something lying on the doormat. It was a rectangular piece of paper, a letter to be precise. She raised her brow as she stared at the letter down her feet. It wasn't that odd for her to receive letters like this. Many of them were love letters written by the boys in her class or from even other classes. She wanted to ignore it, but letting paper lay on the floor was bad manners, hence she bent and picked it up. Then she turned around and checked the time on the wall clock. She wasn't late. In fact, there were still 20 minutes left before the classes start. So she decided to take a look at the letter. Her interest in this was piqued up when she saw that there was no name written on it. She tore the envelope and pulled out another script from inside. It was not long, rather only a few sentences were written on it. Also, just like on the envelope, there was no name written here either. Stepping inside the room again, she sat on her bed as she read through the contents of the letter. The feeling she first had was curiosity, but as she kept reading word by word, that feeling changed into nervousness, then insecurity, then anxiety, panicking, and finally fear. Hello, Ms. Rosenberg. Let me get this straight and to the point. I know the secret you are hiding. I don't really want to do this, but since you are in my path, I was thinking was leaking that secret to the public and letting them see you for what you are. You do know which secret I'm talking about, right? The one only you, your family, and your beloved Leon know about. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Though I think we can come to an agreement. That's why I'd like to talk with you in person. If you don't want me to reveal it to everyone, then come meet me on the rooftop of the main building, right after the classes are over. We will talk there. She was stunned. For a second it was as though her soul left her body. How this person did know about it, something only a handful of people should be aware of. She was scared and filled with questions. The academy classes had ended for today, and all of the students were either having breakfast in the cafeteria or hanging out with their friends. This was a routine almost everyone followed daily. However, unlike the masses, one girl was walking down a different path. Step, step, step. The sound of her footsteps resounded in the surroundings, and she kept stepping up a staircase. Sunlight was falling down on her, illuminating her body and making her red hair shine, was coming from the gates above. Drops of sweat appeared on her forehead, her brows frowned, and there was a tingling feeling of nervousness as she climbed her way up. This girl was, in fact, Ellen Rosenberg. This morning she received a letter that revealed to her that someone else in this academy knows about the secret she's been trying to hide. She was told to come to the rooftop of the main building if she doesn't want her secret to be out in public, hence she was on her way now. Soon she reached the top of the staircase and stood before the door that connected to the surface of the rooftop. She took a step forward and entered through the gate. The roof was made out of cement. Iron railings were built at the corners so that there would be no chance of anyone falling down from here. There weren't much of structures up here, but there was a small room located in the corner. Thunk. The door behind Ellen closed faster before she could react. All she heard was the sound of it, and when she turned back, another girl stood there. Apparently she was the one who slammed the door closed. You, Ellen murmured. Quite surprising, isn't it? The girl replied as a smile appeared on her face. Ellen knew this girl, not personally, but she did have several past interactions, not good ones. The girl's name was Rena Bluetree. Ellen was already cautious. She reached out for her sword, but it wasn't there as the students are not allowed to carry swords, except for when they are taking lessons. She was no exception. Hence, she went for magic. As well to sword arts, she was also pretty good in magic also. She had learned the magic circle method to cast spells, and she was confident in herself. Without breaking a sweat, she visualized the magic circle for a specific spell in her mind, and then channeled mana through it. A red circle, the same one she visualized, summoned over her right palm before it collapsed and transformed into a fireball that floated in the air under Ellen's control. She stretched out her right hand in Rena's direction, making the fireball face her. She wasn't a murder maniac, so she just wanted to scare her off. Though it didn't quite turn out as she expected, because Rena was still smiling back at her unfazed by the fall ball that was a meter away from her face. She stepped in and brings her mouth close to Ellen's ear and then whispered, "You don't want your secret to come out, right? I mean, that's why you came here. So you better turn off this little spark of yours. Then you really are the one who," Ellen mumbled. Now she was getting the gist of the situation. Rena moved back, looking at her with a lot of questions in her mind. Ellen broke the spell and the fireball disappeared. "Good girl, now comes with me," said Rena as she patted Ellen on her shoulder, and led her in the direction where that small room was located. During the time it took for them to reach the room, Ellen's heart was beating so fast that she felt like passing out any moment now. When they reached the room, Rena pushed the wooden door open, which was already unlocked, and led Ellen inside. The room was fairly dark. The only light illuminating the room was the sunlight coming through the door. A few broomsticks and buckets were lying inside, indicating that this was probably a storeroom or sort. As Ellen stepped inside and took a couple of steps forward, she soon realized that they and Rena were not alone in here. She spotted the figures of two more people. The figures also noticed that they had been spotted, hence they came forward. The light fell on them and their bodies were now visible. Both of them were girls, and Ellen knew these two. They were Saren and Alada. "Now I see what's going on," Ellen said to herself as she stared at them. "You better," Rena bellowed as she pushed Ellen from the back, causing her to stumble a few steps forward. Then she closed the door but left it open enough to make the light come in so they won't be blinded by the lack of light. "Were you the ones who sent me that letter?" Ellen appealed as she frowned at her brows and looked at Saren. "Yeah, we indeed were the ones behind it," Saren answered. Ellen gulped. She had already figured out that they were obviously the ones who sent the letter, since they were waiting for her on the rooftop. It was a stupid thing to ask, she knew that, but just to be sure she doesn't miss anything, she asked. And the result she got was not what she wanted. Now she was starting to panic. Oblivious questions were going on in her mind like, how do they know about it? Her secret was not something you can figure out even if you wanted to. You won't find out until she tells you herself. Though before she could get a panic attack, she took a deep breath and calmed herself. How do you know about it?" she asked. Isn't that interesting?" Rena stated as she moved from her side and joined the other two in front of Ellen. "I am a bit confused here," said Alada. "Can you please specify what you're referring to? Like, do you want to ask how we know the reason for why you are hiding in this academy, or will you keep up the act of playing nice to everyone? Or could it be how we know why you are sticking close to Leon and using him for your own benefit? What? How do you?" Ellen's state now was beyond shocked. She originally thought they only knew vaguely about her secret, but she was something she didn't even expect in her dreams. "Hey, you haven't given me an answer. Tell me, which one is it?" Alada resounded as she bent forward. Her eyes looked like those of a predator, and unlike the other two who had nasty smiles on their faces, her face only expressed anger. Ellen slowly started stepping back so that she could gain a distance from them, and then possibly escape from the door since it was not locked. After 3 steps, she stopped, and narrowing her eyes, she glanced at the door being her. Then she leaped toward it, but not happening. Saren moved at an incredible pace, and since they were not so far, she reached Ellen in less than a second and held her wrist tightly. Ellen looked behind with a worried look on her face as she desperately tried to free herself from Saren's grip. Don't think you'll be getting away that easily." Smack! Ellen felt the world tilting to the side when Saren's kick connected to her legs. The kick was powerful enough to make Ellen fall, and it did happen as she lost her balance and fell onto the right side. Whoosh. Whoa, you trying to kill me, bitch." Saren cursed as she barely dodged a fireball that was launched toward her by Ellen soon after she fell. It was not an intentional attack, but a self-defense reaction of some sort. "I said not to use magic, didn't I?" Rena said out loud as she walked toward Ellen, who was now sitting on the floor. "Looks like you want everyone to know your secret after all," she blustered. Now, is that really what you want? Tell me, I'll do the job for you." "I mean, I owe you a lot, Ellen, for sticking with Leon all day and touching him with your filthy, bewitched hands." Saren grumbled as she clenched her fingers into a fist. "Why are you so quiet now? Aren't you always carrying that happy and energetic aura with you, Tell me, you want me to release your secret, especially to the academy staff and officials." "And no, I do not. Please don't do that," Ellen pleaded, looking down at the ground. Right this moment, Saren was hit with amusement. The ideal girl of this academy, the one everyone admired, the perfect girl all the boys said her to be. The very same Ellen Rosenberg was now at her feet, pleading for mercy. What that student had said to her turned out to be the truth. She really was controlling her, just like he said. A grin full of amusement appeared on Saren's face as she stared down at Ellen. She was still on the ground looking downward to avoid eye contact with the three of them. It wasn't like she doesn't want to get out of this situation or she couldn't. The fact is, they knew something about her, and if that something got out, then it'll spell trouble for Ellen even worse than what she's facing now. Hence, she decided to endure it. Strong smack, strong ah. A second later, a kick connected on Ellen's face. Taken completely by surprise, she rolled onto the side. She was attacked not by Saren, but by Rena. She was the one standing right beside Ellen. "You don't have any idea how much I wanted to kick in that face of yours. Now that I have gotten the chance to do it, don't think I'm going to hold back even a bit." Strong thud, strong. Another one of Rena's kicks hit Ellen. This one was delivered to the abdomen. "All the time you were with Leon, manipulating him to play your bidding." Strong thud, strong like a filthy bitch. "You were just using him for your own benefit." Strong thud, strong. She kept kicking her again and again and again. Ellen's pained groans didn't have the least bit of impact on the three girls. All they wanted was to beat the shit out of the girl according to their point of view, stole their lover. However, the thing about her using Leon was not something they were aware of. The sentences Rena was shouting while beating Ellen were provided by that student zero. He was asked about what this is all about, but he just answered, she's using her to maintain her reputation in the academy. Since Leon is the strongest of this year and all, and this just made them hate Ellen even more. Of course, what he said was indeed questionable. Anyone in their right mind won't believe stuff like that until they saw legit proof backing it up. But these three girls were already blinded by love and revenge. Both of them are strong emotions, and also destructive if gone out of control. With being a bit on the Yandir side, this exactly was what happened with Saren, Rena, and Alada. Also, once they witnessed that Ellen really came to the rooftop after reading that letter and was being intimated by Thema thing that never happened before, was enough proof to make them believe zero. They thought that they are moving at their own will and making decisions by themselves, deciding what to believe and what not to. But in reality, they were moving on the basis of the false information Zero fed them. Now, Rena, don't have all the fun alone. This bitch pissed me off to my limits. Let me participate too, said Saren as she cracked her knuckles and gazed at Ellen, who was constantly being kicked by Rena. Yeah, feel free to, Rena replied, and with one last kick she stopped and took a breath. Saren grabbed Ellen's hair and forcefully yanked her head up. Stop it hurts. A pained, pleading voice left Ellen's mouth as she begged for this to stop. It hurts, yeah, that's what we want you to feel. Ellen wept at having her hair pulled and pleaded, but Saren only laughed like she was enjoying it, which she really was. After all, this was the moment she dreamed of. She smacked her against the wall. Ellen's head hit the concrete behind, causing her to let out a loud scream. Saren moved forward with murderous intent in her eyes. Aha! Ellen gasped for air right after Saren delivered a hard punch to her stomach. Blood came out of her mouth, as well as tears streaming down her face. Please stop, it isn't it enough, Ellen said as she looked at Saren with her teary eyes. Saren gave her a menacing look before she said, enough, it'll never be enough, not even killing you. At this point, Ellen was in pain. She received multiple kicks from Rena directly on her stomach. Her muscles were throbbing from pain, and she was able to feel her upper body tearing apart. A part of this was precisely because as the heiress of the Rosenberg family, she had never got beaten before. Her body was sensitive. Come on, Alada, join us. It's not like you don't have any grudge against this bitch, do you? Offered Saren, looking at Alada, who stood at a distance watching the events unfold before her eyes. There was a reason she hadn't acted until now. Among the three, she was the least aggressive one. She was just watching Ellen getting beaten to pulp and was enjoying it from afar. A part of this was due to her personality. If she had to fight a war, she'll prefer to do it mentally in a game of chess. Not a genius, but she was at least better than the other two in terms of wittiness. When Zero came to meet them, she was the one who acted most rationally and logically. This, however, doesn't mean that violence was completely out of her plate. Well, I might just do it then. Never know when I'll get a chance like this again, she mumbled and moved toward Ellen. A moment later, she was standing right in front of her. Tell me, Ellen, why are you so obsessed with Leon? I know you don't love him. I have determined that much from your behavior. Then what is it? She asked. Ellen averted her eyes and looked to the side as she said, you said you already know, don't you? Yes, I do know, but I want to hear it from your mouth. Ellen remained silent. Only the sound of her breathing could be heard. For some reason, she was not looking either of them in the eye. Then, after a long pause, she said, I don't want to spell it. I don't want to spell it. What? Alada said in surprise. What does that mean? I am sorry, but there's still a possibility that you don't know the actual reason behind all my actions. The chances are very slim, I believe, but it's still there. So if by chance you don't know about what's going on between me and Leon, then I don't want to spill the beans myself. I get it. Alada repeated multiple times, and then, strong smack. Strong. Ellen was hit with a punch on her face. She accidentally bit her lips and blood came streaming down. The punch indeed was Alada's doing. Ellen felt intense pain, but this was not the end of it. Strong slap. Strong. Alada slapped her hard with all the force she could gather, and it was not one slap. Again and again and again, one after another, she kept slapping her until her cheeks turned red and slightly swollen. At this point, Ellen's face was a mess, with her tears, blood, and the bangs of her hair that covered her face. I know exactly why you don't want to spell it, because you are doing something so bad that even you are ashamed of speaking it out of your fucking mouth. All you are doing is using Leon for your own benefit and safety, like he is some kind of tool to you, and you will throw him aside after you are done just like you did with your old boyfriend. Again, some of Zero's words were mixed in, but the majority of it was just Alada speaking her mind out. After all, she was also in love. Letting your emotions take control at these times was not that unusual, though something clicked in Ellen's mind. The claims Alada was making were pretty much true, but one thing she said was weird, something she hadn't heard of before, leaving aside doing it. What do you mean by my old boyfriend? She asked as she slowly gathered up some strength and stood straight while leaning against the wall. She was able to do this since no one was hitting her now. She was genuinely asking what she didn't know about, but her question only provided the flames of anger within Alada with pure oxygen. "The hell you saying?" she shouted, grabbing Ellen from her collar and pushing her against the wall. "He mattered so less to you that you completely forgot about him. At this point, I'm not even angry, I'm disgusted by how low you can fall." Alada didn't harbor any sympathy for Zero or the fabricated character he created, to be precise, but one thing was common in her and his situation. Love was common in both of them. After all, she was also on the Yandir side, so probably she was enraged by how Ellen was dealing with love and using it to her own benefit. Or maybe she just wanted an excuse to beat the shit out of her. Wait, I really don't know anything about this. I never had a boyfriend, to begin with, Ellen claimed. Obviously, she won't know about this boyfriend since he didn't exist. Yeah, why would you remember something trivial like that, right? After all, changing boyfriends must be an everyday thing for you, said Alada as she slowly placed her hand around Ellen's neck. "Oh, I so much pity him," Saren sarcastically commented from the side. "I want to murder this girl right here if I can," Rena voiced, staring furiously at Ellen. "Well, I can do that for you." "Just let me have Leon then," Alada implied and began tightening her grip around Ellen's neck. Hey, wah. Stop, please," Ellen begged as the air stopped reaching to her lungs and she started choking with every passing second. "Ha ha ha, die you bitch, this is what you deserve. You shouldn't have been born to begin with," Alada laughed as she watched Ellen with amusement. The pressure on Ellen's lungs increased, her heart started beating faster, and her eyes were bulging out. She desperately tried to resist and free herself from Alada's grip, shaking Alada's hand in the hope to throw her off. She could have used magic, but that was an option of the past. Right now she was not in the mindset to focus on the spell and wasn't able to use magic like breathing as Zero does. Her time was running out. Her face became red. She tried to gasp for air, but it was of no use. Alada was tightening her grip and squeezing her neck with pleasure. "Stop." Rena held and pulled Alada's hand and freed Ellen from her grip. "What the hell are you doing?" Alada asked angrily as she looked at Rena with her narrowed eyes. "Calm down, Alada, this is not you. First of all, killing her might be an interesting approach to end this matter for all eternity, but that will cause many more problems than it will solve. You remember we are in the academy, right? And lastly, if killing her means handing over Leon to you, and it's a big fat no." Alada looked at the hand she was choking Ellen with, then with a deep breath she calmed herself. "Sorry, that's a bit out of line for me, but what should we do with her?" she asked, glancing at Ellen was now sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. "Oh, I might have a good idea for that," Saren stated with a snap of her fingers. "What is it?" Alada asked hurriedly. "Let's take her clothes off and then make her walk in the corridor like that, fully naked. I think that will be good for the image of Ms. Eris." That's a nice idea, but won't that bring trouble to us?" "No, it won't really," Saren replied as she stood beside Alada and put a hand on her shoulder. "You see, all we have to do is take her clothes off. After that, we can leave her be. I mean, she will eventually have to go down, right? Not like she will be able to stay here forever. And she can't give our names to the teachers because, well, she knows very well what will happen if she did that, don't you, Ellen?" Saren shot a glance at Ellen, to which she averted her eyes, and without a reply, looked down. "Come on, you heard that, didn't you? Remove your clothes," Saren commanded as she kicked Ellen. "And no, please, this is too much, I can't do this," Ellen pleaded, looking up at the three girls with her teary eyes. "Huh, then will you stop meeting Leon from now on?" "No, leave meeting him, you can't be allowed to see him." "Say, can you do that?" Alada clamored. Ellen didn't have an answer. Maybe she did, but was hesitating to say it out loud because it was sure not the one Alada wanted. "Tell." "Why you have gone silent like that?" Rena bellowed. She looked down at the ground and then bit her lips in frustration. "I am sorry, I can't do that," she breathed. It must have required a lot of courage to spell it out, knowing what was going to happen if she displeased them. But it's not like she had a choice to begin with. "What the hell, how shameless you can be. We gave you an option, but you're still behaving like a bitch," Alada bellowed. "Now enough is enough." "We gave her a choice, but she refused to listen and negotiate." "Nothing can be done now," said Saren. "You two hold her." With that command, both Alada and Rena forcefully pulled Ellen up and smacked her against the wall. Then they held her from her waist and legs. "Don't blame us for this. It was your decision," Saren declared. She came close to Ellen and started removing her blazer. Ellen tried to resist, but it was of no use as Rena and Alada were pinning her down. Saren took the blazer out and then tossed it down. "Hold her hands," she said. Ellen was trying to resist with her hands. That's why holding her hands was necessary. Alada and Rena followed her command and pinned Ellen's hands against the walls tightly. With a satisfied smile on her face, Saren started unbuttoning Ellen's white shirt, and it was done the next moment. Now, since both her hands were pinned against the wall, removing the shirt was not easy. Hence, Saren chose a simple solution and simply tore it down and threw the remaining fabric onto the ground. Done with that, she then moved to Ellen's skirt and began sliding it down. Ellen was crying and crying and crying. Tears were streaming down her face as she begged for forgiveness, though it didn't bother the girls even a little. But after all, this was the result of her doing, hence she had to face it no matter what it was, and deep inside her heart she also knew this. The secret they were talking about was something she didn't tell many people, and it somehow got leaked to these girls. Then it clear that she misjudged a person she told her secret to, and they leaked it. In the end, all she could do was cry and beg for mercy. Even if she escaped from here by any means, Saren and those two will spread the secret, and that will ensure her doom. Holding a black piece of fabric in her hand, which was Ellen's skirt, Saren stared at the almost naked Ellen. Her blazer, skirt, and shirt were gone. Now she was only in her undergarments. "Let's get this done with quickly," said Saren, and threw the skirt to the ground. She bent down and placed her hands around Ellen's waist and then looked up at Ellen. "I'm about to remove them, you know. Tell me, are you ready for showing your naked body to every student in the academy? I'm sure you'll get a lot of new boyfriends after that." Ellen didn't reply. Her face was filled with sadness, pain, and despair. She was almost broken, just a push, and her core will be corrupted or destroyed. Not receiving a response pissed Saren off as she clicked her tongue. And with an angry expression, she slid Ellen's pan. Strong thuck, strong, a loud sound was heard, and when Saren saw at her side, the door of the room was open. Now the sunlight was illuminating the whole room, and the faces of all of them were visible clearly. It was clear the sound was of someone slamming the door open, and it was right since someone was standing there, a boy. He was wearing the academy uniform, his skin was on the fairer side, and he had jet black hair with a pair of golden eyes which were shining due to the sunlight and emitting a flare. Sorry to disturb, but I don't think what you're doing is right and acceptable," he said. The guy was nobody but Zero. "Huh, who the hell are you?" Saren clamored, looking at Zero with narrowed eyes and an expression of disgust. It was understandable since he just disturbed her game and displeased her. "Me? Well, it doesn't matter who am I. What does matter is that what you're doing is wrong and should stop now. You don't look familiar and I don't have any bad relations with you. I'm giving you a chance. Close the door and leave. Otherwise, you'll get in trouble." Zero stared at Saren for a while and then shifted her gaze to Ellen. She was looking at him with hope in her eyes, and from a third person's point of view, the situation she was in was pitiful. Rena and Alada were also staring at him. They looked cautious and surprised. He sighed and closed his eyes only to open them again the next moment. "Sorry, but the ones getting in trouble are you if you don't leave now," he announced. "What do you mean?" Saren asked. She had no idea what this guy was talking about. How can they get in trouble? Zero smiled. No, there was no smile on his face. His expression was blank. He raised his right hand and showed the girls a thing he was holding all this time. It was a book. Its size was a little bigger than the normal book provided in the academy. Its cover was of leaf green color and a small black pearl was attached to the side. The book also had a title engraved on the leather cover. It read, "Book of Sight." A book. HMPH. What are you planning to do with a book? Teach us not to do bad things. Saren laughed and Rena and Alada followed. "Yeah, it's a book," said Leon as he began taking steps toward the girls. "It's a book, but not any book. You see, this is called the Book of Sight, one of the books that were created during an experiment, but since they had no particular use or people thought of them as useless, this was eating dust in the library. But the thing special about this book is it can record pictures." He opened the book and after skimming through some of the pages he stopped at one and then showed it to Saren. The sight surprised Saren down to her core. Instead of text, the page had a recording of everything they did to Ellen in video format, and right now it was being played for them. "A miracle, isn't it?" he commented and snapped Saren back to reality. "I wonder what will happen if I showed this book to the teachers. Doing this kind of thing is strictly prohibited and against the rules, so I think expulsion is the least punishment you all will get. And here I'm even not counting what will happen when the news will reach the Rosenberg family," said Zero before he closed the book. "Give me that," Saren shouted as she jumped at Zero, trying to grab the book from him. Zero quickly stepped to the side, dodging Saren completely. This was an impulsive attack from her side and was not a well-planned one, hence it was as good as nothing. Saren glanced at Zero. Her eyes were narrowed. She was furious. "Both of you leave her and capture him," she commanded. "But Saren, won't she escape if we did that?" Rena was the one who asked this. "No, she won't, you idiot. As long as we have her weakness, she can't go anywhere." After being roughly denied by Saren, Rena along with Alada left Ellen's hand and leaped toward Zero. They went for his arms since then it will be easy to immobilize him and steal the book. They aimed at him with full speed, but Zero calmly dodged them by moving swiftly left and right. Well, we don't need to fight or anything. If you simply leave us alone, then I promise I won't tell the teachers about this," Zero suggested while he kept dodging them. "Not happening," Saren bellowed as she utterly refused him. Then along with Rena and Alada, she also dashed toward him in order to pin him down and take the book. What a waste it is then. I mean, you can't take this book from me even if you try all day long. He was faster than them and avoiding their attacks was no problem at all. It was probably due to his rank being higher than theirs. The three of them were classes students, but their scores were not that great. It won't be wrong to assume their ranks were somewhere around D or E. Ah, this is a pain, Zero mumbled. He was not enjoying this cat-mouse game at all. A scream left Saren's mouth when Zero suddenly hit her legs with a kick and she fell down. Then he held Alada from her hand and twisted it to her back. He came before her and bent her knees by pushing them forward with his own. He made her lay on the ground as well. Rina suddenly stretched out her hand and launched a punch at his back. Turning around quickly, he held her hand with his right one. Rina clicked her tongue and tried to pull her arm back. She forcefully rotated her body on the right side to throw Zero off, but after moving along a couple of steps with Rina's spin, he stopped all of a sudden. He drilled his feet into the floor, and shifting the center of gravity upon himself, he spun his body leftward. The two motions aligned, and Rina was pulled with extreme force. Completing half a rotation, he smacked Rina to the nearby wall. Her head hit the concrete behind, and she coughed blood. When Zero released her hand, she slid down and sat on the floor. 2 minutes after Rina and Alada first attacked him, all three of them were on the ground. "See, I said you can't take the book from me," he stated. Then he moved toward Saren, bending his knees and sitting down in front of her. He said, "Now will you leave?" His position was somehow arranged in a way that Saren was clearly able to see his eyes, those golden eyes. When she stared directly into them, it was like she remembered them. Like she had seen them before, but where? For a while she stared endlessly without uttering a single word, and then she remembered. She was not sure, but there was only one person she had seen with similar eyes. "Why, you bastard." Alada was up on her feet again and was about to attack Zero from behind. Though stopped, she was stopped by Saren. Saren then stood up, all while looking at Zero's blank face. Along with her, he also rose to his feet. "Why are you stopping me now?" asked Alada in a frustrated and confused voice. Without looking in Alada's direction, she replied, "We had our fun, let's go for now." But Alada wanted to say something else, but then reflecting on how Zero easily dealt with the three of them, she didn't voice her thoughts. "Ah, damn it," Rina cursed as she stood up and held her head. There was no blood, but she was having a headache now. Can I believe that you won't rat us out to the teachers if we leave now?" Saren asked, pointing at Zero. "Yeah, isn't that what I said before? I won't. I see. You two, come, we should leave now." Saren asked him just out of formality. In reality, she already knew that being here will be of no use. She wasn't sure of this, but there was this feeling lingering inside her that she had been used. This obviously angered her since she was the one to use people. Getting used was not a thing she was fond of. But for now, leaving was the best choice. After all, if the one who used her set the stage for this, then he must have also planned for every situation possible. A minute later, Saren, Rina, and Alada left the room and the rooftop. Now Zero was alone with Ellen. He turned around and looked at Ellen, who was now sitting on the floor, covering her breasts with her hands. He was originally going for the shirt first, but after looking at the state her shirt was in, he decided otherwise. Just like this, he also passed Ellen her skirt. "Get changed, I'm looking the other side," he suggested, and then turned around facing a wall. Ellen then slowly stood up and wore her clothes. The shirt was missing, hence she buttoned up the blazer fully so her inners won't be revealed. Then she adjusted her hair and wiped the tears off her face. "I'm done," she stated. Zero turned in her direction, and after making sure that she was dressed up, he asked, "Are you fine?" "No, please, you also saved my sister, so paying back the favor was nothing." "I'm glad you are fine," Zero responded with a smile. She was not conveying it in words, but only she knew how thankful she was to Zero right now. She remembered him and his sister very well. A part of this was because after that incident she was talking with Anya a bit, along with Leon. "Well then, if you'll excuse me, I guess I'll have to buy a new shirt and do some other things also." With that, Ellen stepped forward and began to walk toward the door as she adjusted her clothes and hair once again. However, suddenly she was not able to move. Someone was holding her hand tightly, and obviously it was Zero. She turned around to see why he was doing this and then, "Who said you can leave just like that?" Ellen felt a chill throughout her body. The smile on Zero's face was completely gone. His face was devoid of any emotion, and his dead fish-like eyes were staring at Ellen. The vibes he was giving off were completely different. It felt like he was not the same person who saved her a minute ago. "Half an hour ago, guess it's about time," I said inwardly as I glanced at the wall clock hung above the blackboard. The lessons for today were over, and the students were leaving their seats and exiting the classroom. I also hopped out of my seat and left. Coming outside in the corridors, I was met with a crowd of students. All the classes, whether they be Class A or Class D, started and ended at the same time. This also meant that all the students will come out at the same time as well. The corridors were filled. Making my way through the crowd, somehow I walked down a different path. Most of the students were headed to the cafeteria, now hence the other areas were empty. First, I went to my dorm room and bought something with me from there, and now I was headed to a different place. My pace was fast, and after a bit of walking, I reached my destination. Looking up, I saw Class 1A engraved on a metal plate that was fixed above a wooden door. Surprisingly, there were not many students here, as they had already left, making the work easy for me. While being careful to not reveal my body, I took a peek inside the classroom. The room was the same as Class 1 BMY class, with the only difference being that more light was coming in from the windows. It was due to the geographical position of this room. All the seats were empty, except one. On the second row near the windows, a girl was sitting all alone. This girl was Ellen. For some reason, she was staring down at her desk and was not moving a muscle. It was like time had stopped around her. Looking closely, I noticed that her face was darkened, under the shadows of her long red hair, and it felt as though she was thinking about something. I quietly waited outside the classroom and kept watching her. Around 5 minutes later, she suddenly rose to her feet and began walking toward the door. Her expression was still the same as before. I backed off and hid behind a nearby pillar as I watched her leave the classroom and go forward in the corridor. When she was at a reasonable distance, I came out from the shadows and followed her while making sure not to get seen by her. Going through the corridor for a while, she finally reached the stair that led to the rooftop. She thought over something for a few minutes as she stood straight just before the stairs started. Then, as if decided on something, she took a step forward and began walking up the staircase. Yeah, she was going to the rooftop due to the letter I left in front of her door on Saren's behalf. I waited below until I wasn't able to hear the sounds of her footsteps anymore. After that, I took the stairs myself and reached the door that connected the staircase to the rooftop. I peeked outside from the door and saw that Ellen, who had already reached here before Mew, was being led somewhere by Rena. I watched them from behind the door, and when both of them walked inside a small room. I waited a few minutes more just to be cautious and then went toward the room. I walked as quietly as possible, making sure that I don't make any noise. When I was near the door of the room, I noticed that it was not fully closed and there was a little gap. That makes it easier for me, I guess. Indeed, it would have been a problem if the door was locked. Sticking close to the wall, I looked inside the room through the little gap between the door and the wall. There I saw Ellen, who was on the floor, and Saren, Alada, and Rena, who were all smiles. Thankfully, I am not late, I relieved internally. I held the thing I brought from my room close to my chest. It was a book, a large book with a leaf green colored cover. This was the same book I borrowed from the library, Book of Sight. The book had a black colored pearl attached to its side, thus giving the book a different look. I held the book in a way so that the pearl would be facing inside the room through the gap, and now the pearl was looking directly at the four girls: Saren, Alada, Rena, and Ellen. I then focused and channeled my mana into the book. Soon I felt as if the book was sucking my mana all by itself. I no longer needed to feed mana to it. The black pearl that was on the book's side glowed in a dim white color, along with the word Sight from the title that was engraved on the leather cover. My work was done. For now, all I had to do was wait and watch. A good amount of time passed since then as I watched Ellen get bullied and beaten by the three girls. They first verbally assaulted her, and then started abusing her physically, and right now they were undressing her. The idea was to get Ellen naked, and then make her walk in the corridors in front of all the students as a way to harass her. I was able to get this information by hearing the three girls chat amongst themselves. They were about to remove Ellen's panties when I decided to interfere and stop them. I wasn't interested to see her naked, and first of all, my hand was getting tired from holding this heavy book for this long. Also, I got what I wanted to, so there was no reason to let this continue. I stopped channeling mana in the book, and the pearl and the title turned back to normal again. Then I slammed open the door to get the attention of the three girls, and it happened as expected. They weren't going to obey me and leave as I wanted them to, hence it took quite an effort to make them leave. Finally, after a good beating, they left. After that, I waited while Ellen wore her clothes back. Apparently her shirt was torn off, hence she had to cover herself properly with the blazer. She thanked me afterward for saving her and all, and then began toward the door. I held her hand tightly, stopping her in her tracks. I wasn't done yet. "Present time, who said you can leave just like that?" I spoke. Taken completely by surprise, Ellen turned around to look at me, though by now I released her hand from my grip. "What do you mean?" she asked, a confused expression forming on her face. "I said you are not going anywhere." She didn't reply, just stared endlessly into my eyes. It was as if she was not able to process what nonsense I was saying. But it was not nonsense. I meant each and every single word I said. "You see, I still have some work left for you," I asserted. "Within your reach, huh? It's so within your reach that you spent almost all day with it. What I want you to do is to spy on Leon. I want you to keep an eye on him all day long and then report to me. You will be providing me with information such as what he does daily, who are his friends, how many people he talks to, which people he talks to, how much time he spends in training, what is going through his mind, and things like that. Basically, I want you to stalk him in my stead. I guess it will be easy for you to do so since you know you are with him all time." Her eyes grew wider and wider as she heard me. It was clear that she was not accepting anything like this. "What's your answer?" I asked, snapping her back to reality. I can't do that, sorry." "Wait, why are you even asking me to do something like this? Stalking is not a good thing. I'm sure you are aware of that. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to do this for you. I don't know why you want this information, and without knowing it, no, even if I know it, I can't provide you with that information. I'll be just like stabbing Leon in his back. He is my friend and I can't do that with him. So you would have done it if he was not your friend." This was an interesting thought, but for the moment I decided to keep it to myself. Also, I wasn't accepting her to agree with me in the first go. Actually, I wasn't accepting her to agree with me at all. I see. That's really sad, but there is this one thing, I said and closed my eyes. After taking a breath, I opened them again. What happened next was so fast that maybe Ellen wasn't able to keep track of it. I grabbed her arm and forced her up. I pinned her up against the wall and forced her to look directly at me. I'm not asking for a favor here, you understand. I'm giving you an order, and you have to follow that order, I stated. Yeah, I wasn't expecting her to agree with me at all. There was no need for it. She had to follow my orders whether she liked them or not. At this point, she had no choice left. Hey, what are you doing? What are you talking about? She started shaking. The fear from when Saren and the others beat her was still in her, plus I was grabbing and squeezing her hand tightly. Haven't I made myself clear already? I said you have to stalk Leon every day from today onwards and give reports to me. That is the order I am giving you. Isn't that quite a simple thing to comprehend? Maybe she was not able to grasp anything I was saying. Butch has to do it even if she doesn't want to. Though I think she didn't see me as much of a threat because of what she said next. Don't screw with me. Who do you think you are? I thought you were a good person. I never imagined you'd turn out like this. And listen to this carefully, I won't do anything of sorts. Sounded like a threat. Was she really trying to threaten me here? Well, can't really help it. Honestly, I would have preferred it if she just accepted my orders here. But now there was no other option. I have to go all out and play all the cards in my deck. Those girls tormented you just now, yes. They pulled your hair, slapped you, kicked you in your chest, in your stomach, even stripped you naked, didn't they? Why was that? Well, of course, she didn't have an answer. No, she did had. It's just that she wasn't willing to tell me. It's because they knew your secret, ain't I right? She gulped in nervousness, but her eyes and body language said it all. I mean, I know that's what happened. I'm the one who set the stage for it. After all, but I have to make her realize that. Make her aware of the fact that the reason behind all this was her secret getting leaked. Until she is completely broken down to the core, when all her secrets will be laid down and open. Only then I'll be able to rebuild her the way I want. I'll take the silence as a yes then, I said. They knew your secret and using it as a weapon. They made you endure those horrible things and you followed without a word. So if I were to tell you that I know those secrets as well and I know them more than they did, will you obey me then? Wait a second. How do you know about that? First those girls and now you. What the hell is going on with my life? She cried, her frustration levels reaching their peaks. I know, Ellen, I know. I know about the lonely girl who was shaped into an heiress right after she was born. She was loaded with all those responsibilities. She was told to always put up an act to please the people around her. What she wanted to do didn't matter. She had to do what was best for the image of the great Rosenberg family. That's why, when she had enough and wasn't able to bear with it, animerecap girl ran away, I described. Ellen's expression was of surprise and insecurity as she listened to me, revealing her own childhood to her. That girl I am talking about, you know. How do you? At this point, it was more like she was asking this question to herself, reflecting on the past events and trying to figure out what she did that leaked her secret. I don't think there was any other student in this academy with as many secrets as her, but sadly for her, this wasn't all I knew. There was still more to come. I was only getting started now. How do you? At this point, it was more like she was asking this question to herself, reflecting on the past events and trying to figure out what she did that leaked her secret. But sadly for her, this wasn't all I knew. I don't think there will be any other student in this academy with as many secrets as her. There was still more to come. I was only getting started now. You ran away from your house and came to this academy to escape, because the authority of the Zaforth's academy is even higher than the royal noble, and of course, the Rosenberg family is one of them. Means they can't force expel you from this school, making it a perfect spot for hiding for 4 years straight. This was right, the authority of the Zaforth's Magic Academy was even higher than the 3 royal noble families. This was because the main motive of this academy was to produce heroes who can save the world. This hero-producing system had taken top priority, hence the academy was also given a higher authority. No matter which family you were from, except the king, no one can interfere with the rules set by the academy, and not leaving the campus until graduation was one of them. Ellen knew about this, that's why she came to take shelter here. Isn't that right, Ellen? I asked as I held her from her chin and forced her to look at me. She didn't reply and averted her eyes. But this doesn't mean I was going to stop here. But Ellen, getting tired of playing the perfect heiress role, wasn't the real reason you ran away. Yes, I said. As soon as those words left my mouth, her eyes widened and she looked at me with surprise. Wait, don't tell me you know about that as well. She spoke in a trembling voice. Of course I know. The real reason you escaped was that you were going to get killed, and by your own family, that is. She started shaking and trembling in fear. Her face went pale and she wasn't able to respond to me anymore. Hence, I continued. Yeah, actually, you were never tired of playing that role. In fact, you were already used to it and you quite liked it as well. In the end, it was just an excuse. The real reason you escaped was that you were going to get killed by your own family. The first attack was done right after your mother's death, right? It happened because, well, this is something no one knows about, but you're not really the heiress of the Rosenberg family. Ain't that true? Tears welled up in her eyes. Maybe she was recalling those past events. Then with her left hand, she clenched her chest around her heart, and while crying, she slid down and sat on her knees. I stared down at her. My eyes were probably not of a normal 15-year-old right now. You were adopted into the family at the age of 5. Your mother was not able to bear a child even after trying many times. She gave up at one point, but then she found you a petty little girl who was helplessly straying on the roads. Looking at your condition and accepting the fact that she can't give birth to a child of her own, she adopted you. From then your life as an heiress began. However, your father never liked you. He was against the idea of adopting you from the start, but due to your mother, he bared with it. Though she died when you reached the age of 14, and a few months after that your father did a second marriage, bring home a new wife, and then the real heiress of the Rosenberg family was born. Since there was now a child who had the family blood in her veins, you were not needed anymore. Hence, your father decided to erase you. Multiple indirect attempts were made to kill you, but somehow call it a work of fate or whatever, you survived. But deep in your heart, you also knew that you only survived because all the attempts were indirect. Since your father can't kill you openly, it'll cause an uprising and many riots. He was also bound by political laws, though you feared what will happen if they made a direct attempt. What if one night you are alone in a room, an unknown person comes in and strangles you to death, and in public it was announced as an assassination done by the opposition? You feared that outcome more than anything. That's why you decided to escape. And then I met with Leon. The one to complete the sentence was not me, but Ellen herself. Till now she was just listening like a stiff statue as I unfolded her past layer by layer before her. But she spoke now, though her voice still sounded trembling. When I was trying to find a way to escape and a place to take shelter, I met Leon. It was when I barely survived from under a collapsing house an attempt to kill me. That time he came and saved me. And I don't know why. Maybe I wanted someone to listen to my problems, or I just wanted someone to rely on. I told him the truth about what was going on with me. Surprisingly, instead of ratting me out to my family, he decided to help me. He told me about this academy. Then with the savings I had and what money my mom left for me, I enrolled here. I thought this was a safe place. The reason I stayed with Leon all day was because of our relationship, and he also said to protect me if my family troubles me in the academy too. But I didn't know someone like you will be here. Jay, just who are you? How do you even know about all this, about my past? Jay, just who the hell are you? Someone who knows the truth. Nothing more, nothing less, I said as I looked at her indifferently. Yes, I knew the truth. This was all because of the knowledge I have from Lollipop's novel. She and her past, I know them very well. At this point, she was beginning to speak up. She even told me about a part of her past herself. This was not because she thought of me as trustworthy or anything, no. I pushed her to her very limit, that's why. The past she was running away from and trying to hide, I laid it openly in front of her just as I planned to. As for how I know your past and in this detail, well, isn't that an interesting question? HMPH, she chuckled a little, but it was just a lifeless laugh. What's so interesting in it? My father sent you here to erase me, didn't he? That's how you know everything. Even though I'm not that dense, I understand. So, if you're going to kill me, then do it right here and now. Hurry up and finish it for me. I don't want to run away from my own father. Do you even know how much it hurts? The person I saw as my parent for all those years, running for my life from that very same person. I don't want to suffer anymore, it's enough. I'm tired now, tired of running away, she cried while clenching around her heart tightly. Big tears streamed down her eyes and fell to the floor. I was quiet, only the sound of her crying loudly was heard in the room. There was no hope left inside her now. She was tired and had enough. In short, she was completely broken now, just like I wanted her to be. Though unfortunately for her, I am not the one sent by her dad. It's a role for someone else to play. You are wrong, Ellen. Your father didn't send me here. Sniffle, what you mean? She asked as she looked up at me. Just as I said, I'm not an agent sent here by your father. I'm moving on my own, however. I do know that person on who's acting on your father's orders. Huh, yes, and that is connected to how I know about your past. She stared at me as if looking for an answer. Say, Ellen, other than me, who is the person who knows about you in this much detail? Can you think of anyone? Well, Leon, I guess. He is the only one I told about it. Other than him, no one else knows. There, you got the person you were looking for. Wait, you don't mean? Her expression was of disbelief. Yes, Leon is the one sent by your father. I also know about your past due to him. He told my sister about you, then she told me. Also, isn't it quite strange that those 3 girls who knew about you as well were Leon's lovers? Don't you see a strange connection? But he was the one who saved me. If he hadn't brought me to the academy, I would have died long ago. She argued like she didn't want to accept that Leon can be the one backstabbing her. You say that you are safe in this academy because your father can't reach you here, right? But if we flip that, doesn't that mean you can't leave this academy as well? Maybe getting you enrolled in this academy with the help of Leon was all your father's plan, to lock you up in a cage so you can't escape anywhere. Because every time he tried to kill you, so got away somehow. But here in the academy, doing that will be rough for you. No way that can be possible. It just can't. I trust Leon. He's the most trustable person I've ever met. By slowly revealing your secret to everyone in the academy, maybe he plans to first crush you socially and then literally. No, maybe one day when the timing will be right. The person who you trusted and acknowledged will be the to stab you in your back. And no, wait for a second, someone you trusted will try to kill you in the end. Heh, isn't that what happened with your father? I mean, who must have placed a lot of trust in you, Dad, every kid does. But we both know what the end result was. Maybe the same will happen with Leon. There's no way. She was in fear. She held her head and buried her face in her knees. Maybe this much is enough. If I tried to interfere any more than this, then it's possible I might end up changing the whole plot. The knowledge from the novel will be of no use, and it's a disadvantage for me. Which I don't want to happen, at least not until I've avoided my death, because after that the plot is bound to be changed, since a character who should be dead will be alive. Ellen was already broken to the point where I can use her as a puppet spy for stalking Leon. Well, it's not like I'm saying he really is your father's agent, I interjected. What? But you were just saying that right now, she said in a rather loud voice as she raised her head. I'm just saying you should be cautious of everyone around you if you really want to live. Though I'll say one thing, Leon is suspicious and you should not trust him. She stared at the ground for a while. Maybe she was thinking about something. Then she spoke. What should I do then? He was the one protecting me all this time. If I were to distance myself from him then, finally, the question I was waiting for. I raised my hand toward Ellen when she saw that she looked up at my face. Work with me, huh? I said work with me. I want you to stalk Leon for me, just like I've said before. In return, I'll protect you from your father. That's what you want, right? Someone you can rely on, someone who can protect you. She didn't say anything. You don't have much of a choice anyway, Ellen. You'll have to follow my orders whether you want or not. Otherwise, I'll work with your father, and then your doom will be set in stone. However, right now I am giving you an offer. Our relationship will be of mutual interest. You will work for me and follow my orders, and I'll protect you from your father. You don't have much of a choice anyway, Ellen. You'll have to follow my orders whether you want or not. Otherwise, I'll work with your father, and then your doom will be set in stone. However, right now I am giving you an offer. Our relationship will be of mutual interest. You will work for me and follow my orders, and I'll protect you from your father. She looked at me with her eyes, which were now shining as the sunlight fell on her tears. Why should I work with you? Y'all just proved that I shouldn't trust anybody, right? Not even Leon, then why you? Is that what is troubling you? Well, okay then. But I never said that you should trust me in the first place, so why did you assume this? Let's say I will cooperate with you in the future, then don't you think we start by trusting each other? She determined. This is where you are wrong. We do not need to trust each other or anything. I'm saying this once again, so listen carefully. The relationship will form we be of mutual interest, simple given and take type. You will have to follow my orders, and in return, I will protect you, whether it is from your father, those girls in the academy, or Leon, I declared. I want her to understand everything and make a decision by herself. I can force her to obey me by threatening her, but that won't give me the level of control I'll gain if she makes the choice herself. By letting her do this, if she decides to take my offer, then she'll feel secure that in the end, she was the one who made the final choice. Of course, if she rejected my offer, then the gates of threatening her into obeying me are always open. Right now, she was thinking about it. Whether to work with me or not, I'm sure that's what's going on in her mind. Then after a long break, she slowly stood on her feet. You said that you will protect me even if it is Leon. Are you aware of what you're saying? He is the strongest in all of the first year, and defeating him is not an easy task. I'm with him, hence I've noticed that he excels in both magic and sword arts. And right now, that guy is the one protecting me. Even if there's a chance that he might be sent by my father, being with him is safer than being with you. Finally trying to fight back, huh? Well, this was only to be expected. When the talk is about her life or death, then it's obvious she'll prefer to stay with the stronger one. This was the nature of human physiology, the weak allies with the strong. This may prove as a disadvantage to some people, but to me, this very nature of humans was going to be the final move. Well, I don't quite understand your twisted reasoning on why you'd stay with Leon even if he can be your assassinator, but that doesn't matter now. The main reason you're not coming with me is that you think I'm not as strong as Leon. Is that right? She nodded and watched in anticipation. Then let me erase that misconception of yours, I said, and with that I took a couple of steps backward. I stretched out my right hand toward Ellen and opened my palm. Then, just like usual, I used elemental magic. In a matter of seconds, a shard of ice crystallized over my palm and started floating in the air. How can you do this? She asked in disbelief. Of course, this wouldn't have made much sense to her since I didn't use any incantation. Also, no magic circle appeared when I cast a spell, hence it was not the magic circle technique either. Yeah, this was my elemental magic that I revealed to her. When I said that I will play all the cards in my deck to get Ellen under control, I really meant all cards. The shard then disappeared as I broke the spell. Then as I sitting on a chair, I bent backward. Hey, watch out. One would have thought I will fall down since there was no chair behind me, but instead of falling down, I sat on something. It was a throne made out of freezing cold, blue ice. The white fumes it was emitting were the proof of that. The throne was not detailed and looked like just another big chair, but that can't be helped. Creating a thing this big exhausted me to an extent. I sat comfortably on the throne. The seat was made of stone instead of ice, hence I didn't get freeze burn. I leaned back and put my right leg on the left one, and then I looked at Ellen, was staring at me in awe and surprise. What you say now? Think I'm enough to protect you? Well, even Leon can't cast spells without either an incantation or a magic circle. Where did you even learn that? She appealed. That isn't important. What's important is, will you join me or not? Ellen's probably thinking that if not more than him, I'm as powerful as Leon. The main reason behind her reasoning was the way I use magic, the way I cast the spells. The elemental magic I use allows me to cast spells without the help of any incantation or magic circle. After a bit of research, I've found out that this was a unique thing. Even Leon is not capable of casting magic in such a way, but that's just about it. I'm not more powerful than Leon. I'm not anywhere near him at my current level. I mean, I can't really help it, the guy is S-class, plus he has a system guiding him. But Ellen doesn't need to know all that. I want her to believe I'm on Leon's level, that's the deal. Okay, I said fine, I'll join you. I mean, I don't have a choice to begin with, just like you mentioned before. But remember this, the only reason I'm doing this is because working with you is better than you joining my father to kill me off, she declared, averting her eyes a little. Tsundere, Well, how did I forget that? It is one of the rare character traits that Lollipop added in her. Yeah, I know. I look forward to working with you then, I said as I hopped out of the throne and then broke the spell, causing the ice throne to disintegrate into nothing. My forehead, no, my whole body was drenched in sweat and I was out of breath. I was feeling weakness all over my body. It felt like my bones were cracking, my muscles were tearing apart, and my skin was burning. Sigh, finally. I thought when my eyes caught the sight of a familiar door, it was the door of my dorm room. I somehow made my way there and then shoved myself onto the door. I twisted the doorknob and then strong lug. Strong, the door opened all of a sudden since all my weight was on it and I fell to the ground. I was lying there on the ground for a while, and then I closed the door by pushing it with my feet and crawled to the bed. I pulled myself up with all the strength I have left. As soon as I was on the bed, I took a breath of relief. I stared at the ceiling above me, and before I knew it or was able to become aware of my surroundings, my eyelids dropped and my eyes shut closed. Soon after, my consciousness drifted away and everything turned black. I slowly opened my eyes. For the first few seconds, my vision was blurry, then it became clear. I still had this tingling feeling of pain spreading all over my body, but it was better than before. Damn, my head hurts. I was hearing a slight buzz sound in my ears and my head was spinning. It took me around a good 5 or so minutes to fully realize my senses. I stretched my body and released a large yawn before I got up and sat on the bed. I roughly arranged my hair as I stared at the floor. A green-colored book was lying there with a black pear attached to its side. This book was the reason behind the state I was in. The Book of Sight was a part of the collection of books created during an experiment performed by magicians and professors who practiced custom magic. The books which were created during that experiment had weird powers, and this one, which I borrowed from the library, was capable of recording things in video format on its pages. This was the same book I used against Saren and the other 2 girls to threaten them by recording the proof of their bullying. I knew about this book from the knowledge of Lollipop's novel. Leon uses this book in a filler arc later in the novel, and he also got it from the library. Hence, the idea of using this occurred to me. It was capable of recording video by using its black peel as a sort of eye, and the quality in which it records is also clear. And once something is recorded, you will be able to play and watch that video by opening that certain page. But even after being this useful, this book and the others from the same series were eating dust in the library of this academy. The higher-ups marked these books as useless, and their mass production was never started. Because of that, only a handful of people knew about these books. One would think these books are very good and useful, then why will someone say they is useless? Well, while these books, and this book specifically, recorded videos and all and were so convenient, they did come at a cost. The book sucks up your mana pool dry, and it does so in so much less time that you can even die if you're careless. The same was the reason behind the state I was in. Even after having a C-grade mana capacity, it sucked me dry when I recorded the video. Though I knew this beforehand, hence I was keeping track of my mana and stopped before I was completely out of it. But after creating that throne, the amount of mana I was left with was close to none. I ran out of mana after many years. The last time it happened was before I break through C rank, and it was 4 years ago, I think. I learned something new. Being out of mana is really, really tiring and wears you out. Well, whatever. I shrugged and took another yawn. I got out of my bed. The first thing I did was put the Book of Sight on my desk, and then I turned to look at the clock. It was 8:50 p.m. right now. I realized that I slept for a good amount of time, but maybe it also recovered my mana as I was not feeling weak anymore, and the body pain was also going away. Opening the door, I took a peek outside and saw that it was dark. There was no reason to do this, but I did anyway. Closing the door again, I changed into my indoor clothes size. I was still in uniform since after classes I went to the rooftop, and then I directly came and slept. After I was done, I stepped inside the kitchen that was attached to the room and started to make a cup of coffee for myself. My mind was still a mess, and I needed a strong cup of coffee to concentrate. I don't care if I'll have trouble in sleeping afterward. As I was waiting for the milk to boil, I heard a knock on my door. Guess it is time, I said inwardly and went to the door. I slowly opened the door and the person standing behind it came into sight. With long red hair going down her back, it was Ellen standing before me. I stepped outside and looked in both directions to check the grounds. No one was there. The corridor was empty. "Come in," I said softly and stepped aside. Ellen, making sure to not make any noise, got inside my room. I followed and then closed the door. "Have a seat," I said to Ellen as I closed the door and then locked it. She removed her shoes from the doorstep and then stepped into the main room. After taking a look around, she finally sat on the chair. "Okay then, wait a bit here. I have some work left in the kitchen." I moved to the kitchen and saw the milk that was boiling and was just a second away from spilling out of the utensil. I quickly dashed and turned off the stove. Then I poured the hot milk into a cup, and after that I took the powdered coffee beans and sugar and mixed them into the milk with a spoon. When my instant coffee was done, I took the cup and went back to Ellen and sat opposite her on the bed. "So, did you do what I told you to?" I appealed. My deal with Ellen was successful, and now she was working for me in return. I said that I'll protect her from her father or even possibly from Leon also. I told her that Leon may be working with her father and planning for her doom behind the scenes. And it was a legit sounding topic after all. I did make sure to create some evidence that can help me justify Leon's sanity in the future, like cooperating with Saren, Rena, and Aladaho were Leon's lovers, and working out a plan with them to harass Ellen. The reason I chose them is that they were her lovers, and it'll cause an air of suspicion around Leon when I'll tell Ellen that he was the one leaking her secret. Due to all the things I did beforehand, she at least gave it some thought. After this, I think she won't blindly trust Leon. All of this, of course, was a lie that I cooked up. Leon genuinely helped Ellen back when she was running from her father and got her into this academy. And he did it because, well, he was the protagonist. But Ellen didn't know that. That's why she questioned his actions. The incident with X also indirectly helped me in this, since because of that, Leon and Anya were now on talking terms, and due to that I was able to tell Ellen that I heard her secret from Anya, who was told about it by Leon. If I look at this objectively, X did provide me with quite a few ideas. Contacting Saren and Ellen via letter was also inspired by the letter X sent to Anya. Since in this world we don't have smartphones or anything, so contacting someone while staying anonymous is only possible through letters. Anyway, the deal between us was done. The part about me protecting her is just there for connivance because there is no such event in Lollipop's novel where Ellen is attacked. This, however, isn't the same for the other end of the deal where she has to work for me. Right after we came to an agreement, and before I collapsed with mana shortage, I ordered her to keep tabs on Leon every day and give a report to me at the end of the day. As for now, she was here just to do that. "Yeah, I was keeping an eye on him all day just like you told me to," said Ellen. "Then tell," I commanded. "Okay, so saying this is all too weird, Buta, well, when I came down from the rooftop, the first thing I did after buying myself a new shirt was to meet up with Leon. From then she reported to me of everything she could possibly think of. Most of it was the same, and I already knew it from the time I was stalking Leon myself. Hence, I didn't pay much attention to it and sipped my coffee. And that's all about it," she said as she finished, after around 15 to 20 minutes of continuous speaking. "I see, good work. You can go now," I responded. I advised her to leave. It was already past 9 p.m. and students are not allowed to roam around from 9:30 p.m. Also, she was a Class A student and was currently in the room of a dormitory, meant for the students of Class B. It was allowed for students of different dormitories to visit each other, but most of the students had friends in their own class only. This was pretty suspicious. Plus, she was a girl in a guy's room, and at night, that alone is enough to give someone the wrong idea, hence it was better for her to leave sooner than later. She stared at the wall for a while and then said, "Okay then, I'll be on my way." She stood up from the chair and turned around. I escorted her to the door, and then when she was wearing her shoes, "Should I go with you till your dormitory?" I asked. She asked for protection, and here I was giving that to her. "Huh, of course not," she replied. Though when she came out, maybe she was thinking about the things I said to her that made her ask for this. "Actually, I'd like it if you accompany me, will you?" "Why won't I? I said to protect you, didn't I?" I gave her a pre-programmed reply. "The fear of getting killed, huh?" Well, it was a made-up lie, but was taking this very seriously. I mean, yes, her father really was after her life, but in here, the first-rated academy of the whole kingdom, no one can lay a finger on the students. That's how tight the security is. Yeah, that security just disappears during some events that happen in the novel, but well, plot holes are a thing, and Lollipop loves holes. Though there will be no such event happening anytime soon, so I was resting at ease. Ellen should too, but since I was the one who offered her for both protection and the idea of escorting her, I might go along. I'll also have a good walk that way. I went inside the room and came back wearing my outdoor shoes and a hoodie. After that, I locked the door and began walking with Ellen. My room was on the second floor, so after coming down the stairs, we were now under the night sky. One would think that at this time the academy campus will be quiet and peaceful, but no, heck no. The light's magical lamps were still on, and a good amount of students were rushing between the dorms and the cafeteria. It is 9:07 right now. Only 23 minutes are remaining before we are prohibited from leaving the dorm buildings. What the hell are they even doing here? My mind was in surprise, but I was keeping a blank expression on my face, though it still didn't stop my eyes from wandering away and looking at the students. They were running inside the cafeteria and munching on snacks and drinks, not alcoholic ones though. The cafeteria itself looked so different from what it was in the daytime. Strip-shaped magic lights of yellow and white color were attached to the outside walls. They were here at daytime also due since the lights were off. They looked like a part of the wall. And now when the lights were on, it was as though I was looking at neon lights that were the vibes it was giving. The glass doors of the cafeteria were also fully open, hence the students were able to go in and out easily without waiting in line. The students also looked happy and chilling out, like they were here to have fun. This really amazed me. I never expected that the students from the noble families who were so studyholic and arrogant during the weekend actually have fun in this way. I watched the scene unfold before my eyes as I walked alongside Ellen toward the Class A dorms. What was happening here was never mentioned in the novel, leave mentioning nothing like this even existed there. No, wait, I get this. This world is a real one, so it might be possible. To explain this, let's take the example of an anime adaptation of a manga. The main and core plot of the anime stays the same as its original manga, but sometimes, the anime adds some anime-only things and events to expand the world building. In short, just because it was not in the novel doesn't mean it can't be here. This also meant that each and every student in this academy carries their own personality, and they are a real person, rather than being a mob character. That was it. I kinda knew this beforehand, but I'll take a while to get used to it. Finally, I turned my eyes away. I walked Ellen to the dorms and then went back. Ellen was not reacting to the cafeteria thing that much, so she probably knew about it already. By the time I was crossing that path again, the students were slowly starting to go back to the dorms and their numbers were decreasing. A couple of minutes later, I reached my room. Unlocking the door, I went inside. I removed my shoes and then my hoodie. I looked at the clock and it was 9:18 right now. Then I realized something. Fuck, how much of an idiot I am. I just reflected on the fact that I have nothing to eat for dinner. I passed by the cafeteria 2 times and it didn't occur to me then. As I walked toward my bed, I looked in the direction of the kitchen. Going there is useless. I don't know how to cook, and even if I knew, there are no ingredients or anything I can cook. It was understandable I used the kitchen for making coffee, after all. Guess there's no helping it. I sighed and sat on the bed. This was the truth now. I have to sleep empty stomach tonight. There is no other way around it. I can't go buy something since it's too late. Right now the time is 9:18. No, it's 9:20 now. It takes 10 minutes to reach the cafeteria, so even if I assume that the shopkeeper will be standing there ready to hand me the food even then, I won't have the time to come back since it'll already be 9:30 by then. To divert my mind, I picked up a book from my desk. I sat comfortably on the bed, leaning my back against the wall, and opened the book. It was the diary in which I wrote the plot summary of Lollipop's novel. The time is coming close, I thought as I skimmed through the pages. Yes, the time of my death was coming close. Only a few days were left now, and I have a hell of a lot of things to do. But that's why I took control over Ellen. Right now, she and the report she gives me is not that important. That's just her training and stalking. The main reason I want her is for when the plot will start to change after I'll avoid my death. There won't be any big changes all of a sudden, but slowly but surely, things will change. The upper hand I have with the novel's knowledge will fade away over time. What happens next will be unpredictable. That's why I need Ellen. Using her, I'll be able to keep an eye on Leon as well as on the changes occurring in him and around him, since I don't know when I will be unable to track him due to something unexpected that happened. I closed the book and put it on the desk. Then I drank a glass of water and turned off the magic lamps. I lay on the bed with a soft, warm blanket. The winter season has started a couple of weeks ago, hence blankets were now important. I tried to sleep, but I was unable to do so. Great, caffeine enters the stage now. How did I forget about the strong coffee I drank? 10 minutes later. I endlessly was trying to sleep, but it just didn't happen. In the end, I gave up and just lay on the bed with my eyes closed. Stomach growls, ah fuck. Ah hey, with a big yawn, I stretched my body on the bed and opened my eyes. Even though now I was awake, I kept lazily lying on the bed as I stared at the ceiling above. Last night, due to the coffee I drank, I slept at around 11 p.m. I glanced at the clock. Right now the time was 10:37, way past the time when classes started. Though I was not in any hurry, I had already missed the timing by waking up late, but today I didn't plan on going to the classes anyway, so it was not a problem. I sighed as I got out of bed. First, I did some basic stretching and exercise. Then I moved to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face and things. Coming back, I made a coffee for myself, and when it was done, I sat on the chair near my bed with a cup of coffee in my hands. Now I can think about the things I have to do today. I skipped classes for today because they were not of any use to me as of now. We were taught either elemental magic via the magic circle method or the magic and sword training. For some unknown reasons, I was not able to do either. In the magic circle method for elemental magic, I was able to visualize the circle in my mind, but when I tried synthesizing the circle in reality by channeling my mana into it, it just didn't work. And regarding the magic and training, the results were similar. I was injecting my mana into the sword properly, and I can say it was working also because whenever I did that, I felt my mana getting sucked by the sword, though the blade didn't light up, leaving the magic and technique in the mid-air. Fortunately, I knew what the problem with this is. Yes, Ryfin was the one who informed me of this, and I shouldn't trust him fully, but I think he won't lie while doing his duty as a teacher. According to him, my mana frequency is different from normal, and the sword couldn't absorb and work with my mana as the power source. But I don't know how to solve this either, so knowing the problem wasn't helping. Well, that's why I decided to skip the class today. Since I can't practice what they are teaching, going there is just a waste of time. I have other plans instead. I rested the cup on the desk when I was done drinking the coffee. I stood up from the chair and changed into the school uniform, even if I was not attending the class wearing this was necessary. Okay, this is not necessary. I am just too lazy to pick up anything else. I wore my shoes and then left the room. Coming outside of the dorms building, the first place where I was headed was the cafeteria. I mean, fuck, I haven't eaten anything since last night. This was also the reason behind my fast pace. I covered the 10 minutes distance in 7. Entering the cafeteria, I ordered a hell lot of food. It took a while for the cook to make all that, but when he was done, I picked up my plates and went for a seat. Almost all the students were in the classes, so the area was empty. Finding a seat was not a problem. I took one near the glass window and then ate to my heart's content. After I was done, I paid the bill and left the cafeteria. Then I headed over to a building where I'd never been before. The building was half the size of the main building and was built beside it. It was the training facility, a building made of many rooms and gymnasiums for the students to train. I was going there precisely cause I had to do some training. I entered the building and there I saw a guard. I waved good morning to him and he waved back. I went inside afterward. One would think why he didn't ask for my ID proof, but then again, you can't roam in this academy this free if you're not a student. The security was above good, hence there was no need to do checks in every building, plus I was also in the uniform. I reached the reception area. A lady stood behind the counter. She was in a black suit and skirt and her hair was tied in a bun. She was an employee here. I need to book a training room, I asserted. I see. Which type of room would you like? She appealed with a smile. Her face bloomed up and showed a happy and welcoming expression. Maybe this was her way of treating customers. For magic and sword training, I added. That's good, please wait for a while, she said and began writing something in a notebook. Then slid open a drawer and took out a key from it. Please take this. This is the key to the room you are allotted. The room number is written on its keychain, she said, handing over the key to me. Then I walked away in the direction where multiple rooms were built. I didn't need to pay for using the room since all of it was included in the admission fee. It was a one-time payment. As I walked through a long corridor, I saw multiple doors attached on each side of the wall, each door connected to a room, so it shows how many rooms there are and how big this facility is, even though it's half the size of the main building. A couple of minutes later, I reached the room I was allotted, room A23. I unlocked the door with the provided key and went inside. I closed the door again and then looked inside. The room was big, around double the size of the classroom. I closed the door again and then looked inside. The room was big, around double the size of the classroom. The floor was made out of cobblestone and the walls had a metal sheet covering them. The ceiling didn't have a lamp hanging on it. Instead, it was coated with flat magic lights like the one I saw at the cafeteria. The room also had many human-shaped training dolls and a number of swords. Wow, was the reaction I had. This room was looking good. I actually knew how it would look like since Leon once came here to practice in the novel, but reading the words and seeing it in reality are two completely different things. The room was not what I'd imagined. With metal sheeted walls and white magic lights that covered the whole ceiling, this room was more on the modern side than medieval. Actually, there are many things here that do not fit the medieval time period, like steel, instant coffee, and clothes like hoodies. But then again, it was the result of Lollipop's trashy world building skills. He was confused about whether he should go with an urban setting or a medieval one. In the end, he decided to mix the two together. Though it's not like I have a problem with that. I mean, I don't know how I would have survived without coffee. Anyway, better focus on what I came here to do. Yes, what I was going to do was important, especially for an event that was going to take place in a few days. I moved forward and picked up a sword among the many that were placed on a shelf. The one I took was a slim, double-edged, long sword. I chose this one mainly because it was lightweight. Today I was going to do an experiment, that's why I was here. First I did a few practice swings to gain control. I was still not the best in sword arts. I then held the sword straight with both my hands. I tried channeling my mana through it, but it didn't work as usual. It really won't work, I guess, I mumbled. Then I closed my eyes, focused, and then opened them again. The air around the sword's blade begins frosting, white flakes appearing on the blade. Slowly the blade started to freeze as a layer of ice appeared over it. Right now I was using elemental magic. The ice first covered the whole blade and then several spikes formed on the sides. The ice also made the edges of the sword sharper and more aerodynamic. Then it stopped. Now I had my very own magic and sword in my hands. The blade was fully covered in ice and was emitting cold, white smoke. So what if I can't use my mana directly to increase the aspects and strength of the sword? I can do the same thing indirectly with magic by adding the power of the elements to the blade. Let's get on to the testing now. With the sword in my hand, I moved toward one of the human dummies. I stood before it and adjusted my posture and sword. Then with a powerful upper left to lower right slash, I buried the sword's blade deep into the dummy's shoulder. It went inside almost smoothly but stopped after reaching the tip of the ribcage. I pulled the sword out from the dummy, and when the sword was out, the dummy healed itself and the cut I had left vanished. This happened because a part of the body of slimes is used in the making of these dummies. Those slimes don't heal themselves. Their body is like a combination of melted rubber and jelly. Adding some automatic healing magic spells in the mixture does the trick. In there you get these dummies that are impossible to destroy to an extent. Also, I didn't know this because of Lollipop's novel. I had seen these dummies before, and after that, I did a bit of research about them in the library there. I found this information in a book about healing magic. Leaving that side, I wasn't getting the results I expected from this sword. The sharpness of the blade was not much good as your normal sword, and the extra weight of the ice was making it slow, at least, for me who uses light swords. I have seen the other students practice with real magic and technique. The sharpness and swiftness of their swords are 2 or 3 levels above the normal swords. I was still not able to get onto that level with this ice sword. I delivered some more blows to the dummy to test it out, but the result was the same. In the end, I gave up on this one and melted the ice by breaking the spell. The sword in my hand went back to normal. I was going to try a different element. Now it will be fire. I was hesitating to use this because I think the fire can melt the blade and it'll cause problems for me. But still, I want to have at least one way by which I can counter the magic in swords. I concentrated and activated my elemental magic. Soon a flame covered the sword's blade. The flame was of yellow color, and I tried my best to keep the temperature of the flame as low as possible to not melt the blade. Then when the flame was stable, I slowly increased the temperature carefully, and the flame's color turned from yellow to reddish-orange. I clenched the handle of the sword tightly and swung it toward the human dummy. It was a straight-up-to-down swing. The sword, starting from the throat, slashed the dummy all day down to its abdomen and opened its flesh. As expected, I muttered. The cut was deep, but it was just the same as one of the normal swords. There was no difference. I kinda already knew this, since setting a sword on fire won't do any good. The fire will only work as a good way to show off. Other than that, you won't have any advantage with a burning sword unless the temperature is too high. But then again, it is not possible because it'll melt the metal and that'll destroy everything. I need to find some other way. I need to find some other way. I need to do something, and soon that is. I looked at the sword in my hand and then glanced over in the direction where the other swords were kept. What'll happen if I use them in my experiment? It was indeed a good question. I mean, there isn't anything written that I have to pay for the swords if I broke them. And I know that Leon broke a great number of swords during his training. Lollipop made him do that to show how overpowered he is. I can't really see how that works though. Anyway, even if I did have to pay a cost, I guess I can afford that. The swords here are just normal swords made with iron, and they don't have any enchantments, so the price won't be too high. I have to take a guess, then I think it'll be around 10,000 to 20,000 cc. I broke 5 swords. The maximum number of swords kept here and the average price of each sword is 15,000 C, then the total will be 75,000 C after getting the money from Walrick's family. I can afford that much easier. Yeah, I'll have to withdraw money from the bank, but that is not a problem. Come to think of it, won't it be better if I created a separate bank account for myself? Considering the things I have to do in the future, I will have to spend money on regular basis. I'll look into this later on. For now, it's better to focus on what I came here to do. With money not being a concern, I can break the swords freely. Hence the experiment continued. The fire I cast on the blade wasn't of any use because I kept its temperature low, since a high temperature flame can melt the blade. Due to that, the fire didn't make much of a difference to the target, and that was when I was hitting a dummy with no armor or a sword to counter. If I take this sword into battle and clash it with someone's sword that is using the magic and technique, they will win by a landslide. Right now, hitting someone with my flame sword was like rubbing a fire torch against a wood log. It won't burn immediately. It is the same with the sword, yes. It will burn if I stuck the sword inside a person's body for a while, but I don't think that's reasonable and possible in any way. I mean, the opponent won't just stand there and let me kill him, will they? But now that I don't have to care about melting the sword, I can increase the temperature of the flame. I stood before a human dummy and held the sword straight toward its head. A flame once again engulfed the sword, though this time the flame wasn't yellow or orange. It was crimson, the color of blood. The temperature of this flame was relatively high from before, around 800 degrees Celsius, I guess. Its size was also bigger, and it was covering the sword's blade fully while it launched strings of fire at moments. The sword would have melted at this point, but I had a little trick to prevent it. Along with fire, I was also using sub-element ice to cool the blade faster than the fire can melt it. I know doing this will slowly destroy the blade, but it was the only way to keep it on fire without melting it, though I was using two elements at the same time and both of them at extreme levels as well. This was taking more mana than usual. I was able to feel it in my body. Now then, I increased my grip on the sword's handle. It was hot due to the fire, but even so, I held onto it as tightly as I could. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the blue human dummy in front of me. I dashed forward, and with a swift motion, I threw a slash at the dummy's abdomen on the right side. The sword, cutting through the rubber like slimy flesh, made its way inside the stomach. The force required to deliver a cut this deep was great, but as of now, I was not experiencing that. I was applying force indeed, but it was a bit low from before, though I was not able to slash it fully, and the sword stopped splitting half of its stomach. When I did stop, the fire covering the sword's blade slowly began melting the dummy from the inside. I didn't want to burn the dummy, hence I pulled the sword outside, instantly putting off the flame on the sword afterward. The dummy as usual healed itself, and the fire in its inside also vanished in a few minutes. It was the same as it was before I slashed it. I looked at the sword's blade, and my reaction was, kinda knew this would happen. Its color was completely changed, and it was a mixture of gray and black. There were dents and scratches all over the blade, and its condition was also looking very fragile. This was bound to happen. I mean, I was heating and cooling the blade, which was made of iron constantly. Subjecting metal to extreme heat causes it to expand in addition to impacting its structure. Cooling it down does the opposite and contracts the metal. Normally, this is a process used for making blades that involve the metal is heated at a high temperature, and this temperature is maintained until a proportion of carbon has been dissolved. Next, the metal is quenched, which involves rapidly cooling it in oil or water. Hardening will produce an alloy that has high strength and wear resistance. But if you repeat the process again and again, and heck, I was cooling and heating the blade almost at the same time, with a second's difference doing that will only slowly destroy the blade. But if you repeat the process again and again, and heck, I was cooling and heating the blade almost at the same time, with a second's difference doing that will only slowly destroy the blade. Let's get on to the next stage now, I said to myself. The sword's damage did increase by increasing the temperature this much, but it still wasn't enough. I have to go on until I reach the dead end. I have to test the limits of how much I can heat the sword. I went and replaced the sword with the new one. The blade of the sword I had before was almost destroyed. I'll break it just after setting it on fire again, so it's better to start with a new one. Standing at a distance of a few steps from the human dummy, I held the sword with both my hand, pointing its tip toward the dummy. Once again, with a hush sound, the blade was bathed in the high-temperature flames. At the same time, using sub-element ice, I began cooling down and dropping the blade's temperature below zero. One would say that how the blade is burning if its temperature is below freezing point. Well, the fire I lit up was not actually burning the blade. Instead, with the control I had over the elements, I set the air around the blade on fire. That's why I was able to keep the sword burning and keeping the blade cool at the same time. Yeah, I know it's a bit complicated, but this was the only way to use a fire sword whilst not melting the blade. Anyway, once the initial process was done, I started increasing the flame's temperature bit by bit. Then, in an instant, I skyrocketed it to 1500 degrees Celsius. The flame turned from red to bright white, and the heat it was emitting also increased so much that my upper body will be burned if I didn't do anything. Hence, with the help of sub-element ice, I cooled down the air around my face and chest, thus countering the heat coming from the sword. The sword's handle was so hot that my hands were getting red. I couldn't cool it since there was a chance of getting frostbite, so I'll leave it be. I tightened my grip and leaped toward the human dummy. I went for the same attack as before. Delivering an upper left to lower right slash, the sword entered its body from the left side, below the underarms just where the ribcage started. The sword already had 1500-degree hot fire covering it, yet I applied all the force I could behind this attack. The result was, well, the blade slit open the dummy's skin, breaking and burning the bones of the ribcage it entered its system. Destroying all the artificial organs that were fit inside the dummy, the sword slid on its flesh like on frozen butter. The next moment, the upper half of the dummy was separated from its lower half as I moved the sword forward, and it slashed the dummy's stomach and abdomen in half, splitting its body in two. A thuck sound was heard as the upper half fell behind, but the lower half kept standing as it was attached to the floor. Phew, that sure took long, I breathed. Finally, I got the result I was hoping for, but damn fuck. I threw the sword as fast as I could after a part of it melted and rained beside my feet. As I looked at the now melted sword on the floor, I realized something. My version of magic in fire sword to say is not long lasting. Just after I divided the dummy in two, the fire won over ice and the blade melted in an instant. The sword that was on the floor, its blade was melted, and now was in the form of piping hot, red and orange colored liquid that was emitting steams. The handle of the sword was almost melted, but its lower part was still somehow intact. In the end, I wasn't able to keep the sword from melting. My magic and method, I'd like to call it that, was powerful, but maybe can only be used one time per sword. If I were to use this, then I had to sever their head a metaphor for they can attack me. This is the only way I can use this method. Well, anyway, I got what I came here to find. Afterward, I did some more experiments with different temperatures until I ran out of swordsia. All of them were melted. But now that I have been successful in finding the right formula, I left the room without clearing up the melted sword mess on the floor. Low-key, I'm glad the floor wasn't made of wood, otherwise. Later, I left the training facility. Though while on my way out, I asked the woman at the reception that do I have to pay for the weapons I destroyed, to which she said no. Apparently, the breaking of swords and other weapons during training was a pretty common thing here. That was the reason they didn't keep expensive swords, because they will just be broken. The academy will be in loss, not literally, since their funding comes directly from the king, but still, it'll be like wasting weapons. There was a doubt in my mind what of the students who wanted to practice with some special type of sword or weapon. The reply I received to this was that, if you need a certain type of weapon, then you can ask for it at the reception and it'll be provided to you. But yes, you will have to pay for that weapon if you broke it. All in all, and in short to say, I didn't have to pay 30,000 C for the swords. Now I was out of the facility. It was afternoon. I spent quite a time inside, I guess. As the sun was above my head, I wandered across the academy campus. It was evening, the time was around 5 p.m., and I just entered the cafeteria building. The place was crowded, but not much. This time around, students came here to have some evening snacks and relax with their friends. Among the many tables, most of them were filled, but I still caught sight of one that was not empty, but it was where I had to go. I headed over to the table, which was placed in the right corner. A person was sitting there already. I reached there and pulled a chair back, and I sat and faced that person. She was none other than Ellen, wearing the school uniform. She was waiting here for me. Her expression was not the best. It looked as though she didn't want to do this, but was doing it anyway. Before I sat, she was looking outside from the glass wall, but as I sat there in front of her, she leaned back to the chair and faced me. "Good evening," I greeted as I sat comfortably on my chair. "Good evening," she replied unwillingly. "So, what's the report for today? Anything unusual?" I asked. Yes, this was the reason she was waiting for me here, the daily report she had to give me. After yesterday's incident where I had to escort her to the Class A dorms, I decided that I'll have her report to me in the evening and in a public place, not in my room. Meeting up in the room was a bad idea. To begin with, it was too risky. What would have happened if someone saw her coming to my room? She could have given some excuse and got away, but that is only a one-timer. If she kept on showing up daily and someone was watching, then she won't have an excuse on why she, Class A student and the heiress of the Rosenberg family, is coming to visit a Class B student who's just a normal noble. It would have created several problems for me and my plan, so it was not worth the try. Also, I don't want to escort her daily to her dorm building. The same problem will occur if someone from her side saw me. That's why meeting up in a public place was a better idea. Being seen by other people was an inevitable problem, but the probability of the other party thinking that she is here just to meet me will be low. Many people who are not even aware of the other's existence share a table in the cafeteria due to the crowd and lack of more tables. Her sitting with me can simply be described as a coincidence. Anyway, getting back to the topic. "No, his day went as usual," she said. "I see," I nodded as I took the cup that was resting on the table and took a sip. It was coffee, obviously. "That was mine," Ellen claimed. Well, I knew there was that possibility, but the smell of that coffee was so good that I wasn't able to resist. "I'll pay for it," I clarified. "That doesn't solve the problem." It doesn't, not that I care," though it seemed there was something else on her mind as she quickly changed the topic and came back to Leon. "I said his day went as usual, but there is something that has changed," she asserted. "What?" She didn't reply to that, rather, she tilted her head and looked in a direction beside me. After that, she said there. I turned and looked in the same direction. A few tables away from us was sitting Leon with one other girl. The girl had blonde and green eyes. Both were familiar to me. She was Anya. I turned back and looked at Ellen, waiting for an explanation even though I got the gist of it. After that incident where she was being harassed by those students and I and Leon saved her, slowly she's been starting to talk more and more with Leon. At the start, it was only limited to greetings and small talks in class, but now she's often going to the cafe with him. I see. So this was it, huh? I was also observing this change but was ignoring it till now. After that incident specifically, after she received that letter from X, she's been trying so hard to be friends with Leon. Well, I can understand why she'd do that. The letter from X clearly said that if she didn't get into a relationship with Leon, I will be killed by X. Anya is the type to not put deep thought into things. Everything she sees or hears, she takes it to face value. And her doubts would have only been confirmed when she was attacked by those students. A thing that was mentioned in the letter will happen. Since then, she's trying to get friends with Leon in order to save my life from X, and regarding them, I still don't know the identity of X mostly, because that is not my main focus as of now. The only thing I know about them is that they are a student of this academy, since they can keep tabs on Anya to confirm whether she is trying to get in a relationship with Leon or not. Another and very big proof of this is the letters sent by them. You can't send a letter to any student until you are a student here yourself. Secondly, whoever they are, they know about the storyline of Lollipop's novel and that this world is based on his novel. They also know that something was changed since Anya and Leon, who should have started dating by now, were not even friends. Maybe that's why they are trying to get them close so the plot can say the same. And I can assure you they are doing a better job than me in this case. Anya is my sister. That's why I am not able to manipulate her in the way I do with other people. Maybe that's why they are trying to get them close so the plot can say the same. And I can assure you they are doing a better job than me in this case. Anya is my sister. That's why I'm not able to manipulate her in the way I do with other people. Thirdly, they work in the shadows like me and don't want to reveal themselves that easily. That's why all the students they have contacted were via letters. And lastly, they are a person of their word. I don't know much, but until now what was written in the letters was done. Even the part about providing Winston with money after he did what was told to him, I confirmed it personally. To sum it up, I don't know who X is, but I know several things about them. I'm not getting deep into it right now since my main focus is to avoid the death set for me by the plot, though that doesn't mean I am not interested in finding out their identity. But it is a thing of the future. After I've successfully avoided my death, everything else will come afterward. As I was in thought, I noticed that Ellen was staring at Anya with a not-so-good look in her eyes. It wasn't her fault, I said. I said, it wasn't her fault that I know about your past. Maybe Leon told her about it to destroy you, but she didn't tell about to me herself. I was the one who forced her to do so. So, what should I do with that information? She appealed as she shrugged her shoulders. I don't know if you're trying to hide it or not, but if you're, then you are failing at it miserably. By the way you're looking at Anya and the expression you have on your face, it's clear that you carry the feelings of anger for Anya and resent her. That is not what you think it is, she said softly and averted her eyes, looking outside from the glass panels. I think by now you have the idea of what I can do to achieve my goals and to what extent I can go. Maybe you who have experienced it are the only one who knows about it. That's why I think you know that I'm not lying when I say I forced my sister to tell me about you. She faced me, really, she asked in a low voice. I didn't say anything and sipped the coffee. Probably she got some answer since the next moment her face showed disgust harboring in for me. This is okay. Having her hate me is not a problem. She can hate or resent me all she wants, and that'll be okay since even with those feelings, she will have to work with me due to our deal. But if those feelings were directed toward Anya, that will pose some problems. I know Ellen and her character well. She is the passive, tsundere type and won't do anything bold. I can also keep her from plotting anything against Anya, but I can't stop her from doing it when I'm not watching. Anya is strong enough to protect herself, but if Ellen, thinking that all this happened because she told me about Ellen's past, tried to crush Anya with the influence she has on the girls in the first year, I don't think Anya will be able to come out that unscathed. She's a bit like me, with poor communication skills, and without any friends, and if you're counting Leon as his friend, then let me remind you that she is just forcing herself to be friends with him out of concern for me. That's why if anything I have to protect her from any possible problems that I can stop. I'm leaving, I said and stood up. I walked toward the counter and on the way, I passed beside Anya and Leon's table and waved at them with a smile. Anya's back was facing me so she wasn't able to see, but Leon saw and made her aware of my presence. Then she turned and waved back at me. I didn't want to have a real conversation here, so I didn't go any further and went to the counter. There I paid for the coffee and then left the cafeteria. A few days later. I was in the classroom, sitting on my usual seat. From today, only a week, 2 days were left before the event that'll be the cause of my death. Was I scared? Well, I don't know. What I was feeling now was a strange feeling, something I had never felt before. But one thing I can say for sure is I was anything but scared. Why? The reason for this was that I had already planned what to do in order to avoid my death and how to do it. This event will also be connected with me acquiring the item that'll make me 5x more powerful. Yes, the time to do that had finally come. The event for my death will be on the day after tomorrow, meaning I have today and tomorrow to complete the preparations that were left. I'd say the time was not enough, but I'll manage someone. Also, getting Anya to work for me was a big relief. I was freed from stalking Leon, a big burden that took most of my time. Due to her, I now had lots to free time, and that's why I was able to do things this quickly. From that day onward, she was reporting to me daily, hence it was not a problem. But this was only just her training, and her real use will start from the day after tomorrow. Anyway, it might be better if I focus on Ryfin for now. He was going to announce something important, after all. He stood before the podium with his back straight, then taking in a breath, he said,